The Avenger. When Antoine Lullet married the widow Mathilde Loisel, he had been in love with her for nearly 10 years. Loisel had been his friend, his old college chum. Lullet was very fond of him, but found him rather a muff. He often used to say, "That poor Loisel will never set the Seine on fire." When Loisel married Mathilde Duval, Lullet was surprised and somewhat vexed, for he had a slight weakness for her. She was the daughter of a neighbor of his, a retired haberdasher with a good bit of money. She was pretty, well-mannered, and intelligent. She accepted Loisel on account of his money. Then Lullet cherished hopes of another sort. He began paying attentions to his friend's wife. He was a handsome man, not at all stupid, and also well off. He was confident that he would succeed. He failed. Then he fell really in love with her, and he was the sort of lover who is rendered timid, prudent, and embarrassed by intimacy with the husband. Madame Loisel fancied that he no longer meant anything serious by his attentions to her, and she became simply his friend. This state of affairs lasted 9 years. Now, one morning, Lullet received a startling communication from the poor woman. Loisel had died suddenly of aneurysm of the heart. He got a terrible shock, for they were of the same age. But the very next moment, a sensation of profound joy, of infinite relief, of deliverance, penetrated his body and soul. Madame Loisel was free. He had the tact, however, to make such a display of grief as the occasion required. He waited for the proper time to elapse, and attended to all the conventional usages. At the end of 15 months he married the widow. His conduct was regarded as not only natural but generous. He had acted like a good friend and an honest man. In short, he was happy, quite happy. They lived on terms of the closest confidence, having from the first understood and appreciated each other. One kept nothing secret from the other, and they told each other their inmost thoughts. Lullet now loved his wife with a calm, trustful affection. He loved her as a tender, devoted partner, who is an equal and a confidant. But there still lingered in his soul a singular and unaccountable grudge against the deceased Loisel, who had been the first to possess this woman. Who had had the flower of her youth and of her soul, and who had even robbed her of her poetic attributes. The memory of the dead husband spoiled the happiness of the living husband, and this posthumous jealousy now began to torment Lullet's heart day and night. The result was that he was incessantly talking about Loisel, asking 1,000-minute and intimate questions about him, and seeking for information as to all his habits and personal characteristics. And he pursued him with railleries even into the depths of the tomb, recalling with self-satisfaction his oddities, emphasizing his absurdities, and pointing out his defects. Every minute he kept calling out to his wife from one end to the other of the house. "Hello, Mathilde. Here am I, dear. Come and let us have a chat." She always came over to him, smiling, well aware that Loisel was to be the subject of the chat, and anxious to gratify her second husband's harmless fad. "I say, do you remember how Loisel wanted, one day, to prove to me that small men are always better loved than big men?" And he launched out into reflections unfavorable to the defunct husband, who was small, and discreetly complimentary to himself, as he happened to be tall. And Madame Lullet let him think that he was quite right. And she laughed very heartily, turned the first husband into ridicule in a playful fashion for the amusement of his successor, who always ended by remarking, "Never mind. Loisel was a muff." They were happy, quite happy. And Lullet never ceased to testify his unabated attachment to his wife by all the usual manifestations. Now, one night when they happened to be both kept awake by the renewal of youthful ardor, Lullet, who held his wife clasped tightly in his arms, and had his lips glued to hers, said, "Tell me this, darling." "What?" "Loisel, 'tisn't easy to put the question, was he very, very amorous?" She gave him a warm kiss, as she murmured, "Not so much as you, my duck." His male vanity was flattered, and he went on, "He must have been, rather a flat, eh?" She did not answer. There was merely a sly little laugh on her face, which she pressed close to her husband's neck. He persisted in his questions. Come now. Don't deny that he was a flat, well, I mean, rather an awkward sort of fellow? She nodded slightly. Well, yes, rather awkward. He went on. I'm sure he used to weary you many a night, isn't that so? This time, she had an access of frankness, and she replied. Oh. Yes. He embraced her once more when she made this acknowledgment, and murmured. What an ass he was. You were not happy with him? She answered. No. He was not always jolly. Lullet felt quite delighted, making a comparison in his own mind between his wife's former situation and her present one. He remained silent for some time, then, with a fresh outburst of merit, he said. Tell me this. What? Will you be quite candid with me? Certainly, dear. Well, look here. Have you never been tempted to deceive this imbecile, Souris? Madame Lullet uttered a little, oh, in a shamefaced way, and again cuddled her face closer to her husband's chest. But he could see that she was laughing. He persisted. Come now, confess it. He had a head just suited for a cuckold, this blockhead. It would be so funny. This good Souris. Oh. I say, darling, you might tell it to me, only to me. He emphasized the words, to me, feeling certain that if she wanted to show any taste when she deceived her husband, he, Lullet, would have been the man. And he quivered with joy at the expectation of this avowal, sure that if she had not been the virtuous woman she was he could have had her then. But she did not reply, laughing incessantly as if at the recollection of something infinitely comic. Lullet, in his turn, burst out laughing at the notion that he might have made a cuckold of Souris. What a good joke! What a capital bit of fun, to be sure! He exclaimed in a voice broken by convulsions of laughter. Oh! Poor Souris! Poor Souris! Ah! Yes, he had that sort of head, oh, certainly he had. And Madame Lullet now twisted herself under the sheets, laughing till the tears almost came into her eyes. And Lullet repeated, Come, confess it. Confess it. Be candid. You must know that it cannot be unpleasant to me to hear such a thing. Then she stammered, still choking with laughter. Yes, yes. Her husband pressed her for an answer. Yes, what? Look here. Tell me everything. She was now laughing in a more subdued fashion, and, raising her mouth up to Lullet's ear, which was held towards her in anticipation of some pleasant piece of confidence, she whispered, Yes. I did deceive him. He felt a cold shiver down his back, and utterly dumbfounded, he gasped. You did, really, deceive him? She was still under the impression that he thought the thing infinitely pleasant, and replied. Yes, really. He was obliged to sit up in bed, so great was the shock he received, holding his breath, just as overwhelmed as if he had just been told that he was a cuckold himself. At first, he was unable to articulate properly, then after the lapse of a minute or so, he merely ejaculated. Ah! She, too, had stopped laughing now, realizing her mistake too late. Lullet, at length asked. And with whom? She kept silent, cudgeling her brain to find some excuse. He repeated his question. With whom? At last, she said. With a young man. He turned towards her abruptly, and in a dry tone, said. Well, I suppose it wasn't with some kitchen wench. I ask you who was the young man, do you understand? She did not answer. He tore away the sheet which she had drawn over her head, and pushed her into the middle of the bed, repeating. I want to know with what young man, do you understand? Then, she replied with some difficulty in uttering the words. I only wanted to laugh. But he fairly shook with rage. What? How is that? You only wanted to laugh. So then you were making game of me? I'm not going to be satisfied with these evasions, let me tell you. I ask you, what was the young man's name? She did not reply, but lay motionless on her back. He caught hold of her arm and pressed it tightly. Do you hear me, I say? I want you to give me an answer when I speak to you. Then, she said, in nervous tones. I think you must be going mad. Let me alone. He trembled with fury, so exasperated that he scarcely knew what he was saying, and, shaking her with all his strength, he repeated. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? She wrenched herself out of his grasp with a sudden movement, and with the tips of her fingers slapped her husband on the nose. He entirely lost his temper, feeling that he had been struck, and angrily pounced down on her. He now held her under him, boxing her ears in a most violent manner, and exclaiming. Take that, and that, and that, there you are, you trollop. Then, when he was out of breath, exhausted from beating her, he got up, and went over to the chest of drawers to get himself a glass of sugared orange water. For he was almost ready to faint after his exertion. And she lay huddled up in bed, crying and heaving great sobs, feeling that there was an end of her happiness, and that it was all her own fault. Then, in the midst of her tears, she faltered. Listen, Antoine, come here. I told you a lie, listen. I'll explain it to you. And now, prepared to defend herself, armed with excuses and subterfuges, she slightly raised her head all tangled under her crumpled nightcap. And he, turning towards her, drew close to her, ashamed at having whacked her. But feeling intensely still in his heart's core as a husband an inexhaustible hatred against that woman who had deceived his predecessor, Cyrus. Suspense. The men were talking in the smoking room after dinner. They were talking about unexpected legacies and curious inheritances, when Monsieur le Brumant, whom they sometimes addressed as illustrious master, sometimes as illustrious advocate, came and leaned up against the chimney. I have, he said, to search for an heir who disappeared in peculiarly terrible circumstances. It is one of those simple, violent dramas of ordinary life. The kind of thing that may happen any day but which, nevertheless, is one of the most appalling that I know of. This is the story. About 6 months ago I was called to see a dying woman, who said to me, Sir, I wish you to undertake the most delicate and most difficult mission. One that will prove both tedious and wearisome. Please study my will, which is lying there on the table. A sum of 5,000 francs is left you as a fee if you do not succeed, and of 100,000 francs if you do. I want you to find my son after my death. She begged me to help her to sit up in bed, so that she might talk with greater ease, for her voice, broken and gasping, was whistling in her throat. It was a sumptuous house. The luxurious yet simple room was hung with material as thick as a wall, so soothing to the eye that it was like a caress, so restful that it seemed to absorb every word spoken in the room. The dying woman continued. You are the first person to hear my terrible story. I will try to keep my strength to go on to the end. You, whom I know to be kind-hearted as well as experienced, must know all there is to know so that you may wish with all your heart to do your utmost to help me. Listen to me. Before I was married I loved a young man of whom my parents disapproved because he had not enough money. A short time after his proposal had been rejected, I married a very wealthy man, married him through ignorance, through fear, through obedience, through thoughtlessness, as young girls do. I had one child, a boy. After a few years my husband died. The man I had loved was married too. When he heard I was a widow he suffered terribly because he was not free to marry me. He came to see me, weeping and sobbing so bitterly that he almost broke my heart. We became friends. Perhaps I ought not to have seen him continually. The more's the pity. I was alone, so sad, and so lonely, so desperate. And I loved him still. How terribly one can suffer. My parents being dead, he was all I had in the world. He often came to the house and spent whole evenings with me. I ought not to have let him come so often, since he was married. But I had not sufficient strength of mind to forbid his visits. How can I tell you, he became my lover. How did it come about? I don't even know. Does one ever know? Do you think it could be otherwise when two human beings are driven towards each other by the irresistible force of mutual love? Do you believe that it is always in our power to resist, to struggle, to refuse to yield to the prayers and supplications, the tears, the frenzied words, the paroxysms of passion of the man we adore? Whom we desire to crown with every possible happiness, but whom, on the contrary, we must drive to despair in obedience to the world's convention of honor? What strength would be required, what renunciation of all happiness, what self-denial, and even what virtuous selfishness? Is that not so? In short, I was his mistress, and I was happy. For 2 years I was happy. I had become his wife's friend, and this was my greatest weakness and my most cowardly act. We brought up my son together. We made a man of him, a real man, intelligent, sensible and determined, broad-minded and full of generous ideas. My son reached the age of 17. He, the boy, loved my lover almost as much as I did, for he had been equally loved and cared for by both of us. He always called him chum. He had the greatest respect for him, having learnt nothing but what was good from him and having continually before him this example of uprightness, honor and probity. He looked upon him as his mother's old, loyal and devoted friend, as a kind of spiritual father, a guardian, protector. What more can I say? Perhaps he had never asked himself what was the position between us, for from his earliest youth he had seen this man about the house, by my side, by his side, always thinking about us both. One evening the three of us were to dine together. This was my greatest treat, and I was expecting them and wondering which would be the first to arrive. The door opened. It was my old friend. I went to meet him with outstretched arms and he kissed me with the lingering kiss of happiness. All of a sudden a sound, a rustle, a whisper in the air, that mysterious sensation that indicates the human presence, made us start and turn abruptly. Jean, my son, stood there, looking at us, livid with rage. I lost my head for a moment, then stepped back, holding my hands out to my child as if in supplication, but I could not see him. He had gone. We remained together, my lover and I, overwhelmed, unable to say a word. I sank into an armchair and felt a desire, a confused and violent desire, to escape, to rush out into the night, and to disappear forever. Then I sobbed convulsively and wept, shaken with spasms of grief, my spirit utterly crushed. My nerves tortured by the frightful sense of an irreparable misfortune and by the appalling sense of shame that fills a mother's heart in such circumstances. He looked at me, terrified, not daring to come near me, to speak to me, to touch me, for fear the boy should return. At last he said, "I will go and look for him, talk to him, make him understand, I must see him, he must know," and he left me. I waited, distracted, trembling at the least sound, sick with fright and filled with an undefined unbearable emotion at every slight crackling of the fire in the grate. I waited an hour. 2 hours, with an increasing dread in my heart, such as I had never felt before, a feeling of such intense anguish that I would not condemn any criminal to 10 minutes of it. Where was my child? What was he doing? Towards midnight a messenger brought me a note from my lover. I know it by heart. "Has your boy come back? I have not found him. I am downstairs. It is too late to come up." I wrote in pencil on the same piece of paper. "Jean has not returned, you must find him." I spent the night in the armchair, waiting. I was going mad. I wanted to shout, to run about, to roll on the ground, but I kept perfectly still, waiting. What was going to happen? I tried hard to guess. But in spite of all my efforts, in spite of my agony of mind, I did not foresee the truth. Then I was afraid they might meet each other. What would they do? What would the boy do? Terrifying thoughts, alarming possibilities, racked my whole being. You can understand my feelings, can't you? My maid, who neither knew nor understood what was happening, came to me again and again, but I sent her away, either by a word or a sign, until finally she went for the doctor, who arrived to find me suffering from a severe nervous attack. I was put to bed. When I regained consciousness after a long spell of brain fever, I saw my lover, alone, standing by the bed. I cried out, "My son? Where is my son?" He made no reply. I stammered, "Dead, dead, he has killed himself." He answered, "No, not that, I swear. But, in spite of my efforts, we have been unable to find him." Then in a sudden burst of rage and exasperation, for we are all subject to fits of unreasonable and unaccountable anger, I said, "I forbid you to come back, to see me again, unless you find him. Now go." He went away and I have never seen either of them again. That is how I have lived for the last 20 years. Can you imagine such a life? Can you understand the appalling torture, the long constant gnawing at a mother's heart, at a woman's heart, this terrible, endless suspense without end, endless? No, it is going to end, for I am dying. I shall die without having seen them, either one, or the other. He, my friend, has written to me every day for the last 20 years, and I have always refused to see him, even for a second, for I had a strange feeling that the very moment he came, my son would come too. My son, my son. Is he dead? Is he living? Where is he hiding? Over there, perhaps beyond the great ocean, in some country so far away that its very name is unknown to me. Does he ever think of me? Oh! If he only knew. How cruel children are. Has he understood the terrible suffering to which he has condemned me? The agony, the despair of which he was the cause while I was still in the prime of life, which will endure to the end, me, his mother, who loved him with all the passion of a mother's love? Cruel, cruel, isn't it? You will tell him what I have said. You will repeat my last words, "My child, my dear, dear child, don't be so hard on suffering humanity, life is fierce and brutal enough. My dear child, think of what your poor mother's existence has been since the day you left her. My dear child, forgive her, love her now that she is dead, for she has had to live through the most terrible penitential suffering." She gasped for breath, trembling as if she were speaking to her son himself. Then she added, "You will also tell him that I have never seen the other one again." She was silent, then continued in a broken voice, "Now, leave me, please. I want to die alone, since neither of them is with me." Maître Le Brumant added, "I left the house crying like a dumb animal, so much so that my coachman turned round to stare at me. And to think that, every day, dramas like this are happening all around us. I have not found the son, that son. You may say what you like, I call him that criminal son. Decorated. Some people are born with a predominant instinct, with some vocation or some desire aroused, from the very moment they begin to speak or to think. Ever since he was a child, Monsieur Sacrament had only had one idea in his head, to be decorated. When he was still quite a small boy he used to wear a zinc cross of the Legion of Honor just as other children wear a soldier's cap, and he took his mother's hand in the street with a proud look, sticking out his little chest with its red ribbon and metal star so that it might show to advantage. His studies were not a success, and he failed in his examination for Bachelor of Arts, so, not knowing what to do, he married a pretty girl, for he had plenty of money of his own. They lived in Paris, like many rich middle-class people do, mixing with their own particular set, without going among other people, proud of knowing a deputy who might perhaps be a minister some day, while two heads of government departments were among their friends. But Monsieur Sacrament could not get rid of his one absorbing idea, and he was very unhappy because he had not the right to wear a little bit of colored ribbon in his buttonhole. When he met any men who were decorated on the boulevards, he looked at them askance, with intense jealousy. Sometimes, when he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he would count them, and say to himself, "Just let me see how many I shall meet between the Madeleine and the Rue Drouot." Then he would walk slowly, looking at every coat, with a practiced eye, for the little bit of red ribbon, and when he had got to the end of his walk he always said the numbers out loud. 8 officers and 17 knights. As many as that. It is stupid to sow the cross broadcast in that fashion. I wonder how many I shall meet going back. And he returned slowly, unhappy when the crowd of passers-by interfered with his seeing them. He knew the places where most of them were to be found. They swarmed in the Palais Royal. Fewer were seen in the Avenue de l'Opéra than in the Rue de la Paix, while the right side of the boulevard was more frequented by them than the left. They also seemed to prefer certain cafés and theaters. Whenever he saw a group of white-haired old gentlemen standing together in the middle of the pavement, interfering with the traffic, he used to say to himself, "They are officers of the Legion of Honor," and he felt inclined to take off his hat to them. He had often remarked that the officers had a different bearing from mere knights. They carried their heads higher, and you felt that they enjoyed greater official consideration, and a more widely extended importance. Sometimes M. Sacrament would be seized with a furious hatred for everyone who was decorated. He felt like a socialist towards them. Then, when he got home, excited at meeting so many crosses, just like a poor hungry wretch is on passing some dainty provision shop, he used to ask in a loud voice, "When shall we get rid of this wretched government?" And his wife would be surprised, and ask, "What is the matter with you today?" "I am indignant," he would reply, "at the injustice I see going on around us." Oh! The communards were certainly right. After dinner he would go out again and look at the shops where all the decorations were sold, and examine all the emblems of various shapes and colors. He would have liked to possess them all, and to have walked gravely at the head of a procession with his opera hat under his arm and his breast covered with decorations, radiant as a star, amid a buzz of admiring whispers and a hum of respect. But, alas! He had no right to wear any decoration whatever. He used to say to himself, "It is really too difficult for any man to obtain the Legion of Honor unless he is some public functionary. Suppose I try to get appointed an officer of the Academy." But he did not know how to set about it, and spoke to his wife on the subject, who was stupefied. "Officer of the Academy? What have you done to deserve it?" He got angry. "I know what I am talking about, I only want to know how to set about it." "You are quite stupid at times." She smiled. "You are quite right. I don't understand anything about it." An idea struck him. "Suppose you were to speak to M. Rosselin, the deputy, he might be able to advise me. You understand I cannot broach the subject to him directly. It is rather difficult and delicate, but coming from you it might seem quite natural." Madame Sacrament did what he asked her, and M. Rosselin promised to speak to the minister about it. Then Sacrament began to worry him, till the deputy told him he must make a formal application and put forward his claims. What were his claims? He said. He was not even a Bachelor of Arts. However, he set to work and produced a pamphlet, with the title, "The People's Right to Instruction," but he could not finish it for want of ideas. He sought for easier subjects, and began several in succession. The first was, the instruction of children by means of the eye. He wanted gratuitous theaters to be established in every poor quarter of Paris for little children. Their parents were to take them there when they were quite young, and, by means of a magic lantern, all the notions of human knowledge were to be imparted to them. There were to be regular courses. The sight would educate the mind, while the pictures would remain impressed on the brain, and thus science would, so to say, be made visible. What could be more simple than to teach universal history, natural history, geography, botany, zoology, anatomy, etc., etc., thus? He had his ideas printed in tract form, and sent a copy to each deputy, 10 to each minister, 50 to the President of the Republic, 10 to each Parisian, and 5 to each provincial newspaper. Then he wrote on street lending libraries. His idea was to have little carts full of books drawn about the streets, like orange carts are. Every householder or lodger would have a right to 10 volumes a month by means of a halfpenny subscription. The people, Sacrament said, will only disturb itself for the sake of its pleasures, and since it will not go to instruction, instruction must come to it, etc., etc. His essays attracted no attention, but he sent in his application, and he got the usual formal official reply. He thought himself sure of success, but nothing came of it. Then he made up his mind to apply personally. He begged for an interview with the Minister of Public Instruction, and he was received by a young subordinate, already very grave and important, who kept touching the buttons of electric bells to summon ushers, and footmen, and officials inferior to himself. He declared to the applicant that his case was going on quite favorably, and advised him to continue his remarkable labors. So Sacrament set at it again. Rosselin, the deputy, seemed now to take a great interest in his success, and gave him a lot of excellent, practical advice. Rosselin was decorated, although nobody knew exactly what he had done to deserve such a distinction. He told Sacrament what new studies he ought to undertake. He introduced him to learned societies which took up particularly obscure points of science, in the hope of gaining credit and honors thereby, and he even took him under his wing at the ministry. One day, when he came to lunch with his friend, for several months past he had constantly taken his meals there, he said to him in a whisper as he shook hands, "I have just obtained a great favor for you. The Committee on Historical Works is going to entrust you with a commission. There are some researches to be made in various libraries in France." Sacrament was so delighted that he could scarcely eat or drink, and a week later he set out. He went from town to town, studying catalogues, rummaging in lofts full of dusty volumes, and was a bore to all the librarians. One day, happening to be at Rouen, he thought he should like to embrace his wife, whom he had not seen for more than a week, so he took the 9 o'clock train, which would land him at home by 12 at night. He had his latchkey, so he went in without making any noise, delighted at the idea of the surprise he was going to give her. She had locked herself in. How tiresome! However, he cried out through the door, "Jean, it is I." She must have been very frightened, for he heard her jump out of bed and speak to herself, as if she were in a dream. Then she went to her dressing room, opened and closed the door, and went quickly up and down her room barefoot 2 or 3 times, shaking the furniture till the vases and glasses sounded. Then at last she asked, "Is it you, Alexander?" "Yes, yes," he replied. "Make haste and open the door." As soon as she had done so she threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, "Oh! What a fright! What a surprise! What a pleasure!" He began to undress himself methodically, as he did everything, and from a chair he took his overcoat, which he was in the habit of hanging up in the hall. But, suddenly, he remained motionless, struck dumb with astonishment. There was a red ribbon in the buttonhole. "Why," he stammered, this overcoat has got the rosette in it." In a second his wife threw herself on him, and, taking it from his hands, she said, "No. You have made a mistake, give it to me." But he still held it by one of the sleeves, without letting it go, repeating, in a half-dazed manner, "Oh! Why? Just explain. Whose overcoat is it?" "It is not mine, as it has the Legion of Honor on it." She tried to take it from him, terrified, and hardly able to say, "Listen, listen, give it to me, I must not tell you, it is a secret, listen to me." But he grew angry, and turned pale. "I want to know how this overcoat comes to be here. It does not belong to me." Then she almost screamed at him. "Yes it does. Listen, swear to me, well, you are decorated." She did not intend to joke at his expense. He was so overcome that he let the overcoat fall, and dropped into an armchair. You say I am, decorated?" "Yes, But it is a secret, a great secret. She had put the glorious garment into a cupboard, and came to her husband pale and trembling. Yes, she continued, it is a new overcoat that I have had made for you. But I swore that I would not tell you anything about it, as it will not be officially announced for a month or 6 weeks, and you were not to have known till your return from your business journey. Rosalind managed it for you. Rosalind, he contrived to utter in his joy, he has obtained the decoration for me? Oh. And he was obliged to drink a glass of water. A little piece of white paper had fallen to the floor out of the pocket of the overcoat. Sacrament picked it up, it was a visiting card, and he read out. Rosalind, Deputy. You see how it is, said his wife. He wept with joy, and, a week later, it was announced in the Journal Officiel that Sacrament had been awarded the Legion of Honor on account of his exceptional services. The father. He was employed at the Ministry of Education, and as he lived in the Batignolles suburb he took the omnibus every morning in order to go to his office. And every morning he traveled to the center of Paris facing a girl with whom he fell in love. She went to her work in a shop at the same time every day. She was small and dark, one of those brunettes whose eyes are so dark that they are like pitch balls stuck in her face, and whose skin has the gleam of ivory. Every day he saw her appear at the corner of the same street, and she would start running to catch up the heavy vehicle. She ran with short, hurried steps, supple and graceful, and would jump onto the step before the horses had quite stopped. Then she would make her way into the inside, panting a little, and, sitting down, would glance all round her. The first time that he saw her, François Tessier knew that her face gave him infinite pleasure. Sometimes we meet such women, women whom we desire to seize fiercely in our arms, at first sight, before we even know them. This girl answered all the intimate desires, the secret dreams, the very ideal of love, as it were, which we bear about with us in the subconscious depths of our hearts. Against his will he stared obstinately at her. His gaze embarrassed her and she blushed. He noticed this, and tried to turn away his eyes, but time and again they returned to her in spite of his efforts to fix his gaze elsewhere. At the end of a few days they were no longer strangers, although they had never spoken to each other. He gave her his seat when the omnibus was full and went up on the top, in spite of the torture of loss it inflicted upon him. She greeted him now with a little smile. And though she always lowered her eyes under his gaze, which she felt to be too eager, yet she no longer seemed angry at being watched. At last they began to talk to each other. A sudden intimate friendship was established between them, an intimacy confined to half an hour each day. And certainly it was the most delightful half-hour of his day. He thought of her all the rest of the time, and never ceased to dwell on the vision of her during his long sojourns at the office, haunted, obsessed, and invaded by the changing, clinging image which the face of a beloved woman leaves with us. It seemed to him that complete possession of that little creature would be for him a wild happiness, almost beyond human realization. Every morning now she shook hands with him, and he retained until evening the sense of that contact, the memory in his flesh of the faint pressure of her small fingers. He imagined that he preserved the imprint of them on his skin. Throughout the rest of his time he looked forward anxiously to the short omnibus journey. And his Sundays seemed heartbreaking. Certainly she loved him, for one Saturday in the spring she consented to lunch with him the next day at Maisons Laffitte. She arrived first at the station, and was waiting for him. He was surprised, but she said to him, "Before we go, I've something to say. We've 20 minutes, that's more than long enough." She was trembling, leaning on his arm, her eyes lowered and her cheeks pale. "You must make no mistake about me," she continued. "I'm an honest girl, and I won't come with you unless you promise, unless you'll swear not to do anything which isn't nice." She had suddenly gone more scarlet than a poppy. She was silent. He did not know what to reply, happy and disappointed at the same time. At the bottom of his heart he possibly preferred that it should be like this, yet he had lulled himself to sleep, the night before, with dreams that had fired his pulses. Certainly he would have loved her less, had he known her to be of easy virtue, but then how charming, how delicious it would be for him if she were. His mind was racked by all the selfish calculations that men make over this business of love. As he said nothing, she added in a voice shaken with emotion, and tears at the corners of her eyes. "If you don't promise to respect me, absolutely. I'm going back home." He squeezed her arm affectionately and replied. "I promise, you shall do nothing you do not want to do." She seemed relieved, and asked with a smile. "Is that really true?" He looked into the depths of her eyes. "I swear it." "Then let's take the tickets," she said. They could hardly speak a word to one another on the way, as their compartment was full. Having reached Maisons Laffitte, they directed their steps towards the Seine. The warm air quieted their thoughts and their senses. The sun fell full upon the river, the leaves, and the grass, and darted 1,000 gleams of happiness into body and mind. Hand in hand they walked along the bank, watching the little fish that glided in shoals under the surface of the water. They wandered along, adrift in happiness, as though transported from the earth in an ecstasy of delight. At last she said, "You must think me mad." "Why?" he asked. "Isn't it mad of me to go all alone with you like this?" she went on. "Why, no, it's quite natural." "No, no. It's not natural, for me, for I don't want to do anything foolish, and this is just how one does come to do foolish things. But if you only knew. It's so dull, every day the same thing, every day in the month and every month in the year. I live alone with my mother. And since she has had many sorrows in her life, she's not very gay. As for me, I do what I can. I try to laugh, but I don't always succeed. But all the same, it was wrong of me to come. But at least you don't blame me for it?" For answer he kissed her eagerly upon the ear. But she drew away from him with a swift movement, and said, suddenly vexed, "Oh, Monsieur François, after what you promised me." And they turned back towards Maisons Laffitte. They lunched at the Petit Havre, a low house buried beneath 4 enormous poplars, and standing on the bank of the river. The fresh air, the heat, the thin white wine, and the exciting sense of each other's nearness made them flushed, troubled and silent. But after coffee, a sudden tide of joy welled up in them. They crossed the Seine and set off again along the bank towards the village of La Frette. Suddenly he asked, "What is your name?" "Louise." "Louise," he repeated, and said no more. The river, describing a long curve, caressed a distant row of white houses mirrored head downwards in the water. The girl picked daisies and arranged them in a huge rustic sheaf. The man sang at the top of his voice, as lively as a colt just put out to grass. To the left, a slope planted with vines followed the curve of the river. Suddenly François stopped and remained motionless with astonishment. "Oh, look," he said. The vineyards had ceased, and all the hillside was now covered with flowering lilac. It was a violet-hued wood, a carpet spread upon the earth, reaching as far as the village 2 or 3 kilometers distant. She too stood spellbound with delight. "Oh! How lovely," she murmured. They crossed a field and ran towards this strange hill which every year supplies all the lilac trundled about Paris on the little barrows of the street sellers. A narrow path lost itself among the shrubs. They took it, and, coming to a small clearing, there sat down. Legions of flies murmured above their heads, filling the air with a soft, ceaseless drone. The sun, the fierce sun of an airless day, beat down upon the long slope of blossom, drawing from this flower forest a powerful scent, great heady gusts of perfume, the exhalation of the flowers. A church bell rang in the distance. Quietly they embraced, then drew each other closer, lying in the grass, conscious of nothing but their kisses. She had closed her eyes and held him in her open arms, clasping him tightly, all thought dismissed, all reason abandoned, every sense utterly suspended in passionate expectation. She gave herself utterly to him, without knowing what she was doing, without even realizing that she was delivered into his hands. She came to herself half mad, as from a dreadful disaster, and began to weep, moaning with grief, hiding her face in her hands. He tried to console her. But she was anxious to leave, to get back, to go home at once. She walked up and down with desperate strides, ceaselessly repeating, "My God! My God! Louise," he begged. "Please stay, Louise." Her cheeks were now burning and her eyes sunken. As soon as they arrived at the station in Paris, she left him without even bidding him goodbye. When he met her next day in the omnibus, she seemed to him to have changed, to have grown thinner. "I must speak to you," she said to him. "We will get off at the boulevard." When they were alone on the pavement she said, "We must say goodbye to one another. I cannot see you again after what has happened." "But why not?" he stammered. "Because I cannot. I was to blame. I shall not be guilty a second time." At that he begged and implored her, tortured with desire, maddened with the need to possess her utterly, in the deep abandon of nights of love. "No, I cannot," she replied obstinately. "No, I cannot." He grew more and more eager and excited. He promised to marry her. "No," she said again, and left him. He did not see her for 8 days. He could not continue to meet her, and, as he did not know her address, he thought her lost forever. On the evening of the 9th day his doorbell rang. He went to open the door. It was she. She flung herself into his arms and resisted no longer. For 3 months she was his mistress. He began to weary of her, when she told him that she was with child. At that he had only one idea left in his head, to break with her at all costs. Unable to tell her frankly what he meant to do, not knowing how to deal with the situation or what to say, wild with apprehension, and with the fear of the growing child, he made a desperate move. He decamped one night and disappeared. The blow was so cruel that she made no search for the man who had deserted her in this fashion. She flung herself at her mother's knees and confessed her misfortune to her. A few months later she gave birth to a son. The years slipped by. François Tessier grew old, without suffering any change in his manner of life. He led the monotonous and dismal existence of a bureaucrat, without hope or expectation. Every day he rose at the same hour, went down the same streets, walked through the same door past the same hall porter, entered the same office, sat down on the same seat, and worked at the same task. He was alone in the world, alone by day in the midst of his indifferent colleagues, alone at night in his bachelor lodgings. Every month he saved up 100 francs for his old age. Every Sunday he went for a walk along the Champs-Élysées, to watch the world of fashion go by, the carriages and the pretty women. Next day he would say to his comrades in duress, "It was a wonderful sight outside the park yesterday." One Sunday it chanced that he took a new way and went into the Parc Monceau. It was a bright summer morning. Nurses and mothers, seated on the benches at the side of the paths, were watching the children playing in front of them. François Tessier shivered suddenly. A woman passed him, holding 2 children by the hand, a little boy of about 10, and a little girl of 4. It was she. He walked on for another 100 yards, and then sank into a chair, choked with emotion. She had not recognized him. Then he went back, trying to see her again. She was sitting down now. The boy was standing beside her, charmingly decorous, and the little girl was making mud pies. It was she, it was certainly she. She had the grave demeanor of a lady. Her dress was simple, her bearing full of dignity and assurance. He watched her from a distance, not daring to come close. The little boy raised his head. François Tessier felt himself trembling. This was his son, past all manner of doubt. He gazed at him, and fancied that he recognized himself as he might look in an old photograph. He stayed hidden behind a tree, waiting for her to go, so that he might follow. He did not sleep that night. The thought of the child racked him more than any other. His son. Oh! If he could only know, be sure. But what would he have done? He had seen her house, he made inquiries, he learnt that she was married to a neighbor, a good man of high moral principles, touched by her misery. Knowing her sin and forgiving it, he had even acknowledged the child, his, François Tessier's child. Every Sunday he revisited the Parc Monceau. Every Sunday he saw her, and each time the mad, irresistible longing came to him to take his son in his arms, cover him with kisses, and carry him off, steal him. He suffered terribly in his wretched loneliness, an old bachelor with nothing to love. He suffered a frightful anguish, torn by a fatherly love made up of remorse, longing, jealousy, and that need of small creatures to love which nature has implanted in the secret depths of every human being. At last he decided to make a desperate effort, and, going up to her one day as she was entering the park, stood in her way, and said, with livid face and quivering lips, "Don't you recognize me?" She raised her eyes, looked at him, uttered a scream of fear and horror, and, seizing her 2 children by the hand, fled, dragging them after her. He went home to weep. More months went by. He saw her no more. But he suffered day and night, gnawed and devoured by love for his child. To embrace his son he would have died, would have committed murder, accomplished any task, braved any danger, attempted any perilous enterprise. He wrote to her. She did not answer. After 20 letters he realized that he could not hope to move her. Then he took a desperate resolution. Ready to receive a pistol bullet in his heart if he failed, he wrote a short note to her husband. "Sir, my name must be an abhorred one to you. But I am so wretched, so tortured with remorse, that I have no hope except in you. I ask only for 10 minutes' talk with you. Yours, etc." Next day he received the answer. "Sir, I shall expect you at 5 o'clock on Tuesday." As he mounted the staircase, François Tessier paused on every step, so furious was the beating of his heart. It was a hurrying clamor within his chest, a galloping animal, a dull and violent thudding. He could not breathe without an effort, and clung to the banisters to keep himself from falling. At the 3rd floor he rang. A servant opened the door. "Monsieur Flamel?" he inquired. "Yes, sir." "Will you come in?" He entered a middle-class drawing-room. He was alone, and he waited in agony like a man in the grip of disaster. A door opened. A man appeared. He was tall, grave, and rather stout, and wore a black frock coat. He pointed to a chair. François Tessier sat down, then said in a breathless voice, "Monsieur. Monsieur. I don't know if you know my name, if you know." Monsieur Flamel cut him short. "Do not trouble to explain, monsieur. I know. My wife has spoken of you." He had the forthright aspect of a kindly man trying to be severe, and the upstanding dignity of a sober, middle-class citizen. "You see, monsieur, it's like this," continued François Tessier. "I am dying of grief, remorse, and shame. All that I long for is that I may once, just once, kiss the child." Monsieur Flamel rose, went to the fireplace, and rang. The servant appeared. "Fetch Louis," he said. She went out. They remained facing one another, silent, having nothing else to say, waiting. Suddenly a little boy of 10 dashed into the room and ran to kiss the man he thought to be his father. But he stopped in confusion when he saw the stranger. Monsieur Flamel kissed him on the forehead, and then said, "Now, kiss this gentleman, darling." The child advanced obediently, looking at the stranger. François Tessier had risen, he let his hat fall and was himself ready to collapse. Monsieur Flamel had tactfully turned his back and was looking out of the window at the street. The child waited in great astonishment. He picked up the hat and restored it to the stranger. Then François, taking the little boy in his arms, began to cover his face with furious kisses, upon eyes, cheeks, mouth, and hair. The child was frightened by the storm of kisses and tried to avoid them, turning away his head, and with his little hands thrust away the man's greedy lips. Abruptly François Tessier set him down again. "Goodbye. Goodbye," he cried. And he fled like a thief. The string. Along all the roads around Goderville the peasants and their wives were coming toward the little town, for it was market day. The men were proceeding with slow steps, the whole body bent forward at each movement of their long twisted legs, deformed by their hard work, by the weight on the plough which, at the same time, raised the left shoulder and distorted the figure, by the reaping of the wheat which made them spread their knees to get a firm stand, by all the slow and painful labors of the country. Their blouses, blue, starched, shining as if varnished, ornamented with a little design in white at the neck and wrists, puffed about their bony bodies, seemed like balloons ready to carry them off. From each of them a head, 2 arms, and 2 feet protruded. Some led a cow or a calf at the end of a rope, and their wives, walking behind the animal, whipped its haunches with a leafy branch to hasten its progress. They carried large baskets on their arms from which, in some cases, chickens and, in others, ducks thrust out their heads. And they walked with a quicker, livelier step than their husbands. Their spare straight figures were wrapped in a scanty little shawl, pinned over their flat bosoms. And their heads were enveloped in a piece of white linen tightly pressed on the hair and surmounted by a cap. Then a wagon passed at the jerky trot of a nag, shaking strangely, 2 men seated side by side and a woman in the bottom of the vehicle, the latter holding on to the sides to lessen the hard jolts. In the square of Goderville there was a crowd, a throng of human beings and animals mixed together. The horns of the cattle, the tall hats with a long nap of the rich peasant, and the headgear of the peasant women rose above the surface of the crowd. And the clamorous, shrill, screaming voices made a continuous and savage din which sometimes was dominated by the robust lungs of some countryman's laugh, or the long lowing of a cow tied to the wall of a house. It all smacked of the stable, the dairy and the manure heap, of hay and sweat, giving forth that unpleasant odor, human and animal, peculiar to the people of the fields. Maître Hotchcorn, of Brut, had just arrived at Goderville, and he was directing his steps toward the public square, when he perceived upon the ground a little piece of string. Maître Hotchcorn, economical like a true Norman, thought that everything useful ought to be picked up, and he stooped painfully, for he suffered from rheumatism. He took the bit of thin cord from the ground and was beginning to roll it carefully when he noticed Maître Malandain, the harness-maker, on the threshold of his door, looking at him. They had heretofore had business together on the subject of a halter, and they were on bad terms, being both good haters. Maître Hotchcorn was seized with a sort of shame to be seen thus by his enemy, picking a bit of string out of the dirt. He concealed his find quickly under his blouse, then in his trousers pocket. Then he pretended to be still looking on the ground for something which he did not find, and he went towards the market, his head thrust forward, bent double by his pains. He was soon lost in the noisy and slowly moving crowd, which was busy with interminable bargainings. The peasants looked at cows, went and came, perplexed, always in fear of being cheated, not daring to decide, watching the vendor's eye, ever trying to find the trick in the man and the flaw in the beast. The women, having placed their great baskets at their feet, had taken out the poultry, which lay upon the ground, tied together by the feet, with terrified eyes and scarlet crests. They heard offers, stated their prices with a dry air and impassive face, or perhaps, suddenly deciding on some proposed reduction, shouted to the customer who was slowly going away, "All right. Maître Anthime, I'll give it to you for that." Then little by little the square was deserted, and the Angelus ringing at noon, those who lived too far away went to the different inns. At Jourdain's the great room was full of people eating, as the big yard was full of vehicles of all kinds, carts, gigs, wagons, nondescript carts, yellow with dirt, mended and patched. raising their shafts to the sky like two arms, or perhaps with their shafts in the ground and their backs in the air. Very near the diners seated at the table, the immense fireplace, filled with bright flames, cast a lively heat on the backs of the row on the right. 3 spits were turning on which were chickens, pigeons, and legs of mutton. And an appetizing odor of roast meat and gravy dripping over the nicely browned skin rose from the hearth, increased the jovialness, and made everybody's mouth water. All the aristocracy of the Plough ate there, at Maître Jourdain's, tavern keeper and horse dealer, a clever fellow who had money. The dishes were passed and emptied, as were the jugs of yellow cider. Everyone told his affairs, his purchases, and sales. They discussed the crops. The weather was favorable for the green things but rather damp for the wheat. Suddenly the drum began to beat in the yard, before the caus. Everybody rose, except a few indifferent persons, and ran to the door, or to the windows, their mouths still full and napkins in their hands. After the public crier had ceased his drum beating, he called out in a jerky voice, speaking his phrases irregularly. "It is hereby made known to the inhabitants of Goderville, and in general to all persons present at the market, that there was lost this morning, on the road to Benzeville, between 9 and 10 o'clock, a black leather pocketbook containing 500 francs and some business papers. The finder is requested to return same to the mayor's office or to Maître Fortune Hulbrecht of Manneville. There will be 20 francs reward." Then the man went away. The heavy roll of the drum and the crier's voice were again heard at a distance. Then they began to talk of this event, discussing the chances that Maître Hulbrecht had of finding or not finding his pocketbook. And the meal concluded. They were finishing their coffee when the chief of the gendarmes appeared upon the threshold. He inquired, "Is Maître Hotchcorn, of Brut, here?" Maître Hotchcorn, seated at the other end of the table, replied, "Here I am." And the officer resumed, "Maître Hotchcorn, will you have the goodness to accompany me to the mayor's office? The mayor would like to talk to you." The peasant, surprised and disturbed, swallowed at a draught his tiny glass of brandy, rose, and, even more bent than in the morning, for the first steps after each rest were specially difficult, set out, repeating, "Here I am, here I am." The mayor was awaiting him, seated on an armchair. He was the notary of the vicinity, a stout, serious man, with pompous phrases. "Maître Hotchcorn," said he, "you were seen this morning picking up, on the road to Benzeville, the pocketbook lost by Maître Hulbrecht, of Manneville." The countryman looked at the mayor in astonishment, already terrified, by this suspicion resting on him without his knowing why. "Me? Me? I picked up the pocketbook?" "Yes, you, yourself." "On my word of honor, I never heard of it." "But you were seen." "I was seen, me? Who says he saw me?" "Monsieur Malandain, the harness maker." The old man remembered, understood, and flushed with anger. "Ah, he saw me, the clodhopper, he saw me pick up this string, here, Mr. Mayor." And rummaging in his pocket he drew out the little piece of string. But the mayor, incredulous, shook his head. "You will not make me believe, Maître Hotchcorn, that Monsieur Malandain, who is a man we can believe, mistook this cord for a pocketbook." The peasant, furious, lifted his hand, spat at one side to attest his honor, repeating, "It is nevertheless the truth of the good God, the sacred truth, Mr. Mayor. I repeat it on my soul and my salvation." The mayor resumed. "After picking up the object, you stood like a stilt, looking a long while in the mud to see if any piece of money had fallen out." The old chap choked with indignation and fear. How anyone can tell, such lies to take away an honest man's reputation? How can anyone? There was no use in his protesting, nobody believed him. He was confronted with Monsieur Malandain, who repeated and maintained his affirmation. They abused each other for an hour. At his own request, Maître Hotchcorn was searched, nothing was found on him. Finally the mayor, very much perplexed, discharged him with the warning that he would consult the public prosecutor and ask for further orders. The news had spread. As he left the mayor's office, the old man was surrounded and questioned with a serious or bantering curiosity, in which there was no indignation. He began to tell the story of the string. No one believed him. They laughed at him. He went along, stopping his friends, beginning endlessly his statement and his protestations, showing his pockets turned inside out, to prove that he had nothing. They said, "Old rascal, get out." And he grew angry, becoming exasperated, hot, and distressed at not being believed, not knowing what to do and always repeating himself. Night came. He must depart. He started on his way with 3 neighbors to whom he pointed out the place where he had picked up the bit of string, and all along the road he spoke of his adventure. In the evening he took a turn in the village of Brut, in order to tell it to everybody. He only met with incredulity. It made him ill all night. The next day about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Marius Pommel, a hired man in the employ of Maître Breton, husbandman at Ymauville, returned the pocketbook and its contents to Maître Hulbrecht of Manneville. This man claimed to have found the object in the road, but not knowing how to read, he had carried it to the house and given it to his employer. The news spread through the neighborhood. Maître Hotchcorn was informed of it. He immediately went the circuit and began to recount his story, completed by the happy climax. He triumphed. What grieved me so much was not the thing itself, as the lying. There is nothing so shameful as to be placed under a cloud on account of a lie. He talked of his adventure all day long, he told it on the highway to people who were passing by, in the inn to people who were drinking there, and to persons coming out of church the following Sunday. He stopped strangers to tell them about it. He was calm now, and yet something disturbed him without his knowing exactly what it was. People had the air of joking while they listened. They did not seem convinced. He seemed to feel that remarks were being made behind his back. On Tuesday of the next week he went to the market at Goderville, urged solely by the necessity he felt of discussing the case. Malandane, standing at his door, began to laugh on seeing him pass. Why? He approached a farmer from Cricktot, who did not let him finish, and giving him a thump in the stomach said to his face, "You clever rogue." Then he turned his back on him. Maître Hotchcorn was confused. Why was he called a clever rogue? When he was seated at the table, in Jourdain's tavern, he commenced to explain the affair. A horse dealer from Montvilliers called to him. "Come, come, old sharper, that's an old trick, I know all about your piece of string." Hotchcorn stammered. "But since the pocketbook was found." But the other man replied. "Shut up, Papa, there is one that finds, and there is one that brings back. No one is any the wiser, so you get out of it." The peasant stood choking. He understood. They accused him of having had the pocketbook returned by a confederate, by an accomplice. He tried to protest. All the table began to laugh. He could not finish his dinner and went away, in the midst of jeers. He went home ashamed and indignant, choking with anger and confusion, the more dejected that he was capable with his Norman cunning of doing what they had accused him of, and even of boasting of it as of a good trick. His innocence to him, in a confused way, was impossible to prove, as his sharpness was known. And he was stricken to the heart by the injustice of the suspicion. Then he began to recount the adventure again, enlarging his story every day, adding each time new reasons, more energetic protestations, more solemn oaths which he imagined and prepared in his hours of solitude, his whole mind given up to the story of the string. He was believed so much the less as his defense was more complicated and his arguing more subtle. "Those are lying excuses," they said behind his back. He felt it, consumed his heart over it, and wore himself out with useless efforts. He was visibly wasting away. The wags now made him tell about the string to amuse them, as they make a soldier who has been on a campaign tell about his battles. His mind, seriously affected, began to weaken. Towards the end of December he took to his bed. He died in the first days of January, and in the delirium of his death struggles he kept claiming his innocence, reiterating, a piece of string, look, here it is, Mr. Mayor. A wise man. Blairet had been my friend since childhood, we had no secrets from each other, and were united heart and soul by a brotherly intimacy and a boundless confidence in each other. He used to tell me his most intimate thoughts, even the smallest pangs of conscience that are very often kept hidden from our own selves. I did the same for him. I had been the confidant of all his love affairs, as he had been with mine. When he told me that he was going to get married I was hurt, as though by an act of treason. I felt that it must interfere with that cordial and absolute affection which had united us. His wife would come between us. The intimacy of the marriage bed establishes a kind of complicity, a mysterious alliance between two persons, even when they have ceased to love each other. Man and wife are like two discreet partners who will not let anyone else into their secrets. But that close bond which the conjugal kiss fastens is broken quickly on the day on which the woman takes a lover. I remember Blairet's wedding as if it were but yesterday. I would not be present at the signing of the marriage contract, as I have no particular liking for such ceremonies. I only went to the civil wedding and to the church. His wife, whom I had never seen before, was a tall, slight girl, with pale hair, pale cheeks, pale hands, and eyes to match. She walked with a slightly undulating motion, as if she were on board a ship, and seemed to advance with a succession of long, graceful courtesies. Blairet seemed very much in love with her. He looked at her constantly, and I felt a shiver of an immoderate desire for her pass through his frame. I went to see him a few days later, and he said to me, "You do not know how happy I am. I am madly in love with her, but then she is, he did not finish his sentence, but he put the tips of his fingers to his lips with a gesture which signified divine. Delicious. Perfect. And a good deal more besides." I asked, laughing, "What? All that?" "Everything that you can imagine," was his answer. He introduced me to her. She was very pleasant, on easy terms with me, as was natural, and begged me to look upon their house as my own. But I felt that he, Blairet, did not belong to me any longer. Our intimacy was cut off definitely, and we hardly found a word to say to each other. I soon took my leave, and shortly afterwards went to the east, returning by way of Russia, Germany, Sweden, and Holland, after an absence of 18 months from Paris. The morning after my arrival, as I was walking along the boulevards to feel the air of Paris once more, I saw a pale man with sunken cheeks coming toward me, who was as much like Blairet as it was possible for an emaciated tubercular man to resemble a strong, ruddy, rather stout man. I looked at him in surprise, and asked myself, can it possibly be he? But he saw me, uttered a cry, and came toward me with outstretched arms. I opened mine and we embraced in the middle of the boulevard. After we had gone up and down once or twice from the Rue Drouot to the Vaudeville Theatre, just as we were taking leave of each other, for he already seemed quite done up with walking, I said to him, "You don't look at all well. Are you ill?" "I do feel rather out of sorts," was all he said. He looked like a man who was going to die, and I felt a flood of affection for my dear old friend, the only real one that I had ever had. I squeezed his hands. "What is the matter with you? Are you in pain?" "A little tired, but it is nothing." "What does your doctor say?" "He calls it anemia, and has ordered me to eat no white meat and to take tincture of iron." A suspicion flashed across me. "Are you happy?" I asked him. "Yes, very happy, my wife is charming, and I love her more than ever." But I noticed that he grew rather red and seemed embarrassed, as if he was afraid of any further questions, so I took him by the arm and pushed him into a café, which was nearly empty at that time of day. I forced him to sit down, and looking him straight in the face, I said, "Look here, old fellow, just tell me the exact truth." "I have nothing to tell you," he stammered. "That is not true," I replied, firmly. "You are ill, mentally perhaps, and you dare not reveal your secret to anyone. Something or other is doing you harm, and I mean you to tell me what it is. Come, I am waiting for you to begin." Again he got very red, stammered, and turning his head away, he said, "It is very idiotic, but I am done for." As he did not go on, I said, "Just tell me what it is." "Well, I have got a wife who is killing me, that is all," he said abruptly, almost desperately, as if he had uttered a torturing thought, as yet unrealized. I did not understand at first. "Does she make you unhappy? She makes you suffer, night and day?" "How? What is it?" "No," he replied in a low voice, as if he were confessing some crime, "I love her too much, that is all." I was thunderstruck at this unexpected avowal, and then I felt inclined to laugh, but at length I managed to reply. "But surely, at least so it seems to me. You might manage to love her a little less." He had got very pale again, but finally he made up his mind to speak to me openly, as he used to do formerly. "No," he said, "that is impossible, and I am dying from it, I know. It is killing me, and I am really frightened. Some days, like today, I feel inclined to leave her, to go away altogether, to start for the other end of the world, so as to live for a long time. And then, when the evening comes, I return home in spite of myself, but slowly, and feeling uncomfortable. I go upstairs hesitatingly and ring, and when I go and I see her there sitting in her armchair, and she says, 'How late you are,' I kiss her, and we sit down to dinner. During the meal I think, I will go directly it is over, and take the train for somewhere, no matter where. But when we get back to the drawing room I am so tired that I have not the courage to get up out of my chair, and so I remain, and then, I succumb again." I could not help smiling again. He saw it, and said, "You may laugh, but I assure you it is very horrible. Why don't you tell your wife?" I asked him. "Unless she be a regular monster she would understand." He shrugged his shoulders. "It is all very well for you to talk. I don't tell her because I know her nature. Have you ever heard it said of certain women, 'She has just married a third time'? Well, and that makes you laugh as you did just now, and yet it is true. What is to be done? It is neither her fault nor mine. She is so, because nature has made her so. I assure you, my dear old friend, she has the temperament of a Messalina. She does not know it, but I do, so much the worse for me. She is charming, gentle, tender, and thinks that our conjugal intercourse, which is wearing me out and killing me, is natural and quite moderate. She seems like an ignorant schoolgirl, and she really is ignorant, poor child. Every day I form energetic resolutions, for you must understand that I am dying. But one look of her eyes, one of those looks in which I can read the ardent desire of her lips, is enough for me, and I succumb at once, saying to myself, 'This is really the end. I will have no more of her death-giving kisses,' and then, when I have yielded again, like I have today, I go out and walk, thinking of death, and saying to myself that I am lost. That all is over. I am mentally so ill that I went for a walk to Père Lachaise cemetery yesterday. I looked at all the graves, standing in a row like dominoes, and I thought to myself, I shall soon be there, and then I returned home, quite determined to pretend to be ill, and so escape. But I could not. Oh! You don't know what it is. Ask a smoker who is poisoning himself with nicotine whether he can give up his delicious and deadly habit. He will tell you that he has tried 100 times without success, and he will, perhaps, add, so much the worse, but I would rather die than go without tobacco. That is just the case with me. When once one is in the clutches of such a passion or such a habit, one must give oneself up to it entirely. He got up and held out his hand. I felt seized with a tumult of rage, and with hatred for this woman, this careless, charming, terrible woman. And as he was buttoning up his coat to go away, I said to him, brutally perhaps, "But, in God's name, why don't you let her have lovers rather than kill yourself like that?" He shrugged his shoulders without replying, and went off. For 6 months I did not see him. Every morning I expected a letter of invitation to his funeral, but I would not go to his house from a complicated feeling of anger against him and of contempt for that woman. For 1,000 different reasons. One lovely spring morning I was walking in the Champs-Élysées. It was one of those warm afternoons which make our eyes bright and stir in us a tumultuous feeling of happiness from the mere sense of existence. Someone tapped me on the shoulder, and turning round I saw my old friend, looking well, stout, and rosy. He gave me both hands, beaming with pleasure, and exclaimed, "Here you are, you erratic individual." I looked at him, utterly thunderstruck. "Well, on my word, yes. By Jove! I congratulate you. You have indeed changed in the last 6 months." He flushed scarlet, and said, with an embarrassed laugh, "One can but do one's best." I looked at him so obstinately that he evidently felt uncomfortable, so I went on. "So, now, you are completely cured?" He stammered, hastily. "Yes, perfectly, thank you." Then changing his tone, "How lucky that I should have come across you, old fellow. I hope we shall see each other often now." But I would not give up my idea. I wanted to know how matters really stood, so I asked, "Don't you remember what you told me 6 months ago? I suppose you resist now?" "Please don't talk any more about it," he replied, uneasily. "Forget that I mentioned it to you, leave me alone. But, you know, I have no intention of letting you go. You must come and dine at my house." A sudden fancy took me to see for myself how matters stood, so that I might understand all about it, and I accepted. 2 hours later he introduced me to his home. His wife received me in a most charming manner, and she was, as a matter of fact, a most attractive woman. She looked guileless, distinguished and adorably naive. Her long hands, her neck, and cheeks were beautifully white and delicate, and marked her breeding, and her walk was undulating and delightful, as if her leg gave slightly at each step. Renée gave her a brotherly kiss on the forehead and said, "Has not Lucien come yet?" "Not yet," she replied, in a clear, soft voice. "You know he is almost always rather late." At that moment the bell rang, and a tall man was shown in. He was dark, with a thick beard, and looked like a society Hercules. We were introduced to each other. His name was Lucien Delabarre. Renée and he shook hands in a most friendly manner, and then we went to dinner. It was a most enjoyable meal, without the least constraint. My old friend spoke with me constantly, in the old familiar cordial manner, just as he used to do. It was, you know, old fellow. I say, old fellow. Just listen a moment, old fellow. Suddenly he exclaimed, "You don't know how glad I am to see you again, it takes me back to old times." I looked at his wife and the other man. Their attitude was perfectly correct, though I fancied once or twice that they exchanged a rapid and furtive look. As soon as dinner was over Renée turned to his wife, and said, "My dear, I have just met Pierre again. And I am going to carry him off for a walk and a chat along the boulevards to remind us of old times. You will excuse this bachelor spree. I am leaving Mr. Delabarre with you." The young woman smiled, and said to me, as she shook hands with me, "Don't keep him too long." As we went along, arm in arm, I could not help saying to him, for I was determined to know how matters stood, "What has happened? Do tell me." He, however, interrupted me roughly, and answered like a man who has been disturbed without any reason. "Just look here, old fellow, leave me alone with your questions." Then he added, half aloud, as if talking to himself, "After all, it would have been too stupid to have let oneself go to perdition like that." I did not press him. We walked on quickly and began to talk. All of a sudden he whispered in my ear. "I say, suppose we go and see the girls?" I could not help laughing heartily. "Just as you like. Come along, old man." The first fall of snow. The promenade of La Croisette curves along the edge of the blue sea. To the right, where the Esterel juts out into the sea, the view is obstructed, and the horizon, with its charming southern outline of fantastic peaked summits, is lost to view. To the left the islands of Sainte Marguerite and Saint Honorat look like two big clumps of pine trees rising out of the water. And all along the broad gulf, up and down the tall mountains that lie about Cannes, the host of white villas sleeps in the sunlight. From far away these ghostly houses, scattered from top to bottom of the mountains, dotting the dusky verdure with snow-like specks, are clearly visible. The houses nearest the water have gates opening onto the broad promenade bathed by the tranquil waves. The air is soft and pleasant and, above the garden wall, one catches a glimpse of orange and lemon trees laden with golden fruit. Women move slowly over the sand of the avenue, followed by children bowling hoops, or chatting with their male escorts. On a mild winter day, with the faintest touch of freshness in the air, a young lady came out of her little, dainty house facing the Croisette and stopped for a minute to look at the pedestrians. Smiled to herself and then, quite exhausted, reached an empty bench facing the sea. Tired out with the short walk, she sat down, panting for breath. Her pale face looked like that of a dead woman. She coughed incessantly and raised transparent fingers to her lips as if to stop the exhausting paroxysms. She gazed at the sky, full of sunshine, at the swallows, and at the irregular peaks of the Esterel in the distance, at the sea so blue and so calm lying near her. She smiled again and murmured, "Oh, how happy I am." Yet she knew she was going to die, that she would not see the spring, that in a year, along the same promenade, these same people passing in front of her would come to breathe the mild air of this charming spot. Their children, a little older, their hearts still full of hope, tenderness and happiness, while the wretched remains of flesh she still possessed would be rotting away in an oak coffin, leaving only her bones to lie in the silk frock she had chosen for her shroud. She would be gone. Life would go on for others, but for her it would be over forever. She would be gone. She smiled and breathed in the scented air of the gardens as well as her stricken lungs permitted. And she lost herself in a daydream. She was thinking of the past. She had been married 4 years ago to a gentleman of Normandy, strong, bearded, healthy, narrow-minded, broad-shouldered and cheerful. The match had been arranged for financial reasons unknown to her. She would have liked to say no, but implied yes by a movement of her head, so as not to thwart her father and mother. She was a Parisian, light-hearted, full of the joy of life. Her husband took her to his castle in Normandy, a huge stone building, surrounded by very tall, old trees. The front view was shut out by a high clump of pines, on the right an opening disclosed a view over the bare plain that stretched away to the distant farms. A crossroad passed by the gateway and led to the high road about 3 miles away. She remembered everything, her arrival, the first day in her new home, and the lonely life that followed. When she stepped out of the carriage she looked at the old building and said, laughingly, "It's not very cheerful." Her husband laughed back, replying, "One gets accustomed to it. You'll see. I never feel bored here." A great part of that day was spent in lovemaking, and it did not seem long to her. The next day it was the same thing, and so on through the week that was taken up with caressings. Then she started to rearrange her home, and that lasted a whole month. The days passed by in quite insignificant and yet absorbing pursuits. She learnt the value and importance of the little things of life. She found out that one could be interested in the fluctuation in the price of eggs. It was summer, and she went out into the fields to watch the harvesting. The brightness of the sunshine kept her going. Then came the autumn, and her husband went out shooting, starting in the morning with his 2 dogs, Medar and Mirza. She was left behind alone, but did not grieve over Henry's absence. she was very fond of him though she did not miss him. When he returned, her affection was especially bestowed on the dogs. Every evening she looked after them with a mother's care, petted them, calling them by all sorts of pet names she would never have thought of calling her husband. He always told her all about the day's sport, indicating the places where he had shot partridges. Surprised at not finding any hares in Joseph Ledentier's clover, or seemingly indignant at Monsieur Lecapelier's conduct in always shooting along the border of his property and thereby getting the benefit of the game that he, Henri de Parville, had preserved. She replied, "That's certainly not right," thinking of something else. Then came the winter, the cold, rainy winter of Normandy. Everlasting showers fell on the slates of the great, steep-pitched roof, rising like a blade to the sky. The roads seemed like rivers of mud, the country itself a sea of mud. Nothing could be heard but the sound of falling water. Nothing could be seen but the whirling flight of crows moving like a cloud, dropping onto the fields, and then flying off again. About 4 o'clock the crowd of dark, flying creatures came with their deafening cries and perched in the tall beeches to the left of the castle. For over an hour they flew from treetop to treetop, seeming to be fighting, croaked and formed a moving black mass in the grayish branches. Every evening she watched them with a heavy heart, overcome by the grim melancholy of night falling over the deserted country. Then she rang for the lamp and drew near the fire. She burnt heaps of wood without succeeding in warming the immense rooms that reeked with damp. She was always cold, everywhere, in the drawing-room, at meals, in her own room. She felt as if she was chilled to the bone. Her husband did not come until dinner-time, for he was always out shooting or else engaged with his crops and other country pursuits. He used to come in full of good spirits and covered with mud, rubbing his 2 hands and saying, "What beastly weather," or, "How nice to have a fire." Occasionally he would ask, "Has she anything to say today? Is she happy?" He was happy, enjoying good health, and wanted nothing beyond his simple, healthy, quiet life. In December, when the snow fell, she suffered terribly from the icy cold of the castle, which seemed to have grown chill with the centuries, as human beings become chill with age. And she said to her husband one evening, "I say, Henri, you ought to install a furnace here, it would dry the walls. I assure you I am never warm." At first he was speechless at the extravagant idea of installing a furnace in his manor. It would have seemed more natural to him to feed his dogs out of silver-plated dishes. Then he burst out into a ringing fit of laughter, exclaiming, "A furnace here! A furnace here! Ah! 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 What a joke! I assure you, dear, I am frozen with cold," she persisted. "You don't notice it because you are always moving about, but all the same I feel frozen." He only replied, still laughing, "Nonsense, you'll get used to it. Besides, it is excellent for the health. You will be all the better for it. Good Lord, we are not Parisians to live in front of the fire. After all, spring will soon be here." About the beginning of January she had the great misfortune to lose her father and mother, who were killed in a carriage accident. She went to Paris for the funeral, and, for 6 months, thought of nothing but her loss. The mildness of the beautiful summer finally roused her, and she drifted through life in a state of melancholy languor until autumn. When the cold weather returned she faced the fact of her gloomy future for the first time. What could she do? Nothing. What did life hold for her? Nothing. Was there anything she could hope for that would restore her drooping spirits? Nothing. The doctor had said that she would never have any children. She suffered continually from the cold, which was sharper and more penetrating than the winter before. She stretched her poor, trembling hands out to the big flames. The blazing fire scorched her face, but icy winds crept down her back, slipping in between her skin and underclothing, and making her shiver all over. The rooms seemed full of draughts, specially lively draughts, crafty draughts as cruel as an enemy. She met them at every turn. Without ceasing they blew on her face, her hands, her neck their frozen and perfidious breath. Again she mentioned the furnace, but her husband listened to her as if she were asking for the moon. The introduction of that sort of thing at Parville seemed as impossible to him as the discovery of the philosopher's stone. He went to Rouen one day on business and brought back a tiny copper foot warmer for his wife, which he laughingly called a portable furnace. And he was convinced that it would prevent her from ever feeling cold again. Towards the end of December she realized that she could not live that life forever, and said timidly one night at dinner, "I say, dear, can't we go and spend a week or two in Paris before the spring?" Full of astonishment, he said, "In Paris? In Paris? Whatever for?" "Certainly not. We are better off here, at home." "What odd ideas you have." She faltered. It would make a change, but he could not understand. "What do you want by way of a change?" "Theaters, receptions, dinners in town." "You knew well when you came here that you could not expect anything of the kind." Both words and voice made her feel he was reproaching her. She held her tongue, for she was gentle and retiring, without determination or power of resistance. It was terribly cold again in January, and everything was covered with snow. One evening, as she was gazing at the cloud of crows circling round the trees, she began to cry in spite of herself. Her husband came in and asked, very surprised, "What's the matter with you?" He was happy, quite happy, having never thought of any other life, any other pleasures. He had been born and had grown up in the melancholy part of the country. He felt quite at home, contented in mind and body. He did not understand that anyone could want something to happen, that anyone could long for a change. He did not understand that, to some beings, it did not seem natural to be in the same spot throughout the 4 seasons of the year. Apparently he did not know that spring, summer, autumn and winter hold fresh amusements in different countries for many people. She could say nothing in reply and quickly wiped her tears. At last, she said desperately, I'm rather sad, I'm rather bored," but terrified at what she had said, she quickly added, "Besides, I'm rather cold." The last remark irritated him. "Ah, yes. Still your idea of a furnace. But, damn it, you haven't had a single cold since you came here." When night came she went up to her room, for she had insisted on having a separate bedroom, and went to bed, but even there she was cold, and she thought, "It will always be like this, always. Until I die." Then she thought about her husband. How could he have said, "You have never had a single cold since you came here"? So, she had to be ill, she must cough before he could understand what she suffered. She was filled with the exasperated indignation of the weak and timid. She must cough, and then, no doubt, he would be sorry for her. Well, she would cough, he would hear her cough, and the doctor would have to be sent for. He should see, her husband, he should see. She had got out of bed, her legs and feet bare, and a childish idea made her smile. "I want a furnace and I am going to have it. I will cough until he makes up his mind to put one in the house." Almost naked, she sat down on a chair and waited an hour, 2 hours. She shivered but was not catching cold, so at last she decided on a bold expedient. Noiselessly she left the room, went downstairs, and opened the door into the garden. The snow-covered earth seemed quite dead. Abruptly she thrust forward a bare foot, plunging it into the icy, fleecy foam. A sensation of cold, painful as a wound, gripped her heart. Still she stretched out the other leg and began to descend the steps, slowly. Then she went on over the grass, saying, "I'll go as far as the pines." She walked on, taking short steps, panting for breath and gasping every time she plunged her naked foot in the snow. She touched the first pine tree with her hand as if to convince herself that she had really accomplished her object, then she returned. 2 or 3 times she thought she was going to fall, she felt so numb, so weak. Before going in, however, she sat down in the icy foam and even picked some up to rub on her chest. Then she went into bed. In an hour's time she felt as if she had a swarm of ants in her throat, and other ants running about her body, but she slept in spite of all this. The next morning she was coughing and could not get up. She had congestion of the lungs, she was delirious, and in her delirium was always asking for a furnace. The doctor insisted on having one put in the house, and Henri yielded, though with a very bad grace. She was incurable. Her lungs were so seriously affected as to cause acute anxiety for her life. The doctor said, if she stays here she will not last until the winter, so she was sent to the south. She came to Cannes, found the sun, loved the sea, and breathed the air thick with the scent of orange flowers. Then she returned north in the spring. But she lived with the dread of recovery. She was afraid of the long winters in Normandy, and, as soon as she was better, she opened her window at night, thinking of the delightful shores of the Mediterranean. Now she is going to die. That she knows, and is quite happy about it. She unfolded a paper left unopened and saw the heading, "The First Snow in Paris." First she shivered and then she smiled. Over there she can see the Estoril turning pink in the setting sun, she can see the great blue heavens, so blue, the vast stretch of blue sea, so blue. She got up to go back with slow steps, often stopping to cough, for she had stayed out too long and she felt cold, rather cold. She found a letter from her husband. Still smiling, she read. My dear friend. I hope you are well and that you do not pine for our lovely country. We have had a spell of frost for some days which promises snow. Personally, I adore this weather, and you will understand that I refrain from lighting your accursed furnace. She ceased reading, full of happiness that, at least, she had had the furnace. Her right hand, which held the letter, fell slowly on her lap, while she raised the left to her mouth as if to calm the obstinate cough that was racking her chest. The model. The little town of Etretat, curved like the crescent moon, with its white cliffs, white pebbly strand and blue sea, drowsed under the sun of a day in mid-July. At the 2 points of the crescent, the 2 harbors, the small one on the right, the big one on the left, thrust out into the quiet water a dwarf foot and the foot of a colossus. And the Needle, almost as high as the cliff, broad-based and tapering to the summit, reared its painted head towards the sky. On the beach, beside the waves, a crowd of people sat watching the bathers. On the terrace of the casino, more people sat or walked, spreading out under the brilliant sky into a garden of gay frocks blazing with red and blue umbrellas, embroidered on top with silken flowers. On the promenade at the end of the terrace, other people, the quiet unassuming ones, sauntered, far from the smart mob. A young man, a well-known, celebrated artist, Jean Summer by name, was walking gloomily beside a small invalid carriage in which a young woman was lying, his wife. A servant was gently pushing this sort of wheeled armchair, and the crippled woman gazed sadly at the joyful sky, the joyful day and the joyful crowd. They did not speak. They did not look at each other. Let us stop a little, said the young woman. They stopped, and the painter seated himself on a folding chair, which the manservant produced for him. People passing behind the still silent couple contemplated them with a sorrowful gaze. Gossip had created a whole legend of devotion. He had married her in spite of her infirmity, touched by her love, they said. A little farther off, 2 young men were talking, sitting on a capstan, gazing into space. No, it's not true. I tell you I know Jean Summer very well. Well, but why did he marry her? She was already a cripple before her marriage, wasn't she? Exactly. He married her, as a man does marry, damn it, because he's a fool. But what else? What else, my friend? There is nothing else. A man is an ass because he's an ass. And besides, you know very well that painters are particularly given to ridiculous marriages. Almost all of them marry models, old mistresses, even women whose encounters with men have made them slightly shop-soiled. Why is it? Who knows? One would suppose, on the contrary, that the constant society of that flock of imbeciles called models ought to have filled men with a lasting disgust for that brand of female. Not at all. After making them pose, they marry them. Read Alphonse Daudet's little book, which is so true, so cruel and so fine, Les Femmes d'Artistes. Fate, in a very special and terrible form, had its way with the couple you see there. The little woman staged a comedy, or rather a terrifying drama. She risked all to gain all, in short. Was she sincere? Did she love Jean? Can one ever be sure of that? Could anyone say for certain what is carefully planned and what is spontaneous in the things women do? Their sincerity reflects faithfully a constant change of mood. They are impassioned, wicked, devoted, admirable, depraved, in obedience to uncontrollable emotions. They lie the whole time, neither wishing it, knowing it, nor understanding that they are lying, and they have, with it and in spite of it, an absolute freshness of emotions and sentiments which they evidence in violent, unexpected, incomprehensible, crazy resolutions, that confound our reasoning, our customary calculations and our egoistic habits of thought. The abrupt and unpremeditated nature of their decisions makes them always for us undecipherable enigmas. We are always wondering, are they sincere? Are they false? But, my friend, they are at once sincere and false, because it is their nature to be both to the utmost and to be neither the one nor the other. Think of the methods the most honest of them use to get what they want from us. Their methods are both complicated and simple. So complicated that we never guess them beforehand, so simple that after we have fallen victims we can't help being surprised at it and saying to ourselves, what? Did she play a crude trick like that on me? And they are always successful, my dear fellow, especially when it is marriage they are after. But listen to Summer's story. The little woman is a model, of course. She posed for him. She was pretty, distinguished-looking too, and had, he thought, a divine figure. He fell in love with her, as a man does fall in love with a rather attractive woman whom he is constantly seeing. He imagined that he loved her with his whole heart. That's an odd phenomenon. As soon as a man desires a woman, he is sincerely convinced that he could never tire of her for the rest of his life. He knows quite well that the thing has happened to him already, that disgust always follows possession. That the necessary condition of being able to spend the whole of one's life with another being is not a brutish, physical appetite, quickly sated, but a similarity of mind, temperament and disposition. He must be able to decide whether the charm that holds him comes from the corporeal form, from a sort of drunkenness of the senses, or from a deeper spiritual beauty. Well, he imagined that he loved her, he made her a host of promises of faithfulness and he took her to live with him. She was really a nice little thing, and had that graceful puckish charm our Parisian little ladies so often have. She chattered like a magpie, she prattled, she said absurd things that seemed witty because of the droll way she uttered them. The gracious gestures she used every moment were well calculated to charm the eye of a painter. When she lifted her arms, when she stooped, when she stepped into a carriage, when she held out her hand to you, her movements were perfectly proportioned and harmonious. For 3 months, Jean never noticed that at bottom she was just like all other models. They rented a little house at Andrassy for the summer. I was there one evening, when the first doubts stirred in my friend's mind. It was a radiant night, and we chose to walk along the river bank. The moon poured a rain of light on the rippling water, scattered its broken yellow rays over eddies and running water, and all the wide slow-moving reeds. We walked along the bank. The vague sense of exaltation born of such romantic nights had rather gone to our heads. We would have liked to achieve superhuman tasks, to love unknown creatures of rare poetic kind. We felt stirring in us ecstasies, desires, strange aspirations. And we were silent, filled with the serene living coolness of lovely night, with the cool beauty of the moon that seems to run through one's body, filling it full, flooding the mind, lending it fragrance, drowning it in sweet content. All at once Josephine, she was called Josephine, uttered a cry. "Oh, did you see the great big fish that jumped over there?" He answered carelessly, not looking. "Yes, darling." She was annoyed. "No, you didn't see it, seeing that you had your back to it." He smiled. "Yes, that's true. It is so lovely that I am not thinking of anything." She was silent. But a moment later she was seized with a desire to talk, and she asked, "Shall you go to Paris tomorrow?" "I don't know anything about it," he said deliberately. She was irritated again. "Do you think it's amusing, walking with nothing to say? People talk, unless they're idiots." He did not answer. Then, well aware, thanks to her perverse woman's instinct, that she would exasperate him, she began to sing that maddening air with which our ears and minds have been wearied for the last 2 years. Je regardes en l'air. 13. He murmured. "Please be quiet." "Why do you want me to be quiet?" she demanded furiously. "You're spoiling the landscape," he answered. Then the scene began, the ugly idiotic scene, with its baseless reproaches, its misplaced recriminations, then tears. It came and went. They returned home. He had let her run on without replying to her, lulled by the beauty of the evening and stunned by her insane outburst. 3 months later, he was struggling desperately in the strong unseen bonds which these affairs twist round our lives. She held him, exhausted him, tormented him. They quarreled, insulted each other, and fought from morning until night. Finally, he decided to end it, to break with her at all costs. He sold all his canvases, borrowed some money from friends, realized 20,000 francs, he was still hardly known, and one morning left them for her on the chimney-piece with a letter. He came and took refuge in my house. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a ring at the door. I went to open it. A woman leapt at me, pushed me aside, entered and penetrated to my studio. It was she. He had risen when he saw her enter. With a truly magnificent gesture, she threw the envelope containing the banknotes at his feet, and said shortly, "There's your money. I don't want it." She was very pale, trembling, and certainly ready for any folly. As for him, I saw him turn pale too, turn pale with anger and exasperation, ready, perhaps, for any violence. He asked, "What is it you want?" She answered, "I won't be treated like a harlot. You implored me, you took me. I didn't ask you for anything. Keep me with you." He stamped his foot. "No, this is too much. If you think you're going to." I seized him by the arm. "Be quiet, Jean. Leave it to me." I walked up to her, and gently, one step at a time, I tried to make her see reason, emptying out all the bagful of arguments one uses in such circumstances. She listened to me without moving, staring straight in front of her, obstinate. Finally, not knowing what else to say, and seeing that the scene could only end badly, I bethought myself of one last resort. I said deliberately, "He still loves you, my dear. But his family want him to marry, and you realize." She started. "Oh, oh. I understand then." She turned towards him. You're going, to be married?" He answered firmly. "Yes." She took a step forward. "If you marry, I'll kill myself, do you hear?" He shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, "All right, kill yourself." A frightful anguish clutched at her throat, but she managed to get out 2 or 3 times. "What did you say? What did you say? What did you say?" "Repeat it." He repeated. "All right, kill yourself, if it'll amuse you." She grew terrifyingly pale and replied, "You'd better not drive me too far. I'll throw myself out of the window." He burst out laughing, walked across to the window, opened it, and bowing like a person politely making way for another to go first, said, "The way is open. After you." For a moment she stared at him with a wild distorted stare, then, taking off as if she were jumping a hedge in the country, she jumped past me, past him, cleared the railing and disappeared. I shall never forget the effect that this open window made on me, after seeing that body leap past it and fall. In one moment it seemed in my sight wide as the sky and empty as space. I recoiled instinctively, not daring to look, as though I should fall myself. Jean, stunned, never moved. They picked up the poor girl with both legs broken. She will never walk again. Her lover, wild with remorse, and feeling perhaps a touch of gratitude, took her back and married her. There you are, my dear. The evening came. The young woman grew chilly and wished to go. The servant began to wheel the little invalid carriage towards the village. The painter walked beside his wife. They had not exchanged a single word for an hour past. Practical jokes. We live in a period when practical jokers have the air of undertakers' men and are generally known as politicians. We never see them now, your real practical joke, your really splendid rag, your happy little games, the healthy forthright jokes of our fathers' time. And, however, what is there more amusing and more laughable than such jests? What is more amusing than to mystify credulous souls, dupe the cleverest, and make the sharpest fall into inoffensive and comic traps? What is better fun than making adroit mock of people and forcing them to laugh at their own simplicity, or even, when they get angry, revenging oneself by a fresh trick? Oh! I have played a few. I've played some practical jokes in my time. And they have been played on me too, I can tell you, and good ones too. Yes, I have played more than one. Terrible affairs, make your hair stand on end. One of my victims died of the consequences, and no loss to anyone. I will tell the story one day, but I shall have some difficulty in telling it decently, for it was by no means a very respectable practical joke, oh, by no means. It happened in a little village in the suburbs of Paris. Everyone there is still laughing at the memory of it, although the victim is dead. Peace to his soul. I am going to tell of two, the last I suffered, and the first I played. Let us begin with the last, for it amuses me least, since I was the victim. I was going to hunt one autumn with some friends in their country house in Picardy. My friends were practical jokers, you understand. I could not know any other kind of people. When I arrived they gave me a princely reception, which put me on my guard. They fired off guns, they embraced me, they flattered me as if they expected a good deal from me, and I said to myself, look out, old man, they're preparing something for you. During dinner the gaiety was excessive, far too loud. I thought, these people are abnormally amused without any apparent reason. They must be working up for a joke of some sort. I'm fairly certain I'm the destined victim. Look out. Throughout the whole evening the laughter was over boisterous. I could feel a joke in the air, like a dog scenting game. But what? I was on the lookout, and very uneasy. I did not let a word, or a hint, or a gesture go by me. Everything seemed suspicious, even the faces of the servants. Bedtime came and they formed up in procession to take me to my room. Why? They cried out, good night. I entered, I locked my door, and stood stock-still in the room without moving a foot, my candle in my hand. I heard laughing and whispering in the corridor. No doubt they were spying on me. And I looked carefully at the walls, the furniture, the ceiling, the hangings, and the floor. I saw nothing suspicious. I heard someone walk on the other side of the door. They must have come to look through the keyhole. An idea occurred to me, my light is going to go out suddenly and leave me in the dark. Then I lit all the candles on the chimney. Then I looked round once again without discovering anything. I went round the room on tiptoe. Nothing. I inspected all the objects one after another. Nothing. I went up to the window. The shutters, great wooden shutters, were wide open. I closed them carefully and then pulled the curtains, enormous velvet curtains, and put a chair before them, in order to have nothing to fear from outside. Then I sat down carefully. The armchair was all right. I did not dare to go to bed. However, time was getting on. And at last I saw that I was making myself ridiculous. Supposing they were spying on me, as I suspected, they must be laughing heartily at my terror while they waited for the climax of the mystification they had prepared. So I made up my mind to go to bed. But the bed roused my worst suspicions. I pulled the bed curtains. They seemed stiff. There was the danger. Either I was going to receive a douche of cold water from the top of the bed, or else as soon as I lay down I should fall through on the floor with my mattress. I thought over all the tricks of this kind that had been played, so far as I could remember, and I did not intend to be caught. Not if I knew it. No. Then I suddenly remembered an infallible precaution. Gently I took hold of the edge of the mattress and pulled it quietly towards me. It came, with its sheets and coverings. I dragged them to the very middle of the room opposite the door. I made my bed again as well as I could, far from the suspected bedstead and its disturbing surroundings. Then I extinguished all the lights and returned, feeling my way, to glide between the sheets. For over an hour I remained awake, shivering at the least noise. Everything seemed calm in the house. I went to sleep. I must have slept a long time and deeply, but suddenly I was awakened with a start by a heavy body falling on me. While at the same time a burning liquid that made me howl with pain passed over my face, my neck and my shoulders. And a frightful noise, as if a whole dresser full of crockery had come down, filled my ears. I was stifling under the weight that had fallen on me, and did not move. I stretched out my hand to see what it was. I felt a face, a nose, whiskers. Then I let out, with all my strength, and hit the face. Immediately such a storm of blows fell on me that I jumped with a bound out of my soaked sheets and fled in my nightshirt into the corridor through the door, which I saw standing open. Good heavens! It was broad day. Everybody ran out at the noise and they found, stretched across my bed, the dismayed footman, who had been bringing me my morning cup of tea and had stumbled over my rough and ready couch on his way. He had fallen on me, spilling my breakfast in a most uncalled-for fashion over my face. The very precautions I had taken to close my shutters and sleep in the middle of the bedroom had made me the laughingstock I had dreaded being. Oh, there was a good deal of laughter that day. The other joke I want to tell you about dates from my early youth. I was 15 years old, and I used to spend my holidays with my relations, always in a country house, always in Picardy. An old lady from Amiens was in the habit of visiting us. She was unbearable, preaching, grumbling, fault-finding, bad-tempered and vindictive. She disliked me, I don't know why, and she never gave up telling tales about me, making the worst of my least words or doings. Oh, she was an old beast. She was called Madame Dufour. She wore a fine black wig though she was at least 60, and on it ridiculous little caps with red ribbons. Everybody respected her because she was rich. I hated her from the bottom of my heart, and I resolved to have my revenge for the ill turns she did me. I had just passed out of the second form, and I had been particularly struck in the chemistry lessons by the properties of a substance called phosphide of lime, which when thrown into water catches fire, explodes, and gives off rings of white smoke with a disagreeable odor. To amuse myself during the holidays, I had helped myself to some handfuls of this substance, which looked very like what we call crystal. I had a cousin of my own age. I told him my plan. He was frightened by my boldness. Then, one evening, while all the family were in the drawing-room, I stole into Madame Dufour's bedroom, and got hold, I hope the ladies will excuse me, of a round receptacle which is generally kept not far from the head of the bed. I made sure that it was perfectly dry and I put at the bottom a big handful, of phosphide of lime. Then I went to hide in the garret till the time came. Soon the sound of voices and footsteps told me that people were going to bed, then came silence. I came down barefoot, holding my breath, and I went and put my eye to the keyhole of my enemy's door. She was carefully putting away her odds and ends. Then one by one she took off her clothes, putting on a great white dressing gown that seemed stuck to her bones. She took a glass, filled it with water, and, putting her hand in her mouth as if she was going to pull out her tongue, brought out something red and white that she put in the water. I was as frightened as if I had taken part in some shameful and terrible mystery. It was only her false teeth. Then she took off her black wig and appeared with a small skull powdered with a few white hairs, so comic that this time I almost laughed behind the door. Then she said her prayers, rose, approached my instrument of vengeance, put it on the floor in the middle of the room, and, stooping down, covered it entirely with her dressing gown. I was waiting with a beating heart. She was tranquil, content, happy. I was waiting, happy, too, as we are when we are taking vengeance. I heard at last a very gentle noise, a lapping sound, and then suddenly a series of muffled detonations like distant firing. An expression of unutterable fright and surprise passed in a flash over Madame Dufour's face. Her eyes opened, closed, reopened, then she leaped up with a suppleness of which I would never have believed her capable, and she looked. The white object was crackling, exploding, full of rapid floating flames like the Greek fire of the ancients. And a thick cloud was rising, mounting towards the ceiling, a mysterious cloud, full of fearsome witchcraft. What must the poor woman have thought? Did she believe it was a trick of the devil? Or some fearful malady? Did she think that this fire came out of her body, was going to ravage her entrails, overflow like the crater of a volcano, or make her burst like an overloaded cannon? She remained standing rigid, stupefied with fear, her look fixed on what was happening. Then suddenly she uttered a cry such as I had never heard, and fell on her back. I ran away and buried myself in my bed, and closed my eyes firmly, trying to prove to myself that I had done nothing, seen nothing, and had never left my bedroom. I kept on saying to myself, "She is dead. I have killed her," and I listened anxiously for the noises of the house. There was much coming and going and talking, then I heard them laughing. Then I suffered a sound thrashing from the paternal hand. Next morning, Madame Dufour was very pale, and drank water all the time. Perhaps, in spite of what her doctor said, she was trying to extinguish the fire that she believed was enclosed in her inside. Ever afterwards, when anyone talks of illness before her, she heaves a deep sigh, and murmurs, "Oh, madam, if you knew. There are diseases so curious." She never says any more. The hand. A circle had been formed round Monsieur Bermudier, examining magistrate, who was giving his opinion on the mysterious St. Cloud affair. For the past month all Paris had been wildly excited over this inexplicable crime. No one could make head or tail of it. Monsieur Bermudier was standing with his back to the fireplace and was talking, threading the evidence together, discussing the various theories, but drawing no conclusions. A number of women had risen to draw near to him, and were still standing up, their eyes fixed on the magistrate's clean-shaven lips, whence his grave observations issued. They shivered and trembled, their nerves on edge with inquisitive terror, with that greedy and insatiate desire to be terrified which haunts their souls and tortures them like a physical hunger. One of them, paler than the rest, remarked during an interval of silence, "It's horrible. It verges upon the supernatural. No one will ever get to the bottom of it." The magistrate turned to her. "Yes, madam," he said, "probably no one ever will. As for the word supernatural, which you have just used, it has nothing to do with the case. We are dealing with a crime planned with the greatest skill and executed skillfully, so well entangled in mystery that we cannot unravel it from its attendant circumstances. But once upon a time I myself had to deal with an affair in which an element of fantasy did really appear to be involved. We had to let that one go too, owing to lack of the power to clear it up." Several women cried at the same time, so rapidly that their voices sounded as one. "Oh, do tell us the story." Monsieur Bermudier smiled gravely, as an examining magistrate ought to smile. But please do not believe, he resumed, that I could for one moment imagine that there was anything supernatural about this adventure. I only believe in normal causes. But if, instead of employing the word supernatural to express that which we do not understand, we use merely the word inexplicable, it will be much more useful. At any rate, in the affair which I am going to relate to you, it is more especially the attendant circumstances, the preliminary circumstances, which appealed to me. Here are the facts of the case. In those days I was examining magistrate at Ajaccio, a little white town lying on the shores of a delightful bay entirely surrounded by high mountains. The affairs with which I was most particularly concerned in those parts were the affairs of vendetta. There are some magnificent vendettas, as dramatic as they could well be, ferocious, heroic. In this district we come across the finest stories of revenge that you could possibly imagine, hatred centuries old, appeased for a moment, never wiped out, abominable plots. Murders become massacres, deeds of which men were ready to boast themselves. For 2 years I heard tell of nothing but the price of blood, of the terrible Corsican custom which obliges a man to revenge every wrong upon the person who committed it, upon his descendants and those near to him. I have seen old men's throats cut, and their children's and their cousins'. My head was filled with these stories. Now one day I learnt that an Englishman had just taken, for a number of years, a small villa at the end of the bay. He had brought with him a French manservant whom he had engaged at Marseilles on his way out. Soon everybody began to take an interest in this strange person, who lived alone in his house, never going out except to shoot or fish. He spoke to no one, never went into the town, and, every morning, spent an hour or 2 at pistol and carbine practice. Legends grew up about him. People suggested that he was an important personage who had left his native land for political reasons, then it was stated that he was hiding after having committed an abominable crime. They even quoted circumstances of a peculiarly horrible nature. I was anxious, in my position as examining magistrate, to get some information about this man. But I found it impossible to discover anything. His name he gave as Sir John Rowell. I was content, then, with keeping him under close watch. But in fact I had no cause to believe in any suspicious circumstances connected with him. But as the rumors about him continued and grew, and became common property, I resolved to try and see this stranger for myself. And I made a habit of shooting regularly in the neighborhood of his property. For a long time I waited my chance. At last it presented itself in the form of a partridge which I shot at and killed under the Englishman's nose. My dog brought it to me, but, taking it with me, I went to make excuses for my discourteous act and to request Sir John Rowell to accept the bird. He was a big man with red hair and a red beard, very tall and very stout, a polite and placid Hercules. There was about him no trace of the so-called British stiffness, and he thanked me warmly for my civility in French of which the accent was unmistakably from the other side of the English Channel. At the end of a month we had chatted together 5 or 6 times. At last one evening, as I was passing his gate, I saw him smoking a pipe, straddling a chair in his garden. I greeted him, and he asked me to come in and drink a glass of beer. I did not oblige him to repeat his invitation. He received me with every mark of that meticulous English courtesy, spoke enthusiastically of France and Corsica, declaring that he was delighted with set pays and set rivage. Thereupon, with the greatest care and under the form of a lively curiosity, I asked him some questions about his life and his plans. He answered without a sign of embarrassment, and told me that he had traveled a great deal in Africa, India, and America. He added with a laugh, "Oh, yes, I've had plenty of adventures." Then he began to tell me hunting stories, and gave me most interesting details about hunting hippopotamuses, tigers, and even gorillas. "They are all formidable animals," I observed. "Oh, no," he said with a smile, "the worst is man." And his smile changed to a laugh, the pleasant laughter of a hearty happy Englishman. "I've hunted man a lot, too." Then he began to speak of weapons, and invited me to come in and be shown his various types of guns. His drawing room was hung with black silk embroidered with gold. Large yellow flowers twisted upon the dark material, gleaming like flames. "It's a Japanese material," he told me. But in the center of the largest panel a strange thing caught my eye. Upon a square of red velvet a black object lay in sharp relief. I went up to it. It was a hand, a man's hand. Not the hand of a skeleton, white and clean, but a black, dried hand, with yellow nails, the muscles laid bare, and traces of stale blood, like dirt, on the bones that had been cut clean off. As though with a blow from an axe, at the center of the forearm. Round the wrist an enormous iron chain, riveted and welded on this foul limb, fastened it to the wall by a ring strong enough to hold an elephant. "What is that?" I asked. "That's my best enemy," answered the Englishman calmly. "It came from America. It was cut off with a saber and the skin torn off with a sharp stone and dried in the sun for 8 days. Oh, it was a fortunate thing for me. I touched this human relic, which must have belonged to a colossus. The fingers, excessively long, were attached by enormous muscles which in places still retained shreds of flesh. The hand was frightful to see. Flayed in this wise, it instinctively made me think of the revenge of some savage." "The man must have been very strong," I said. "Oh, yes," said the Englishman sweetly, "but I was stronger than he. I put that chain on to hold him." I thought the man was jesting, and said, "The chain is quite useless now. The hand will not escape." Sir John Rowell replied in a grave voice. "It was always trying to get away. The chain is necessary." With a swift glance I examined his face, asking myself, "Is the man mad, or has he merely a poor taste in jokes?" But his face remained impenetrable, placid and kindly. I began to speak of other matters, and expressed my admiration for his guns. I noticed, however, that 3 loaded revolvers were lying about on various pieces of furniture, as though the man lived in constant fear of an attack. I revisited him on several occasions. Then I went there no more. People had grown accustomed to his presence. They were all completely indifferent to him. A whole year went by. Then one morning near the end of November my servant woke me and announced that Sir John Rowell had been murdered during the night. Half an hour later I entered the Englishman's house with the Commissioner General and the Chief of Police. The valet, quite desperate and at his wits' end, was weeping in front of the door. At first I suspected this man, but he was innocent. The criminal was never discovered. As I entered Sir John's drawing room, I saw at the first glance the body, lying on its back, in the center of the room. The waistcoat was torn, and a rent sleeve hung down. Everything pointed to the fact that a terrible struggle had taken place. The Englishman had died of strangulation. His face, black and swollen, a terrifying sight, wore an expression of the most appalling terror. He held something between his clenched teeth. And his neck, pierced with 5 holes which might have been made with iron spikes, was covered with blood. A doctor joined us. He made a long examination of the fingerprints in the flesh and uttered these strange words. "It's just as if he had been strangled by a skeleton." A shiver ran down my spine, and I turned my eyes to the wall, to the spot where I had formerly seen the horrible flayed hand. It was no longer there. The chain, broken, hung down. I stooped over the dead man, and I found in his distorted mouth one of the fingers of the vanished hand, cut, or rather sawn, in 2 by his teeth just at the second joint. We proceeded with the formal investigations. Nothing was discovered. No door had been forced, no window, no article of furniture. The 2 watchdogs had not awakened. Here, in a few words, is the servant's deposition. For the past month his master had seemed to be very agitated. He had received many letters, which he burnt as soon as they arrived. Often he would take up a horsewhip, in a rage which savored of madness, and beat furiously the dried hand sealed to the wall and removed, no one knew how, at the very hour of the crime. He had a habit of going to bed very late, and carefully locked all the doors and windows. He always had weapons within the reach of his arm. Often, at night, he would speak in a loud voice, as though quarreling with someone. That night it happened that he had made no noise, and it was only when he came to open the windows that the servant had found Sir John murdered. He suspected no one. I communicated what I knew of the death to the magistrates and public officials, and a detailed inquiry was made over the entire island. Nothing was discovered. Then, one night, 3 months after the crime, I had a fearful nightmare. It seemed to me that I saw the hand, the horrible hand, run like a scorpion or a spider along my curtains and my walls. 3 times I awoke, 3 times I fell asleep again, 3 times I saw the hideous relic career round my room, moving its fingers like paws. Next day the hand was brought to me. It had been found in the cemetery, on the tomb in which Sir John Rowell was buried, for we had been unable to discover his family. The index finger was missing. There, ladies, that is my story. I know nothing more. The ladies, horror-stricken, were pale and trembling. But that is not a denouement, nor an explanation, exclaimed one of them. We shall not sleep if you do not tell us what really happened, in your opinion. The magistrate smiled austerely. Oh, as for me, ladies, he said, I shall certainly spoil your bad dreams. I simply think that the lawful owner of the hand was not dead, and that he came to fetch it with the one that remained to him. But I certainly don't know how he did it. It was a kind of vendetta. No, murmured one of the ladies, that should not be the explanation. And the judge, still smiling, concluded. I warned you that my theory would not appeal to you. Waiter, a bock. Why did I go into that beer hall on that particular evening? I do not know. It was cold. A fine rain, a flying mist, veiled the gas lamps with a transparent fog, made the sidewalks reflect the light that streamed from the shop windows, lighting up the soft slush and the muddy feet of the passers-by. I was going nowhere in particular, was simply having a short walk after dinner. I had passed the Credit Lyonnaise, the Rue Vivienne, and several other streets. I suddenly perceived a large beer hall which was more than half full. I walked inside, with no object in view. I was not the least thirsty. I glanced round to find a place that was not too crowded, and went and sat down by the side of a man who seemed to me to be old, and who was smoking a cheap clay pipe, which was as black as coal. From 6 to 8 saucers piled up on the table in front of him indicated the number of bocks he had already absorbed. At a glance I recognized a bock drinker, one of those frequenters of beer houses who come in the morning when the place opens, and do not leave till evening when it is about to close. He was dirty, bald on top of his head, with a fringe of iron-grey hair falling on the collar of his frock coat. His clothes, which were much too large for him, appeared to have been made for him at a time when he was corpulent. One could guess that he did not wear suspenders, for he could not take 10 steps without having to stop to pull up his trousers. Did he wear a waistcoat? The mere thought of his boots and of that which they covered filled me with horror. The frayed cuffs were perfectly black at the edges, as were his nails. As soon as I had seated myself beside him, this individual said to me in a quiet tone of voice, "How goes it?" I turned sharply round and closely scanned his features, whereupon he continued. "I see you do not recognize me." "No, I do not." Des Barretts. I was stupefied. It was the Comte Jean de Barretts, my old college chum. I seized him by the hand, and was so dumbfounded that I could find nothing to say. At length I managed to stammer out, "And you, how goes it with you?" He responded placidly, "I get along as best I can." "What are you doing now?" I asked. "You see what I am doing," he answered quite resignedly. I felt my face getting red. I insisted. "But every day?" "Every day it is the same thing," was his reply, accompanied with a thick puff of tobacco smoke. He then tapped with a seau on the top of the marble table, to attract the attention of the waiter, and called out. "Waiter, 2 bocks." A voice in the distance repeated. 2 bocks for the 4th table. Another voice, more distant still, shouted out. "Here they are." Immediately a man with a white apron appeared, carrying 2 bocks, which he set down, foaming, on the table, spilling some of the yellow liquid on the sandy floor in his haste. Des Barretts emptied his glass at a single draught and replaced it on the table, while he sucked in the foam that had been left on his mustache. He next asked, "What is there new?" I really had nothing new to tell him. I stammered. "Nothing, old man. I am a businessman." In his monotonous tone of voice he said. "Indeed, does it amuse you?" "No, but what can I do? One must do something." "Why should one?" "So as to have occupation." "What's the use of an occupation?" "For my part, I do nothing at all, as you see, never anything. When one has not a sou I can understand why one should work. But when one has enough to live on, what's the use? What is the good of working? Do you work for yourself, or for others? If you work for yourself, you do it for your own amusement, which is all right. If you work for others, you are a fool." Then, laying his pipe on the marble table, he called out anew. "Waiter, a bock." And continued, "It makes me thirsty to keep calling so. I am not accustomed to that sort of thing. Yes, yes, I do nothing. I let things slide, and I am growing old. In dying I shall have nothing to regret. My only remembrance will be this beer hall. No wife, no children, no cares, no sorrows, nothing. That is best." He then emptied the glass which had been brought him, passed his tongue over his lips, and resumed his pipe. I looked at him in astonishment, and said, "But you have not always been like that?" "Pardon me, ever since I left college." "That is not a proper life to lead, my dear fellow. It is simply horrible. Come, you must have something to do, you must love something, you must have friends." "No, I get up at noon, I come here, I have my breakfast, I drink my beer, I remain until the evening, I have my dinner, I drink beer. Then about 1:30 in the morning, I go home to bed, because the place closes up. That annoys me more than anything. In the last 10 years I have passed fully 6 years on this bench, in my corner, and the other 4 in my bed, nowhere else. I sometimes chat with the regular customers. But when you came to Paris, what did you do at first?" "I paid my devoirs to the Café de Médicis." "What next?" "Next I crossed the water and came here." "Why did you take that trouble?" "What do you mean?" "One cannot remain all one's life in the Latin Quarter. The students make too much noise. Now I shall not move again. Waiter, a bock." I began to think that he was making fun of me, and I continued. "Come now, be frank. You have been the victim of some great sorrow, some disappointment in love, no doubt. It is easy to see that you are a man who has had some trouble. What age are you?" "I am 30, but I look 45, at least." I looked him straight in the face. His wrinkled, ill-shaven face gave one the impression that he was an old man. On the top of his head a few long hairs waved over a skin of doubtful cleanliness. He had enormous eyelashes, a heavy mustache, and a thick beard. Suddenly I had a kind of vision, I know not why, of a basin filled with dirty water in which all that hair had been washed. I said to him, "You certainly look older than your age. You surely must have experienced some great sorrow." He replied, "I tell you that I have not. I am old because I never go out into the air. Nothing makes a man deteriorate more than the life of a café." I still could not believe him. "You must surely also have been married? One could not get as bald-headed as you are without having been in love." He shook his head, shaking dandruff down on his coat as he did so. "No, I have always been virtuous." And, raising his eyes toward the chandelier which heated our heads, he said, "If I am bald, it is the fault of the gas. It destroys the hair. Waiter, a bock. Are you not thirsty?" "No, thank you. But you really interest me. Since when have you been so morbid? Your life is not normal, it is not natural. There is something beneath it all." "Yes, and it dates from my infancy. I received a great shock when I was very young, and that turned my life into darkness which will last to the end." "What was it? You wish to know about it? Well, then, listen. You recall, of course, the castle in which I was brought up, for you used to spend 5 or 6 months there during vacation. You remember that large grey building, in the middle of a great park, and the long avenues of oaks which open to the 4 points of the compass. You remember my father and mother, both of whom were ceremonious, solemn, and severe. I worshipped my mother, I was afraid of my father. But I respected both, accustomed always as I was to see everyone bow before them. They were Monsieur le Comte and Madame la Comtesse to all the country round, and our neighbors, the Tannemers, the Ravelets, the Brenevilles, showed them the utmost consideration. I was then 13 years old. I was happy, pleased with everything, as one is at that age, full of the joy of life. Well, toward the end of September, a few days before returning to college, as I was playing about in the shrubbery of the park, among the branches and leaves, as I was crossing a path, I saw my father and mother walking along. I recall it as though it were yesterday. It was a very windy day. The whole line of trees swayed beneath the gusts of wind, groaning, and seeming to utter cries, those dull, deep cries that forests give out during a tempest. The falling leaves, turning yellow, flew away like birds, circling and falling, and then running along the path like swift animals. Evening came on. It was dark in the thickets. The motion of the wind and of the branches excited me, made me tear about as if I were crazy, and howl in imitation of the wolves. As soon as I perceived my parents, I crept furtively toward them, under the branches, in order to surprise them, as though I had been a veritable prowler. But I stopped in fear a few paces from them. My father, who was in a terrible passion, cried, "Your mother is a fool. Moreover, it is not a question of your mother. It is you. I tell you that I need this money, and I want you to sign this." My mother replied in a firm voice, "I will not sign it. It is Jean's fortune. I shall guard it for him, and I will not allow you to squander it with vile women. You have your own inheritance." Then my father, trembling with rage, wheeled round and, seizing his wife by the throat, began to slap her with all his might full in the face with his disengaged hand. My mother's hat fell off, her hair became loosened and fell over her shoulders. She tried to parry the blows, but she could not do so. And my father, like a madman, kept on striking her. My mother rolled over on the ground, covering her face with her hands. Then he turned her over on her back in order to slap her still more, pulling away her hands, which were covering her face. As for me, my friend, it seemed as though the world was coming to an end, that the eternal laws had changed. I experienced the overwhelming dread that one has in presence of things supernatural, in presence of irreparable disasters. My childish mind was bewildered, distracted. I began to cry with all my might, without knowing why, a prey to a fearful dread, sorrow, and astonishment. My father heard me, turned round, and, on seeing me, started toward me. I believe that he wanted to kill me, and I fled like a hunted animal, running straight ahead into the thicket. I ran perhaps for an hour, perhaps for 2. I know not. Darkness set in. I sank on the grass, exhausted, and lay there dismayed, frantic with fear, and devoured by a sorrow capable of breaking forever the heart of a poor child. I was cold, hungry, perhaps. At length day broke. I was afraid to get up, to walk, to return home, to run farther, fearing to encounter my father, whom I did not wish to see again. I should probably have died of misery and of hunger at the foot of a tree if the park guard had not discovered me and led me home by force. I found my parents looking as usual. My mother alone spoke to me. "How you frightened me, you naughty boy." I lay awake the whole night. I did not answer, but began to weep. My father did not utter a single word. 8 days later I returned to school. Well, my friend, it was all over with me. I had witnessed the other side of things, the bad side. I have not been able to perceive the good side since that day. What has taken place in my mind, what strange phenomenon has warped my ideas, I do not know. But I no longer had a taste for anything, a wish for anything, a love for anybody, a desire for anything whatever, any ambition, or any hope. And I always see my poor mother on the ground, in the park, my father beating her. My mother died some years later, my father still lives. I have not seen him since. Waiter, a bock. A waiter brought him his bock, which he swallowed at a gulp. But, in taking up his pipe again, trembling as he was, he broke it. "Confound it," he said, with a gesture of annoyance. "That is a real sorrow. It will take me a month to color another." And he called out across the vast hall, now reeking with smoke and full of men drinking, his everlasting, "Waiter, a bock, and a new pipe." The old man. The warm autumn sunlight fell across the farmyard through the tall beeches at the roadside. Under the turf cropped by the cows, the earth was soft and moist with recent rain, and sank underfoot with a sound of sucked-in water. The apple trees laden with apples strewed the dark green herbage with pale green fruit. For young heifers were grazing, tethered in a line, from time to time they lowed towards the house. Cocks and hens lent color and movement to the dung heap in front of the cowshed, running round, cackling noisily, scratching in the dust, while the 2 cocks crowed without ceasing, looking for worms for their hens, and calling to them with lively clucks. The wooden gate opened, a man came in, aged perhaps 40, but looking 60, wrinkled and bent, walking with long strides, weighed down by heavy sabots filled with straw. Arms of abnormal length hung down by the side of his body. As he drew near the farmhouse, a yellow cur, tied to the foot of an enormous pear tree, beside a barrel which served as his kennel, wagged his tail, and began to bark joyously. "Down, Finnet!" cried the man. The dog was silent. A peasant woman came out of the house. Her broad, flat, bony body was plainly visible through a tight-fitting woolen jersey. A grey skirt, too short, reached halfway down her legs, which were hidden in blue stockings. She too wore sabots filled with straw. A yellowing white bonnet covered the sparse hair that clung round her skull, and her face, brown, thin, ugly, toothless, bore the savage and brutalized expression found often in the faces of peasants. "How is he?" asked the man. "Parson says it's the end," replied the woman. "He won't last through the night." The 2 of them went into the house. After passing through the kitchen, they entered a low, dark room, faintly lit by a window, in front of which hung a rag of Norman chintz. Huge beams in the ceiling, brown with age, dark and smoke-begrimed, ran across the room from one side to the other, carrying the light floor of the loft, where crowds of rats ran about both by day and by night. The earthen floor, damp and uneven, had a greasy look. At the far end of the room the bed was a dim white patch. A hoarse regular sound, a harsh, rattling, and whistling sound, with a gurgling note like that made by a broken pump, came from the darkened couch, where an old man lay dying, the woman's father. The man and the woman came up and stared at the dying man with their calm, patient eyes. "This time, it's the end," said the son-in-law. "He won't even last till nightfall." "He's been gurgling like that since midday," answered his wife. Then they were silent. Her father's eyes were closed, his face was the color of earth, so dry that it looked as though carved of wood. Between his half-open lips issued a labored, clamorous breathing, and at every breath the grey calico sheet over his chest heaved and fell. After a long silence the son-in-law declared, There's nothing to do but leave him to snuff out. There's nothing we can do. But it's annoying all the same, because of the colzas. Now the weather's good, I'll have to transplant them tomorrow. His wife seemed uneasy at this idea. She pondered for some moments, then said, "Seeing that he's going to die, we won't bury him before Saturday, that will leave you tomorrow for the colza." The peasant meditated. "Yes," he said, "but then tomorrow I'll have to bid the guests for the funeral. It'll take me a good 5 or 6 hours to go and see everyone from Tourville to Maintot." The woman, after pondering for 2 or 3 minutes, declared, "It's barely 3, so you could start going round tonight and go all over Tourville way. You may as well say he's dead, seeing that he can't last through the afternoon." For a few moments the man remained in doubt, pondering over the consequences and the advantages of the idea. "Very well, I'll go," he said at last. He made as though to go out, then came back, and said, after a brief hesitation, "Seeing that you've no work on hand, shake down some cooking apples. And then you might make 4 dozen dumplings for the people that will be coming to the funeral. They'll want cheering up. Light the range with the faggot under the shed by the winepress. It's dry." He left the room, went back into the kitchen, opened the cupboard, took out a 6-pound loaf, carefully cut off a slice, gathered the crumbs fallen onto the shelf in the hollow of his hand, and crammed them into his mouth, in order to waste nothing. Then on the tip of his knife he picked up a bit of salt butter from the bottom of a brown earthenware pot and spread it on his bread, which he began to eat slowly, as he did everything. He went back across the yard, quieted the dog, who began to bark again, went out onto the road which ran alongside his ditch, and departed in the direction of Tourville. Left alone, the woman set about her task. She took the lid off the flour bin and prepared the paste for the dumplings. For a long time she worked it, turning it over and over, kneading it, squeezing it, and beating it. Then she made a large ball of it, yellowish-white in color, and left it on the corner of the table. Then she went to get the apples, and, to avoid injuring the tree with a stick, she climbed into it with the aid of a stool. She chose the fruit with care, taking only the ripest, and heaped them in her apron. A voice called from the road. "Hey there! Madam Shicket." She turned round. It was a neighbor, Master Awesome Favot, the mayor, on his way to manure his fields, seated on the manure cart, with his legs dangling over the side. She turned round and replied, "What can I do for you, Master Awesome? How's your father getting on?" "He's practically gone," she shouted. "The funeral's on Saturday at 7, seeing as we're in a hurry to do the colza." "Right," replied the neighbor. "Good luck to you. Are you well?" "Thank you, yes," she replied to his polite inquiry. "And you too?" Then she went on picking her apples. As soon as she came in, she went to her father, expecting to find him dead. But from the door she could hear his noisy, monotonous death rattle, and to save time decided that it was useless to go to his bedside. She began to make the dumplings. She wrapped the apples, one by one, in a thin leaf of paste, then lined them up along the edge of the table. When she had made 48, arranged in dozens one in front of the other, she began to think of getting supper ready, and hung her pot over the fire, to cook the potatoes. For she had reflected that it was useless to light the range that day, having still the whole of the next day in which to complete her preparations for the funeral. Her husband returned about 5 o'clock. As soon as he had crossed the threshold he inquired, "Is it over yet?" "Not yet," she replied. "The gurgling's still going on." They went to the bed. The old man was in exactly the same condition. His raucous breathing, regular as the working of a clock, had become neither quicker nor slower. It came from second to second, with slight variations in the pitch, determined by the passage of the air as it entered and left his chest. His son-in-law stared at him, then said, "He'll go out when we're not thinking of it, like a candle." They went back to the kitchen, and began their supper in silence. When they had swallowed the soup, They ate a slice of bread and butter as well. Then, as soon as the plates were washed, they went back to the dying man's room. The woman, holding a small lamp with a smoky wick, passed it in front of her father's face. If he had not been breathing, he would certainly have been taken for dead. The bed belonging to the two peasants was hidden at the other end of the room, in a sort of recess. They got into bed without speaking a word, extinguished the light, and closed their eyes. Soon two uneven snores, one deep, the other shriller, accompanied the uninterrupted rattle of the dying man. The rats ran to and fro in the loft. The husband awoke with the first pale glimmer of dawn. His father-in-law was still alive. He shook his wife, uneasy at the old man's resistance. "I say, Fimmy, he won't finish it off. What would you do about it?" He knew her to be of good counsel. "He won't get through the day, for certain," she replied. "There's nothing to be afraid of. And then the mayor won't stand in the way of the burial tomorrow just the same, seeing what he did for old Father Renard, who died just at sowing time." He was convinced by the voice of reason, and went off to the fields. His wife cooked the dumplings, and then finished all the work of the farmhouse. At midday, the old man was not dead. The day laborers hired for the transplanting of the colza came in a group to look at the aged man who was so reluctant to take his leave. Each said his say, then went off again to the fields. At 6, when they returned from work, her father was still breathing. His son-in-law at last became alarmed. "What's to do now, Fimmy?" She had no more idea than he what was best to do. They went to find the mayor. He promised that he would shut his eyes and authorize the burial on the next day. The officer of health, whom they went to see, also undertook, as a favor to Master Schicket, to antedate the death certificate. The man and the woman went home reassured. They went to bed and slept as on the night before, mingling their sonorous breathing with the fainter breathing of the old man. When they awoke, he was not dead. At that they were overwhelmed. They remained standing at the father's bedside, looking at him with distrust, as though he had meant to play a shabby trick on them, to deceive and annoy them for his own amusement. Above all, they grudged him the time he was making them waste. "What are we to do?" asked the son-in-law. She had no idea, and answered. "It's vexing, it is." They could not now put off the guests, who would be arriving at any moment. They decided to wait for them and explain the situation. About 10 to 7 the first guests appeared. The women dressed in black, their heads wrapped in large veils, came in with a melancholy air. The men, ill at ease in their cloth coats, advanced more slowly, 2 and 2, talking business. Maître Schicket and his wife, dismayed, received them with distressed explanations. As they accosted the first group of guests, both of them burst into sudden premeditated and simultaneous sobs. They explained their story, recounted their embarrassment, offered chairs, ran to and fro, made excuses, tried to prove that anybody would have acted in the same way, talking incessantly. Suddenly became so talkative that they gave no one a chance to reply. They went from one to the next. "We'd never thought it, it's not to be believed he could lasted like this." The bewildered guests, a little disappointed, like people who have been robbed of a long-expected ceremony, did not know what to do, and remained seated or standing. Some were anxious to go. Maître Schicket restrained them. "We'll break a bit of food together all the same. We've made some dumplings, better make the best of the chance." Faces brightened at the thought. The guests began to talk in low voices. Gradually the yard filled, the first comers were telling the news to the new arrivals. They whispered together. Everyone was cheered at the thought of the dumplings. The women went in to see the dying man. They crossed themselves at the bedside, stammered a prayer, and came out again. The men, less eager for the spectacle, threw a single glance through the window, which had been set ajar. Madame Schicket recounted the death agony. "For 2 days now he's been like that, neither more nor less, neither higher nor lower. Isn't it just like a pump run dry? When everybody had seen the dying man, their thoughts were turned towards the collation, but as the guests were too numerous for the kitchen to hold, the table was carried out in front of the door. The 4 dozen dumplings, golden and appetizing, attracted all eyes, set out in 2 large dishes. Everyone reached forward to take one, fearing that there were not enough. But 4 were left over. Maître Chiquet, his mouth full, declared, "If the old man could see us, it would be a rare grief to him, he was rare and fond of them in his time." "He'll never eat any more now," said a fat, jovial peasant. "We all come to it in the end." This reflection, far from saddening the guests, appeared to cheer them up. At the moment it had come to them to eat the dumplings. Madame Chiquet, heartbroken at the expense, ran ceaselessly to and from the cellar to fetch cider. The jugs came up and were emptied one after another. Everyone was laughing now, talking loudly, beginning to shout, as people will shout at meals. Suddenly an old peasant woman, who had remained near the dying man, held there by a greedy terror of the thing which was so soon to come to her, appeared at the window and shouted in a shrill voice, "He's gone! He's gone!" Everyone was silent. The women rose quickly, to go and see. He really was dead. The rattle had ceased. The men looked at one another with downcast eyes. The old blackguard had chosen his time Illinois. The Chiquets were no longer crying. It was all over, they were calm. They kept on saying, "We knew it couldn't last. If only he could have made up his mind last night, we shouldn't have had all this bother. Never mind, it was all over." They would bury him on Monday, that was all, and would eat more dumplings for the occasion. The guests departed, talking of the affair, pleased all the same at having seen it, and also at having had a bite to eat. And when the man and his wife were by themselves, face to face, she said, with her face contracted with anguish, "All the same, I shall have to make 4 dozen more dumplings. If only he could have made up his mind last night." And her husband, more resigned, replied, "You won't have to do it every day." Letter found on a drowned man. "You ask me whether I am making fun of you, madam? You cannot believe that a man has never been in love? All I can say is that I have never loved anyone. How did that happen? I really don't know. I have never known that intoxication which is called love. I have never known that particular dream, that state of exaltation, of folly, which the thought of some one woman can produce. I have never been pursued, haunted, thrown into a fever or entranced by the thought of meeting, or by the possession of, a being who suddenly seemed more desirable than all other happiness, more beautiful than any other creature, or more important than the whole world. Not one of you has ever made me shed tears or caused me a moment's pain. I have never spent long nights, wide awake, thinking of her. Awakenings radiant with the thought, the memory of her, are unknown to me. I know nothing of the maddening folly of hope when waiting for her arrival. The divine melancholy of regret after she has vanished, leaving behind a faint scent of violets mingled with the odor of her skin. I have never loved. I have also often asked myself why. I must confess I hardly know. It is true that I have found reasons, but, as they touch on metaphysics, you would probably not appreciate them. I am afraid I am too critical of women to be entirely dominated by their charm. You must excuse this remark. I will explain what I mean. Every human being is composed of a moral and a physical nature. I would have to meet someone in whom the 2 natures were completely harmonious before I could fall in love. So far as I have seen, the one invariably outweighs the other, sometimes the moral predominates, sometimes the physical. The intelligence which we have a right to demand from a woman when we love her has nothing of man's intelligence. It is greater and it is less. A woman should have an open mind, she should be tactful, tender-hearted, refined, and sensitive. She need not be strong-minded or original, but she must be amiable, elegant, kind, coaxing, and possess that faculty of assimilation which will make her like her life's partner within a short time. Tact must be her greatest quality, that subtle sense which is to the mind what touch is to the body, which reveals 1,001 little things to her, the contours, angles and shapes of the intellectual world. The intelligence of the greater number of pretty women does not correspond with their physical charms, and the slightest lack of harmony in this connection strikes me at once. In friendship this is of no importance, for friendship is a compact in which defects and merits are both recognized. Friends may be criticized, their good qualities taken into consideration, their faults passed over, they may be estimated at their real value and still be the objects of a deep and beautiful feeling, full of intimacy. In love one must be blind, give up one's self entirely, neither see, think, nor understand. You must worship the weakness as well as the beauty of the loved one, renounce all judgment, all reflection, all perspicacity. I am incapable of this blindness and rebel against such unreasoning bondage. That's not all. I have such a high and subtle idea of harmony that nothing can ever realize my ideal. You will call me mad. Listen. A woman, in my opinion, may have an exquisite soul and a delightful body, and still the body and soul may not be in perfect tune. What I mean is that people whose noses are a certain shape have no right to think in a certain way. The fat have no right to use the same words and phrases as the thin. You, madam, with your blue eyes, cannot look at life, and judge of things and events as if they were black. The color of your eyes must inevitably correspond with the color of your thoughts. I have the scent of a hound for this sort of thing. You may laugh, but it's true. And yet, once, for an hour, for a day, I thought I was in love. Foolishly I had submitted to the influence of propinquity, I allowed myself to be beguiled by the hallucination of a dawn. Shall I tell you about it? One evening I met a pretty little woman, very emotional, who, driven by a caprice, wanted to spend a night with me in a boat on the river. I would have preferred a room and a bed. However, I consented to the river and the boat. It was in June. My friend chose a moonlight night so that she might work herself up thoroughly. We had dined at a riverside inn and started off at about 10 o'clock. I thought it rather a stupid thing to do, but did not worry much, since my companion was very attractive. I sat down, seized the oars, and off we went. The scene was certainly picturesque. We glided past a wooded isle full of nightingales, the current carrying us swiftly over the water covered with rippling silver. The toads uttered thin, clear and monotonous cries. The frogs croaked in the grass by the river's bank, and the lapping of the water made a confused, muffled murmur, very disquieting and producing a vague sensation of mysterious dread upon us. Our spirits were stirred by the sweet charm of the warm night and of the river glittering in the moonlight. It was good to be alive, to float idly on the water, to dream and to feel a young loving woman was by my side. I was slightly agitated, slightly troubled, slightly intoxicated, by the pale brightness of the night and the presence of my companion. "Come and sit beside me," she said. I obeyed and she continued, "Recite some poetry to me." I did think that was too much of a joke, I refused, she insisted. She was determined to have a full dress performance, with the whole gamut of sentiment, ranging from the moon to the rhymed couplet. In the end I had to yield and mockingly recited a charming little poem by Louis Boulhay of which the following are the last stanzas. Je déteste surtout si bard à l'oeil humide, que regarde un étoile en murmurant un nom. Id pour que la nature immense serait vide. S'il any portrait en croupe ou lisette ou ninon. Ces gens la sont charmants que se donnent la peine. Afin qu'on s'intéresse à ce pauvre univers. Dattitude de jupons aux arbres de la plaine. Id la cornette blanche au front de coteaux verts. Cert ils n'ont pas compris les musiques divines. Éternelle nature aux frémissantes voix. Ce qu'anivant pas seuls par les creuses ravines. Iti revent d'une femme au brut que font les bois. 14. I expected to be reproached, nothing of the sort. She murmured, "How true." I was astonished. Could she have understood? Our boat had gradually reached the bank and become entangled with a willow which stopped it dead. I put my arm round my companion's waist and very gently approached my lips to her neck. But I was repulsed with an abrupt, angry movement. "That's enough. How crude you are." I tried to draw her to me. She resisted, caught hold of the tree, and nearly flung us both into the water. I thought it prudent to give up the pursuit. She said, "Would rather give you a ducking. I am so happy. I am in a dream. It is so delightful." And she added with a touch of malice, "Have you already forgotten the lines you have just been reciting?" She was right. I held my tongue. She continued, "Now then, row," and I seized the oars again. I was beginning to find the night very long and my position ridiculous. My companion said, "Will you promise me something?" "Yes, what?" "To keep quite quiet, to behave yourself properly, and to be discreet if I allow you." "What?" "Tell me." "This. I want to lie flat on my back in the bottom of the boat, by your side, and look at the stars." I said quickly, "I am all for that." She exclaimed, "You don't understand. We are going to lie side by side, but I forbid you to touch me, to kiss me, or to fondle me." I promised. She added, "If you move, I'll capsize the boat." We lay down side by side, our eyes turned toward the sky while the boat floated along. We were rocked by the gentle motion of the water, and the faint sounds peculiar to night that could be heard more distinctly lying in the bottom of the boat, sometimes made us start. I felt a strange and poignant emotion welling up within me, an infinite gentleness like an irresistible impulse stretch out my arms in an embrace, to take someone to my heart, to give myself. My thoughts, my body, my life, my whole being to someone. My companion murmured as if in a dream, "Where are we? Where are we going? I feel that I am in heaven. How beautiful! Oh! If you only loved me, a little." My heart began to throb. I was incapable of saying a word, I felt that I loved her. All urgent desire had fled from me, I felt quite happy by her side, and wanted nothing more. For a very long time we never stirred. We held each other's hands. We were in the grip of an enchantment that held us motionless, an unsuspected superior force, a chaste, intimate and absolute alliance of our two beings side by side, belonging to each other without contact. What was it? How can I know? Perhaps it was love? The day began to break. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and very slowly a great brightness spread over the sky. I started up when the boat bumped against something, and found we had run into a little island. I was in ecstasies at the sight I saw. The heavens stretched above us were a mixture of red, rose and violet, and dappled with fiery clouds like golden vapor. The river was glowing with purple, 3 houses set on a hill seemed to be on fire. I leaned over my companion to say, "Do look," but remained silent with awe. I could see nothing but her. For she, too, was rosy, with exquisite rosy flesh tints which must have been partly a reflection from the sky. Her hair was rosy, so were her eyes, her teeth, her dress, her lace, her smile. She was rosy from head to foot, and I really believed that I beheld the dawn, so completely was I the victim of an hallucination. She rose softly to her feet, holding up her lips to me. I approached her trembling, delirious, feeling convinced that I was going to kiss heaven, happiness, a dream become woman, the ideal in human form. She said to me, "You've got a caterpillar in your hair." And that was why she was smiling. It was like receiving a nasty blow on the head, and I suddenly felt as sad as if I had lost all hope in life. That's all, madam. It is childish, silly, stupid. But ever since then I am sure that I'll never fall in love. Still, you never can tell. This letter was found upon a young man taken out of the Seine between Bougival and Marly, yesterday. It was brought along by an obliging bargee who had searched his pockets to find out who he was. The christening. In front of the farm gates the men were waiting in their Sunday clothes. The May sun shed its burning light on the flowering apple trees which roofed the whole farmyard with blossom in great round fragrant bunches of pink and white. Petals fell round them in a ceaseless shower, fluttering and eddying into the tall grass, where the dandelions glittered like flames and the poppies were splashed in drops of blood. A sow slumbered on the side of the manure heap, and a band of little pigs with twisted, cord-like tails ran round her huge belly and swollen dugs. Far away, through the trees behind the farmhouse, the church bell suddenly rang out. Its iron voice sent up a faint and distant cry to the radiant heavens. Swallows darted arrow-like across the blue spaces bounded by the still shafts of tall beeches. A faint smell of stables mingled with the soft sweet fragrance of the apple trees. One of the men standing by the gate turned towards the house and cried, "Come quick, Melina, tea-bell's ringin'." He was about 30 years of age, a tall young peasant, as yet not bowed or deformed by long labor in the fields. His old father, gnarled like the trunk of an oak, with scarred wrists and crooked legs, announced, "Women, they bean't never ready first." The two other sons laughed, and one, turning to the eldest brother, who had shouted first, said, "Go fetch Polite. They'll not be here before noon, I'm thinkin'." The young man entered the house. A flock of ducks near at hand began to quack and flap their wings, and waddled off down to the pond. Then at the open door appeared a stout woman carrying a 2-month-old child. The white strings of her high bonnet hung down her back, streaming over a shawl as violently scarlet as a house on fire. The child, wrapped in white garments, rested against the nurse's protruding stomach. Next came the mother, a tall strong girl barely 18, fair and smiling, holding her husband's arm. The two grandmothers followed, wrinkled like old apples, weariness apparent in their bowed backs, long since bent by rough and patient toil. One was a widow. She took the arm of the grandfather waiting at the gate, and they left at the head of the procession, just behind the child and the midwife. The rest of the family followed, the younger ones carrying paper bags full of sweets. The little bell rang ceaselessly, calling with all its strength to the tiny mite it awaited. Children clambered on the dikes, heads appeared at gateways, milkmaids set down their pails and stood between them to watch the christening go by. And the nurse moved on triumphantly with her living burden, stepping between puddles on the road which ran between the tree-crowned banks. And the old people advanced with ceremonious steps, walking a little crookedly, because of their age and infirmity. And the young folk were eager to dance, and looked at the girls who came to see them go by. And the father and mother walked with graver mien, following the child who would take their place and carry on their name in the country, the honored name of Dentu. They emerged on the plain and struck across the fields, avoiding the long roundabout road. Now the church came into view, with its pointed steeple. Just below the slate roof was an aperture, within which something swung swiftly backwards and forwards, passing and repassing behind the narrow window. It was the bell, still ringing, calling the newborn child to come for the first time to the house of God. A dog had begun to follow the procession. They threw sweets to it, and it frisked round their feet. The church door was open. By the altar stood the priest, a tall fellow, slim and strong, with red hair. He too was a Dentu, the child's uncle, another brother of the father. And he duly bestowed the name of Prosper Caesar upon his nephew, who began to cry when he tasted the symbolic salt. When the ceremony was over, the family waited on the steps while the priest took off his surplice, then they started off once more. They went fast now, for there was the prospect of dinner before them. A crowd of urchins followed, and whenever a handful of sweets was thrown to them they struggled furiously. They fought hand to hand and pulled one another's hair, even the dog dashed into the fight for the sweets, more stubborn than the children who tugged at his tail and ears and paws. The nurse was tired, she turned to the priest walking beside her, and said, "How'd it be, sir, if you was to carry your nevy for a stretch?" That cramped in the belly, like a bit of a rest, like. The priest took the child in his arms, the white clothes making a broad white stripe over the black cassock. He was embarrassed by the little burden, not knowing how to carry it or set it down. Everyone laughed, and one of the grandmothers shouted, "Aren't ye ever sorry, Passon, that ye'll never have one of your own?" The priest made no answer. He went forward with long strides, gazing intently at the blue-eyed baby, longing to kiss the rounded cheeks. He could no longer restrain the impulse. Raising the child to his face, he gave it a long kiss. The father shouted, "Hey there, Passon, if ye'd like one, ye've only to say so." They began to jest, after the fashion of peasants. As soon as they were seated at table, the rough peasant merriment broke out like a tempest. The two other sons were also to marry soon, their sweethearts were present, invited just for the meal. The guests perpetually alluded to the future generations foreshadowed by these unions. Their words were coarse and pungent, the blushing girls giggled, the men guffawed. They shouted and beat upon the table with their fists. The father and grandfather were not behindhand with scandalous suggestions. The mother smiled. The old women took their share in the fun and thrust in obscene remarks. The priest, inured to these rustic orgies, sat quietly beside the nurse, tickling his nephew's little mouth. He seemed surprised at the child's appearance, as though he had never noticed it. He contemplated it with deliberate intentness, with dreamy gravity, and a tenderness arose in his heart, a strange, unknown tenderness, sharp and a little melancholy. For the frail little creature that was his brother's son. He heard nothing, saw nothing, but stared at the child. He wanted to take him once more upon his knees, for still in his breast and in his heart he retained the soft pressure of the infant's body, as when he carried him back from the church. He was touched by that scrap of humanity as by an ineffable mystery of which he had never before thought, a mystery sacred and august, a new spirit made flesh, the great mystery of newborn life. Of wakening love, of the undying race of humanity going on forever and ever. The nurse was eating, her eyes shone in her red face. She was worried by the child, who prevented her from getting comfortably near the table. "Give him to me," said the priest, "I'm not hungry." And he took the child. Then everything around him faded and disappeared, his eyes were fixed on the chubby pink face. Little by little the warmth of the tiny body penetrated through the shawls and the cassock to his legs, like a caress, so light, so good, so pure, so sweet, that his eyes filled with tears. The noise of the revelers became terrific. The child, disturbed by the uproar, began to cry. A voice sang out, "Hey there, Passon, feed your baby." And a burst of laughter shook the room. But the mother had risen, she took her son and carried him into the next room. She came back a few minutes later announcing that he was fast asleep in his cradle. The meal went on. From time to time men and women went out into the yard, then returned and sat down again. The meat, the vegetables, the cider, and the wine coursed down their throats, swelled their bellies, excited their spirits. Night was falling when the coffee came in. Long before then the priest had vanished, his absence arousing no surprise. At last the young mother rose to see if the child were still asleep. It was dark now. She entered the room on tiptoe, and advanced with arms outstretched, so as not to knock against the furniture. But a strange noise made her stop, and she hurried out again in a fright, sure that she had heard someone move. Pale and trembling, she regained the dining room and told her story. The men rose noisily, drunk and angry, and the father, a lamp in his hand, rushed out. The priest was on his knees beside the cradle, sobbing. His forehead rested on the pillow, beside the child's head. Coco. Throughout the neighborhood the Lucas's farm was known as the Metairie, no one could say why. The peasants no doubt connected this word Metairie with an idea of wealth and size, for the farm was certainly the largest, most prosperous, and best managed in the district. The yard was very large, and was encircled by 5 rows of magnificent trees, planted to shelter the short delicate apple trees from the strong wind of the plain. It contained long tile-roofed buildings in which the hay and grain were stored, fine cowsheds built of flints, stabling for 30 horses, and a dwelling-house of red brick that looked like a small country seat. The manure heaps were well kept, the watchdogs lived in kennels, a crowd of chickens ran to and fro in the high grass. Every day at noon 15 persons, master, men, and maids, took their places at the long kitchen table on which the soup steamed in a great delf bowl with a pattern of blue flowers. The animals, horses, cows, pigs, and sheep, were fat, clean, and well kept. And Lucas, a tall man beginning to acquire a paunch, made his rounds 3 times a day, watching over all and taking thought for all. At the far end of the stable they kept, out of charity, a very old white horse that the mistress was anxious to have cared for until it died a natural death. Because she had raised and always kept it, and because it stirred memories in her heart. This old pensioner was looked after by a batman in the person of a 15-year-old lad named Isidore Duval, called Zidore for short, who, during the winter, gave him his ration of oats and his straw and, in the summer, was obliged to go 4 times a day and change the position where he was tied up, so that he might have plenty of fresh grass. The animal, almost crippled, could hardly lift its heavy legs, thick at the knee and swollen above the hoofs. Its coat, which was no longer groomed, looked like white hair, and its long eyelashes gave its eyes a melancholy air. When Zidore took it out to grass, he had to tug at the halter, so slowly did the animal walk, and the boy, stooping, panting, swore at it, exasperated at having the ancient nag to look after. The farmhands, noticing the boy's anger towards Coco, laughed at it. They were always talking to Zidore about the horse, just to exasperate the lad. His friends chaffed him. In the village he was called Coco Zidore. The boy was furious, and felt growing in himself a desire to be revenged on the horse. He was a thin child, long in the leg, very dirty, and with a mop of red, thick, coarse, bristling hair. He seemed stupid, spoke with a stammer, and with infinite labor, as though ideas were born with difficulty into his dull, brutish soul. For a long time he felt surprised at the keeping of Coco, angry at seeing good stuff wasted on a useless beast. From the moment that it ceased working, it seemed to him wrong to feed it, revolting to waste good oats, so expensive as oats were, on this paralyzed jade. Often, in spite of the orders of Farmer Lucas, he economized on the horse's food, supplying it with no more than half its ration, keeping back litter and hay. The hatred in his confused primitive mind grew sharper, the hatred of a grasping peasant, cunning, ferocious, brutal, and cowardly. When summer came round again, he had to go and move the beast from place to place on its sloping meadow. It was a long way from the farm. More furious each morning, the lad plodded off across the cornfields. The men working in the fields shouted to him in jest. "Hey, Zidore! Give my kind regards to Coco." He never answered, but on the way he would break off a stick from a hedge, and as soon as he had tethered the old horse in a new place, he would allow it to resume its grazing and then, coming up treacherously, begin to thwack its hocks. The animal would try to escape, to rush away, to avoid the blows, and ran round at the end of its halter as though it were in a circus ring. The boy beat it savagely, running relentlessly after it, his teeth shut hard in anger. Then he would go slowly away, without looking back, while the horse watched him go with its old eyes, its ribs projecting, and quite out of breath after so much trotting. And it would not lower its bony white head again until it had seen the young peasant's blue blouse vanish in the distance. As the nights were warm, Coco was now left to sleep out of doors, away at the edge of the valley, beyond the wood. Zidore alone went to see the animal. The boy had a further habit of amusing himself by throwing stones at it. He would sit down 10 paces away on a bank and stay there for half an hour, from time to time flinging a jagged pebble at the old nag, which remained standing, chained up in front of its enemy and looking steadily at him, not daring to crop the grass until he was gone. But one thought remained firmly planted in the lad's mind: why feed this horse which did no work? It seemed to him as if this wretched jade were stealing another's victuals, the possessions of mankind, the property of the good God, were stealing even from himself, Zidor, who had to work for his food. Little by little, every day, the boy lessened the circle of pasture which he gave it by moving the stake to which its halter was fixed. The animal went without food, grew thin, pined away. Too weak to break the cord, it stretched out its head towards the broad expanse of green, shining grass so near at hand. The smell of it reached its nostrils, but it could not touch it. Then one morning Zidor had an idea. He decided not to go on moving Coco. He had had enough of walking so far for the sake of this miserable carcass. But he came all the same, to enjoy his revenge. The anxious beast stared at him. He did not beat it that day. He walked round it, his hands in his pockets. He even pretended to change its position, but thrust the stake back into the same hole, and went away, delighted with his invention. The horse, seeing him go, neighed to remind him. But the lad began to run, leaving it all alone in the valley, well tied up, and without a blade of grass within range of its jaws. Famished, it tried to reach the thick verdure that it could touch with the tip of its nostrils. It went down on its knees, stretching its neck, thrusting forward its slobbering lips. All in vain. Throughout the day, the old beast wore itself out with useless, terrible struggles. Hunger ravaged it, a hunger rendered more frightful by the sight of all that good green food stretched out on every side. The boy did not return that day. He roamed about the woods after birds' nests. He reappeared the next day. Coco was lying down, exhausted. It rose at the sight of the boy, expecting that at last its position would be changed. But the young peasant did not even touch the mallet lying in the ground. He came up, stared at the animal, flung a clod of earth at its muzzle, which splashed the white hair, and went away again, whistling. The horse remained standing as long as it could still keep him in sight. Then, feeling only too well that its attempts to reach the nearby grass would be useless, lay down once more upon its side and closed its eyes. Next day Zidor did not come. When, the following day, he drew near to Coco, who was still lying down, he saw that the horse was dead. He remained standing, looking at it, pleased with his work, and at the same time surprised that it was already finished. He touched it with his foot, lifted one of its legs and then let it fall back again, sat down on the body and stayed there, his eyes fixed on the grass, without thinking of anything. He returned to the farm, but did not mention the accident, for he wanted to go on playing truant at the times when he had been accustomed to go and change the horse's position. He went to see it the next day. Crows took flight at his approach. Innumerable flies were crawling about the body and buzzing all round it. On his return he announced the event. The beast was so old that no one was surprised. The master said to two hands, "Get your spades and dig a hole where it lies." The men buried the horse just at the spot where it had died of hunger. The grass came up lush, verdant, and vigorous, nourished by the poor body. Misti. Recollections of a Bachelor. My mistress at that time was a funny little woman. She was married, of course, for I've a perfect horror of unmarried women. After all, what pleasure can one have in possessing a woman who has the double disadvantage of belonging to no one and belonging to everyone? And honestly, quite apart from the moral side of the question, I can't understand love as a profession. It rather disgusts me. It's a weakness, I know, and I confess it. The chiefest pleasure enjoyed by a bachelor who has a married woman for his mistress, is that she provides him with a home, a comfortable, pleasant home in which everyone looks after him and spoils him, from the husband to the servants. Every pleasure is there united, love, friendship, even paternity, the bed and the table, which constitute the final happiness of life. Together with the incalculable advantage of being able to change your household from time to time, of installing yourself by turns in every different class of family, in the country. During the summer, in the home of the workman who lets you a room in his house. In the middle-class home of the provincial, during the winter, even in the homes of the aristocracy, if you are ambitious. I have another weakness, I like my mistress's husbands. I admit that there are husbands, vulgar or coarse, who fill me with disgust for their wives, however charming these may be. But when the husband has wit or charm, I fall inevitably desperately in love. I am careful, if I break with the woman, not to break with the husband. In this way I have made my best friends, and in this manner I have ofttimes verified the incontestable superiority of the male over the female of the human species. The latter causes you every possible worry, makes scenes, reproaches you, and so forth. The former, who has quite as much right to complain, treats you, on the contrary, as though you were Providence fallen at his fireside. Well, my mistress was a funny little woman, dark, fantastic, capricious, religious, superstitious, credulous as a monk, but charming. Above all, she had a way of kissing which I have never found in another woman, but this is not the place. And such a soft skin. I derived infinite pleasure merely from holding her hand. And her eyes. Her gaze passed over you like a slow caress, delicious and endless. Often I laid my head on her knees, and we remained motionless, she bending over me with that faint, enigmatic, disturbing little smile that women have, I lifting my eyes towards her. Receiving like wine poured gently and deliciously into my heart, the shining gaze of her blue eyes, bright as though filled with thoughts of love, blue like a heaven of delights. Her husband, a civil servant, was often away, leaving our evenings free. Often I spent them at her house, lying on the divan, my forehead pressed against one of her legs, while upon the other slept a huge black cat named Misti, which she adored. Our fingers met on the animal's muscular back, and caressed one another amid its silky hair. I felt against my cheek its warm flank, throbbing with a perpetual purr. Sometimes it would stretch out a paw to my mouth, or set 5 unsheathed claws upon my eyelids, whose points pricked my eyes and made me close them in a flash. Sometimes we went out to enjoy what we called our escapades. As a matter of fact they were very innocent. They consisted in supping at an outlying inn, or else, after we had dined at her house or mine, of visiting low taverns, like students on the spree. We went to the lowest drinking places and sat down at the far end of smoky dens, on rickety chairs, at an old wooden table. A cloud of acrid smoke, which smelled still of the fried fish eaten at dinner, filled the room, men in blouses talked noisily and drank brandy. And the astonished waiter served us with cherries in brandy. Trembling with delicious terror, she would raise her little black veil, folded double, to the tip of her nose, where it rested, and begin to drink with the pleasure of committing a delightful crime. Each cherry she swallowed gave her the sense of a sin committed, each sip of the coarse liquor ran down her throat like a delicate, forbidden pleasure. Then she would say to me in a low voice, "Let us go." And we left. She went out quickly, her head lowered, with short steps, between the drinkers who watched her pass with resentful glances. And when we found ourselves out in the street again, she would utter a deep sigh as though we had just escaped from dreadful peril. Sometimes she asked me with a shudder, if I were insulted in one of these places, what would you do? And I would reply in a swaggering tone, why, defend you, damn it. And she would squeeze my arm in her happiness, with a vague wish, perhaps, to be insulted and defended, to see those men, even those ruffians, fight me for her. One evening, as we were seated at a table in a Montmartre den, we saw a ragged old woman come in, holding in her hand a greasy pack of cards. Observing a lady, the old woman promptly came up to us, offering to tell my companion's fortune. Emma, whose mind believed anything and everything, shivered with pleasure and uneasiness, and made room beside her for the hag. The ancient wrinkled woman, with rings of raw flesh round her eyes and an empty, toothless mouth, set out her dirty cards on the table. She made them into heaps, picked them up, and set them out again, muttering inaudible words. Emma listened, pale, breathing quickly, panting with distress and curiosity. The sorceress began to speak, she made vague predictions, happiness and children, a fair young man, a journey, money, a lawsuit, a dark gentleman, the return of a friend, a success, a death. The announcement of this death struck the young woman. Whose death? When? How? As to that, replied the old woman, the cards are not strong enough, you must come and see me tomorrow. I'll tell you with the coffee mark, which never fails. Emma turned anxiously to me. We may go tomorrow, mayn't we? Oh, please say yes. If not, you don't know how it will torment me. I began to laugh. We'll go if you want to, darling. The old woman gave us her address. She lived on the 6th floor of an awful house behind the Butte Chameau. We went there the next day. Her room, a garret with 2 chairs and a bed, was full of strange things, bunches of herbs hanging from nails, dried animals, bottles and phials containing various colored liquids. On the table a stuffed black cat stared with glass eyes. He looked like the familiar spirit of this sinister dwelling. Emma, faint with excitement, sat down, and said at once, "Oh, darling, look at the cat. Isn't he just like Misti?" And she explained to the old woman that she herself had a cat just like that one. "Oh, exactly like it." "If you love a man," replied the sorceress solemnly, "you must not keep it." "Why not?" asked Emma, struck with terror. The old woman sat down beside her in a familiar way, and took her hand. "It's the sorrow of my life," she said. My friend was eager to hear. She pressed the old woman to tell her, questioned her, urged her. The superstitious credulity they shared made them sisters in mind and heart. At last the fortune-teller made up her mind. "I loved that cat," she said, "like a brother. I was young in those days, and all alone. I did sewing at home. Montan was all I had. A lodger gave him to me. He was as clever as a child, and gentle too. He idolized me, dear lady, he idolized me more than a fetish. All day long he purred in my lap, all night on my pillow. I felt his heart beat, I did. Well, I made friends with a man, a nice boy who worked at a linen draper's. It went on for 3 months without my granting him anything. But you know how it is, one weakens, it happens to everybody, and besides, I had begun to love him, that I had. He was so nice and kind. He wanted us to live together all the time, for economy. At last I let him come and see me one evening. I hadn't made up my mind, oh, dear, no. But I liked the idea of being together for an hour. At the beginning he was very well behaved. He said pretty things to me which stirred my heart. Then he kissed me, madam, gave me a lover's kiss. I had shut my eyes and remained in a sort of paralysis of happiness. Suddenly I felt that he'd made a violent movement, and he screamed, a scream I shall never forget. I opened my eyes and saw that Montan had flown at his face and was tearing his skin with his claws, like a rag of linen. And the blood was streaming down, madam. I tried to pull the cat off, but he held tight, and went on scratching, and even bit me, he was so far out of his senses. At last I got hold of him and threw him out of the window, which was open, since it was summer. When I began to wash my poor friend's face, I saw that he had lost his eyes, both eyes. He had to go to the hospital. He died of misery a year after. I wanted to have him with me and feed him, but he would not. He seemed to hate me after it had happened. As for Montan, he broke his back in the fall. The porter had picked up the body. I had him stuffed, since I still felt attached to him. If he had done that, it was because he loved me, wasn't it? The old woman was silent, and stroked the dead beast with her hand. The carcass shook on its wire skeleton. Emma, her heart wrung, had forgotten the predicted death. At any rate, she said nothing more about it, and went away after giving the woman 5 francs. Her husband came back the next day, and so several days passed before I saw her. When I visited her again, I was surprised not to see Misti. I asked where he was. She blushed, and replied, I gave him away. I wasn't happy about him. I was surprised. Not happy? Not happy? What about? She gave me a long kiss, and murmured in a low voice. I was afraid for your eyes, darling. A coward. Society called him Handsome Signoles. His name was Viscount Gontran Joseph de Signoles. An orphan, and possessed of an adequate income, he cut a dash, as the saying is. He had a good figure and a good carriage, a sufficient flow of words to pass for wit, a certain natural grace, an air of nobility and pride, a gallant moustache and an eloquent eye. Attributes which women like. He was in demand in drawing-rooms, sought after for valses, and in men he inspired that smiling hostility which is reserved for vital and attractive rivals. He had been suspected of several love affairs of a sort calculated to create a good opinion of a youngster. He lived a happy, carefree life, in the most complete well-being of body and mind. He was known to be a fine swordsman and a still finer shot with the pistol. When I come to fight a duel, he would say, I shall choose pistols. With that weapon, I'm sure of killing my man. One evening, he went to the theatre with two ladies, quite young, friends of his, whose husbands were also of the party, and after the performance he invited them to take ices at Tortoni's. They had been sitting there for a few minutes when he noticed a gentleman at a neighboring table staring obstinately at one of the ladies of the party. She seemed embarrassed and ill at ease, and bent her head. At last she said to her husband, "There's a man staring at me. I don't know him, do you?" The husband, who had seen nothing, raised his eyes, but declared, "No, not in the least." Half smiling, half in anger, she replied, "It's very annoying, the creature's spoiling my ice." Her husband shrugged his shoulders. "Deuce take him, don't appear to notice it. If we had to deal with all the discourteous people one meets, we'd never have done with them." But the Viscount had risen abruptly. He could not permit this stranger to spoil an ice of his giving. It was to him that the insult was addressed, since it was at his invitation and on his account that his friends had come to the café. The affair was no business of anyone but himself. He went up to the man and said, "You have a way of looking at those ladies, sir, which I cannot stomach. Please be so good as to set a limit to your persistence." "You hold your tongue," replied the other. "Take care, sir," retorted the Viscount, clenching his teeth, "you'll force me to overstep the bounds of common politeness." The gentleman replied with a single word, a vile word which rang across the café from one end to the other, and, like the release of a spring, jerked every person present into an abrupt movement. All those with their backs towards him turned round, all the rest raised their heads, 3 waiters spun round on their heels like tops. The 2 ladies behind the counter started, then the whole upper half of their bodies twisted round, as though they were a couple of automata worked by the same handle. There was a profound silence. Then suddenly a sharp noise resounded in the air. The Viscount had boxed his adversary's ears. Everyone rose to intervene. Cards were exchanged. Back in his home, the Viscount walked for several minutes up and down his room with long quick strides. He was too excited to think. A solitary idea dominated his mind, a duel. But as yet the idea stirred in him no emotion of any kind. He had done what he was compelled to do, he had shown himself to be what he ought to be. People would talk of it, would approve of him, congratulate him. He repeated aloud, speaking as a man speaks in severe mental distress. "What a hound the fellow is." Then he sat down and began to reflect. In the morning he must find seconds. Whom should he choose? He searched his mind for the most important and celebrated names of his acquaintance. At last he decided on the Marquis de la Tournoire and Colonel Bourdon, an aristocrat and a soldier. They would do excellently. Their names would look well in the papers. He realized that he was thirsty, and drank 3 glasses of water one after the other, then he began to walk up and down again. He felt full of energy. If he played the gallant, showed himself determined, insisted on the most strict and dangerous arrangements, demanded a serious duel, a thoroughly serious duel, a positively terrible duel. His adversary would probably retire and apologize. He took up once more the card which he had taken from his pocket and thrown down upon the table, and read it again as he had read it before, in the café, at a glance, and in the cab. By the light of each gas lamp, on his way home. Georges Lamel, 51, Rue Montcy. Nothing more. He examined the grouped letters, they seemed to him mysterious, full of confused meaning. Georges Lamel? Who was this man? What did he do? Why had he looked at the woman in that way? Was it not revolting that a stranger, an unknown man, could thus disturb a man's life, without warning, just because he chose to fix his insolent eyes upon a woman? Again the Viscount repeated aloud. What a hound! Then he remained standing stock-still, lost in thought, his eyes still fixed upon the card. A fury against this scrap of paper awoke in him, a fury of hatred in which was mingled a queer sensation of uneasiness. This sort of thing was so stupid. He took up an open knife which lay close at hand and thrust it through the middle of the printed name, as though he had stabbed a man. So he must fight. Should he choose swords or pistols? For he regarded himself as the insulted party. With swords there would be less risk, but with pistols there was a chance that his adversary might withdraw. It is very rare that a duel with swords is fatal, for mutual prudence is apt to restrain combatants from engaging at sufficiently close quarters for a point to penetrate deeply. With pistols he ran a grave risk of death, but he might also extricate himself from the affair with all the honors of the situation and without actually coming to a meeting. I must be firm, he said. He will take fright. The sound of his voice set him trembling, and he looked round. He felt very nervous. He drank another glass of water, then began to undress for bed. As soon as he was in bed, he blew out the light and closed his eyes. I've the whole of tomorrow, he thought, in which to set my affairs in order. I'd better sleep now, so that I shall be quite calm. He was very warm in the blankets, but he could not manage to compose himself to sleep. He turned this way and that, lay for 5 minutes upon his back, turned on to his left side, then rolled over on to his right. He was still thirsty. He got up to get a drink. A feeling of uneasiness crept over him. Is it possible that I'm afraid? Why did his heart beat madly at each familiar sound in his room? When the clock was about to strike, the faint squeak of the rising spring made him start, so shaken he was that for several seconds afterwards he had to open his mouth to get his breath. He began to reason with himself on the possibility of his being afraid. Shall I be afraid? No, of course he would not be afraid, since he was resolved to see the matter through, and had duly made up his mind to fight and not to tremble. But he felt so profoundly distressed that he wondered. Can a man be afraid in spite of himself? He was attacked by this doubt, this uneasiness, this terror. Suppose a force more powerful than himself, masterful, irresistible, overcame him, what would happen? Yes, what might not happen? Assuredly he would go to the place of the meeting, since he was quite ready to go. But supposing he trembled? Supposing he fainted? He thought of the scene, of his reputation, his good name. There came upon him a strange need to get up and look at himself in the mirror. He relit his candle. When he saw his face reflected in the polished glass, he scarcely recognized it. It seemed to him as though he had never yet seen himself. His eyes looked to him enormous, and he was pale. Yes, without doubt he was pale, very pale. He remained standing in front of the mirror. He put out his tongue, as though to ascertain the state of his health, and abruptly the thought struck him like a bullet. The day after tomorrow, at this very hour, I may be dead. His heart began again its furious beating. The day after tomorrow, at this very hour, I may be dead. This person facing me, this me I see in the mirror, will be no more. Why, here I am, I look at myself, I feel myself alive, and in 24 hours I shall be lying in that bed, dead, my eyes closed, cold, inanimate, vanished. He turned back towards the bed, and distinctly saw himself lying on his back in the very sheets he had just left. He had the hollow face of a corpse, his hands had the slackness of hands that will never make another movement. At that he was afraid of his bed, and, to get rid of the sight of it, went into the smoking room. Mechanically he picked up a cigar, lit it, and began to walk up and down again. He was cold. He went to the bell to wake his valet, but he stopped, even as he raised his hand to the rope. He will see that I am afraid. He did not ring, he lit the fire. His hands shook a little, with a nervous tremor, whenever they touched anything. His brain whirled, his troubled thoughts became elusive, transitory, and gloomy. His mind suffered all the effects of intoxication, as though he were actually drunk. Over and over again he thought. What shall I do? What is to become of me? His whole body trembled, seized with a jerky shuddering. He got up and, going to the window, drew back the curtains. Dawn was at hand, a summer dawn. The rosy sky touched the town, its roofs and walls, with its own hue. A broad descending ray, like the caress of the rising sun, enveloped the awakened world. And with the light, hope, a gay, swift, fierce hope, filled the Viscount's heart. Was he mad, that he had allowed himself to be struck down by fear, before anything was settled, even before his witnesses had seen those of this Georges Lamel? Before he knew whether he was going to fight? He washed, dressed, and walked out with a firm step. He repeated to himself, as he walked, I must be energetic, very energetic. I must prove that I am not afraid. His witnesses, the Marquis and the Colonel, placed themselves at his disposal, and after hearty handshakes discussed the conditions. You are anxious for a serious duel? Asked the Colonel. Yes, a very serious one, replied the Viscount. You still insist on pistols? Said the Marquis. Yes. You will leave us free to arrange the rest? In a dry, jerky voice the Viscount stated. 20 paces, at the signal, raising the arm, and not lowering it. Exchange of shots till one is seriously wounded. They are excellent conditions, declared the Colonel in a tone of satisfaction. You shoot well, you have every chance. They departed. The Viscount went home to wait for them. His agitation, momentarily quietened, was now growing minute by minute. He felt a strange shivering, a ceaseless vibration, down his arms, down his legs, in his chest. He could not keep still in one place, neither seated nor standing. There was not the least moistening of saliva in his mouth, and at every instant he made a violent movement of his tongue, as though to prevent it sticking to his palate. He was eager to have breakfast, but could not eat. Then the idea came to him to drink in order to give himself courage, and he sent for a decanter of rum, of which he swallowed 6 liqueur glasses full one after the other. A burning warmth flooded through his body, followed immediately by a sudden dizziness of the mind and spirit. Now I know what to do, he thought. Now it is all right. But by the end of an hour he had emptied the decanter, and his state of agitation had once more become intolerable. He was conscious of a wild need to roll on the ground, to scream, to bite. Night was falling. The ringing of a bell gave him such a shock that he had not strength to rise and welcome his witnesses. He did not even dare to speak to them, to say, "Good evening," to them, to utter a single word, for fear they guessed the whole thing by the alteration in his voice. "Everything is arranged in accordance with the conditions you fixed," observed the Colonel. "At first your adversary claimed the privileges of the insulted party, but he yielded almost at once, and has accepted everything. His witnesses are 2 military men." "Thank you," said the Viscount. "Pardon us," interposed the Marquis, "if we merely come in and leave again immediately, but we have 1,000 things to see to. We must have a good doctor, since the combat is not to end until a serious wound is inflicted, and you know that pistol bullets are no laughing matter. We must appoint the ground, near a house to which we may carry the wounded man if necessary, etc." In fact, we shall be occupied for 2 or 3 hours arranging all that there is to arrange." "Thank you," said the Viscount a second time. "You are all right?" asked the Colonel. "You are calm?" "Yes, quite calm, thank you." The two men retired. When he realized that he was once more alone, he thought that he was going mad. His servant had lit the lamps, and he sat down at the table to write letters. After tracing, at the head of a sheet, "This is my will," he rose shivering and walked away, feeling incapable of connecting two ideas, of taking a resolution, of making any decision whatever. So he was going to fight. He could no longer avoid it. Then what was the matter with him? He wished to fight, he had absolutely decided upon this plan of action and taken his resolve, and he now felt clearly, in spite of every effort of mind and forcing of will, that he could not retain even the strength necessary to get him to the place of meeting. He tried to picture the duel, his own attitude and the bearing of his adversary. From time to time his teeth chattered in his mouth with a slight clicking noise. He tried to read, and took down Chateauvillard's Code of Dueling. Then he wondered. Does my adversary go to shooting galleries? Is he well known? Is he classified anywhere? How can I find out? He bethought himself of Baron Vaux's book on marksmen with the pistol, and ran through it from end to end. Georges Lamel was not mentioned in it. Yet if the man were not a good shot, he would surely not have promptly agreed to that dangerous weapon and those fatal conditions? He opened, in passing, a case by Gaston Renette standing on a small table, and took out one of the pistols, then placed himself as though to shoot and raised his arm. But he was trembling from head to foot and the barrel moved in every direction. At that, he said to himself, "It's impossible. I cannot fight in this state." He looked at the end of the barrel, at the little, black, deep hole that spits death. He thought of the disgrace, of the whispers at the club, of the laughter in drawing rooms, of the contempt of women, of the allusions in the papers, of the insults which cowards would fling at him. He was still looking at the weapon, and, raising the hammer, caught a glimpse of a cap gleaming beneath it like a tiny red flame. By good fortune or forgetfulness, the pistol had been left loaded. At the knowledge, he was filled with a confused inexplicable sense of joy. If, when face to face with the other man, he did not show a proper gallantry and calm, he would be lost forever. He would be sullied, branded with a mark of infamy, hounded out of society. And he would not be able to achieve that calm, that swaggering poise. He knew it, he felt it. Yet he was brave, since he wanted to fight. He was brave, since the thought which hovered in him did not even fulfill itself in his mind. But, opening his mouth wide, he thrust in the barrel of his pistol with savage gesture until it reached his throat, and pressed on the hammer. When his valet ran in, at the sound of the report, he found him lying dead upon his back. A shower of blood had splashed the white paper on the table, and made a great red mark beneath these 4 words. "This is my will. Rose." The 2 young women look as though they were buried under a weight of flowers. They are alone in the huge landau, which is loaded with bouquets like a giant basket. Upon the front seat lie 2 white satin hampers full of violets from Nice, and on the bearskin which covers their knees is a heap of roses, mimosa, pinks, daisies, tuberoses, and orange blossom. Knotted together with silk rosettes, seeming about to crush the 2 slender bodies. Nothing emerges from this brilliant, perfumed bed but their shoulders, their arms, and a wisp of the upper half of their gowns, one blue, the other lilac. The coachman's whip is sheathed in anemones, the horse's traces are covered with wallflowers, the spokes of the wheels blossom with mignonette. Where the lamps should be hang 2 enormous round bouquets that look like the 2 strange eyes of this wheeled and flower-decked animal. At a rapid trot the landau passes along the Antibes road, preceded, followed, and accompanied by a crowd of other garlanded vehicles, full of women drowning in a sea of violets. For it is the day of the Battle of Flowers at Cannes. When they reach the Boulevard de la Foncière, the battle begins. For the whole length of the immense avenue a double row of garlanded carriages runs up and down like an endless ribbon. Flowers are flung from one to another. They pass through the air like bullets, strike against new faces, flutter, and fall in the dust, where a crowd of urchins picks them up. A tight-packed crowd on the pavement is looking on, noisy but well-behaved, kept in order by mounted police, who trot arrogantly up and down, forcing back the over-inquisitive. As though they could not permit a plebeian crowd to come too near the aristocrats. Those in the carriages call to one another, meet, and discharge volleys of roses. A car full of pretty girls dressed as red devils attracts and seduces all eyes. A debonair young man, who looks like the portraits of Henry IV, is throwing with eager gaiety a bouquet held on an elastic string. Before the menace of its impact the women shade their eyes and the men duck their heads, but the lively weapon, swift and obedient, describes a curve in the air and returns to its master, who promptly flings it at a fresh face. The two young women empty their arsenal in handfuls, and receive a hail of bouquets. At last, tired by an hour of combat, they order the coachman to follow the Wanbei road, which runs along the sea. The sun disappears behind the estuarine, silhouetting across the flaming western sky the black jagged edge of the long mountain. The quiet waters stretch, blue and clear, to the far horizon where they mingle with the sky. The fleet anchored in the middle of the bay looks like a herd of monstrous beasts. Motionless upon the water, apocalyptic animals, breastplate and humpbacked, topped with masts frail as feathers, with eyes that gleam in the dusk. The young women, huddled under the protection of the heavy rug, glance languidly about them. At last one of them speaks. There are some marvelous evenings, are there not, Margot, when life seems well worth living? Yes, it's very lovely, replied the other, but there is something missing, all the same. What? I feel perfectly happy, there's nothing I want. Yes, but there is. You are overlooking it now. However profound the delight which overmasters our bodies, we demand always one thing more, for our hearts. To love a little, said the other, smiling. Yes. They fell into silence, looked straight ahead, then she who was called Marguerite murmured. Without love, life seems to me insupportable. I need to be loved, were it only by a dog. We are all like that, whatever you may say, Simone. No, my dear. I would rather not be loved at all than by just anyone. Do you think I should enjoy being loved, for instance, by. She searched her mind for someone by whom she might be loved, and her eyes roved over the wide landscape. After raking the horizon, her glance fell upon the two metal buttons gleaming on the coachman's back, and with a laugh she continued, by my coachman? Madame Margot smiled faintly and said in a low voice. I assure you it's very good fun to have one of your servants in love with you. It's happened to me 2 or 3 times. They roll their eyes so comically that I could die of laughter. Of course, the more loving they are, the more severe you become, until some day you dismiss them on the first excuse that comes into your head. Because you'd look so ridiculous if anyone noticed what was going on. Madame Simone listened with her eyes looking straight in front of her, then declared. No, my footman's heart is really not good enough for me. But tell me how you discovered that they were in love with you. Why, just as I do with any other man, when they grew stupid. Well, I don't think my lovers look so stupid. Why, they're idiots, my dear, unable to speak, answer, or understand anything at all. But what did you feel like when a servant fell in love with you? Were you affected, flattered, what? Affected? No. Flattered? Yes, a little. One is always flattered by the love of a man, whoever he may be. Really, Margot. It's quite true, my dear. I'll tell you a strange thing which happened to me. To make you see how queer and contradictory are one's feelings in such circumstances. 4 years ago next autumn I found myself without a maid. I had tried 5 or 6 hopeless creatures one after another, and was about despairing of ever finding one, when I read, in the advertisement columns of a paper. That a young girl with knowledge of sewing, embroidery, and hairdressing was looking for a place and that she could supply excellent references. Also, she spoke English. I wrote to the address indicated, and next day the person in question came to see me. She was fairly tall, slender, and rather pale, with a very timid bearing. She had beautiful black eyes, a charming complexion, and I was attracted to her at once. I asked her for her references. She gave me one in English, for she had just left, she said, the service of Lady Rimwell, with whom she had been 10 years. The letter stated that the girl had left of her own free will in order to go back to France, and that her mistress had found nothing to reproach her with, during her long service, except some slight indications of French coquetry. The puritanical flavor of the English phrase made me smile, and I engaged her at once as my maid. She began her duties the same day. Her name was Rose. By the end of a month I adored her. She was a magnificent find, a pearl, a marvel. Her taste in hairdressing was perfect, she could trim a hat better than the best shops, and was a dressmaker into the bargain. I was amazed at her ability. Never had I had such a maid. She dressed me rapidly, and her hands were uncommonly light. I never felt her fingers on my skin, and there is nothing I dislike so much as the touch of a servant's hand. I grew more and more indolent. It was such a pleasure to be dressed from head to foot, from chemise to gloves, by this tall, timid girl, whose cheeks always wore a faint blush, and who never spoke. After my bath she used to rub me and massage me while I dozed on my sofa. Upon my word, I thought of her as a friend of humble rank rather than as a mere servant. One morning the porter made a mysterious request that he might speak to me. I was surprised, and sent for him. He was a very steady man, an old soldier who had been my husband's orderly. He seemed embarrassed by what he had to tell, and at last faltered. "Madam, the district inspector of police is in the hall." "What does he want?" I asked sharply. "He wants to search the house." The police are a useful body, but I loathe them. I don't think it's a noble profession. Irritated and disturbed, I replied. "Why this search? What is it for?" "I won't have them in." "He says there is a criminal here," replied the porter. This time I was frightened, and told him to send up the inspector to explain. He was a fairly well-bred man, decorated with the Legion of Honor. He made excuses and begged my pardon, and eventually announced that one of my servants was a convict. I was thoroughly annoyed. I replied that I would vouch for the entire staff of the house, and went through them one after another. The porter, Pierre Corton, an old soldier. That's not the man. The coachman, François Pingat, a peasant from Champagne, the son of one of the farmers on my father's estate. Not the man. A stable boy, also from Champagne, the son of some peasants with whom I am acquainted, and the footman you have just seen. That's not he. Then, monsieur, it must be clear to you that you have made a mistake. Excuse me, madam, but I am quite sure that there is no mistake on my part. As a dangerous criminal is in question, will you have the goodness to have all your servants brought here before you and me? I refused at first, but at last I gave way, and made them all come up, men and women. The inspector cast but a single glance at them, and declared, "That is not all. I am sorry, monsieur. The only one missing is my own maid, a girl whom you could not possibly mistake for a convict." "May I see her too?" he asked. "Certainly." I rang for Rose, who promptly appeared. She had scarcely entered the room when the inspector made a sign, and two men whom I had not seen, hidden behind the door, flung themselves upon her, seized her hands, and bound them with cords. A cry of rage escaped me, and I was ready on the instant to run to her defense. The inspector stopped me. "This girl, madam, is a man named Jean-Nicolas Lecapet, condemned to death in 1879 for murder preceded by rape. His sentence was commuted to imprisonment for life. 4 months ago he escaped. We have been searching for him ever since. I was bewildered, thunderstruck. I could not believe it. With a laugh the inspector continued. I can give you only one proof. His right arm is tattooed. The sleeve was rolled up. It was true. The police officer added, rather tactlessly. You will have to trust us to verify the remaining details. And they led my maid away. Now, would you believe it? The feeling strongest in me was not anger at the way I had been tricked, duped, and made ridiculous. It was not the shame of having been dressed and undressed, handled and touched, by that man, but a profound humiliation, the humiliation of a woman. Do you understand? No, not quite. Oh, think. That fellow had been sentenced, for rape. I thought, don't you know, of the woman he had ravished, and it humiliated me. Now do you understand? Madame Margot did not speak. She gazed straight in front of her with a queer, absent stare, at the two gleaming buttons of the coachman's livery, her lips curved in the inscrutable smile a woman sometimes wears. A traveler's notes. 7 o'clock. A whistle blows, we are off. The train passes over the turnplates with the noise of stage thunder, then it plunges into the night, panting, puffing up its steam, throwing gleams of red light on passing walls, hedges, woods, and fields. We are 6, 3 on each seat, under the light of the lamp. Opposite me is a stout lady with a stout gentleman, an old married couple. A hunchback sits in the left corner. Beside me is a young married pair, or, at least, a young couple. Are they married? The young woman is pretty and seems modest, but she smells too strongly of perfume. What kind of perfume is it? I know it without being able to name it. Ah. Now I've got it. Peau d'Espagne. That tells nothing. Let us wait and see. The stout lady looks at the young woman with an air of hostility which sets me to thinking. The stout gentleman closes his eyes. Already. The hunchback has rolled himself up into a ball. I no longer see where his legs are. One sees nothing but his bright eye under a skull cap with a red tassel. Then he shrinks into his traveling shawl. He looks like a small parcel thrown down on the seat. The old lady alone stays awake, suspicious, uneasy, like a watchman whose duty it is to guard the order and morality of the occupants of the carriage. The young people do not move. Their knees are under the same shawl, and their eyes are open, but they do not speak. Are they married? I also pretend to sleep, and watch. 9 o'clock. The stout lady is about to give in, she closes her eyes spasmodically, and her head drops on her breast, but she lifts it up again by fits and starts. Then at last she goes to sleep. Oh, sleep! Ridiculous mystery which makes faces appear so grotesque, you are the revealer of human ugliness. You uncover all shortcomings, all deformities, and all defects. You turn every face touched by you into a caricature. I rise and put the light blue shade over the lamp, and then I also go to sleep. Every now and then the stopping of the train awakens me. An employee calls out the name of a town, and then we go on. Here is the dawn. We are running alongside the Rhône, which is going down to the Mediterranean. Everybody is sleeping. The young people have their arms around each other. One of the feet of the young woman is peeping from under the shawl. She is wearing white stockings. That is commonplace, they are married. The air is not fresh in the compartment, and I open a window to change it. The cold coming in awakens everyone, except the hunchback, who is snoring under his cover. The ugliness of the faces becomes more accentuated in the light of the new day. The stout lady, with red face and untidy hair, looks awful. She glances around spitefully at her neighbors. The young woman looks smilingly at her companion. If she were not married she would have first looked at her mirror. Here we are at Marseilles. 20 minutes stop. I breakfast. We go on. The hunchback is missing, and we have, instead, two old gentlemen. Then the two married couples, the old and the young, unpack their provisions. A chicken here, cold veal there, pepper and salt in paper, pickles in a handkerchief, everything to make you disgusted with food forever. I know nothing more common, more vulgar, more out of place, and more ill-bred than to eat in a carriage where there are other passengers. If it is freezing, open the windows. If it is hot, close them and smoke your pipe, even if you detest tobacco. Begin to sing, to bark, indulge in the most annoying eccentricities, take off your shoes and stockings and pare your toenails. In short, pay these ill-bred people in their own coin for their lack of good manners. The far-sighted man will carry a bottle of benzine or petrol to sprinkle on the cushions when the people beside him begin to eat. Everything is permitted, anything is too good for the boors who poison you with the odor of their food. Now we are running beside the blue sea. The sun beats down upon the coast dotted with charming towns. Here is Saint Raphael. Yonder is Saint Tropez, the little capital of that deserted, unknown, and delightful country called the Mountains of the Moors. A broad river not spanned by any bridge, the Argens, separates this wild peninsula from the continent, and one can walk there for a whole day without meeting a soul. Here, the villages perched upon the mountains, are the same as they were in former times, with their oriental houses, their arcades, their low-vaulted doors ornamented with sculpture. No railroad, no public conveyance penetrates into these splendid wooded valleys. Only an old mailboat carries the letters from Hyères and Saint Tropez. On we go. Here is Cannes, so pretty on the shore of its two gulfs, opposite the islands of Larens, which would make two perfect paradises for the sick, if they could be connected with the mainland. Here is the Gulf of Juan, the armored squadron seems to lie asleep on the water. Here is Nice. There is apparently an exhibition in the town. Let us go to see it. Following a boulevard, which seems like a marsh, we reach a building on an elevation, in doubtful taste, which seems a miniature replica of the great palace of the Trocadero. Inside there are some people walking about in the midst of a chaos of boxes. The exhibition, which has been open for a long time, will doubtless be ready next year. It would be attractive inside if it were finished. But it is far from that. Two sections especially attract me, that of the comestibles and that of the fine arts. Alas! There really are preserved fruits of Grasse here, and 1,000 other good things to eat. But, it is forbidden to sell them. One may only look at them. And that is so as not to injure the trade of the town. To exhibit sweetmeats for the mere pleasure of looking at them, and forbid anybody to taste them, really seems to be one of the finest inventions of the human mind. The fine arts are, in preparation. Yet some halls are open, where one may see very fine landscapes by Harpignies, Guillemette, Lepoidevin, a superb portrait of Mademoiselle Alice Regnault by Courtois, a delightful Birod, etc. As for the rest, when they are unpacked. As one must see everything on visiting a place, I will treat myself to an air trip in the balloon of Goddard and Company. The Mistral is blowing. The balloon is swaying in an uneasy way. Suddenly there is an explosion, the cords of the net have broken. The public is forbidden to come within the enclosure, and I also am turned out. I climb upon my carriage and survey the scene. Every moment another rope snaps with a singular noise, and the brown skin of the balloon attempts to rise from the meshes that hold it. Then suddenly, under a more violent gust of wind, there is an immense tear from top to bottom of the great ball, which falls together like a limp cloth, torn and dead. The next morning on awakening I call for the newspapers and read with astonishment. The tempest now raging on our coast has compelled the management of the captive and free balloons of Nice to empty its great aerostat. In order to avoid accidents. The system of instantaneous emptying used by Goddard is one of his inventions that redound most to his honor. Oh! 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 Oh, the dear public! The entire coast of the Mediterranean is the El Dorado of the chemists. One must be 10 times a millionaire to dare purchase even a simple box of cough drops from these haughty merchants, who ask the price of diamonds for their jujubes. One can go from Nice to Monaco via La Corniche, along the sea coast. There is nothing more charming than this road cut in the rock, which skirts gulfs, passes under arches, and turns and twists along the mountain through wonderful country. Here is Monaco on its rock, and behind it Monte Carlo. Hush! I can understand how those who like to gamble adore this pretty little town. But how somber and sad it is for those who do not gamble. There is no other pleasure, no other attraction. Farther on is Mentone, the hottest place on the coast, and the one most frequented by invalids. Their oranges ripen and consumptives are cured. I take the night train to return to Cannes. In my compartment there are 2 ladies and a man from Marseilles who is determined to tell stories of railway accidents, murders, and thefts. I once knew a Corsican, madam, who came to Paris with his son. I speak of long ago, in the early days of the PLM railway. I joined them, since we were friends, and off we went. The son, who was 20 years old, was utterly amazed at the running of the train, and stood leaning out of the window all the time to watch it. His father kept repeating to him, Take care, Matteo. Don't lean out too far, or you may hurt yourself. But the boy did not even answer. I said to the father, Let him do it, if it amuses him. But the father repeated, Come now, Matteo, don't lean out like that. Then, as the son did not answer, he took him by the coat to make him come back into the carriage, and gave it a pull. And then the body fell back on our knees. He was minus his head, madam, for it had been cut off by a tunnel. And the neck was not even bleeding any longer, all the blood had flowed along the line. One of the ladies heaved a sigh, closed her eyes, and sank upon her neighbor. She had fainted. The patron. He would never have dared to hope that such good fortune would be his. The son of a provincial sheriff, Jean Marin had come to Paris, like so many others, to study law in the Latin Quarter. In the various cafés which he had successively patronized, he had made friends with a number of talkative students, who chattered about politics as they drank their beer. He developed great admiration for them and became their follower, even paying for their drinks when he happened to have any money. Afterwards, he practiced law and handled some suits, which he lost, when, one morning, he read in the papers that a friend of his student days had become a deputy. Again he became his faithful servant, the friend who discharges all the troublesome errands, whom one sends for when he is wanted, and with whom one stands on no ceremony. But it so happened, by the chance of politics, that the deputy became a minister, and 6 months afterwards, Jean Marin was appointed state councillor. At first, he was so puffed up with pride that he almost lost his head. He would take walks just to show himself off, as if the people he met in the street could guess his position just by looking at him. He always managed to say to the various tradespeople he dealt with, as well as to the newsdealers and even the cabmen, I, who am a state councillor. He naturally experienced, as the direct result of his profession and his newly acquired dignity, an imperative desire to patronize. He would offer his influence to everyone he met, at all times, and with inexhaustible generosity. When he ran up against a man he knew on the boulevard, he would rush up to him in a delighted manner, shake hands, inquire after his health and then, without waiting for any inquiry, would blurt out, You know I am state councillor, and I am absolutely at your service. If there is anything I can do for you, I hope you will call on me unhesitatingly. In my position, a man can do a lot for his friends. Then he would go into some café with this friend and ask for some writing paper and a pen and ink, just one sheet. Waiter, I want to write a letter of introduction. He wrote quantities of these letters, sometimes 20, 30, and 50 a day. He wrote them at the Café Américain, at Bignon's, at Tortoni's, at the Maison d'Arrêt, at the Café Riche, at the Helder, at the Café Anglais, at the Napolitain, everywhere. He addressed them to every official in the Republic, from magistrates to ministers. And he was happy, thoroughly happy. One morning, as he was leaving his rooms to go to the state council, it began to rain. He was inclined to take a cab, but did not, finally deciding that he would walk. The shower became very heavy, soaking the pavements, and inundating the streets. Marin was compelled to seek shelter in a doorway. An old priest had already taken refuge there, an old, white-haired priest. Before he had been appointed state councillor, Marin did not care much for the clergy. But now, ever since a cardinal had consulted him regarding some delicate matter, he treated the clergy with consideration. The downpour was so heavy that the two men were forced to take refuge in the concierge's box, to avoid getting splashed. Marin, who was constantly impelled to brag about himself, declared, "A very bad day, Monsieur l'Abbé." The old priest bowed. "Ah. Yes, monsieur, and it is all the more disagreeable when one is in Paris for a few days only." "Ah. So you live in the provinces?" "Yes, monsieur, I am only passing through Paris." "Indeed, it is most annoying to have rain when one is spending a day or so in the capital. We officials, who live here all the year round, do not mind it." The abbé made no reply and looked into the street, where the rain was beginning to stop a little. And suddenly clutching his gown in both hands, he resolved to brave the elements. Marin, seeing him depart, shouted, "You will get drenched, Monsieur l'Abbé. Wait a few minutes more, the rain will stop." The old man wavered and then said, "Well, I'm in a great hurry. I have a very urgent engagement." Marin appeared very much concerned. "But you will certainly be wet through. May I ask where you are going?" The priest seemed to hesitate a moment, but then he said, "I am going in the direction of the Palais Royal." "Well then, if you will allow me, Monsieur l'Abbé, I will offer you the shelter of my umbrella. I am going to the State Council. I am a State Councillor." The old priest raised his eyes, looked at the speaker and exclaimed, "I am greatly obliged to you, monsieur, and accept your offer with pleasure." Then Marin took him by the arm, and they set out. He led him along, watching over him and giving advice. "Be careful of this gutter, Monsieur l'Abbé. Look out for the carriage wheels, they throw mud all over one. Mind the umbrellas. Nothing is more of a danger to the eyes than the sharp ends of an umbrella. The women, especially, are so careless. They never mind anything and thrust their sunshades and their umbrellas right under people's noses. And they never go out of anyone's way, either. They seem to think that they own the whole city. I think myself that their education has been sadly neglected." And Marin chuckled gleefully. The priest made no reply. He picked his way carefully along the streets, slightly bent, choosing with discrimination the dry spots on the pavement so as not to bespatter his shoes and gown. Marin went on. "I suppose you are in Paris for a little rest?" The old man retorted. "No, I have come on business." "Oh. Anything important? Might I inquire what it is? If I can be of service to you, I would only be too glad." The abbé looked embarrassed. He mumbled, "Oh. It's a little personal matter. A little difficulty with my bishop. It could hardly interest you. It is something about the adjustment of some ecclesiastical matter." Marin became eager. "Why, these matters are always referred to the State Council. In this case I wish you would make use of me." "Yes, it is to the State Council I am going." "You are most kind. I have an appointment with Larapier and Savon, and maybe I will interview Petitpas also." Marin came to a stop. "Why, they are my friends, Monsieur l'Abbé, my dearest friends, fine fellows, all of them. I shall warmly recommend you to them. Rely on me." The priest thanked him and protested his undying gratitude. Marin was delighted. Oh! You can thank your stars, Monsieur l'Abbé, that you met me. You will see how smoothly everything will go now. They finally reached the State Council. Marin conducted the priest to his office, installed him before the open fire and then sat down at his desk and wrote. My dear colleague. Allow me to recommend most heartily to you a very worthy priest, l'Abbé. He paused and inquired, your name, please? Abbé Cincha. Marin wrote. L'Abbé Cincha, who needs your intercession in a little matter which he will lay before you. I am glad of this opportunity which allows me, my dear colleague. And he concluded with the customary compliments. After he had written the 3 letters, he handed them to his protégé who departed amid renewed protestations of gratitude. Marin attended to his official duties, went home, spent a quiet day and slept peacefully that night. The next morning he woke up happy, dressed and sat down to read the papers. The first one he opened was a radical organ. He read. Our clergy and our officials. There seems to be no end to the misdeeds of the clergy. A certain priest named Cincha, convicted of having conspired against the existing government, accused of infamous acts, that we will not even mention. Suspected besides of being a former Jesuit transformed into an ordinary priest, revoked by his bishop for reasons which are said to be unprintable, and summoned to Paris to explain his conduct. Has found a warm partisan in the state councillor, Marin, who did not hesitate to give this cassocked rascal the most enthusiastic letters of recommendation to all his Republican colleagues. We wish to call the minister's attention to the unqualifiable attitude of this state councillor. Marin sprang to his feet, slammed down the paper and rushed off to see his colleague Petitpas, who exclaimed. Well, you must have gone crazy to recommend that old conspirator to me. Thoroughly bewildered, Marin retorted. No, you see, I was deceived myself. He looked like such a good man, he tricked me most shamefully. I beg of you to condemn him severely, most severely. I shall go myself to the Attorney General and the Archbishop of Paris, yes, to the Archbishop. And he sat down abruptly at Petitpas' desk and wrote. My lord, I have the honor to inform your grace that I have been made a victim of the intrigues and lies of a certain Abbé Cincha, who shamefully took advantage of my good faith. Misled by the protestations of this priest, I was induced. Then, after he had signed his name to the letter and sealed it, he turned to his colleague and remarked. Look here, my dear friend. I hope this will be a lesson to you never to recommend anyone. The umbrella. Madame O'Reilly was a very economical woman. She thoroughly knew the value of a halfpenny, and possessed a whole storehouse of strict principles with regard to the multiplication of money. So that her servant found the greatest difficulty in making what servants call their market penny, while her husband had great difficulty in getting any pocket money at all. They were, however, very comfortably off, and had no children. It really pained Madame O'Reilly to see any money spent. It was like tearing at her heartstrings when she had to take any of those silver pieces out of her pocket. And whenever she had to spend anything, no matter how necessary it was, she slept badly the next night. O'Reilly was continually saying to his wife, You really might be more liberal, as we have no children and never spend our income. You don't know what may happen, she used to reply. It is better to have too much than too little. She was a little woman of about 40, very active, rather hasty, wrinkled, very neat and tidy, and with a very short temper. Her husband very often used to complain of all the privations she made him endure. Some of them were particularly painful to him, as they touched his vanity. He was one of the upper clerks in the War Office, and only stayed there in obedience to his wife's wish, so as to increase their income, which they did not nearly spend. For 2 years he had always come to the office with the same old patched umbrella, to the great amusement of his fellow clerks. At last he got tired of their jokes, and insisted upon his wife buying him a new one. She bought one for 8 francs and a half, one of those cheap things which big stores sell as an advertisement. When the others in the office saw the article, which was being sold in Paris by the thousand, they began their jokes again, and O'Reilly had a dreadful time of it with them. The umbrella was no good. In 3 months it was done for, and at the office everybody laughed. They even made a song about it, which he heard from morning till night all over the immense building. O'Reilly was very angry, and peremptorily told his wife to get him a new one, a good silk one, for 20 francs, and to bring him the bill, so that he might see that it was all right. She bought him one for 18 francs, and said, getting red with anger as she gave it to her husband, "This will last you for 5 years at least." O'Reilly felt quite triumphant, and obtained a small ovation at the office with his new acquisition. When he went home in the evening, his wife said to him, looking at the umbrella uneasily, "You should not leave it fastened up with the elastic, it will very likely cut the silk. You must take care of it, for I shall not buy you a new one in a hurry." She took it, unfastened it, and then remained dumbfounded with astonishment and rage. In the middle of the silk there was a hole as big as a sixpenny piece, as if made with the end of a cigar. "What is that?" she screamed. Her husband replied quietly, without looking at it. "What is it? What do you mean?" She was choking with rage and could hardly get out a word. You have burned your umbrella. Why, you must be mad. Do you wish to ruin us outright?" He turned round hastily, turning pale. "What are you talking about?" "I say that you have burned your umbrella. Just look here." And rushing at him, as if she were going to beat him, she violently thrust the little circular burned hole under his nose. He was so utterly struck dumb at the sight of it that he could only stammer out, What is it? How should I know? I have done nothing, I will swear. I don't know what is the matter with the umbrella. You have been playing tricks with it at the office, you have been playing the fool and opening it, to show it off," she screamed. "I only opened it once, to let them see what a nice one it was, that is all, I declare." But she shook with rage, and got up one of those conjugal scenes which make a peaceable man dread the domestic hearth more than a battlefield where bullets are raining. She mended it with a piece of silk cut out of the old umbrella, which was of a different color, and the next day O'Reilly went off very humbly with the mended article in his hand. He put it into a cupboard, and thought no more of it than of some unpleasant recollection. But he had scarcely got home that evening when his wife took the umbrella from him, opened it, and nearly had a fit when she saw what had befallen it, for the disaster was now irreparable. It was covered with small holes, which evidently proceeded from burns, just as if someone had emptied the ashes from a lighted pipe onto it. It was done for, utterly, irreparably. She looked at it without a word, in too great a passion to be able to say anything. He also, when he saw the damage, remained almost dumb, in a state of frightened consternation. They looked at each other, then he looked on to the floor. The next moment she threw the useless article at his head, screaming out in a transport of the most violent rage, for she had now recovered her voice. "Oh! You brute! You brute! You did it on purpose, but I will pay you out for it. You shall not have another." And then the scene began again. After the storm had raged for an hour, he, at last, was able to explain himself. He declared that he could not understand it at all, and that it could only proceed from malice or from vengeance. A ring at the bell saved him, it was a friend whom they were expecting to dinner. Madame O'Reilly submitted the case to him. As for buying a new umbrella, that was out of the question, her husband should not have another. The friend very sensibly said that in that case his clothes would be spoiled, and they were certainly worth more than the umbrella. But the little woman, who was still in a rage, replied, "Very well, then, when it rains he may have the kitchen umbrella, for I will not give him a new silk one." O'Reilly utterly rebelled at such an idea. "All right," he said, "then I shall resign my post. I am not going to the office with the kitchen umbrella." The friend interposed. "Have this one recovered, it will not cost much." But Madame O'Reilly, being in the temper that she was, said, "It will cost at least 8 francs to recover it. 8 and 18 are 26. Just fancy, 26 francs for an umbrella. It is utter madness." The friend, who was only a poor man of the middle classes, had an inspiration. "Make your fire insurance pay for it. The companies pay for all articles that are burned, as long as the damage has been done in your own house." On hearing this advice, the little woman calmed down immediately, and then, after a moment's reflection, she said to her husband, "Tomorrow, before going to your office, you will go to the maternelle insurance company, show them the state your umbrella is in, and make them pay for the damage." O'Reilly fairly jumped, he was so startled at the proposal. "I would not do it for my life. It is 18 francs lost, that is all. It will not ruin us." The next morning he took a walking stick when he went out, for, luckily, it was a fine day. Left at home alone, Madame O'Reilly could not get over the loss of her 18 francs by any means. She had put the umbrella on the dining room table, and she looked at it without being able to come to any determination. Every moment she thought of the insurance company, but she did not dare to encounter the quizzical looks of the gentleman who might receive her, for she was very timid before people, and grew red at a mere nothing, feeling embarrassed when she had to speak to strangers. But regret at the loss of the 18 francs pained her as if she had been wounded. She tried not to think of it any more, and yet every moment the recollection of the loss struck her painfully. What was she to do, however? Time went on, and she could not decide, but suddenly, like all cowards, she made up her mind. "I will go, and we will see what will happen." But first of all she was obliged to prepare the umbrella so that the disaster might be complete, and the reason of it quite evident. She took a match from the mantelpiece, and between the ribs she burned a hole as big as the palm of her hand. Then she rolled it up carefully, fastened it with the elastic band, put on her bonnet and shawl, and went quickly toward the Rue de Rivoli, where the insurance office was. But the nearer she got the slower she walked. What was she going to say, and what reply would she get? She looked at the numbers of the houses, there were still 28. That was all right, she had time to consider, and she walked slower and slower. Suddenly she saw a door on which was a large brass plate with La Maternelle Fire Insurance Office engraved on it. Already. She waited for a moment, for she felt nervous and almost ashamed, then she went past, came back, went past again, and came back again. At last she said to herself, "I must go in, however, so I may as well do it now as later." She could not help noticing, however, how her heart beat as she entered. She went into an enormous room with grated wicket openings all round, and a man behind each of them, and as a gentleman, carrying a number of papers, passed her, she stopped him and said, timidly, "I beg your pardon, monsieur, but can you tell me where I must apply for payment for anything that has been accidentally burned?" He replied in a sonorous voice, "The first door on the left, that is the department you want." This frightened her still more, and she felt inclined to run away, to make no claim, to sacrifice her 18 francs. But the idea of that sum revived her courage, and she went upstairs, out of breath, stopping at almost every other step. She knocked at a door which she saw on the first landing, and a clear voice said, in answer, "Come in." She obeyed mechanically, and found herself in a large room where 3 solemn gentlemen, each with a decoration in his buttonhole, were standing talking. One of them asked her, "What do you want, madam?" She could hardly get out her words, but stammered, I have come on account of an accident, something." He very politely pointed out a seat to her. "If you will kindly sit down I will attend to you in a moment." And, returning to the other 2, he went on with the conversation. "The company, gentlemen, does not consider that it is under any obligation to you for more than 400,000 francs. And we can pay no attention to your claim to the further sum of 100,000, which you wish to make us pay. Besides that, the surveyor's valuation—" One of the others interrupted him. "That is quite enough, monsieur. The law courts will decide between us, and we have nothing further to do than to take our leave." And they went out after mutual ceremonious bows. Oh! If she could only have gone away with them, how gladly she would have done it. She would have run away and given up everything. But it was too late, for the gentleman came back, and said, bowing, "What can I do for you, madam?" She could scarcely speak, but at last she managed to say, "I have come, for this." The manager looked at the object which she held out to him in mute astonishment. With trembling fingers she tried to undo the elastic, and succeeded, after several attempts, and hastily opened the damaged remains of the umbrella. "It looks to me to be in a very bad state of health," he said, compassionately. "It cost me 20 francs, she said, with some hesitation. He seemed astonished. "Really? As much as that?" "Yes, it was a capital article, and I wanted you to see the state it is in." "Very well, I see, very well. But I really do not understand what it can have to do with me." She began to feel uncomfortable. Perhaps this company did not pay for such small articles, and she said, "But, it is burned." He could not deny it. "I see that very well," he replied. She remained open-mouthed, not knowing what to say next, then suddenly forgetting that she had left out the main thing, she said hastily, "I am Madame O'Reilly. We are assured in La Maternelle, and I have come to claim the value of this damage. I only want you to have it recovered," she added quickly, fearing a positive refusal. The manager was rather embarrassed, and said, "But, really, madam, we do not sell umbrellas, we cannot undertake such kinds of repairs." The little woman felt her courage reviving. She was not going to give up without a struggle, she was not even afraid now, so she said, "I only want you to pay me the cost of repairing it, I can quite well get it done myself." The gentleman seemed rather confused. "Really, madam, it is such a very small matter. We are never asked to give compensation for such trivial losses. You must allow that we cannot make good pocket handkerchiefs, gloves, brooms, slippers, all the small articles which are every day exposed to the chances of being burned." She got red, and felt inclined to fly into a rage. "But monsieur, last December one of our chimneys caught fire, and caused at least 500 francs damage. M. O'Reilly made no claim on the company, and so it is only just that it should pay for my umbrella now." The manager, guessing that she was telling a lie, said, with a smile, "You must acknowledge, madam, that it is very surprising that M. O'Reilly should have asked no compensation for damages amounting to 500 francs, and should now claim 5 or 6 francs for mending an umbrella." She was not the least put out, and replied, "I beg your pardon, monsieur, the 500 francs affected M. O'Reilly's pocket, whereas this damage, amounting to 18 francs, concerns Madame O'Reilly's pocket only, which is a totally different matter." As he saw that he had no chance of getting rid of her, and that he would only be wasting his time, he said, resignedly, "Will you kindly tell me how the damage was done?" She felt that she had won the victory, and said, "This is how it happened, monsieur. In our hall there is a bronze stick and umbrella stand, and the other day, when I came in, I put my umbrella into it. I must tell you that just above there is a shelf for the candlesticks and matches. I put out my hand, took 3 or 4 matches, and struck one, but it missed fire, so I struck another, which ignited, but went out immediately, and a third did the same." The manager interrupted her, to make a joke. "I suppose they were government matches, then?" She did not understand him, and went on. "Very likely. At any rate, the 4th caught fire, and I lit my candle, and went into my room to go to bed. But in a quarter of an hour I fancied that I smelled something burning, and I have always been terribly afraid of fire. If ever we have an accident it will not be my fault, I assure you. I am terribly nervous since our chimney was on fire, as I told you, so I got up, and hunted about everywhere, sniffing like a dog after game, and at last I noticed that my umbrella was burning. Most likely a match had fallen between the folds and burned it. You can see how it has damaged it. The manager had taken his clue, and asked her. What do you estimate the damage at? She did not know what to say, as she was not certain what amount to put on it, but at last she replied. Perhaps you had better get it done yourself. I will leave it to you. He, however, naturally refused. No, madam, I cannot do that. Tell me the amount of your claim, that is all I want to know. Well, I think that, look here, monsieur, I do not want to make any money out of you, so I will tell you what we will do. I will take my umbrella to the maker, who will recover it in good, durable silk, and I will bring the bill to you. Will that suit you, monsieur? Perfectly, madam, we will settle it on that basis. Here is a note for the cashier, who will repay you whatever it costs you. He gave Madame O'Reilly a slip of paper. She took it, got up, and went out, thanking him, for she was in a hurry to escape lest he should change his mind. She went briskly through the streets, looking out for a really good umbrella maker, and when she found a shop which appeared to be a first-class one, she went in, and said confidently, I want this umbrella recovered in silk, good silk. Use the very best and strongest you have, I don't mind what it costs. An Idyll. The train had just left Genoa, in the direction of Marseilles, and was following the rocky and sinuous coast, gliding like an iron serpent between the sea and the mountains. Creeping over the yellow sand edged with silver waves and entering into the black-mouthed tunnels like a beast into its lair. In the last carriage, a stout woman and a young man sat opposite each other. They did not speak, but occasionally they would glance at each other. She was about 25 years old. Seated by the window, she silently gazed at the passing landscape. She was from Piedmont, a peasant, with large black eyes, a full bust and fat cheeks. She had deposited several parcels on the wooden seat and she held a basket on her knees. The man might have been 20 years old. He was thin and sunburned, with the dark complexion that denotes work in the open. Tied up in a handkerchief was his whole fortune, a pair of heavy boots, a pair of trousers, a shirt and a coat. Hidden under the seat were a shovel and a pickaxe tied together with a rope. He was going to France to seek work. The sun, rising in the sky, spread a fiery light over the coast. It was toward the end of May and delightful odors entered into the railway carriage. The blooming orange and lemon trees exhaled a heavy, sweet perfume that mingled with the breath of the roses which grew in profusion along the railroad track, as well as in the gardens of the wealthy and the humble homes of the peasants. Roses are so completely at home along this coast. They fill the whole region with their dainty and powerful fragrance and make the atmosphere taste like a delicacy, something better than wine, and as intoxicating. The train was going at slow speed as if loath to leave behind this wonderful garden. It stopped every few minutes at small stations, at clusters of white houses, then went on again leisurely, emitting long whistles. Nobody got in. One would have thought that all the world had gone to sleep and made up its mind not to travel on that sultry spring morning. The plump peasant woman from time to time closed her eyes, but she would open them suddenly whenever her basket slid from her lap. She would catch it, replace it, look out of the window a little while and then doze off again. Tiny beads of perspiration covered her brow and she breathed with difficulty, as if suffering from a painful oppression. The young man had let his head fall on his breast and was sleeping the sound sleep of the laboring man. All of a sudden, just as the train left a small station, the peasant woman woke up and opening her basket, drew forth a piece of bread, some hard-boiled eggs, and a flask of wine and some fine red plums. She began to munch contentedly. The man had also wakened and he watched the woman, watched every morsel that traveled from her knees to her lips. He sat with his arms folded, his eyes set and his lips tightly compressed. The woman ate like a glutton, with relish. Every little while she would take a swallow of wine to wash down the eggs and then she would stop for breath. Everything vanished, the bread, the eggs, the plums and the wine. As soon as she finished her meal, the man closed his eyes. Then, feeling ill at ease, she loosened her blouse and the man suddenly looked at her again. She did not seem to mind and continued to unbutton her dress. The pressure of her flesh causing the opening to gape, she revealed a portion of white linen chemise and a portion of her skin. As soon as she felt more comfortable, she turned to her fellow traveler and remarked in Italian, "It's fine weather for traveling." "Are you from Piedmont?" he asked. "I'm from Asti." "And I'm from Casale." They were neighbors and they began to talk. They exchanged the commonplace remarks that working people repeat over and which are all sufficient for their slow-working and narrow minds. They spoke of their homes and found out that they had a number of mutual acquaintances. They quoted names and became more and more friendly as they discovered more and more people they knew. Short, rapid words, with sonorous endings and the Italian cadence, gushed from their lips. After that, they talked about themselves. She was married and had 3 children whom she had left with her sister, for she had found a situation as nurse, a good situation with a French lady at Marseilles. He was going to look for work. He had been told that he would be able to find it in France, for they were building a great deal, he had heard. They found nothing to talk about after that. The heat was becoming terrible. It beat down like fire on the roof of the railway carriage. A cloud of dust flew behind the train and entered through the window, and the fragrance of the roses and orange blossoms had become stronger, heavier and more penetrating. The 2 travelers went to sleep again. They awakened almost at the same time. The sun was nearing the edge of the horizon and shed its glorious light on the blue sea. The atmosphere was lighter and cooler. The nurse was gasping. Her dress was open and her cheeks looked flabby and moist, and in an oppressed voice, she breathed. "I have not nursed since yesterday. I feel as if I were going to faint." The man did not reply, he hardly knew what to say. She continued, "When a woman has as much milk as I, she must nurse 3 times a day or she'll feel uncomfortable. It feels like a weight on my heart, a weight that prevents my breathing and just exhausts me. It's terrible to have so much milk." He replied, "Yes, it must be very annoying." She really seemed ill and almost ready to faint. She murmured, "I only have to press and the milk flows out like a fountain. It is really interesting to see. You wouldn't believe it. In Casale, all the neighbors came to see it." He replied, "Ah. Really?" "Yes, really. I would show you, only it wouldn't help me. You can't make enough come out that way." And she paused. The train stopped at a station. Leaning on a fence was a woman holding a crying infant in her arms. She was thin and in rags. The nurse watched her. Then she said in a compassionate tone, "There's a woman I could help. And the baby could help me, too. I'm not rich. Am I not leaving my home, my people and my baby to take a place, but still, I'd give 5 francs to have that child and be able to nurse it for 10 minutes. It would quiet him, and me too, I can tell you. I think I would feel as if I were being born again." She paused again. Then she passed her hot hand several times across her wet brow and moaned, "Oh. I can't stand it any longer. I believe I shall die." And with an unconscious motion, she completely opened her waist. Her right breast appeared all swollen and stiff, with its brown teat, and the poor woman gasped, "Ah. Mon Dieu. Mon Dieu. What shall I do?" The train had left the station and was continuing its route amid the flowers that gave forth their penetrating fragrance. Once in a while a fishing smack glided over the blue sea with its motionless sail, which was reflected in the clear water as if another boat were turned upside down. The young man, embarrassed, stammered, "But, madam, I might perhaps be able to help you." In an exhausted whisper, she replied, "Yes, if you will be so kind, you'll do me a great favor. I can't stand it any longer, really I can't." He got on his knees before her, and she leaned over to him with a motherly gesture as if he were a child. In the movement she made to draw near to the man, a drop of milk appeared on her breast. He absorbed it quickly, and, taking this heavy breast in his mouth like a fruit, he began to drink regularly and greedily. He had passed his arms around the woman's waist and pressed her close to him in order not to lose a drop of the nourishment. And he drank with slow gulps, like a baby. All of a sudden she said, "That's enough, now the other side." And he obeyed her with alacrity. She had placed both hands on his back and now was breathing happily, freely, enjoying the perfume of the flowers carried on the breeze that entered the open windows. "It smells mighty good," she said. He made no reply and continued to drink at the living fountain of her breast, closing his eyes to better taste the mild fluid. But she gently pushed him from her. "That's enough. I feel much better now. It has put life into me again." He rose and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. While she replaced her breasts inside her dress, she said, "You did me a great favor. I thank you very much." And he replied in a grateful tone, "It is I who thank you, for I hadn't eaten a thing for 2 days." A sale. The defendants, Brument, César Isidore, and Cornu, Prosper Napoleon, appeared at the Saint-Inférieur Assizes, charged with attempting the murder, by drowning, of the woman Brument, lawful wife of the first of the said defendants. The two accused are seated side by side in the dock. They are 2 peasants. The first is little and stout, with short arms, short legs and a round head. His red face, all bursting with pimples, squats without the least sign of a neck on top of a body equally round and equally short. He breeds pigs and lives at Cacheville-la-Goupil, in the district of Cricktot. Cornu, Prosper Napoleon, is thin, of medium height, with arms of disproportionate length. He has a crooked jaw and he squints. A blue blouse as long as a shirt falls to his knees, and his scant yellow hair, plastered down on his skull, gives his face a worn, dirty and hideously raddled air. He has been nicknamed the priest, because he can give a perfect imitation of church hymns and even the sound of the church serpent. He keeps a public house at Cricktot, and this talent of his attracts to the place a great many customers who prefer Cornu's Mass to the good gods. Madame Brument, seated on the witness stand, is a skinny peasant woman whose drowsy placidity is never shaken. She sits unmoving, hands crossed on knees, with an unwinking stare and an air of stupidity. The president proceeds with the examination. "Well, then, Madame Brument, they entered your house and threw you into a barrel full of water. Tell us the facts in detail." "Stand up." She stands up. She seems as tall as a mast, under the bonnet that covers her head with a white dome. She tells her tale in a drawling voice. "I was shelling haricots. And then they came in. I thought to myself, what's up with them? They're not themselves, they're up to mischief. They kept looking at me out of the corners of their eyes, like this, especially Cornu, owing to his squint. I didn't like to see them together, because they're never up to much good when they're together. I says to them, 'What d'you want with me?' They didn't answer. I had, as you might say, a suspicion." The prisoner Brument interrupted her statement vehemently. He declared, "I was tipsy." Whereupon Cornu, turning towards his fellow criminal, pronounced in a voice as deep as the note of an organ, "Say that I was tipsy as well and you'll be telling no lies." The president, severely, "You wish us to understand that you were drunk?" Brument, "Yes, I was tipsy all right." Cornu, "It might happen to anyone." The president, to the victim, "Proceed with your statement, Madame Brument." "Well, then Brument said to me, 'D'you want to earn 5 francs? "Yes," said I, "seeing you don't pick 5 francs up in every gutter." Then he says to me, "Keep your eyes open and do as I do," and then he goes and fetches the big empty barrel that stands under the spout at the corner. And then he turns it up, and then he carries it into my kitchen, and then he sets it down in the middle of the floor, and then he says to me, "Go and fetch enough water to fill it." So then I goes to the pond with 2 buckets and I fetch water, and still more water for nigh on an hour, seeing that barrel's as big as a vat, saving your honor, Mr. President. While I was doing it, Brumant and Cornu were having a drink, and then another drink, and then another drink. They were filling themselves up together, and I said, "It's you that's full, fuller than the barrel." And then that Brumant answers, "Don't you worry, get on with your job, your turn's coming, everyone gets what's coming to them." I takes no notice of his talk, seeing he was tipsy. When the barrel was full to the brim, I says, "There, I've done it." And then Cornu gives me 5 francs. Not Brumant, Cornu, it was Cornu gave me them. And Brumant says to me, "Do you want to earn another 5 francs? "Yes," says I, seeing I'm not used to such presents. Then he says to me, "Strip." "You want me to strip?" "Yes," he says. "How far do you want me to strip?" He says to me, "If you don't like it, keep your chemise on, we've no objection to that." 5 francs is 5 francs, so I strips, but I didn't like stripping in front of those 2 good-for-nothings. I takes off my bonnet, and then my bodice, and then my petticoat, and then my sabots. Brumant says to me, "Keep your stockings on, we're decent fellows, we are." And that Cornu repeats, "We're decent fellows, we are." And there I am, like our mother Eve, as you might say. And they stands up, but they couldn't stand straight, they was so drunk, saving your honor, Mr. President. I says to them, "What mischief are you up to?" And Brumant says, "Are we ready?" Cornu says, "Ready it is." And then they takes me, Brumant by the head and Cornu by the feet, as you might say taking up a bundle of dirty clothes. I bawls, I does. And Brumant says, "Shut up, you silly wretch." And then they lifts me up in their arms, and sticks me in the barrel full of water, and they put the heart across me, and I was chilled to my very innards. And Brumant says, "Anything else?" Cornu says, "No, that's all." Brumant says, "The head's not in, and it counts." Cornu says, "Put her head in." And then Brumant pushes in my head as it might be to drown me, until the water ran up my nose and I thought I was seeing paradise. And he gives me a push. And I went under. And then he must have had a fright. He pulled me out and says to me, "Go quick and dry yourself, you skinny wretch." I rushes off and I runs to the priest's, and he lends me a petticoat of his servants, seeing I'm in my skin, and he goes to fetch Mr. Schickett, the village policeman, who goes to Cleektot to fetch the gendarmes, and they come with me to the house. And there we find Brumant and Cornu going for each other like 2 rams. Brumant was bawling, "It's not true, I tell you, it's at least a cubic meter. It's the measure that's wrong." Cornu was bawling, "4 buckets, that doesn't make as much as you could call half a cubic meter. You needn't say anything more, that's what it is." The sergeant puts his hands on their heads. "That's all I have to say." She sat down. There was laughter in the court. The astonished jurymen stared at each other. The president said solemnly, "Prisoner Cornu, you appear to be the instigator of this infamous plot. Have you anything to say?" And Cornu stood up in his turn. "Your worship, I was tipsy." The president replied gravely, "I know you were. Go on." "I am going on. Well, Brumant came to my place about 9 o'clock, and he orders 2 brandies and says, 'Have one with me, Cornu.' And I sits down with him and drinks and I offers him another, out of politeness. Then he called for 2 more, and I did the same, and we went on, drinking brandy after brandy, until about 12 we were blind. Then Brumant begins to cry. I feels very sorry for him. I asks him what's the matter. He says, I must have 1,000 francs by Thursday. When I heard that, it turns me cold, you understand. And all of a sudden he comes out with the proposal, I'll sell you my wife. I was tipsy and I'm a widower. It fairly got me, understand. I didn't know his wife, but a wife's a wife, isn't she? I asks him, how much will you sell her for? He thinks it over, or rather he pretends to think it over. When a man's tipsy, he's not in his right wits, and he answers, "I'll sell her by the cubic meter." That doesn't surprise me, seeing I was as tipsy as he was, and I'm used to cubic meters in my business. That's 1,000 liters, and I was agreeable to that. Only the price was still to be settled. Everything depends on quality. I says to him, "How much the cubic meter?" He answers, 2,000 francs. I gives a jump like a rabbit, and then I think to myself that a woman can't weigh more than 300 liters. All the same, I says, "That's too dear." He answers, "I can't take less. I should lose on it. A man isn't a pig dealer for nothing, you understand. He knows his job. But set a thief to catch a thief, and I'm a sharp man, too. Ah. So I say to him, if she was new, I wouldn't say it was too dear, but as you've used her, haven't you, she's second-hand. I give you 1,500 francs the cubic meter, not a ha'penny more. Is it a bargain?" He answers, "It's a bargain. Shake on it." I shakes and we sets off, arm in arm. Folks ought to help each other along in this life. But I had a sudden fear. How are you going to measure her in liters unless you melt her down? Then he explains his idea, none too easily, seeing he was tipsy. He says, "I take a barrel, I fill it with water to the brim. I put her inside. All the water that pours over I'll measure out, and that'll be the total." I says, "Right, it's agreed. But the water that pours over will run away. What are you going to do to gather it up again?" Then he thinks I'm a booby, and he explains that he'll only have to pour back what's run out of the barrel as soon as his wife has got out of it. The amount of water we had to add would be the total. I reckon 10 buckets, that's a cubic meter. He's not so stupid when he's tipsy, the rascal, all the same. To cut it short, we go off to his house, and I examine the goods specified. As pretty women go, she's not a pretty woman. Everyone can see that for themselves, seeing she's sitting there. I says to myself, I've been done, never mind, it's all one, pretty or ugly, a woman's just as much use, isn't she now, Mr. President? And then I see for certain that she's as thin as a match. I says to myself, there's not 400 liters there. I know what I'm talking about, being used to dealing in liquids. She's told you the way we arranged it. I even let her keep her chemise and her stockings on, a clear loss to me. When it was over, what d'you think? She runs off. I says, "Here. Brumant, she's getting away." He replies, "Don't you be afraid, I'll always get her back again. She'll have to come home to go to bed. I'm going to reckon the deficit." We measured it. Not 4 buckets. The prisoner began to laugh, and continued to laugh until a gendarme was obliged to thump him on the back. Quiet again, he adds. To cut it short, Brumant declares, "Nothing doing, it's not enough." I bawl, he bawls. I bawl louder, he stamps, I thump. That would have gone on till doomsday, seeing I was tipsy. Then in come the gendarmes. They curse me, and they play us a dirty trick. Sent to prison. I demand damages. He sits down. Brumant swears that his fellow criminal's confession is true in every respect. The jury, overwhelmed, retired to consider their verdict. They returned an hour later and acquitted the accused with severe strictures bearing on the sanctity of marriage, and setting forth in precise terms the limits set to commercial transactions. Brumant, accompanied by his spouse, made his way towards the conjugal hearth. Cornu returned to his business. Mother Savage. Chapter 1. I had not returned to Virilogne for 15 years. I went back there to hunt in the autumn, staying with my friend Serval, who had finally rebuilt his chateau, which had been destroyed by the Prussians. I was infinitely fond of that country. There are delicious corners in this world which have a sensual charm for the eyes. One loves them with a physical love. We folk whom nature attracts, keep certain tender recollections, often keen, for certain springs, certain woods, certain ponds, certain hills, which have touched us like happy events. Sometimes even memory returns toward a forest nook, or a bit of a river bank, or a blossoming orchard, seen only once, on some happy day, which has remained in our heart like those pictures of women seen in the street, on a spring morning, with a white, transparent costume, and which leave in our soul and flesh an unappeased, unforgettable desire, the sensation of having just missed happiness. At Villalogne, I loved the whole region, sowed with little woods, and traversed by brooks which ran through the soil like veins bringing blood to the earth. We fished in them for crayfish, trout, and eels. Divine happiness. We could bathe in certain places and often found woodcock in the tall grass which grew on the banks of those little narrow streams. I went, light as a goat, watching my 2 dogs forage in front of me. Serval, 100 yards away, on my right, was beating up a field of lucerne. I went around the thickets which formed the boundaries of the Sandres forest, and I perceived a hut in ruins. Suddenly I recollected that I had seen it for the last time in 1869, neat, vine-clad, with chickens before the door. What is sadder than a dead house with its skeleton standing, dilapidated and sinister? I recalled also that a woman had given me a glass of wine there, on a day when I was very tired, and that Serval had then told me the story of the inhabitants. The father, an old poacher, had been killed by the gendarmes. The son, whom I had seen before, was a tall, wizened lad who was likewise considered a ferocious killer of game. People called them the Savage Family. Was it a name or a nickname? I hailed Serval. He came with his long stride, as if he were walking on stilts. I asked him, what has become of those people? And he told me this adventure. Chapter 2. When war was declared, the younger Savage, who was then about 33 years old, enlisted, leaving his mother alone in the house. People did not pity the old woman very much, because they knew that she had money. So she stayed all alone in this isolated house, so far from the village, on the edge of the woods. She was not afraid, however, being of the same race as her men, a strong, tall, thin, old woman, who seldom laughed, and with whom no one joked. The women of the fields do not laugh much, anyway. That is the men's business. They have a sad and narrow soul, leading a life which is gloomy and without bright spots. The peasant learns a little of the noisy gaiety of the pothouse, but his wife remains serious, with a constantly severe expression of countenance. The muscles of her face never learn the motions of laughter. Mother Savage continued her usual existence in her hut, which was soon covered with snow. She came to the village once a week to get bread and a little meat, then she returned to her cottage. As people spoke of wolves, she carried a gun on her shoulder, her son's gun, rusty, with the stock worn by the rubbing of the hand. She was a curious sight, this tall savage woman, a little bent, walking with slow strides through the snow, the barrel of the weapon extending beyond the black headdress, which imprisoned the white hair that no one had ever seen. One day the Prussians arrived. They were distributed among the inhabitants according to the means and resources of each. The old woman, who was known to be rich, had 4 soldiers billeted upon her. They were 4 big young men with fair flesh, fair beard, and blue eyes, who had remained stout in spite of the fatigues they had endured. And good fellows even if they were in a conquered territory. Alone with this old woman, they showed themselves full of consideration for her, sparing her fatigue and expense as far as they could do so. All 4 might have been seen making their toilette at the well in the morning, in their shirt-sleeves, splashing their pink and white flesh, the flesh of the men of the north, in the water. On cold snowy days, while Mother Savage came and went preparing their soup. Then they might have been observed cleaning the kitchen, polishing the floor, chopping wood, peeling potatoes, washing the clothes, doing all the household duties. Like 4 good sons around their mother. But she thought continually of her own son, the old mother, of her tall, thin boy with his crooked nose, brown eyes, and stiff mustache which made a cushion of black hair on his upper lip. She asked each of the soldiers installed at her hearth, "Do you know where the French regiment has gone, the 23rd Infantry? My boy is in it." They answered, "No, we don't know anything at all about it." And understanding her grief and worry they, who had mothers at home, rendered her 1,000 little services. She liked them very well, moreover, her 4 enemies, for peasants seldom have patriotic hatreds, that is the business of the superior classes. The humble, those who pay the most because they are poor, and because every new burden rests upon them, those who are killed in masses, who form the true cannon fodder because they are numerous. Those who, in a word, suffer most cruelly the atrocious miseries of the poor, because they are the weakest and the most unresisting, understand little of those bellicose ardors, the excitable points of honor and those pretended political combinations which exhaust 2 nations in 6 months, the victorious as well as the vanquished. They said in the country, speaking of Mother Savage's Germans, there are 4 who have found a snug berth. Now, one morning, as the old woman was alone in the house, she perceived afar off on the plain a man coming toward her home. Soon she recognized him, it was the postman, charged with distributing letters. He handed her a folded paper, and she drew from their case her spectacles which she used for sewing, and read. "Madam Savage, this is to give you sad news. Your son Victor was killed by a cannonball yesterday, which virtually cut him in 2. I was very near, as we were side by side in the company, and he had asked me to tell you the same day if anything happened to him. I took his watch from his pocket to bring it to you when the war is finished. I remain your friend. Césaire Rivet. Soldier of the 2nd class, in the 23rd Infantry." The letter was dated 3 weeks back. She did not weep. She stood motionless, so astounded that she did not yet suffer. She thought, "Victor is killed." Then little by little the tears came to her eyes and grief overwhelmed her heart. Ideas came to her one by one, frightful, torturing ideas. She would never kiss him again, her big boy, never again. The gendarmes had killed the father, the Prussians had killed the son. He had been cut in 2 by a cannonball. And it seemed to her that she saw the thing, the horrible thing, the head falling, the eyes open, while he gnawed the end of his big mustache, as he did in moments of anger. What had they done with his body afterwards? If they had only sent her boy back to her, as they had her husband, with a bullet in his forehead. But she heard a sound of voices. It was the Prussians, who were returning from the village. She quickly hid the letter in her pocket, and received them tranquilly, with her ordinary expression on her face, having had time to wipe her eyes. They were all 4 laughing, delighted, for they were bringing back a fine rabbit, stolen no doubt, and they made a sign to the old woman that they were going to have something good to eat. She applied herself at once to the duties of preparing the breakfast, but when it came to killing the rabbit, her heart failed her. And yet it was not the first. One of the soldiers killed it with a blow behind the ears. Once the animal was dead, she took the red body out of the skin. But the sight of the blood which she touched, which covered her hands, of the warm blood which she felt getting cold and coagulating, made her tremble from head to foot. And she kept seeing her tall boy cut in 2 and all bleeding, like this still palpitating animal. She sat at the table with her Prussians, but she could not eat, not even a mouthful. They devoured the rabbit without troubling about her. She looked at them aside without speaking, nursing an idea, with her countenance so impassive that they perceived nothing. Suddenly she said, "I don't even know your names, and it is a month since we have been together." They understood, not without difficulty, what she wished and gave her their names. That was not enough, she made them write them for her on a piece of paper, with the address of their families, and resting her spectacles on her large nose she scanned this unknown handwriting. Then she folded the sheet and put it in her pocket, with the letter which told of the death of her son. When the meal was finished, she said to the men, "I am going to work for you. And she began to carry straw to the garret in which they slept. They were astonished at this act. She explained to them that they would be less cold, and they assisted her. They piled the bundles of straw up to the roof, and thus they made for themselves a sort of big room with 4 walls of forage, warm and sweet-smelling, where they would sleep wonderfully. At dinner one of them was disturbed to see that Mother Savage did not eat anything. She asserted that she had cramps. Then she lighted a good fire to warm herself, and the 4 Germans climbed to their lodging by the ladder which they used every evening. As soon as the trapdoor was closed, the old woman took away the ladder, then she noiselessly opened the outside door and returned to get more bundles of straw, with which she filled the kitchen. She went out barefooted in the snow, so softly that the men heard nothing. From time to time she listened to the deep and uneven snores of the 4 sleeping soldiers. When she thought her preparations were sufficient, she threw into the fire one of the bundles of straw, and when it had ignited she piled it on the others, and then went out again and looked. A brilliant light illuminated in a few seconds all the interior of the cottage. Then it became a frightful brazier, a gigantic, glowing furnace, whose gleams shone through the narrow window and cast a dazzling light upon the snow. Then a great cry came from the top of the house. There was a clamor of human shrieks, of heartrending appeals of anguish and terror. Then, the trapdoor having sunk down into the interior, a whirlwind of fire leaped through the attic, pierced the thatched roof, and ascended to the sky like the flame of a great torch. And the whole cottage was burning. Nothing more was heard inside but the crackling of the flames, the crumbling of the walls, and the crashing of the beams. The roof suddenly fell in, and the glowing remnant of the house shot up into the air, amid a cloud of smoke, a great fountain of sparks. The white field, lighted up by the fire, glistened like a cloth of silver tinted with red. A bell in the distance began to ring. The old savage woman stood erect before her ruined home, armed with a gun, her sons, for fear one of the men should escape. When she saw that her work was finished, she threw the weapon in the fire. A report rang out. The people arrived, peasants and Prussians. They found the woman sitting on the trunk of a tree, tranquil and satisfied. A German officer who could speak French like a Frenchman, asked her, "Where are the soldiers?" She stretched her thin arm toward the red mass of flames, which were now dying down, and answered in a strong voice, "They are in there." All pressed around her. The Prussian asked, "How did the fire start?" She replied, "I set the house on fire." They did not believe her, thinking that the sudden disaster had made her mad. Then, as everybody gathered around and listened, she related the whole thing from beginning to end, the arrival of the letter to the last cry of the men, burning up with the house. She did not forget a single detail of what she had felt nor what she had done. When she had finished she drew 2 papers from her pocket, and, to distinguish them in the last gleams of the fire, she again put on her spectacles. Then she said, showing one of them, "This is the death of Victor." Showing the other, she added, nodding her head toward the red ruins, "And this is the list of their names, so that someone may write the news home about them." She quietly handed the white sheet to the officer, who took her by the shoulders, and she resumed. "You will write how it happened, and you will tell their relatives that it was I who did it. Victoire Simon, the savage. Don't forget." The officer shouted some orders in German, to the soldiers. They seized her, and threw her against the still heated walls of the house. Then a squad of 12 men drew up in a rank opposite her, at a distance of 20 yards. She did not stir. She had understood. She waited. An order resounded, which was followed by a long report of muskets. One delayed shot went off all alone, after the others. The old woman did not fall. She sank down as if someone had mowed off her legs. The Prussian officer approached. She was cut almost in 2, and in her shriveled hand she held her letter, bathed in blood. My friend Serval added. It was by way of reprisal that the Germans destroyed the chateau of the district, which belonged to me. I thought of the mothers of the poor gentle young fellows burned there, and of the atrocious heroism of that other mother, shot against the wall. And I picked up a little pebble, still blackened by the fire. The tramp. He had known better days, in spite of his poverty and his infirmity. At the age of 15 both his legs had been crushed by a carriage on the Varville High Road. Ever since then he had been a beggar, dragging himself along the roads and across the farmyards, balanced on his crutches, which had forced his shoulders to the level of his ears. His head appeared buried between two hills. As a child he had been found in a ditch by the rector of Belets, on the eve of All Souls' Day, and for that reason had been christened Nicholas Toussaint, All Saints. He was brought up by charity, and remained a stranger to any form of education. It was after drinking some brandy given him by the village baker that he was lamed, which was considered an excellent joke. Since then he had been a vagabond, not knowing how to do anything except hold out his hand for alms. In earlier days the Baroness d'Avery had given him a sort of kennel filled with straw to sleep in, next to the chicken house on the farm belonging to her country house. And in the times of famine he was always certain of finding a piece of bread and a glass of cider in the kitchen. Often he received there a few coppers as well, thrown down by the old lady from the top of the terrace steps or from the windows of her room. Now she was dead. In the village he was given scarcely anything, he was too well known. People were tired of him after 40 years of seeing him drag his deformed and ragged body round from hovel to hovel on his two wooden paws. Yet he would not leave the neighborhood, for he knew no other thing on earth but this corner of the country, these 3 or 4 hamlets in which he had dragged out his miserable life. He had set boundaries to his begging, and would never have passed over the frontiers within which he was used to keep himself. He did not know if the world extended far beyond the trees which had always bounded his view. He had no curiosity in the matter. And when rustics, weary of meeting him continually at the edges of their fields or beside their ditches, shouted to him, "Why do you never go to the other villages? Instead of always hobbling round these parts?" He would not answer and would go away, seized with a vague fear of the unknown, the fear of a poor man in confused terror of 1,000 things, new faces, rough treatment. The suspicious looks of people who did not know him, and the policemen who went 2 by 2 along the roads, and sent him ducking instinctively into the bushes or behind the heaps of stones. When he saw them in the distance, glittering in the sun, he acquired suddenly a strange, monster-like agility in getting himself into some hiding place. He tumbled off his crutches, letting himself fall like a rag, and rolled up into a ball, becoming quite small, invisible, flattened like a hair in its form, blending his brown rags with the brown earth. As a matter of fact he had never had anything to do with them. But he carried it in his blood, as though he had received this terror from the parents he had never seen. He had no refuge, no roof, no hut, no shelter. He slept anywhere in the summer, and in the winter he slipped under barns or into cowsheds with remarkable adroitness. He always decamped before his presence was discovered. He knew the holes by which buildings might be entered, and the handling of his crutches had given surprising strength to his arms. By the strength of his wrists alone he would climb up into haylofts, where he sometimes stayed for 4 or 5 days without stirring out. When he had collected sufficient provisions during his rounds, he lived like the beasts of the woods, surrounded by men, knowing no one, loving no one, arousing in the peasants no emotion but a sort of indifferent contempt and resigned hostility. He had been nicknamed Bell, because he swung between his 2 props like a bell between its 2 hammers. For the past 2 days he had had nothing to eat. No one gave him anything now. People were at last quite tired of him. The peasant women at their doors shouted at him from the distance when they saw him coming. "Be off with you, you clod! Why, I gave you a bit of bread only 3 days ago." And he swiveled round on his props and went off to the next house, where he was welcomed in the same fashion. The women declared to their next-door neighbors, "After all, we can't feed the lazybones all the year round." The lazybones, however, needed food every day. He had roamed all over St. Hilaire, Varville, and Les Billettes without harvesting a solitary centime or an old crust. No hope remained, except at Turnolles. But that required of him a journey 2 leagues on the high road, and he felt too weary to drag himself along, with his belly as empty as his pocket. But he set off. It was December. A cold wind ran over the fields and whistled in the bare branches, and the clouds galloped across the low, dark sky, hastening to an unknown goal. The cripple went slowly on, painfully moving his crutches one after the other, steadying himself on the one twisted leg that remained to him, terminated by a clubfoot swathed in a rag. From time to time he sat down at the roadside and rested for a few minutes. Hunger was overwhelming his confused and stupid wits with utter misery. He had only one idea, to eat, but he did not know how it was to be brought about. For 3 hours he struggled along the long road. Then, when the trees of the village came into sight, he hastened his movements. The first peasant whom he met, and of whom he asked alms, replied, "Here you are back again at your old trade. Shall we never be rid of you?" And Bell departed. At every door he was roughly treated and sent away without being given anything. But he continued his round, patient and obstinate. He did not garner a halfpenny. Then he visited the farms, dragging himself across fields soft with rain, so exhausted that he could not lift his sticks. Everywhere he was driven away. It was one of those cold, melancholy days on which hearts are hardened, and tempers hasty, on which the soul is dark, and the hands open neither to give nor to succor. When he had visited every house with which he was acquainted, he went and lay down in the corner of a ditch which ran alongside Maître Chiquet's farmyard. He unhooked himself, this being the best way of expressing the manner in which he let himself fall down between the high crutches that he slipped under his arms. For a long time he remained motionless, tortured by hunger, but too much of an animal fully to comprehend his fathomless misery. He waited for he knew not what, in that vague state of expectation which lives on, deathless, in all of us. There in the corner of the yard, in the icy wind, he awaited the mysterious aid from heaven or mankind which a wretched victim will always hope for, without wondering how, or why, or by whose agency it can possibly arrive. A flock of black hens was passing, seeking their sustenance in the earth, which gives food to all creatures. At every moment their sharp beaks found a bit of grain or an invisible insect, after which the birds would continue their slow, sure search. Bell watched them, thinking of nothing. Then there came to him, into his belly if not into his head, the feeling, rather than the thought, that one of those birds would make excellent eating, grilled over a fire of dead wood. The idea that he was about to commit a theft never touched him. Taking up a stone which lay within his reach, he threw it at the nearest hen, and, being an expert shot, killed it outright. The bird fell on its side, beating its wings. The rest fled, swaying from side to side on their thin legs, and Bell, clambering once more into his crutches, started off to retrieve his booty, his movements resembling those of the hens. As he arrived beside the little black corpse stained on the head with blood, he was given a violent blow in the back which made him lose hold of his sticks and sent him rolling for 10 paces in front of him. Maître Chiquet, exasperated, rushed upon the marauder and showered blows upon him, beating him furiously, with the fury of a peasant who has been robbed. Belaboring with fist and knee the entire body of the cripple, who could not defend himself. The farmhands came up in their turn, and joined their master in battering the beggar. When they were weary of beating him, they picked him up, carried him off, and shut him up in the woodshed while someone went to fetch the police. Bell, half dead, bleeding, and fainting with hunger, remained lying on the ground. Evening came, the night, then dawn. He had still had nothing to eat. About midday the police appeared and opened the door with great care, expecting to meet with some resistance. For Maître Chiquet had given them to understand that he had been attacked by the beggar and had defended himself with great difficulty. "Come on. Up you get," shouted the sergeant. But Bell could not move. He tried hard to hoist himself onto his sticks, but did not succeed. They thought he was shamming, trying to trick them, acting with the obstinate ill will common to malefactors, and the two armed men laid rough hands on him and set him on his crutches by main force. Terror had gripped him, his instinctive terror of all wearers of the yellow shoulder belt, the terror of the hunted before the hunter, of the mouse before the cat. With a superhuman effort he managed to remain upright. "Off we go," said the sergeant. He walked. All the farmhands watched him go. The women shook their fists at him. The men sniggered and abused him. He was caught at last. Good riddance. He went off between his two guards. He succeeded in finding the desperate energy necessary to keep going until evening, stupefied, no longer even realizing what was happening to him, too frightened to understand anything. The people they met on the way stopped to watch him go by, and the peasants murmured, "It's some thief or other." Towards nightfall they reached the capital of the canton. He had never been so far as this. He hardly realized at all what was going on, nor what might happen to him afterwards. All these terrible, unforeseen events, these faces and strange houses, bewildered him. He did not utter a word, having nothing to say, for he no longer understood anything. And besides, it was so many years since he had spoken to anyone that he had very nearly lost the use of his tongue. Moreover, his thoughts were too confused to find expression in words. He was locked up in the town jail. The policeman never imagined that he might need something to eat, and he was left until next day. But when they came down to question him, they found him lying dead upon the floor. What a surprise! A meeting. It was all an accident, a pure accident. Tired of standing, Baron d'Etreil went, as all the princess's rooms were open on that particular evening, into an empty bedroom, which appeared almost dark after coming out of the brilliantly lighted drawing rooms. He looked round for a chair in which to doze, as he was sure his wife would not go away before daylight. As soon as he got inside the door he saw the big bed with its azure and gold hangings, in the middle of the great room, looking like a catafalque in which love was buried. For the princess was no longer young. Behind it, a large bright spot looked like a lake seen at a distance from a window. It was a big looking-glass, discreetly covered with dark draperies that were sometimes let down, and often opened up, and it seemed to look at the bed, which was its accomplice. One might almost fancy that it felt regrets, and that one was going to see in it the charming shapes of the thighs of women and the gentle movement of arms about to embrace them. The Baron stood still for a moment, smiling and rather moved, on the threshold of this chamber dedicated to love. But suddenly something appeared in the looking-glass, as if the phantoms which he had evoked had come up before him. A man and a woman who had been sitting on a low couch hidden in the shade had risen, and the polished surface, reflecting their figures, showed that they were kissing each other before separating. The Baron recognized his wife and the Marquis de Servigne. He turned and went away like a man fully master of himself, and waited till it was day before taking away the Baronne. But he had no longer any thoughts of sleeping. As soon as they were alone, he said, "Madam, I saw you just now in the Princess de Raines's room. I need say no more, for I am not fond either of reproaches, acts of violence, or of ridicule. As I wish to avoid all such things, we shall separate without any scandal. Our lawyers will settle your position according to my orders. You will be free to live as you please when you are no longer under my roof. But, as you will continue to bear my name, I must warn you that should any scandal arise, I shall show myself inflexible." She tried to speak, but he stopped her, bowed, and left the room. He was more astonished and sad than unhappy. He had loved her dearly during the first period of their married life. But his ardor had cooled, and now he often had a caprice, either in a theatre or in society, though he always preserved a certain liking for the Baronne. She was very young, hardly 24, small, thin, too thin, and very fair. She was a true Parisian doll, clever, spoiled, elegant, coquettish, witty, with more charm than real beauty. He used to say familiarly to his brother, when speaking of her, "My wife is charming, attractive, but there is nothing to lay hold of. She is like a glass of champagne that is all froth. when you have got to the wine it is very good, but there is too little of it, unfortunately. He walked up and down the room in great agitation, thinking of 1,000 things. At one moment he felt in a great rage, and felt inclined to give the Marquis a good thrashing, to horsewhip him publicly, in the club. But he thought that would not do, it would not be the thing. He would be laughed at, and not the other, and he felt that his anger proceeded more from wounded vanity than from a broken heart. So he went to bed, but could not get to sleep. A few days afterward it was known in Paris that the Baron and Baronne d'Idyll had agreed to an amicable separation on account of incompatibility of temper. Nobody suspected anything, nobody laughed, and nobody was astonished. The Baron, however, to avoid meeting her, travelled for a year. Then he spent the summer at the seaside, and the autumn in shooting, returning to Paris for the winter. He did not meet his wife once. He did not even know what people said about her. At any rate, she took care to save appearances, and that was all he asked for. He got dreadfully bored, travelled again, restored his old castle of Villebosque, which took him 2 years. Then for over a year he received relays of friends there, till at last, tired of all these commonplace, so-called pleasures, he returned to his mansion in the Rue de Lille. Just 6 years after their separation. He was then 45, with a good crop of grey hair, rather stout, and with that melancholy look of people who have been handsome, sought after, much liked, and are deteriorating daily. A month after his return to Paris he took cold on coming out of his club, and had a bad cough, so his doctor ordered him to Nice for the rest of the winter. He started by the express on Monday evening. He was late, got to the station only a very short time before the departure of the train, and had barely time to get into a carriage, with only one other occupant, who was sitting in a corner so wrapped in furs and cloaks that he could not even make out whether it were a man or a woman, as nothing of the figure could be seen. When he perceived that he could not find out, he put on his travelling cap, rolled himself up in his rugs, and stretched himself out comfortably to sleep. He did not wake up till the day was breaking, and looked immediately at his fellow traveller. He had not stirred all night, and seemed still to be sound asleep. D'Idyll made use of the opportunity to brush his hair and his beard, and to try and freshen himself up a little generally. For a night's travelling changes one's looks very much when one has attained a certain age. A great poet has said, "Quand on est jeune, on a de matins triomphants, 15. Then we wake up with a cool skin, a bright eye, and glossy hair. When one grows older one wakes up in a very different state. Dull eyes, red, swollen cheeks, dry lips, the hair and beard all disarranged, impart an old, fatigued, worn-out look to the face." The Baron opened his travelling dressing-case, made himself as tidy as he could, and then waited. The engine whistled and the train stopped, and his neighbour moved. No doubt he was awake. They started off again, and then an oblique ray of the sun shone into the carriage just on to the sleeper, who moved again, shook himself, and then calmly showed his face. It was a young, fair, pretty, stout woman, and the Baron looked at her in amazement. He did not know what to believe. He could really have sworn that it was his wife, but wonderfully changed for the better, stouter. Why, she had grown as stout as he was, only it suited her much better than it did him. She looked at him quietly, did not seem to recognize him, and then slowly laid aside her wraps. She had that calm assurance of a woman who is sure of herself, the insolent audacity of a first awaking, knowing and feeling that she was in her full beauty and freshness. The Baron really lost his head. Was it his wife or somebody else who was as like her as any sister could be? As he had not seen her for 6 years he might be mistaken. She yawned, and he knew her by the gesture. She turned and looked at him again, calmly, indifferently, as if she scarcely saw him, and then looked out at the country again. He was upset and dreadfully perplexed, and waited, looking at her sideways, steadfastly. Yes, it was certainly his wife. How could he possibly have doubted? There could certainly not be two noses like that, and 1,000 recollections flashed through him, slight details of her body, a beauty spot on one of her limbs and another on her back. How often he had kissed them! He felt the old feeling of the intoxication of love stealing over him, and he called to mind the sweet odor of her skin, her smile when she put her arms on to his shoulders. The soft intonations of her voice, all her graceful, coaxing ways. But how she had changed and improved. It was she and yet not she. He thought her riper, more developed, more of a woman, more seductive, more desirable, adorably desirable. And this strange, unknown woman, whom he had accidentally met in a railway carriage belonged to him, he had only to say to her, "I insist upon it." He had formerly slept in her arms, existed only in her love, and now he had found her again certainly, but so changed that he scarcely knew her. It was another, and yet she at the same time. It was another who had been born, formed, and grown since he had left her. It was she, indeed. She whom he had possessed but whom he found with her manners modified, her features more formed, her smile less affected, her gestures surer. There were two women in one, mingling a great deal of what was new and unknown with many sweet recollections of the past. There was something extraordinary, disturbing, exciting about it, a kind of mystery of love in which there floated a delicious confusion. It was his wife in a new body and in new flesh which his lips had never pressed. And he remembered that in 6 or 7 years everything changes in us, only outlines can be recognized, and sometimes even they disappear. The blood, the hair, the skin, all change, and are reconstituted, and when people have not seen each other for a long time they find, when they meet, another totally different being. Although it be the same and bear the same name. And the heart also can change. Ideas may be modified and renewed, so that in 40 years of life we may, by gradual and constant transformations, become 4 or 5 totally new and different beings. He dwelt on this thought till it troubled him. It had first taken possession of him when he surprised her in the princess's room. He was not the least angry. It was not the same woman that he was looking at, that thin, excitable little doll of those days. What was he to do? How should he address her? And what could he say to her? Had she recognized him? The train stopped again. He got up, bowed, and said, "Bert, do you want anything I can bring you?" She looked at him from head to foot, and answered, without showing the slightest surprise or confusion or anger, but with the most perfect indifference. "I do not want anything, thank you." He got out and walked up and down the platform a little in order to think, and, as it were, to recover his senses after a fall. What should he do now? If he got into another carriage it would look as if he were running away. Should he be gallant? That would look as if he were asking for forgiveness. Should he speak as if he were her master? He would look like a cad, and besides, he really had no right to do so. He got in again and took his place. During his absence she had hastily arranged her dress and hair, and was now lying stretched out on the seat, radiant, but without showing any emotion. He turned to her, and said, "My dear Bert. Since this singular chance has brought us together after a separation of 6 years, a quite friendly separation, are we to continue to look upon each other as irreconcilable enemies? We are shut up together, tête-à-tête, which is so much the better or so much the worse. I am not going to get into another carriage, so don't you think it is preferable to talk as friends till the end of our journey?" She answered quite calmly again. "Just as you please." Then he suddenly stopped, really not knowing what to say, but as he had plenty of assurance, he sat down on the middle seat, and said, "Well, I see I must court you, so much the better. It is, however, really a pleasure, for you are charming. You cannot imagine how you have improved in the last 6 years. I do not know any woman who could give me that delightful sensation which I experienced just now when you emerged from your wraps. I could really have thought such a change impossible." Without moving her head or looking at him, she said, "I cannot say the same with regard to you, you have certainly deteriorated a great deal." He got red and confused, and then, with a smile of resignation, he said, You are rather hard. Why, was her reply. I am only stating facts. I don't suppose you intend to offer me your love? It must, therefore, be a matter of perfect indifference to you what I think about you. But I see it is a painful subject, so let us talk of something else. What have you been doing since I last saw you? He felt rather out of countenance, and stammered. I have traveled, hunted, and grown old, as you see. And you? She said, quite calmly, I have always kept up appearances, as you ordered me. He was very nearly saying something brutal, but he checked himself, and kissed his wife's hand. And I thank you, he said. She was surprised. He was indeed strong and always master of himself. He went on, as you have acceded to my first request, shall we now talk without any bitterness? She made a little gesture of disdain. Bitterness. I don't feel any. You are a complete stranger to me, I am only trying to keep up a difficult conversation. He was still looking at her, carried away in spite of her harshness, and he felt seized with a brutal desire, the desire of the master. Perceiving that she had hurt his feelings, she said, How old are you now? I thought you were younger than you look. He grew rather pale. I am 45. And then he added, I forgot to ask after Princess de Raines. Are you still intimate with her? She looked at him as if she hated him. Yes, certainly I am. She is very well, thank you. They remained sitting side by side, agitated and irritated. Suddenly he said. My dear Berthe, I have changed my mind. You are my wife, and I expect you to come with me today. You have, I think, improved both morally and physically, and I am going to take you back again. I am your husband and it is my right to do so. She was quite taken aback, and looked at him, trying to divine his thoughts, but his face was resolute and impenetrable. I am very sorry, she said, but I have made other engagements. So much the worse for you, was his reply. The law gives me the power, and I mean to use it. They were getting to Marseilles, and the train whistled and slackened speed. The Baronne got up, carefully rolled up her wraps, and then turning to her husband, she said. My dear Raymond, do not make a bad use of the tête-à-tête which I had carefully prepared. I wish to take precautions, according to your advice, so that I might have nothing to fear from you or from other people, whatever might happen. You are going to Nice, are you not? I shall go wherever you go. Not at all, just listen to me, and I am sure that you will leave me in peace. In a few moments, when we get to the station, you will see the Princess de Raines and the Comtesse Henriette waiting for me with their husbands. I wished them to see us, and to know that we had spent the night together in the railway carriage. Don't be alarmed, they will tell it everywhere as a most surprising fact. I told you just now that I had most carefully followed your advice and saved appearances. Anything else does not matter, does it? Well, in order to do so, I wish to be seen with you. You told me carefully to avoid any scandal, and I am avoiding it, for, I am afraid. She waited till the train had quite stopped, and as her friends ran up to open the carriage door, she said, I am afraid that I am enceinte. The princess stretched out her arms to embrace her, and the Baronne said, pointing to the Baron, who was dumb with astonishment, and trying to get at the truth. You do not recognize Raymond? He has certainly changed a good deal, and he agreed to come with me so that I might not travel alone. We take little trips like this occasionally, like good friends who cannot live together. We are going to separate here, he has had enough of me already. She put out her hand, which he took mechanically, and then she jumped out onto the platform among her friends, who were waiting for her. The Baron hastily shut the carriage door, for he was too much disturbed to say a word or come to any determination. He heard his wife's voice, and their merry laughter as they went away. He never saw her again, nor did he ever discover whether she had told him a lie or was speaking the truth. The Legacy. Chapter 1. Although it was not yet 10 o'clock, the employees were pouring in like waves through the great doorway of the Ministry of Marine, having come in haste from every corner of Paris. For the first of the year was approaching, the time for renewed zeal, and for promotions. A noise of hurrying footsteps filled the vast building, which was as tortuous as a labyrinth, and honeycombed with inextricable passages, pierced by innumerable doors opening into the various offices. Each one entered his particular room, pressed the hands of his colleagues who had already arrived, threw off his coat, put on his office jacket, and seated himself before the table, where a pile of papers awaited him. Then they went for news into the neighboring offices. They asked whether their chief had arrived, if he was in an agreeable humor, and if the day's mail was a heavy one. The clerk in charge of general matter, M. César Cachelin, an old non-commissioned officer of the Marine Infantry, who had become chief clerk by priority of office, registered in a big book all the documents as they were brought in by the messenger. Opposite him the copying clerk, old Father Savon, a stupid old fellow, celebrated throughout the whole ministry for his conjugal misfortunes, copied in a slow hand a dispatch from the chief, sitting with his body held sidewise and his eyes askew, in the stiff attitude of the careful copyist. M. Cachelin, a big man, whose short, white hair stood up like a brush on his head, talked all the time while performing his daily work, 32 dispatches from Toulon. That port gives us as much as any 4 others put together. Then he asked the old man Savon the question he put to him every morning. Well, Father Savon, how is Madame? The old man, without stopping his work, replied, You know very well, Monsieur Cachelin, that subject is a most painful one to me. Then the chief clerk laughed as he laughed every day at hearing the same phrase. The door opened and M. Mays entered. He was a handsome, dark young fellow dressed with an exaggerated elegance, who thought his position beneath his dignity, and his person and manners above his position. He wore large rings, a heavy gold watch chain, a monocle, which he discarded while at work. And he made a frequent movement of his wrists in order to bring into view his cuffs ornamented with great shining buttons. At the door he asked, Much work today? M. Cachelin replied, It is always Toulon which keeps sending in. One can easily see that the first of the year is at hand, from the way they are hustling down there. But another employee, a great joker, always in high spirits, appeared in his turn and said laughing, We are not hustling at all, are we? Then taking out his watch he added, 7 minutes to 10 and every man at his post. By George, what do you think of that? And I'll wager anything that his dignity M. Laceable arrived at 9 o'clock, at the same hour as our illustrious chief. The chief clerk ceased writing, put his pen behind his ear, and leaning his elbow on the desk said, Oh! There is a man for you. If he does not succeed, it will not be for want of trying. M. Pidelet, seating himself on the corner of the table and swinging his leg, replied. But he will succeed, Papa Cachelin, he will succeed, you may be sure. I will bet you 20 francs to a sou that he will be chief within 10 years. M. Mays, who rolled a cigarette while warming his calves before the fire, said. Pshaw! For my part one would rather remain all my life on a salary of 2,400 francs than wear myself to a skeleton the way he is doing. Pidelet turned on his heels and said in a bantering tone, But that does not prevent you, my dear fellow, from being here on this 20th of December before 10 o'clock. The other shrugged his shoulders with an air of indifference. Hang it all! I do not want everybody to walk over my head, either. Since you come here to see the sun rise, I am going to do it, too, however much I may deplore your officiousness. From doing that to calling the chief dear master, as Laceable does, and staying until 6:30 and then carrying work home with you is a long way. Besides, I am in society and I have other demands upon my time. M. Cachelin had ceased his registering and begun to dream, his eyes fixed on vacancy. At last he asked, Do you believe that he will get an increase again this year? Pidelet cried, I will bet you 10 to 1 he gets it. He is not wearing himself out for nothing. And so they talked of the eternal question of promotion which for a month had excited the whole hive of clerks from the ground floor to the roof. They calculated chances, computed figures, compared their various claims to promotion, and waxed indignant over former injustices. These discussions lasted from morning until evening, and the next day were begun all over again, with the same reasons, the same arguments, the same words. A new clerk entered, a little, pale, sick-looking man, M. Loisel, who lived as in a romance of Alexandre Dumas, père. Everything with him was an extraordinary adventure, and he recounted every morning to his friend Pidelet his strange encounters of the previous evening, imaginary scenes enacted in his house. Strange cries uttered in the street which caused him to open his window at 3:30 in the morning. Every day he had separated combatants, stopped runaway horses, rescued women from danger. And although of a deplorably weak constitution, he talked unceasingly, in a slow and satisfied tone, of exploits accomplished by his strong arm. As soon as he understood that they were talking of Laceable, he declared, "Some day I will give that little pup his deserts. And if he ever walks over my head, I'll give him something that will prevent him from trying again." Mays, continuing to smoke, sneered, "You would do well, then, to begin at once, for I hear on good authority that you are to be set aside this year for Laceable." Loisel raised his hand. "I swear that if—" The door opened once more, and a dapper little man wearing the side whiskers of an officer of marine or lawyer, and a high, stiff collar, who spoke his words rapidly as though he could not take the time to finish what he had to say, entered quickly with a preoccupied manner. He shook hands all around with the air of a man who had no leisure for dallying, and approaching the chief clerk said, "My dear Cashlin, will you give me the chapel of papers, rope yarn, Toulon v. 1875? The clerk rose, reached for a portfolio above his head, took out a package of sealed documents wrapped in blue linen, and presenting them said, "There, M. Laceable. You remember the chief took 3 dispatches from their package yesterday." "Yes, I have them." "Thanks," and the young man went out hurriedly. Hardly had he gone when Mays ejaculated, "Well, what an air! One would swear he was already chief." And Pidelet replied, "Patience, patience, he will be before any of us." M. Cashlin had not resumed his writing. A fixed thought seemed to have taken possession of him. At last he said, "He has a fine future, that boy." But Mays murmured in a disdainful tone, "For those who think the ministry is a career, yes. For the others it is a little." Pidelet interrupted him, "Perhaps you intend to become ambassador?" The other made an impatient gesture. "It is not a question of me. I can take care of myself. That has nothing to do with the fact that the position of the head of a department will never be anything very much." Father Savon, the copyist, had never ceased his work. But for some little time he had been dipping his pen in the inkstand, then wiping it vigorously on the sponge which stood in a little glass of water on his desk, without being able to trace a letter. The black liquid slipped along the point of the metal and fell in round spots on the paper. The good man, driven to despair as sheet after sheet of paper was thus spoiled, said in a deep and sorrowful voice, "Here is more adulterated ink." A shout of laughter came from every mouth. Cashlin shook the table with his stomach. Mays bent double, as though he were going up the chimney backward. Pidelet stamped and roared and waved his hands in the air, and even Loisel was almost suffocated, although he generally looked at these things on the tragic rather than the comic side. But Father Savon, wiping his pen on the tail of his overcoat, said, "There is nothing to laugh at. I have to go over my whole work 2 or 3 times." He took from his box another sheet of paper, laid his wax sheet over it, and commenced again at the beginning. "Monsieur le Minister and dear colleague," the pen now held the ink and traced the letters neatly. The old man settled down into his oblique posture and continued his copy. The others had not stopped laughing. They were fairly choking. For 6 months they had played the same game on the poor old fellow, who had never detected it. It consisted in pouring several drops of oil on the damp sponge used for wiping pens. The metal, thus becoming coated with liquid grease, would not take the ink, and the perplexed copying clerk would pass hours in using boxes of pens and bottles of ink. And finally declare that the supplies of the department were becoming perfectly worthless. Then the jokers would torment the old man in other ways. They put gunpowder in his tobacco, poured drugs into his drinking water, and made him believe that, since the Commune, the majority of articles for general use had been adulterated by the socialists. To put the government in the wrong and bring about a revolution. He had conceived a terrible hatred against the anarchists, whom he believed to be concealed everywhere, and had a mysterious fear of an unknown woman, veiled and formidable. A sharp ring of the bell sounded in the corridor. They well knew the emphatic ring of their chief, M. Torchebieuf, and each one sprang toward the door that he might regain his own compartment. Châli returned to his work. Then he laid down his pen again, and took his head in his hands and began to think. He turned over in his mind an idea which had tormented him for some time. An old non-commissioned officer of the Marine Infantry, retired after receiving 3 wounds, 1 at Senegal and 2 at Cochin China. Who had been given a position in the ministry as an exceptional favor. He had had to endure many miseries, many hardships, and many griefs in his long career as an insignificant subordinate. He considered authority, official authority, as the finest thing in the world. The head of a department seemed to him an exceptional being, living in a higher sphere. And the employee of whom he heard it said, "He is a sharp one, he will get there yet," appeared to him of another race, another nature, than himself. He had therefore for his colleague Laisable a high respect which approached veneration, and he cherished the secret desire, which was never absent from his mind, to have him marry his daughter. She would be rich one day, very rich. This was known throughout the entire ministry, for his sister, Mli Châli, possessed a million, a clear, cool million, acquired through love, they said, but purified by belated piety. This ancient spinster, who had led a gay life in her youth, had retired with 500,000 francs, which she had more than doubled in 18 years. Thanks to her ferocious economy and more than frugal habits. She had lived for a long time with her brother, who was a widower with 1 daughter, Coralie. But she did not contribute in the slightest degree to the expenses of the house, guarding and accumulating her gold, and always repeating to Châli, "It makes no difference. Since it is all for your daughter. But marry her quickly, for I want to see my little nephews around me. It is she who will give me the joy of embracing a child of our blood." This was well understood at the office, and suitors were not lacking for Coralie's hand. It was said that Mays himself, the handsome Mays, the lion of the bureau, hovered around Father Châli with a palpable intent. But the former sergeant, who had roamed through all latitudes, wanted a young man with a future, a young man who would be chief, and who would be able to make some return to him, the old clerk. Laisable suited him to a nicety, and he cast about in his mind for a means of attaching him to himself. All of a sudden he sat upright, striking his hands together. He had found it. He well understood the weakness of each one of his colleagues. Laisable could be approached only through his vanity, his professional vanity. He would go to him and demand his protection as one goes to a senator or a deputy, as one goes to a high personage. Not having had any promotion for 5 years, Châli considered himself as certain to obtain one this year. He would make it appear then that he owed it to Laisable, and would invite him to dinner as a means of thanking him. As soon as his project was conceived he began to put it into execution. He took off his office jacket, put on his coat, and, gathering up all the registered papers which concerned the services of his colleague, he betook himself to the office which Laisable occupied all alone, by special favor, because of his zeal and the importance of his functions. The young man was writing at a great table, covered with bundles of documents and loose papers numbered with red or blue figures. As soon as he saw the chief clerk enter, he said in a familiar tone, which also betokened consideration, "Well, my dear fellow, do you bring me a lot of business?" "Yes, a good deal." And then I want to speak to you. Sit down, my friend, I am listening. Cashlin seated himself, coughed, put on a troubled look, and finally said in a despondent tone. This is what brings me here, Monsieur Laceable. I will not beat about the bush. I will be frank like an old soldier. I have come to demand a service of you. What is it? In few words, I wish very much to be promoted this year. I have nobody to help me, and I have thought of you. Laceable reddened somewhat. He was surprised, flattered, and filled with a pleased confusion. However, he replied. But I am nobody here, my friend. I am much less than you, who are going to be principal clerk. I can do nothing. Believe me that if... Cashlin cut him short with respectful brusqueness. Oh, nonsense. You have the ear of the chief, and if you speak a word for me I shall get it. Remember that in 18 months I shall have the right to retire, and I shall be just 500 francs to the bad if I obtain nothing on the 1st of January. I know very well that they say, Cashlin is all right, his sister has $1 million. It is true enough that my sister has $1 million, but she doesn't give any of it away. It is also true that her fortune is for my daughter, but my daughter and I are two different persons. I shall be in a nice fix if, when my daughter and my son-in-law are rolling in their carriage, I have nothing to eat. You see my position, do you not? Laceable agreed. It is true, what you say is very true. Your son-in-law may not be well disposed toward you. Besides, one is always more at ease when owing nothing to anybody. Well, I promise you I shall do my best. I shall speak to the chief, place the case before him, and shall insist if it be necessary. Count on me. Cashlin rose, took the hands of his colleague, and pressing them hard while he shook them in military fashion, stammered, Thank you, thank you. Believe me, if ever I have the opportunity, if I can ever, he stopped, not being able to finish what he had begun. And went away making the corridor resound with the rhythmical tread of an old trooper. But he heard from afar the sharp ring of a bell and he began to run. He knew that ring. It was the chief, M. Torchebeuf, who wanted him. 8 days later Cashlin found one morning on his desk a sealed letter, which contained the following. My dear colleague, I am happy to announce to you that the minister, at the instance of our director and our chief, yesterday signed your nomination to the position of principal clerk. You will receive tomorrow your official notification. Until then you know nothing, you understand? Yours ever. Laceable. César ran at once to the office of his young colleague, thanked him, excused himself, offered his everlasting devotion, overwhelmed him with his gratitude. It was known on the morrow that M.M. Laceable and Cashlin had each been promoted. The other employees must wait another year, receiving by way of compensation a gratuity which varied from 150 to 300 francs. M. Boissel declared that he would lie in wait for Laceable at the corner of the street at midnight some night and give him a drubbing which would leave its mark. The other clerks kept silent. The following Monday, on his arrival, Cashlin went to the office of his protector, entered with solemnity, and in a ceremonious tone said, I hope that you will do me the honor to dine with us during the New Year holidays. You may choose the day yourself. The young man, somewhat surprised, raised his head and looked his colleague full in the face. Then he replied without removing his eyes, that he might read the thoughts of the other, but, my dear fellow, you see, all my evenings are promised here for some time to come. Cashlin insisted in a good-humored tone, oh, but, I say, you will not disappoint us by refusing, after the service that you have rendered me. I beg you in the name of my family and in mine. Laceable hesitated, perplexed. He had understood well enough, but he did not know what to reply, not having had time to reflect and to weigh the pros and the cons. At last he thought, I commit myself to nothing by going to dinner, and he accepted with a satisfied air, choosing the Saturday following. He added, smiling, so that I shall not have to get up too soon the next morning. Chapter 2. M. Cashlin lived in a small apartment on the 5th floor of a house at the upper end of the Rue Roquecourt. There was a balcony from which one could see all Paris, and 3 rooms, one for his sister, one for his daughter, and one for himself. The dining room served also for a parlor. He occupied himself during the whole week in preparing for this dinner. The menu was discussed at great length, in order that they might have a repast which should be at the same time homelike and elegant. The following was finally decided upon: a consommé with eggs, shrimps and sausage for hors d'oeuvre, a lobster, a fine chicken, preserved peas, a pâté de foie gras, a salad, an ice, and dessert. The foie gras was ordered from a neighboring pork butcher with the injunction to furnish the best quality. The pot alone cost 3 francs and a half. For the wine, Cashlin applied to the wine merchant at the corner, who supplied him with the red beverage with which he ordinarily quenched his thirst. He did not want to go to a big dealer, reasoning thus: the small dealers find few occasions to sell their best brands. On this account they keep them a long time in their cellars, and they are therefore better. He came home at the earliest possible hour on Saturday to assure himself that all was ready. The maid who opened the door for him was red as a tomato, for she had lighted her fire at midday through fear of not being ready in time, and had roasted her face at it all day. Emotion also excited her. He entered the dining room to inspect everything. In the middle of the little room the round table made a great white spot under the bright light of a lamp covered with a green shade. The 4 plates were almost concealed by napkins folded in the form of an archbishop's mitre by Mlle Cashlin, the aunt, and were flanked by knives and forks of white metal. In front of each stood 2 glasses, one large and one small. César found this insufficient at a glance, and he called Charlotte. The door at the left opened and a little old woman appeared. Older than her brother by 10 years, she had a narrow face framed with white ringlets. She did these up in papers every night. Her thin voice seemed too weak for her little bent body, and she moved with a slightly dragging step and tired gestures. They had said of her when she was young, "What a dear little creature." She was now a shriveled-up old woman, very clean because of her early training, headstrong, spoiled, narrow-minded, fastidious, and easily irritated. Having become very devout, she seemed to have totally forgotten the adventures of her past. She asked, "What do you want?" He replied, "I find that 2 glasses do not make much of a show. If we could have champagne, it would not cost me more than 3 or 4 francs, we have the glasses already, and it would entirely change the aspect of the table." "Mli." Charlotte replied, "I do not see the use of going to that expense. But you are paying, it does not concern me." He hesitated, seeking to convince himself. "I assure you it would be much better. And then, with the cake it would make things more lively." This decided him. He took his hat and went downstairs, returning in 5 minutes with a bottle under his arm which bore on a large white label, ornamented with an enormous coat of arms. The words, "Grand Vin Monsieur de Champagne du Comte de Châtel-Renevaux." Cashlin declared, "It cost only 3 francs, and the man says it is delicious." He took the champagne glasses from the cupboard and placed them before each place. The door at the right opened. His daughter entered. She was a tall girl with firm, rosy flesh, a handsome daughter of a strong race. She had chestnut hair and blue eyes. A simple gown outlined her round and supple figure. Her voice was strong, almost the voice of a man, with those deep notes which make the nerves vibrate. She cried, "Heavens! Champagne! What luck!" clapping her hands like a child. Her father said to her, "I wish you to be particularly nice to this gentleman, he has done such a lot for me." She began to laugh, a sonorous laugh, which said, "I know." The bell in the vestibule rang. The doors opened and closed and Laceable appeared. He wore a black coat, a white cravat, and white gloves. He created a stir. Cashlin sprang forward, embarrassed and delighted, "But, my dear fellow, this is among ourselves. See me, I am in ordinary dress." The young man replied, I know, you told me so. But I never go out in the evening without my dress coat. He saluted, his opera hat under his arm, a flower in his buttonhole. César presented him, my sister, Mlle Charlotte. My daughter Coralie, whom at home we call Cora. Everybody bowed. Cashlin continued, we have no salon. It is rather troublesome, but one gets used to it. Laceable replied, it is charming. Then he was relieved of his hat, which he wished to hang up, and he began immediately to draw off his gloves. They sat down and looked at one another across the table, and no one said anything more until Cashlin asked, did the chief remain late tonight? I left very early to help the ladies. Laceable replied in a careless tone, no, we went away together, because we were obliged to discuss the matter of the payment for the canvases at Brest. It is a very complicated affair, which will give us a great deal of trouble. Cashlin believed he ought to bring his sister into the conversation, and turning to her said, it is M. Laceable who decides all the difficult questions at the office. One might say that he was the deputy chief. The old spinster bowed politely, saying, oh, I know that monsieur has great capabilities. The maid entered, pushing open the door with her knee, and holding aloft with both hands a great soup tureen. Then the master of the house cried, come, dinner. Sit there, M. Laceable, between my sister and my daughter. I hope you are not afraid of the ladies, and the dinner began. Laceable made himself agreeable, with a little air of self-sufficiency, almost of condescension, and he glanced now and then at the young girl, astonished at her freshness, at her beautiful, appetizing health. Mlle Charlotte showed her best side, knowing the intentions of her brother, and she took part in the conversation so long as it was confined to commonplace topics. Cashlin was radiant. He talked and joked in a loud voice while he poured out the wine bought an hour previous at the store on the corner, a glass of this little Burgundy, M. Laceable. I do not say that it is anything remarkable, but it is good, it is from the cellar and it is pure, I can say that much. We get it from some friends down there. The young girl said nothing. A little red, a little shy, she was awed by the presence of this man, whose thoughts she suspected. When the lobster appeared, César declared, here comes a personage whose acquaintance I shall be glad to make. Laceable, smiling, told a story of a writer who had called the lobster, the cardinal of the seas, not knowing that before being cooked the animal was a dark greenish-black. Cashlin laughed with all his might, repeating, ha, ha, ha. That is first-rate. But Mlle Charlotte, becoming serious, said sharply, I do not see anything amusing in that. That gentleman was an improper person. I understand all kinds of pleasantries, but I am opposed to anything which casts ridicule on the clergy in my presence. The young man, who wished to please the old maid, profited by this occasion to make a profession of the Catholic faith. He spoke of the bad taste of those who treated great truths with lightness. And in conclusion he said, for myself I respect and venerate the religion of my fathers, I have been brought up in it, and I will remain in it till my death. Cashlin laughed no longer. He rolled little crumbs of bread between his finger and thumb while he murmured, that's right, that's right. Then he changed the conversation, and, with an impulse natural to those who follow the same routine every day, he said, our handsome Mays must have been furious at not having been promoted? Laceable smiled. Well, why not? To everyone according to his deserts. And they continued talking about the ministry, which interested everybody, for the two women knew the employees almost as well as Cashlin himself, through hearing them spoken of every day. Charlotte was particularly pleased to hear about Boissel, on account of his romantic spirit, and the adventures he was always telling about, while Cora was secretly interested in the handsome Mays. They had never seen either of the men, however. Laceable talked about them with a superior air, as a minister might have done in speaking of his staff. Mays is not lacking in a certain kind of merit, but when one wishes to accomplish anything it is necessary to work harder than he does. He is fond of society and of pleasure. All that distracts the mind, he will never advance much on this account. He will be an assistant secretary, perhaps, thanks to the influence he commands, but nothing more. As for Pidelet, he is a good clerk, I must say. He has a superficial elegance which cannot be gainsaid, but nothing deep. There is a young man whom one could never put at the head of an important bureau, but who can always be utilized by an intelligent chief who would lay out his work for him. And M. Loisel? Asked Mlle Charlotte. Laceable shrugged his shoulders. A poor chap, a poor chap. He can see nothing in its proper proportions, and is continually imagining wonderful stories while half asleep. To us he is of no earthly use. Cashlin began to laugh. But the best of all, he declared, is old Father Savon. Then everybody laughed. After that they talked of the theatres and the different plays of the year. Laceable judged the dramatic literature of the day with the same authority, concisely classifying the authors, determining the strength and weakness of each. With the assurance of a man who believes himself to be infallible and universal. They had finished the roast. César now uncovered the pot of foie gras with the most delicate precautions, which made one imagine the contents to be something wonderful. He said, I do not know if this one will be a success, but generally they are perfect. We get them from a cousin who lives in Strasbourg. With respectful deliberation each one ate the butcher's pâté in its little yellow pot. But disaster came with the ice. It was a sauce, a soup, a clear liquid which floated in the dish. The little maid had begged the pastry cook's boy, who brought the ice at 7 o'clock, to take it out of the mold himself, fearing that she would not know how. Cashlin, in despair, wished to make her carry it back again. Then he calmed himself at the thought of the 12th night cake, which he divided with great mystery as though it contained a prime secret. All fixed their gaze on the symbolic cake, then Mlle. Charlotte directed that each one close his eyes while taking a piece. Who would be the king? A childish, expectant smile was on the lips of everyone. M. Laceable uttered a little, ah, of astonishment, and showed between his thumb and forefinger a great white bean still covered with pastry. Cashlin began to applaud, then cried, Choose the queen. Choose the queen. The king hesitated an instant only. Would it not be a politic act to choose Mlle Charlotte? She would be flattered, brought over, his friend ever after. Then he reflected that it was really Mlle Cora for whom he had been invited, and that he would seem like a ninny in choosing the aunt. He turned toward his youthful neighbor, and handing her the royal bean said, Mademoiselle, will you permit me to offer it to you? And they looked one another in the face for the first time. She replied, Thank you, monsieur, and received the gage of sovereignty. He thought, she is enormously pretty, this girl. Her eyes are superb. She is gay, too, if I am not mistaken. A sharp detonation made the two women jump. Cashlin had just opened the champagne, which escaped from the bottle and ran over the tablecloth. Then the glasses were filled with the frothy stuff and the host declared, It is of good quality, one can see that. But as Laceable was about to drink to prevent his glass from running over, César cried, The king drinks. The king drinks. The king drinks. And Mlle. Charlotte, also excited, squeaked in her thin voice, The king drinks. The king drinks. Laceable emptied his glass with composure, and replacing it on the table said, You see I am not lacking in assurance. Then turning toward Mlle Cora he said, It is yours, mademoiselle. She wished to drink, but everybody having cried, The queen drinks. The queen drinks, she blushed, began to laugh, and put the glass down again. The end of the dinner was full of gaiety. The king showed himself most attentive and gallant toward the queen. Then when they had finished the liqueurs, Cashlin announced, We will have the table cleared away now to give us more room. If it is not raining, we can go to the balcony for a few minutes. He wanted Laceable to see the view, although it was night. The glass door was thrown open. A moist, warm breeze entered. It was mild outdoors as in the month of April. They all mounted the step which separated the dining room from the large balcony. They could see nothing but a vague glimmer hovering over the great city, like the gilt halos which they put on the heads of the saints. In some spots this light seemed more brilliant, and Cashlin began to explain. "See, that is the Eden blazing down there. Look at the line of the boulevards. Isn't it wonderful, how you can distinguish them? In the daytime it is splendid, this view. You would have to travel a long way before you saw anything finer." Laceable was leaning on the iron balustrade, by the side of Cora, who gazed into the void, silent, distraught. Seized of a sudden with one of those melancholy languors which sometimes oppress the soul. Emily Charlotte returned to the room, fearing the damp. Cashlin continued to speak, his outstretched hand indicating the places where they would find the Invalides, the Trocadero, the Arc de Triomphe. Laceable in a low voice asked, "And you, Mli? Cora, do you like to look at Paris from this height?" She gave a little shiver, as though she had been dreaming, and answered, Yes, especially at night. I think of all the things which are happening there in front of us. How many happy people and how many who are unhappy in all these houses. If one could see everything, how many things one might learn." He came a little nearer, until their elbows and their shoulders touched. "By moonlight this should be like fairyland." She murmured, "Ah, yes, indeed. One would say it was an engraving by Gustave Doré. What a pleasure it would be to take a long walk on these roofs." Then he questioned her regarding her tastes, her dreams, her pleasures. And she replied without embarrassment, after the manner of an intelligent, sensible girl, one who was not more imaginative than was necessary. He found her full of good sense, and he said to himself that it would be wonderfully sweet to put his arm about that firm, round figure, and to press a score of little slow kisses. As one drinks in little sips of excellent brandy, on that fresh cheek, near the ear, just where a ray from the lamp fell upon it. He felt himself attracted, moved by the sensation of the proximity of a beautiful woman, by the thirst for her ripe and virginal flesh, and by that delicate seductive influence a young girl possesses. It seemed to him he could remain there for hours, nights, weeks, forever, leaning towards her, feeling her near to him, thrilled by the charm of that contact. And something like a poetic sentiment stirred his heart in the face of that great Paris, spread out before him, brilliant in her nocturnal life, her life of pleasure and debauchery. It seemed to him that he dominated the enormous city, that he hovered over it. And he thought how delicious it would be to recline every evening on such a balcony beside a woman, to love her and be loved by her, to press her to his breast, far above the vast city. And all the earthly loves it contained, above all the vulgar satisfactions and common desires, near to the stars. There are nights when even the least exalted souls begin to dream, and Laceable felt as though he were spreading his wings for the first time. Perhaps he was a little tipsy. Cashlin went inside to get his pipe, and came back lighting it. "I know," he said, "that you do not smoke, or I would offer you a cigarette. There is nothing more delightful than to smoke here. If I had to live on the ground floor I should die. We could do it if we wanted to, for the house belongs to my sister, as well as the two neighboring ones, the one on the right and the one on the left. She has a nice little revenue from these alone. They did not cost a great deal either, when she bought them." And turning toward the window he cried, "How much did you pay for the ground here, Charlotte?" Then the thin voice of the old spinster was heard speaking. Laceable could only hear broken fragments of the sentences. In 1863, 35 francs, built afterward, the 3 houses, a banker, sold for at least 500,000 francs. She talked of her fortune with the complacency of an old soldier who reels off stories of his campaigns. She enumerated her purchases, the high offers she had since had, the rise in values, etc. Laceable, immediately interested, turned about, resting now his back against the balustrade of the balcony. But as he still caught only tantalizing scraps of what the old woman said, he brusquely left his young companion and went within where he might hear everything. And seating himself beside Mademoiselle Charlotte conversed with her for a long time on the probable increase in rents and what income should accrue from money well placed in stocks and bonds. He left toward midnight, promising to return. A month later there was nothing talked about in the whole office but the marriage of Jacques Leopold Laceable with Mademoiselle Celeste Coralie Cashlin. Chapter 3. The young people began housekeeping on the same floor with Cashlin and MLLE Charlotte, in an apartment similar to theirs from which the tenant was expelled. A certain uneasiness, however, disturbed the mind of Laceable. The aunt had not wished to assure her heritage to Cora by any definitive act. She had, however, consented to swear, before God, that her will was made and deposited with Maître Belhomme, the notary. She had promised, moreover, that her entire fortune should revert to her niece on one sole condition. Being pressed to reveal this condition she refused to explain herself, but averred with a little amiable smile that it was very easy of fulfillment. Notwithstanding these explanations and the stubbornness of the pious old woman, Laceable thought he ought to have further assurance. But, as the young woman pleased him greatly, his desire triumphed over his incertitude, and he yielded to the determined efforts of Cashlin. Now he was happy, notwithstanding that he was always tormented by a doubt, and he loved his wife, who had in no wise disappointed his expectations. His life flowed along, tranquil and monotonous. He became, in several weeks, perfectly inured to his new position of married man, and he continued to be the same faithful and accomplished employee as formerly. A year rolled away. The first of the year came round again. He did not receive, to his great surprise, the promotion on which he had counted. Mays and Pidelet alone passed to the grade above. And Boissel declared confidentially to Cashlin that he had promised himself to give his two fellow clerks a good thrashing at the main entrance before everybody. But he did nothing. For a whole week Laceable did not sleep a wink because of the anguish he felt at not having been promoted, despite his zeal. He had been working like a dog. He had filled the place of the assistant chief, M. Rabbit, who had been in the hospital of Val-de-Grace for 9 months. He had been coming to the office at 8:30 every morning, remaining until 6:30 in the evening. What more could they ask? If they could not appreciate such faithful service he would do like the others, that was all. To everyone according to his deserts. How could M. Torchebœuf, who had always treated him like a son, have sacrificed him thus? He wanted to get at the bottom of the thing. He would go to the chief and have an explanation with him. On Monday morning, therefore, before the arrival of his comrades, he knocked at the door of that potentate. A sharp voice cried, "Come in." He entered. Seated before a great table strewn with papers, his little body bent over a writing pad which his big head almost touched, M. Torchebœuf was busily writing. On seeing his favorite employee he said cheerfully, "Good morning, Laceable, you are well?" The young man replied, "Good morning, dear master, I am very well, and you?" The chief ceased writing and turned about in his revolving chair. His frail, slender body, clad in a black surtout of severe cut, seemed ridiculously disproportioned to the great leather-covered chair. The brilliant rosette of an officer of the Legion of Honor, 100 times too large for the small body which it decorated, burned like a live coal upon his narrow chest. His skull was of considerable size, as though the entire development of the individual had been at the top, after the manner of mushrooms. His chin was pointed, his cheeks hollow, his eyes protruding, and his great bulging forehead was surmounted with white hair which he wore thrown backward. M. Torchebœuf said, "Sit down, my friend, and tell me what brings you here." Toward all the other clerks he displayed a military brusqueness, considering himself to be their captain, for the ministry was to him as a great vessel, the flagship of all the French fleet. Laceable, somewhat moved, a little pale, stammered, "Dear master, I come to ask you if I have been lacking in any way." "Certainly not, my dear fellow. Why do you ask me such a question?" "Because I was a little surprised at not receiving my promotion this year, as in former years." Allow me to finish my explanation, dear master, and pardon my audacity. I know that I have obtained from you exceptional favors and unlooked-for advantages. I know that promotions are only made, as a general thing, every 2 or 3 years. But permit me to remind you that I furnish the Bureau with nearly 4 times the amount of work of an ordinary employee, and at least twice as much time. If, then, you put in the balance the result of labor and the remuneration, you will certainly find the one far outweighs the other. He had carefully prepared this speech, which he judged to be excellent. M. Torchebueuf, surprised, hesitated before replying. At length he said in a rather cool tone, although it is not admissible, on principle, that these subjects should be discussed between chief and employee. I am willing to reply for this once to your question regarding your very meritorious services. I proposed your name for promotion as in preceding years. The chief, however, crossed out your name on the ground that by your marriage your fortune was assured. You are to come into an inheritance such as your modest colleagues can never hope to possess. Is it not, therefore, just to take into consideration the condition of each one? You will be rich, very rich. 300 francs more per year will be as nothing to you, whereas this little increase will count for a great deal in the pockets of the others. There, my friend, you have the reason why you remain stationary this year. Laceable, irritated and covered with confusion, retired. That evening at dinner he was disagreeable to his wife. She, however, was gay and pleasant as usual. Although she was of an even temper, she was headstrong, and when she desired anything greatly she never yielded her point. She possessed no longer for him the sensual charm of the early days, and although he still looked upon her with the eye of desire, for she was fresh and charming, he experienced at times that disillusion so near to estrangement which soon comes to two beings who live a common life. The thousand trivial or grotesque details of existence, the loose toilettes of the morning, the common linen robe de chambre, the faded peignoir, for they were not rich, and all the necessary home duties which are seen too near at hand in a poor household, all these things took the glamour from marriage and withered the flower of poetry which, from a distance, is so attractive to lovers. Aunt Charlotte also rendered herself as disagreeable as possible. She never went out, but stayed indoors and busied herself in everything which concerned the two young people. She wished everything conducted in accordance with her notions, made observations on everything, and as they had a horrible fear of offending her, they bore it all with resignation, but also with a suppressed and ever-increasing exasperation. She went through their apartment with her slow, dragging step, constantly saying in her sharp, nasal voice, "You ought to do this, you certainly ought to do that." When the husband and wife found themselves alone together, Laceable, who was a perfect bundle of nerves, would cry out, "Your aunt is growing intolerable. I won't stand her here any longer, do you hear? I won't stand it." And Cora would reply tranquilly, "What do you want me to do?" Then flying into a passion he would say, "It is dreadful to have such a family." And she, still calm, would reply, "Yes, the family is dreadful, but the inheritance is good, isn't it? Now don't be an imbecile. You have as much interest as I in managing Aunt Charlotte." Then he would be silent, not knowing what to say. The aunt now harried them unceasingly on the subject of a child. She pushed Laceable into corners and hissed in his face, "My nephew, I intend that you shall be a father before I die. I want to see my little heir. You cannot make me believe that Cora was not made to be a mother. It is only necessary to look at her. When one gets married, my nephew, it is to have a family, to send out little branches. Our Holy Mother, the Church, forbids sterile marriages. I know very well that you are not rich, and that a child causes extra expense. But after me you will want for nothing. I want a little Laceable, do you understand? I want him." When, after 15 months of marriage, her desire was not yet realized, she began to have doubts and became very urgent. And she gave Cora in private advice, practical advice, that of a woman who has known many things in her time, and who has still the recollection of them on occasion. But one morning she was not able to rise from her bed, feeling very unwell. As she had never been ill before, Cashlin ran in great agitation to the door of his son-in-law. "Run quickly for Dr. Barbet," he said, "and you will tell the chief, won't you, that I shall not be at the office today." Laceable passed an agonizing day, incapable of working himself, or of giving directions to the other clerks. M. Torchebeuf, surprised, remarked, "You are somewhat distraught today, M. Laceable." And Laceable answered nervously, "I am greatly fatigued, dear master. I have passed the entire night at the bedside of our aunt, whose condition is very serious." The chief replied coldly, "As M. Cashlin is with her, I think that should suffice. I cannot allow my bureau to be disorganized for the personal reasons of my employees." Laceable had placed his watch on the table before him, and he waited for 5 o'clock with feverish impatience. As soon as the big clock in the Grand Court struck he hurried away, quitting the office, for the first time, at the regular hour. He even took a cab to return home, so great was his anxiety, and he mounted the staircase at a run. The nurse opened the door. He stammered, "How is she?" "The doctor says that she is very low." His heart began to beat rapidly. He was greatly agitated. Ah, indeed. Could she, by any chance, be going to die? He did not dare to go into the sick woman's chamber now, and he asked that Cashlin, who was watching by her side, be called. His father-in-law appeared immediately, opening the door with precaution. He had on his dressing-gown and skullcap, as on the pleasant evenings which he passed in the corner by the fire. And he murmured in a low voice, "It's very bad, very bad. She has been unconscious since 4 o'clock. She even received the viaticum this afternoon." Then Laceable felt a weakness descending into his legs, and he sat down. "Where is my wife?" "She is at the bedside." "What is it the doctor says?" "Tell me exactly." "He says it is a stroke. She may come out of it, but she may also die tonight. Do you need me? If not, I would rather not go in. It would be very painful to me to see her in this state." "No, go to your own apartment. If there is anything new I will call you at once." Laceable went to his own quarters. The apartment seemed to him changed. It was larger, clearer. But, as he could not keep still, he went out onto the balcony. They were then in the last days of July, and the great sun, on the point of disappearing behind the 2 towers of the Trocadero, rained fire on the immense conglomeration of roofs. The sky, a brilliant shining red at the horizon, took on, higher up, tints of pale gold, then of yellow, then of green, a delicate green flecked with light. Then it became blue, a pure and fresh blue overhead. The swallows passed like flashes, scarcely visible, painting against the vermilion sky the curved and flying profile of their wings. And above the infinite number of houses, above the far-off country, floated a rose-tinted cloud, a vapor of fire toward which ascended, as in an apotheosis, the points of the church steeples and all the slender pinnacles of the monuments. The Arc de Triomphe appeared enormous and black against the conflagration on the horizon, and the dome of the Invalides seemed another sun fallen from the firmament upon the roof of a building. Laceable held with his 2 hands to the iron railing, drinking in the air as one drinks of wine, feeling a desire to leap, to cry out, to make violent gestures. So completely was he given over to a profound and triumphant joy. Life seemed to him radiant, the future full of richness. What would he do? And he began to dream. A noise behind him made him tremble. It was his wife. Her eyes were red, her cheeks slightly swollen, she looked tired. She bent down her forehead for him to kiss, then she said, "We are going to dine with Papa so that we may be near her. The nurse will not leave her while we are eating." He followed her into the next apartment. Cashlin was already at table awaiting his daughter and his son-in-law. A cold chicken, a potato salad, and a compote of strawberries were on the buffet, and the soup was smoking in the plates. They sat down at table. Cashlin said, "These are days that I wouldn't like to see often. They are not gay." He said this with a tone of indifference and a sort of satisfaction in his face. He set himself to eat with the appetite of a hungry man, finding the chicken excellent and the potato salad most refreshing. But Laceable felt his stomach oppressed and his mind ill at ease. He hardly ate at all, keeping his ear strained toward the next room, which was as still as though no one was within it. Nor was Cora hungry, but silent and tearful she wiped her eyes from time to time with the corner of her napkin. Cashlin asked, "What did the chief say?" And Laceable gave the details, which his father-in-law insisted on having to the last particular, making him repeat everything as though he had been absent from the ministry for a year. It must have made a sensation there when it became known that she was sick. And he began to dream of his glorious re-entry when she should be dead, at the head of all the other clerks. He said, however, as though in reply to a secret remorse, "It is not that I desire any evil to the dear woman. God knows I would have her preserved for many years yet, but it will have that effect all the same. Father Savon will even forget the commune on account of it." They were commencing to eat their strawberries, when the door of the sick-room opened. The commotion among the diners was such that with a common impulse all three of them sprang to their feet, terrified. The little nurse appeared, still preserving her calm, stupid manner, and said tranquilly, "She has stopped breathing." Cashlin, throwing his napkin among the dishes, sprang forward like a madman. Cora followed him, her heart beating, but Laceable remained standing near the door, spying from a distance the white spot of the bed, scarcely visible by the light of the dying day. He saw the back of his father-in-law as he stooped over the couch, examining but disturbing nothing. And suddenly he heard his voice, which seemed to him to come from afar, from very far off, the other end of the world. One of those voices which pass through our dreams and which tell us astonishing things. Cashlin said, "It is all over. She is dead." He saw his wife fall upon her knees and bury her face in the bedclothes, sobbing. Then he decided to go in, and, as Cashlin straightened himself up, the young man saw on the whiteness of the pillow the face of Aunt Charlotte, so hollow, so rigid, so pale, that with its closed eyes it looked like the face of waxen figure. He asked in a tone of anguish, "Is it over?" Cashlin, who was gazing at his sister, too, turned towards Laceable, and the two men looked at each other. "Yes," replied the elder, wishing to force his face into an expression of sorrow, but the two understood one another at a glance, and without knowing why, instinctively, they shook hands. As though each would thank the other for a service rendered. Then, without losing any time, they quickly occupied themselves with the offices required by the dead. Laceable undertook to fetch the doctor, and to discharge as quickly as possible the most urgent errands. He took his hat and ran down the staircase, in haste to be in the street, to be alone, to breathe, to think, to rejoice in solitude over his good fortune. When he had attended to his errands, instead of returning he went across to the boulevard, possessed with a desire to see the crowds, to mingle in the movement of the happy life of the evening. He felt like crying out to the passers-by, "I have 50,000 francs a year," and he walked along, his hands in his pockets, stopping before the show windows, examining the rich stuffs, the jewels, the artistic furniture, with this joyous thought, "I can buy these for myself now." Suddenly he stopped in front of a mourning store and the startling thought came into his mind, what if she is not dead? What if they are mistaken? And he quickly turned homeward with this doubt troubling his mind. On entering he demanded, "Has the doctor come?" Cashlin replied, "Yes, he has confirmed the death, and is now writing the certificate." They re-entered the death chamber. Cora was still weeping, seated in an armchair. She wept very gently, without noise, almost without grief now, with that facility for tears which women have. As soon as they were all three alone in the room Cashlin said in a low voice, "Now that the nurse has gone to bed, we might look around to see if anything is concealed in the furniture." The two men set about the work. They emptied the drawers, rummaged through the pockets, unfolded every scrap of paper. By midnight they had found nothing of interest. Cora had fallen asleep, and she snored a little, in a regular fashion. César said, "Are we going to stay here until daybreak?" Laceable, perplexed, thought it was the proper thing. Then the father-in-law said, "In that case let us bring in armchairs," and they went out to get the two big, soft easy chairs which furnished the room of the young married couple. An hour later the three relatives slept, with uneven snorings, before the corpse, icy in its eternal immobility. They awakened when, at daybreak, the little nurse entered the chamber. Cashlin immediately said, rubbing his eyes, "I have been a little drowsy for the last half-hour." Laceable, who was now sitting very upright, declared, "Yes, I noticed it very plainly. As for me, I have not lost consciousness for a second, I just closed my eyes to rest them." Cora went to her own room. Then Laceable asked with apparent indifference, "When do you think we should go to the notary's to find out about the will?" "Why, this morning if you wish." "Is it necessary that Cora should accompany us?" "That would be better, perhaps, since she is in fact the heir." "In that case I shall go and tell her to get ready." Laceable went out with a quick step. The office of Maître Belhomme was just opening its doors when Cashlin, Laceable and his wife presented themselves in deep mourning, with faces full of woe. The notary at once appeared and, greeting them, bade them sit down. Cashlin spoke up, "Monsieur, you remember me, I am the brother of Mlle Charlotte Cashlin. These are my daughter and my son-in-law. My poor sister died yesterday, we will bury her tomorrow. As you are the depositary of her will, we come to ask you if she has not formulated some request relative to her inhumation, or if you have not some communication to make to us." The notary opened a drawer, took out an envelope from which he drew a paper, and said, "Here, monsieur, is a duplicate of the will, the contents of which I will make you acquainted with immediately. The other document, exactly similar to this, is to remain in my hands." And he read, "I, the undersigned, Victorine Charlotte Cashlin, here express my last wishes. I leave my entire fortune, amounting to about 1,120,000 francs. To the children who will be born of the marriage of my niece Celeste Coralie Cashlin, the possession of the income to go to the parents until the majority of the eldest of their descendants. The provisions which follow regulate the share which shall fall to each child, and the share remaining to the parents until their death. In the event of my death before my niece has an heir, all my fortune is to remain in the hands of my notary, for the term of 3 years. For my wish above expressed to be complied with if a child is born during that time. But in the case of Coralie's not obtaining from heaven a descendant during the 3 years following my death, my fortune is to be distributed, by the hands of my notary, among the poor and the benevolent institutions contained in the following list." There followed an interminable series of names of communities, of societies, of orders, and of instructions. Then Maître Belhomme politely placed the paper in the hands of Cashlin, who stood speechless with astonishment. The notary thought he ought to add something by way of explanation to his visitors. "Mlle Cashlin," said he, "when she did me the honor to speak to me for the first time of her project of making her will according to this plan, expressed to me the great desire which she had to see an heir of her race. She replied to all my reasoning by a more and more positive expression of her wishes, which were based, moreover, on a religious sentiment, she holding every sterile union to be the sign of divine malediction. I have not been able to modify her intentions in the least. Believe me, I regret this fact exceedingly." Then he added, smiling at Coralie, "But I do not doubt that the desideratum of the deceased will be quickly realized." And the three relatives went away, too bewildered to think of anything. Side by side they walked home, without speaking, ashamed and furious, as though they had robbed each other. All of Cora's grief, even, had suddenly disappeared, the ingratitude of her aunt driving away all disposition to weep. At last Laceable, whose pale lips were drawn with rage, said to his father-in-law, "Pass me that paper, that I may read it with my own eyes." Cashlin handed him the document and the young man began to read. He had stopped on the footpath and, jostled by the passers-by, he stood there scanning the words with his piercing and practical eye. The two others waited a few steps in front, still silent. Then he handed back the paper, saying, "There is nothing to be done. She has tricked us beautifully." Cashlin, who was irritated by the failure of his hopes, replied, "It was for you to have a child, damn it. You knew well enough that she wanted it long ago." Laceable shrugged his shoulders without answering. On entering they found a crowd of people awaiting them, those whose calling brings them where a corpse is. Laceable went to his room, not wishing to be bothered, and César spoke roughly to all of them, crying out to them to leave him in peace, demanding that they get through with it as quickly as possible. Thinking that they were very long in relieving him of the dead. Cora, shut up in her room, made no sound, but after an hour Cashlin came and rapped on the door of his son-in-law. "I come, my dear Leopold," said he, "to submit some reflections to you, for it is necessary to come to some understanding. My opinion is that we should give her a befitting funeral in order to give no hint at the ministry of what has happened. We will arrange about the expense. Besides, nothing is lost. You have not been married very long, and it would be too great a misfortune if you had no children. You must set about it, that's all. And now to business. Will you drop in at the ministry after a while? I am going to address the envelopes for the death announcements." Laceable grudgingly agreed that his father-in-law was right, and they sat down face to face, each at an end of a long table, to fill in the black-bordered cards. Then they lunched. Cora reappeared, indifferent as though nothing of what had passed concerned her, and she ate a good deal, having fasted the evening before. As soon as the meal was finished she returned to her room. Laceable left to go to the ministry, and Cashlin installed himself on the balcony, his chair tilted back, in order to enjoy a pipe. The broad sun of a summer day fell perpendicularly upon the multitude of roofs, some of which were pierced with windows which blazed as with fire and threw back the dazzling rays which the sight could not sustain. And Cashlin, in his shirt-sleeves, looked, with his eyes blinking under this stream of light, upon the green hillocks far, far away beyond the great city, beyond the dusty suburbs. He thought of how the Seine flowed there, broad, calm, and fresh, at the foot of hills which had trees on their slopes. And how much better it would be to be lying on one's stomach in that greenery on the bank of the river, gazing into the water, than to be sitting on the burning lead of his balcony. And an uneasiness oppressed him, the tormenting thought, the grievous sensation of their disaster, of that unfortunate, unexpected thing. So much more bitter and brutal because the hope had been so ardent and so long-lived. And he said aloud, as people do in time of great trouble of mind, in the uprooting of a fixed idea, "Damned old witch." Behind him in the bedroom he heard the movements of those who were busying themselves with the preparations for the funeral, and the continuous noise of the hammer which nailed up the coffin. He had not looked at his sister since his visit to the lawyer. But little by little the warmth, the gaiety, the clear charm of this beautiful day penetrated to his mind and his soul, and he thought that things were not so desperate. Why should his daughter not have a child? She had not been married 2 years yet. His son-in-law appeared vigorous, well-built, and in good health, although small. They would have a child, and then besides, by Jupiter, they had to. Laceable furtively entered the ministry and slunk to his room. He found on the table a paper bearing these words, "The chief wants you." He made a gesture of impatience. He felt a revolt against this yoke which had again fallen on his back. Then a sudden and violent desire to succeed seized him. He would be chief in his turn, and soon, he would then go higher still. Without removing his frock-coat he went at once to M. Torchebeuf. He presented himself with one of those solemn faces which one assumes on sad occasions. But there was something more, an expression of sincere and profound sorrow, that involuntary dejection which a deep disappointment leaves upon the features. The head of the chief was bent over his papers. He raised it suddenly, and said in a sharp tone, I have needed you all morning. Why have you not come? Laceable replied, Dear master, we have had the misfortune to lose my aunt, Mademoiselle Cashlin, and I have just come to ask you to attend the funeral, which will take place tomorrow. The frown on the brow of M. Torcheboeuf immediately disappeared, and he replied with a touch of consideration, That alters the case, my dear friend. I thank you and give you the day, for you must have a great deal to attend to. But Laceable, desiring to show his zeal, said, Thanks, dear master, everything is finished, and I expected to remain here until the regular hour for closing. And he returned to his desk. The news soon spread, and his fellows came from all the departments to bring him their congratulation rather than their condolences, and also to see how he bore himself. He endured their speeches and their looks with the resigned appearance of an actor, and also with a tact which astonished them. He conducts himself very well, said some. Well he may, added others, he ought to be content, lucky dog. Mays, more audacious than any of them, asked with the careless air of a man of the world, Do you know exactly the amount of the fortune? Laceable replied in a perfectly disinterested tone, No, not precisely. The will says about 1,200,000 francs. I know that, as the notary was obliged to make us acquainted immediately with certain clauses relative to the funeral. It was the general opinion that Laceable would not remain in the ministry. With an income of 60,000 francs one does not remain a quill driver. One is somebody and can be something according to one's inclination. Some thought that he was aiming at the cabinet. Others believed that he thought of the Chamber of Deputies. The chief was expecting to receive his resignation to transmit to the head of the department. The entire ministry came to the funeral, which was thought to be very meager. But the word was around, it is Mlle Cashlin herself who wished it so. It was in the will. On the very next day Cashlin was at his post, and Laceable, after a week of indisposition, also returned, a little pale but assiduous and zealous as formerly. One would have said that nothing unlooked for had happened to them. It was only remarked that they ostentatiously smoked very large cigars, that they talked of consols, railways, of stocks and shares, like men who have scrip in their pockets, and it became known, in a short time, that they had rented a country house in the neighborhood of Paris, in which to spend the summer season. They are miserly like the old woman, they said. It runs in the family. Birds of a feather flock together. But it doesn't look well to retain a clerkship with such a fortune. In a short time the matter was forgotten. They were rated and judged. Chapter 4. After the burial of Aunt Charlotte, Laceable thought again of the million, and, tormented by a rage all the more violent because it must be kept secret, he hated all the world on account of his deplorable ill luck. Why, having been married 2 years, have I not had a child, he asked himself, and the fear of seeing his household remain sterile made his heart sink. Then, as an urchin who sees from afar the shining prize at the end of the goal, and swears to himself to attain it, and exerts all the vigor and tenacity necessary to reach it, so Laceable took the desperate resolution to become a parent. So many others had, why might not he also? Perhaps he had been negligent, careless, ignorant of something, the consequence of complete indifference. Never having felt a violent desire for an heir, he had never directed all his energies to obtaining this result. He determined to concentrate all his efforts. He would neglect nothing, and he must succeed because he so much desired to. But when he returned home, he felt ill enough to take to his bed. The disappointment had been too bitter and he bowed himself to the blow. This nervous strain brought him to such a state that the physician judged his condition serious enough to prescribe absolute rest as well as an interminable course of treatment. They feared brain fever. In 8 days, however, he was about again and resumed his work at the office. But he dare not yet, he believed, approach the conjugal bed. He hesitated and trembled as a general who is going to give battle, a battle on which depends his future. Each evening he awaited the next day, hoping for an access of virility and energy, a happy moment in which he might accomplish his desire. He felt his pulse every minute, and if it was too feeble or too rapid, he took a tonic, ate raw meat, and strengthened himself in every possible way. As his improvement was not very rapid, Laceable determined to pass the hot months in the country. He persuaded himself that the country air would be a sovereign balm for his weakness, and he assured himself of the accomplishment of the hoped for success. He said to his father-in-law, in a confidential tone, "When we are once in the country my health will improve, and all will go well." That one word, country, seemed to carry for him a mysterious significance. They rented a small house in the village of Bezons, and the whole family took up their residence there. The two men started out on foot every morning for the station of Colombe, returning in the evening. Cora, enchanted at living thus on the banks of the peaceful river, would seat herself on the sward, gather flowers, and bring home great bunches of delicate, trembling ferns. Every evening they all three walked along the river as far as the toll-gate of Moreau, and, entering, drank a bottle of beer at the Restaurant de Tilleuls. The river, retarded by the long file of stakes, poured between them and leaped, bubbled, and foamed for the distance of 100 feet. The roaring of the falls made the ground tremble, while a fine mist of vapor floated in the air, rising from the cascade like a light smoke, throwing on the surroundings a delightful odor of spray and a savor of wet earth. As night fell, a great light below and in front indicated Paris, and Cashlin exclaimed every evening, "What a city, after all!" From time to time, a train, passing on the iron bridge which crossed the end of the island, made a rolling as of thunder and suddenly disappeared, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, toward Paris or toward the sea. They returned home slowly, seating themselves on the bank, watching the moon rise and pour on the river her soft and yellow light, which seemed to fuse with the water. And the wrinkles of the current moved like waves of fire. The toads uttered their short and metallic cries. The calls of the night birds rang out on the air, and sometimes a large, mute shadow glided on the river, troubling her calm and luminous course. It was a band of freebooters who, throwing in suddenly their net, drew it back without noise into their boat, dragging in its vast and somber mesh a shoal of shining and trembling gudgeons. Like a treasure drawn from the bottom of the sea, a living treasure of silver fish. Cora, deeply moved, leaned tenderly upon the arm of her husband, whose design she suspected, although nothing of it had been spoken between them. It was for them like a new betrothal, a second expectation of the kiss of love. Sometimes he would bestow a furtive caress behind her ear, on that charming spot of tender flesh where curls the first hair. She responded by a pressure of the hand, and they attracted while refusing each other, incited and held back by a will more energetic, by the phantom of the million. Cashlin, appeased by the hope which he felt around him, was happy. He drank deeply and ate much, feeling, born in him at twilight, the hour of poetry. That foolish tenderness which comes to the dullest persons in certain aspects of nature, a rain of light through the branches, a sunset behind the distant hills, with purple reflections on the water. He declared, "As for me, in the presence of such things I believe in God. It touches me here," and he indicated the pit of his stomach. "I feel myself turned upside down. I feel queer. It seems to me I have been steeped in a bath which makes me want to cry." As for Laceable, his health rapidly improved. He was seized with sudden ardors, which he did not understand, and he felt a desire to run like a young colt, to roll in the grass and neigh with delight. He thought the favored time was approaching. It was a true wedding night. Then they had a new honeymoon full of caresses and hopes. Later they perceived that their experiments were fruitless and their confidence was in vain. But in the midst of despair Laceable did not lose courage. He continued to make the most superhuman efforts. His wife, moved by the same desire and trembling with the same fear, more robust too than he, encouraged him in his attempts and stimulated his flagging ardor. They returned to Paris in the early days of October. Life became hard for them again. Unkind words fell from their lips, and Cashlin, who scented the situation, harassed them with the coarse and venomous epigrams of an old trooper. And one incessant thought pursued them, tortured them, and sharpened their mutual rancor, that of the unattainable legacy. Cora now carried a sharp tongue, and lashed her husband. She treated him like a little boy, a mere brat, a man of no importance. Cashlin at every meal repeated, "If I were rich, I should have children in plenty. When one is poor it is necessary to be reasonable." Then turning to his daughter he added, "You must be like me. But there," and he looked at his son-in-law significantly, accompanying the look with a movement of the shoulders full of contempt. Laceable made no reply. He felt himself to be a superior man allied to a family of boors. At the ministry they noticed the alteration in his manner, and even the chief one day asked him, "Are you not ill? You appear to me to be somewhat changed." Laceable replied, "Not at all, my dear sir. I am a little tired, perhaps, having worked very constantly, as you may have seen." He counted very surely on his promotion at the end of the year, and he had resumed, in this hope, the laborious life of a model employee. But among the meager bonuses that were distributed Laceable's was the smallest of all, and Cashlin received nothing. Struck to the heart, Laceable sought the chief, whom, for the first time, he addressed as Monsieur. "Of what use is it, Monsieur, to work as I do, if I do not reap any reward?" The head of Monsieur Torchebeuf appeared to bristle. "I have already told you, Monsieur Laceable, that I will admit of no discussion of this nature between us. I repeat to you again that your claim is unreasonable, your actual fortune being so great as compared to the poverty of your colleagues." Laceable could not contain himself. "But I have nothing, monsieur. Our aunt has left her fortune to the first child which shall be born of our marriage. We live, my father-in-law and I, on our salaries." The chief was greatly surprised. "If you have no fortune today, you will be rich, in any case, at some future day. It amounts to the same thing." Laceable withdrew, more cast down by his failure than by the uncertainty of Aunt Charlotte's million. As Cashlin came to his desk some days later the handsome Mays entered with a smile on his lips. Next Pidelet appeared, his eyes shining, then Boissel opened the door, and advanced with an excited air, tittering and exchanging meaning looks with the others. Old Savon continued his copying, his clay pipe in the corner of his mouth, seated on his high chair, his feet twisted about the rounds after the fashion of little boys. Nobody spoke. They seemed to be waiting for something, and Cashlin continued to register his papers, announcing in a loud voice according to his custom, Toulon, furniture for the officers of the Richelieu. Lorient, diving apparatus for the Desaix. Brest, samples of sales of English manufacture. Laceable entered. He came now every morning for information in regard to the affairs which concerned him, his father-in-law no longer taking the trouble to send him instructions by the office boy. While he was looking amongst the papers spread out on the table of the chief clerk, Mays watched him from his corner, rubbing his hands, and Pidelet, who was rolling a cigarette, seemed full of mirth he could not control. He turned toward the copying clerk. "Say now, Papa Savon, you have learned many things in your time, haven't you?" The old man, knowing they meant to tease him and to speak to him of his wife, did not reply. Pidelet began, "You must have discovered the secret of begetting children, since you have had several." The old clerk raised his head. "You know, Pidelet, that I do like any joking on this subject. I have had the misfortune to marry an unworthy woman, and when I became convinced of her faithlessness I separated from her." Mays asked in an indifferent tone, "You have had several proofs of her infidelity, have you not?" And the old man gravely replied, "I have." Pidelet put in again, "That has not prevented you from becoming the father of 3 or 4 children, I am told." The poor old man, growing very red, stammered, "You are trying to wound me, Monsieur Pidelet, but you will not succeed. My wife has had, in fact, 3 children. I have reason to believe that the firstborn is mine, but I deny the 2 others." Pidelet continued, "Everybody says, in truth, that the first one is yours. That is sufficient. It is very gratifying to have a child, very gratifying and very delightful. I wager Laceable there would be enchanted to have one, only one, like you. Cashlin had stopped writing. He did not laugh, although old Savon was his but ordinarily, and he had poured out his stock of cruel jokes on the subject of the old clerk's conjugal sorrows. Laceable had collected his papers. But feeling himself attacked, he wished to remain, held back by pride, confused and irritated, and wishing to know who had betrayed his secret. Then the recollection of the confidence he had made to his chief came back to him. And he at once understood it was necessary to express his indignation if he did not wish to become the butt of the whole ministry. Loisel marched up and down the room, all the time tittering. He imitated the hoarse voices of the street criers, and bellowed, "The secret of begetting children, for 10 centimes, 2 sous." By the secret of begetting children, revealed by Monsieur Savon, with many horrible details. Everybody began to laugh except Laceable and his father-in-law, and Pitelet, turning toward the order clerk, said, "What is the matter with you, Cashlin? You seem to have lost your habitual gaiety. One would think that you do not find it amusing to believe that old Savon could have had a child by his wife. I think it very funny. Everybody cannot do as much." Laceable pretended to be deeply absorbed in his papers and to hear nothing of what was going on about him, but he was as white as a ghost. Loisel took up the strain in the same mocking voice, "The utility of heirs for getting an inheritance, 10 centimes, 2 sous, who will buy?" Then Mays, who thought this was very poor sort of wit, and who personally was enraged at Laceable having robbed him of the hope of a fortune which he had secretly cherished, said pointedly, "What is the matter with you, Laceable? You are very pale." Laceable raised his head and looked his colleague full in the face. He hesitated a second, while his lip trembled as he tried to formulate a bitter reply, but, unable to find the phrase he sought, he responded, "There is nothing the matter with me. I am only astonished that you display so much delicacy." Mays, who stood with his back to the fire and his hands under his coat-tails, replied, laughing, "One does the best one can, old man. We are like you, we do not always succeed." An explosion of laughter interrupted his words. Old Savon, who now vaguely comprehended that the clerks no longer addressed their railleries to him, looked around with his mouth gaping and his pen suspended in the air. And Cashlin waited, ready to come to blows with the first person who came in his way. Laceable stammered, "I do not understand. In what have I not succeeded?" The handsome Mays dropped the tails of his coat, and began to stroke his mustache. "I know that you ordinarily succeed in all that you undertake. I have done wrong to speak of you. Besides, we were speaking of old Savon's children, and not of yours, as you haven't any. Now since you succeed in all your enterprises, it is evident that, if you do not have children, it is because you do not want them." "What business is it of yours?" demanded Laceable sharply. At this provoking tone Mays in his turn raised his voice, "Hold on. What do you take me for? Try to be polite, or I'll settle you." Laceable trembled with anger, and losing all self-control, replied, "Monsieur Mays, I am not, like you, a great booby, or a great coxcomb. And I forbid you ever to speak to me again. I care neither for you nor your kind." And he threw a look of defiance at Pitelet and Loisel. Mays suddenly understood that true force is in calmness and irony, but wounded in his most vulnerable part, his vanity, he wished to strike his enemy to the very heart. And replied in the protecting tone of a benevolent well-wisher, but with rage in his eyes, "My dear Laceable, you pass all bounds. But I understand your vexation. It is pitiful to lose a fortune, and to lose it for so little, for a thing so easy, so simple. If you wish, I will do you this service myself, for nothing, out of pure friendship. It is only an affair of 5 minutes." He was still speaking when Laceable hurled the inkstand of old Savon full at his head. A flood of ink covered his face and metamorphosed him into a negro with surprising rapidity. He sprang forward, rolling the whites of his eyes, with his hands raised ready to strike. But Cashlin covered his son-in-law, and grasping Mays by the arms pushed him aside, and, after pounding him well, dashed him against the wall. Mays disengaged himself with a violent effort, and rushed through the door, crying to the two men, "You shall soon hear from me." Pidelet and Boissel followed him. Boissel explained his moderation by declaring he should have killed someone if he had taken part in the struggle. As soon as he entered his room, Mays endeavored to remove the stain, but without success. The ink was violet, and was indelible and ineffaceable. He stood before his glass furious and disconsolate, rubbing savagely at his face with a napkin rolled in a knot. He obtained only a richer black, mixed with red, the blood coming to the surface with the friction. Boissel and Pidelet strove to advise and console him. One suggested the application of pure olive oil, the other prescribed a bath of ammonia. The office boy was sent to ask the advice of a chemist. He brought back a yellow liquid and pumice stone, which was used with no result. Mays, disheartened, sank into a chair and declared, "Now it only remains to settle the question of honor. Will you act as seconds for me, and demand of Monsieur Laceable a sufficient apology, or the reparation by arms?" They both at once consented, and began to discuss the steps to be taken. They had no idea about affairs of this kind, but not wishing to betray their ignorance, and desiring to appear correct, their advice were timorous and conflicting. It was finally decided that they should consult a sea captain who was attached to the ministry to look after the coal distribution. But he was as ignorant as they were. After some moments of reflection, however, he advised them to go and see Laceable and ask to be put in touch with two of his friends. As they proceeded to the office of their colleague, Boissel suddenly stopped. "Is it not imperative that we should have gloves?" he asked. Pidelet hesitated an instant. "Perhaps it is," he replied seriously. "But in order to procure the gloves it would have been necessary to go out, and the chief was rather severe. They sent the office boy to bring an assortment from the nearest glove store. To decide upon the color was a question of time. Boissel preferred black. Pidelet thought that shade out of place in the circumstances. At last they chose violet. Seeing the two men enter gloved and solemn, Laceable raised his head and brusquely demanded, "What do you want?" Pidelet replied, "Monsieur, we are charged by our friend, Monsieur Mays, to ask of you an apology, or a reparation by arms for the insult you have inflicted on him." Laceable, still greatly exasperated, cried, "What, he insults me, and sends you to provoke me? Tell him that I despise him, that I despise all he can say or do." Boissel advanced with a tragic air. "You will force us, monsieur, to publish in the papers an official report, which will be very disagreeable to you." Pidelet maliciously added, "and which will gravely injure your honor, and your future advancement." Laceable, overwhelmed, looked at them. What should he do? He sought to gain time. "Will you wait a moment in the office of Monsieur Pidelet? You shall have my answer in 10 minutes. When at last alone he looked around him, seeking for some counsel, some protection. A duel. He was going to fight a duel. He sat terrified, with a beating heart. He, a peaceful man, who had never dreamed of such a possibility, who was not prepared for the risk, whose courage was not equal to such a formidable event. He rose from his chair and sat down again, his heart wildly beating, his legs sinking under him. His anger and his strength had totally deserted him. But the thought of the opinion of the ministry, the gossip the story would make among his acquaintances, aroused his failing pride, and, not knowing what to decide, he sought his chief to ask his advice. Torchebœuf was surprised and perplexed. An armed encounter seemed to him unnecessary, and he thought a duel would demoralize the service. He replied, "I can give you no advice. It is a question of honor, which does not concern me. Do you wish that I should give you a note to Commandant Bock? He is a competent man in such matters, and will be able to advise you." Laceable accepted the offer, and saw the commandant, who even consented to be his second. He took an under-chief for another. Boissel and Pidelet waited with their gloves on. They had borrowed 2 chairs from another office, in order to have 4 seats. They saluted gravely and took their places, while Pidlet explained the situation. The commandant, having listened attentively, replied, "The case is serious, but it does not appear to me to be irreparable. Everything depends on the intention." He was a sly old sailor, who was enjoying himself. A long discussion began regarding the reciprocal apologies the principals should make. Mays acknowledging not to have had the intention to offend, Laceable should hasten to avow himself in the wrong in throwing the inkstand at the head of Mays, and pray to be excused for his inconsiderate violence. The 4 proxies returned to their clients. Mays, seated before his table, was agitated by the dread of the possible duel, although expecting to see his adversary retreat, and regarded his face attentively in one of those little round tin mirrors which the employees concealed in a drawer for the purpose of adjusting their hair and ties before leaving in the evening. He read the letter of apology which had been prepared by the seconds of both parties, and declared with evident satisfaction, "That appears to me to be very honorable, I am willing to sign it." Laceable, for his part, accepted without discussion the arrangement of his seconds, and declared, "As this is the result of your mutual consultation, I can but acquiesce." The 4 plenipotentiaries assembled. The letters were exchanged, they saluted gravely, and so the affair terminated. An extraordinary excitement reigned in the ministry. The employees, carrying the news, passed from one door to the other, and lingered to gossip about in the lobbies. When they heard how the affair had ended, there was general disappointment. Someone said, "Still, that will not get Laceable a baby." And the saying took. One employee made a rhyme upon it. But at the moment when everything seemed adjusted, a difficulty suggested itself to Boissel. What would be the attitude of the 2 adversaries when they found themselves face to face? Would they speak, or would they ignore each other? It was decided that they should meet, as if by chance, in the office of the chief, and exchange, in the presence of Torchebueuf, some words of politeness. This ceremony was accordingly accomplished, and Mays, having sent for a carriage, returned home, to try to remove the stain from his face. Laceable and Cashlin drove home together without speaking, mutually exasperated, each blaming the other for the disgraceful affair. The moment he entered the house, Laceable threw his hat violently on the table and cried to his wife, "I have had enough of it. I have a duel on your account now." She looked at him in angry surprise. "A duel? How is that?" "Because Mays has insulted me on your account." She approached him. "On my account? How?" He threw himself passionately into an armchair and exclaimed, "He has insulted me, no need to say any more about it." But she would know. "You must repeat to me the words he used about me." Laceable blushed, and then stammered, he told me, it was in regard to your sterility." She gave a start. Then recoiling in fury, the paternal rudeness showing through the woman's nature, she burst out. I am sterile, am I? What does that clown know about it?" "Sterile with you, yes. Because you are not a man. But if I had married another, no matter who, do you hear? I should have had children." "Ah, you had better talk. It has cost me dear to have married a softy like you." "And what did you reply to this good-for-nothing?" Laceable, frightened before this storm, stuttered, I slapped his face." She looked at him in astonishment. "And what did he do?" "He sent me a challenge, that was all." She was instantly interested, attracted, like all women, by the dramatic element, and she asked, immediately softened, and suddenly seized with a sort of esteem for this man who was going to risk his life for her sake. "When are you going to fight him?" He replied tranquilly, "We are not going to fight, the matter has been arranged by our seconds. Mays has sent me an apology." Transported with rage, she boxed his ears. "Ah, he insults me in your presence, and you permit it, and refuse to fight him. It needed but this to make you a coward." Enraged at this he cried, "I command you to hold your tongue. I know better than you do how to protect my honor." To convince you, here is the letter of M. Mays, take it and read it, and see for yourself. She took the letter, ran her eye over it, and divining the whole truth, sneered, You wrote him a letter also? You are afraid of each other. What cowards men are. If we were in your place, we women, after all, it is I who have been insulted, your wife, and you are willing to let it pass. That need not astonish me, for you are not man enough to beget a child. That explains everything. You are as impotent before women as you are cowardly among men. Ah, I have married a nice worm. She had suddenly assumed the voice and gestures of her father, the coarse and vulgar manners of an old trooper, and the intonations of a man. Standing before him, her hands on her hips, tall, strong, vigorous, her chest protruding, her cheeks flushed, her voice deep and vibrant, she looked at this little man seated in front of her. A trifle bald, clean-shaven except for the short side whiskers of the lawyer, and she felt a desire to crush, to strangle him. She continued, You are capable of nothing whatever. You allow everybody at the ministry, even, to be promoted over your head. The door opened, and Cashlin entered, attracted by the sound of their voices, and demanded to know what was the matter. I told the truth to that worm, answered Cora. Laceable raised his eyes, and for the first time noticed the resemblance between father and daughter. It seemed to him that a veil was lifted and the pair were revealed in their true colors, the same coarse nature was common to both. And he, a ruined man, was condemned to live between the two forever. Cashlin exclaimed, If you only could get a divorce. It is not very satisfactory to have married a capon. At that word, trembling and blazing with fury, Laceable sprang up with a bound. He rushed at his father-in-law shouting, Get out of here. Begone. You are in my house, do you understand? And I order you to leave it. He seized from the table a bottle of sedative water and brandished it like a club. Cashlin, intimidated, backed out of the room, muttering, What will he do next, I wonder? But Laceable was too angry to be easily appeased. He turned upon his wife, who regarded this outburst in astonishment, and placing the bottle on the table cried, As for you, but as words failed him to express his rage. He was choked into silence, and stood glaring at her with a distorted visage. She began to laugh. This mocking laughter put him beside himself, and springing upon her he seized her by the throat with his left hand, while he boxed her ears furiously with the right. She recoiled, terrified and suffocating, and fell backward on the bed, while he continued to strike her. Suddenly he raised himself, out of breath, exhausted and heartily ashamed of his brutality. He stammered, There, that will do. But she did not move, it seemed as if he had killed her. She lay on her back, on the side of the bed, her face concealed by her hands. He approached her in alarm, wondering what had happened, and expecting her to uncover her face and look at him. She made no sign, and suspense becoming intolerable he murmured, Cora, speak. But she did not move or reply. What was the matter with her? What was she going to do? His rage had passed, fallen as suddenly as it had been aroused. He felt that his conduct was odious, almost criminal. He had beaten his wife, his own wife, he who was circumspect, cold, and courteous. And in the softness his remorse awakened, he would ask her forgiveness. He threw himself on his knees at her side and covered with kisses the cheek he had just smitten. He softly touched the end of a finger of the hand that covered her face. She seemed to feel nothing. He coaxed her, caressing her as one caresses a beaten dog. She took no notice of him. Cora, listen, I have done wrong. Cora, hear me. She seemed as one dead. Then he tried to take her hand from her face. It obeyed his effort passively, and he saw an open eye, which stared at him with a fixed and alarming gaze. He continued, Listen, Cora, I was transported with fury. It was your father who drove me to do this shameful thing. A man cannot take such an insult as that. She made no reply, as if she heard nothing. He did not know what to say, or what to do. He kissed her under the ear, and raising himself he saw a tear in the corner of her eye, a great tear which rolled slowly down her cheek, and her eyelids fluttered and closed convulsively. He was seized with shame, deeply moved, and opening his arms he threw himself on his wife. He removed the other hand from her face and covered it with kisses, crying, "My poor Cora, forgive me. Forgive me." Still she wept, without a sound, without a sob, as one weeps from the deepest grief. He held her pressed closely against him, caressing her and whispering in her ear all the tender words he could command. But she remained insensible. However, she ceased to weep. They continued thus a long time locked in each other's arms. The night fell, folding in its somber shadow the little room. And when it was entirely dark he was emboldened to solicit her pardon in a manner that was calculated to revive their hopes. When they had risen he resumed his ordinary voice and manner, as if nothing had happened. She appeared, on the contrary, softened, and spoke in a gentler tone than usual, regarding her husband with submissive, almost caressing eyes. As if this unexpected correction had relaxed her nerves and softened her heart. Laceable said quietly, "Your father must be tired of being alone so long. It will soon be dinner time, go and fetch him." She obeyed him. It was 7 o'clock indeed, and the little maid announced dinner, as Cashlin, serene and smiling, appeared with his daughter. They seated themselves at table and talked on this evening with more cordiality than they had done for a long time, as if something agreeable had happened to everybody. Chapter 5. But their hopes, always sustained, always renewed, ended in nothing. From month to month their expectations declined, in spite of the persistence of Laceable and the cooperation of his wife. They were consumed with anxiety. Each without ceasing reproached the other for their want of success, and the husband in despair, emaciated, fatigued, had to suffer all the vulgarity of Cashlin, who in their domestic warfare called him M. Lecoq, in remembrance, no doubt, of the day that he missed receiving a bottle in his face for having called his son-in-law a capon. He and his daughter, whose interests were in league, enraged by the constant thought of this great fortune so near, and yet impossible to seize, racked their invention to humiliate and torture this impotent man, who was the cause of all their misfortune. As they sat at table, Cora repeated each day, "There is very little for dinner. If we were rich, it would be otherwise. It is not my fault." When Laceable set out for his office, she called from her room, "Do not forget your umbrella or you will come back as muddy as an omnibus wheel. It's not my fault that you are still obliged to follow the trade of a quill driver." When she went out herself, she never failed to cry, "If I had married another man, should have a carriage of my own." Every hour and on every occasion she harped on this subject. She pricked her husband with reproaches, lashed him with insult, held him alone guilty, and made him responsible for the loss of the fortune that should have been hers. At last, one evening, losing all patience, Laceable exclaimed, "In the dog's name, can't you hold your tongue? From first to last it is your fault, and yours alone, do you hear, if we have not a child, because I have already had one." He lied, preferring anything to this eternal reproach, to this shame of appearing impotent. She looked at him, astonished at first, seeking the truth in his eyes. At last comprehending, and full of disdain, she cried, "You have a child, have you?" He replied with effrontery, "Yes, an illegitimate child, that I am bringing up at Asnières." She answered quietly, "We will go and see it tomorrow, so that I may find out what he is like." He only blushed to the ears and stammered, "Just as you please." She rose the next morning at 7 o'clock, very much to her husband's astonishment. "Are we not going to see your child? You promised me yesterday evening. Perhaps you haven't got it any more today." He sprang from the bed hastily. "It is not my child we are going to see, but a physician, who will give us his opinion on your case." She replied in the tone of a woman who was sure of herself, "I shall ask nothing better." Cashlin was instructed to inform the chief that his son-in-law was ill, and Laceable and his wife, advised by a neighboring chemist, rang at 1 o'clock exactly the office bell of Dr. La Filiale, author of several works on the hygiene of generation. They were shown into a salon decorated in white and gold, but scantily furnished in spite of the number of chairs and sofas. They seated themselves and waited. Laceable was excited, trembling, and also ashamed. Their turn came at last, and they were shown into a sort of office, where they were received by a short, stout man of dignified and ceremonious demeanor. He waited till they should explain their case, but Laceable had not courage to utter a word, and blushed up to the roots of his hair. It therefore devolved on his wife to speak, and with a resolute manner and in a tranquil voice, she made known their errand. "Monsieur, we have come to discover the reason why we cannot have children. A large fortune depends upon this for us." The consultation was long, minute, and painful. Cora alone seemed unembarrassed, and submitted to the critical examination of the medical expert, sustained by the great interest she had at stake. After having studied for nearly 2 hours the constitutions of the married pair, the practitioner said, "I discover nothing either abnormal or special. Your case is by no means an uncommon one. There is as much divergence in constitutions as in characters. When we see so many households out of joint through incompatibility of temper, it is not astonishing to see others sterile through incompatibility of physique. Madame appears to be particularly well fitted for the offices of motherhood. Monsieur, on his side, although presenting no conformation outside of the general rule, seems to me enfeebled, perhaps the consequence of his ardent desire to become a parent. Will you permit me to make an auscultation?" Laceable, greatly disturbed, removed his waistcoat, and the doctor glued his ear to the thorax, and then to the back of his patient, tapping him continuously from the throat to the stomach, and from the loins to the nape of his neck. He discovered a slight irregularity in the action of the heart, and even a menace to the right lung. "It is necessary for you to be very careful, monsieur, very careful. This is anemia, and comes from exhaustion, nothing else. These conditions, although now insignificant, may in a short time become incurable." Laceable turned pale with anguish and begged for a prescription. The doctor ordered a complicated regime consisting of iron, raw meat, and soup, combined with exercise, rest, and a sojourn in the country during the hot weather. He indicated, moreover, the symptoms that proclaimed the desired fecundity, and initiated them into the secrets which were usually practiced with success in such cases. The consultation cost 40 francs. When they were in the street, Cora burst out full of wrath. "I have discovered what my fate is to be." Laceable made no reply. He was tormented by anxiety, he was recalling and weighing each word of the physician. Had the doctor made a mistake, or had he judged truly? He thought no more of the inheritance now, or the desired offspring, it was a question of life or death. He seemed to hear a whistling in his lungs, and his heart sounded as though it were beating in his ears. In crossing the garden of the Tuileries he was overcome with faintness and had to sit down to recover himself. His wife, as though to humiliate him by her superior strength, remained standing in front of him, regarding him from head to foot with pitying contempt. He breathed heavily, exaggerating the effort by his fears, and with the fingers of his left hand on his right wrist he counted the pulsations of the artery. Cora, who was stamping with impatience, cried, "When will you be ready? It's time to stop this nonsense." He arose with the air of a martyr, and went on his way without uttering a word. When Cashlin was informed of the result of the consultation, his fury knew no bounds. He bawled out, "We know now whose fault it is to a certainty. Ah, well." And he looked at his son-in-law with his ferocious eyes as though he would devour him. Laceable neither listened nor heard, being totally absorbed in thoughts of his health and the menace to his existence. Father and daughter might say what they pleased. They were not in his skin, and as for him he meant to preserve his skin at all hazards. He had the various prescriptions of the physician filled. And at each meal he produced an array of bottles with the contents of which he dosed himself regardless of the sneers of his wife and her father. He looked at himself in the glass every instant, placed his hand on his heart each moment to study its action, and removed his bed to a dark room which was used as a clothes closet to put himself beyond the reach of carnal temptation. He conceived for his wife a hatred mingled with contempt and disgust. All women, moreover, appeared to him to be monsters, dangerous beasts, whose mission it was to destroy men. And he thought no more of the will of Aunt Charlotte, except as one recalls a past accident which might have been fatal. Some months passed. There remained but 1 year before the fatal term. Châli had suspended in the dining room an enormous calendar, from which he effaced a day each morning, raging at the impotence of his son-in-law, who was allowing this great fortune to escape week by week. And the thought that he would have to drudge at the office all his life, and limit his expenses to the pitiful sum of 2,000 francs a year, filled him with a passion of anger that found vent in the most violent abuse. He could not look at Laceable without shaking with rage, with a brutal desire to beat, to crush, to trample on him. He hated him with an inordinate hatred. Every time he saw him open the door and enter the room, it seemed to him that a robber had broken into the house and robbed him of a sacred inheritance. He hated him more than his most mortal enemy, and he despised him at the same time for his weakness, and above all for the baseness which caused him to sacrifice their common hope of posterity to the fear of his health. Laceable, in fact, lived as completely apart from his wife as if no tie united them. He never approached or touched her, he avoided even looking at her, as much through shame as through fear. Châli every morning asked his daughter, "Well, how about your husband? Has he made up his mind?" And she would reply, "No, Papa." Each evening saw the most painful scenes take place at table. Châli continually reiterated, when a man is not a man, he had better get out and yield his place to another. And Cora added, "The fact is, there are some men who are both useless and wearisome. I do not know why they are permitted to live only to become a burden to everyone." Laceable dosed himself and made no reply. At last one day his father-in-law cried, "Say, you, if you do not change your manners now that your health is improving, do you know what my daughter means to do?" The son-in-law raised his eyes, foreseeing a new outrage. Châli continued, "She will take somebody else, confound you. You may consider yourself lucky if she hasn't done so already. When a girl has married a weakling like you, she is entitled to do anything." Laceable, turning livid with wrath, replied, "It is not I who prevents her from following your good counsel." Cora lowered her eyes, and Châli, knowing that he had said an outrageous thing, remained silent and confused. Chapter 6. At the office the two men seemed to live on good enough terms. A sort of tacit pact was entered into between them to conceal from their colleagues their internal warfare. They addressed each other as, "My dear Châli, my dear Laceable." They even feigned to laugh and talk together as men who were satisfied and happy in their domestic relations. Laceable and Mays, for their part, comported themselves in the presence of each other with the ceremonious politeness of adversaries who had met in battle. The duel they had escaped, but whose shadow had chilled them, exacted of them an exaggerated courtesy, a more marked consideration, and perhaps a secret desire for reconciliation, born of the vague fear of a new complication. Their attitude was recognized and approved as that of men of the world, who had had an affair of honor. They saluted each other from a distance with severe gravity, and with a flourish of hats that was graceful and dignified. They did not speak, their pride preventing either from making the first advances. But one day, Laceable, whom the chief demanded to see immediately, to show his zeal, started with a great rush through the lobby and ran right into the stomach of an employee. It was Mays. They recoiled before each other, and Laceable exclaimed with eager politeness, "I hope I have not hurt you, monsieur?" Mays responded, "Not at all, sir." From this moment they thought it expedient to exchange some phrases when they met. Then, in the interchange of courtesies, there were little attentions they paid each other from which arose in a short time certain familiarities. Then an intimacy tempered with reserve and restrained by a certain hesitation. Then on the strength of their increasing goodwill and visits made to the room of each other, a comradeship was established. They often gossiped together now of the news that found its way into the bureau. Laceable laid aside his air of superiority, and Mays no longer paraded his social successes. Cashlin often joined in the conversation and watched with interest their growing friendship. Sometimes as the handsome Mays left the apartment with head erect and square shoulders, he turned to his son-in-law and hissed, "There goes a fine man." One morning when they were all four together, for old Savon never left his copying, the chair of the old clerk, having been tampered with no doubt by some practical joker, collapsed under him. And the good man rolled on the floor uttering cries of affright. The three others flew to his assistance. The order clerk attributed this machination to the communists, and Mays earnestly desired to see the wounded part. Cashlin and he even essayed to take off the poor old fellow's clothes to dress the injury, they said, but he resisted desperately, crying that he was not hurt. When the fun was over, Cashlin suddenly exclaimed, "I say, Mays, now that we are all together, can you not do us the honor of dining with us next Sunday? It will give pleasure to all three of us, myself, my son-in-law, and my daughter, who has often heard your name when we speak of the office. Shall it be yes?" Laceable added his entreaty, but more coldly than his father-in-law. "Pray come," he said, "it will give us great pleasure." Mays hesitated, embarrassed and smiling at the remembrance of past events. Cashlin urged him, "Come, say we may expect you." "Very well, then, I accept." Cashlin said on entering the house, "Cora, do you know that Mays is coming here to dinner next Sunday?" Cora, surprised at first, stammered, "Mays? Really?" She blushed up to her hair without knowing why. She had so often heard him spoken of, his manners, his successes, for he was looked upon at the office as a man who was irresistible with women, that she had long felt a desire to know him. Cashlin continued rubbing his hands, "You will see that he is a real man, and a fine fellow. He is as tall as a carbineer, he does not resemble your husband there." She did not reply, confused as if they had divined her dreams of him. They prepared this dinner with as much solicitude as the one to which Laceable had been formerly invited. Cashlin discussed the dishes, wishing to have everything served in perfection. And as though a confidence unavowed and still undetermined had risen up in his heart, he seemed more gay, tranquilized by some secret and sure provision. Through all that Sunday he watched the preparations with the utmost solicitude, while Laceable was doing some urgent work, brought the evening before from the office. It was the first week of November, and the new year was at hand. At 7 o'clock Mays arrived, in high good humor. He entered as though he felt very much at home, with a compliment and a great bouquet of roses for Cora. He added, as he presented them, in the familiar tone of a man of the world, "It seems to me, madam, I know you already, and that I have known you from your childhood. For many years your father has spoken to me of you." Cashlin, seeing the flowers, cried, "Ah, they are charming," and his daughter recalled that Laceable had not brought her a bouquet the day he was introduced. The handsome clerk seemed enchanted, laughing and bestowing on Cora the most delicate flatteries, which brought the color to her cheeks. He found her very attractive. She thought him charming and seductive. When he had gone, Cashlin exclaimed, "Isn't he a fine fellow? What havoc he creates! They say he can wheedle any woman." Cora, less demonstrative, avowed, however, that she thought him very agreeable, and not so much of a poseur as she had believed. Laceable, who seemed less sad and weary than usual, acknowledged that he had underrated Mays on his first acquaintance. Mays returned at intervals, which gradually grew shorter. He delighted everybody. They petted and coddled him. Cora prepared for him the dishes he liked, and the intimacy of the three men soon became so great that they were seldom seen apart. The new friend took the whole family to the theatre in boxes procured through the press. They returned on foot, through the streets thronged with people, to the door of Laceable's apartments, Mays and Cora walking before, keeping step, hip to hip, swinging with the same movement. The same rhythm, like two beings created to walk side by side through life. They spoke to each other in a low tone, laughing softly together. And seemed to understand each other instinctively. Sometimes the young woman would turn her head and throw behind her a glance at her husband and father. Cashlin followed them with a look of benevolent regard, and often, forgetting that he spoke to his son-in-law, he declared, "They have the same physique exactly. It is a pleasure to see them together." Laceable replied quietly, "Yes, they are about the same figure." He was happy now in the consciousness that his heart was beating more vigorously, that his lungs acted more freely, and that his health had improved in every respect. His rancor against his father-in-law, whose cruel taunts had now entirely ceased, vanished little by little. The first day of January he was promoted to the chief clerkship. His joy was so excessive over his happy event that on returning home he embraced his wife for the first time in 6 months. She appeared embarrassed, as if he had done something improper, and she looked at Mays, who had called to present to her his devotion and respect on the first day of the year. He also had an embarrassed air, and turned toward the window like a man who does not wish to see. But Cashlin very soon resumed his brutalities, and began to harass his son-in-law with his coarse jests. Sometimes he even attacked Mays, as though he blamed him also for the catastrophe suspended over them, the inevitable date of which approached nearer every minute. Cora alone appeared composed, entirely happy and radiant. She had forgotten, it seemed, the threatening nearness of the term. March had come. All hope seemed lost, for it would be 3 years on the 20th of July since Aunt Charlotte's death. An early spring had advanced the vegetation, and Mays proposed to his friends one Sunday to make an excursion to the banks of the Seine, to gather the violets in the shady places. They set out by a morning train and got off at Maisons-Laffitte. A breath of winter still lingered among the bare branches, but the turf was green and lustrous, flecked with flowers of white and blue. And the fruit trees on the hillside seemed garlanded with roses as their bare branches showed through the clustering blossoms. The Seine, thick and muddy from the late rains, flowed slowly between its banks gnawed by the frosts of winter. And all the country, steeped in vapor, exhaled a savor of sweet humidity under the warmth of the first days of spring. They wandered in the park. Cashlin, more glum than usual, tapped his cane on the gravelled walk, thinking bitterly of their misfortune, so soon to be irremediable. Laceable, morose also, feared to wet his feet in the grass, while his wife and Mays were gathering flowers to make a bouquet. Cora for several days had seemed suffering, and looked weary and pale. She was soon tired and wished to return for luncheon. They came upon a little restaurant near an old ruined mill, and the traditional repast of a Parisian picnic party was soon served under a green arbor, on a little table covered with 2 napkins. And quite near the banks of the river. They had fried gudgeons, roast beef cooked with potatoes, and they had come to the salad of fresh green lettuce, when Cora rose brusquely and ran toward the river, pressing her napkin with both hands to her mouth. Laceable, uneasy, wondered what could be the matter. Mays disconcerted, blushed, and stammered, "I do not know, she was well a moment since." Cashlin appeared frightened, and remained seated, with his fork in the air, a leaf of salad suspended at the end. Then he rose, trying to see his daughter. Bending forward, he perceived her leaning against a tree and seeming very ill. A swift suspicion flashed through his mind, and he fell back into his seat and regarded with an embarrassed air the 2 men, both of whom seemed now equally confused. He looked at them with anxious eyes, no longer daring to speak, wild with anguish and hope. A quarter of an hour passed in utter silence. Then Cora reappeared, a little pale and walking slowly. No one questioned her, each seemed to divine a happy event, difficult to speak of. They burned to know, but feared also to hear, the truth. Cashlin alone had the courage to ask, "You are better now?" And she replied, "Yes, thank you, there is not much the matter, but we will return early, as I have a light headache." When they set out she took the arm of her husband as if to signify something mysterious she had not yet dared to avow. They separated at the station of Saint Lazare. Mays, making a pretext of some business affair which he had just remembered, bade them adieu, after having shaken hands with all of them. As soon as Cashlin was alone with his daughter and his son-in-law, he asked, "What was the matter with you at breakfast?" But Cora did not reply at first. After hesitating for a moment she said, "It was nothing much, a little sickness of the stomach was all." She walked with a languid step, but with a smile on her lips. Laceable was ill at ease, his mind distracted. Haunted with confused and contradictory ideas, angry, feeling an unavowable shame, cherishing a cowardly jealousy. He was like those sleepers who close their eyes in the morning that they may not see the ray of light which glides between the curtains and strikes the bed like a brilliant shaft. As soon as he entered the house, he shut himself in his own room, pretending to be occupied with some unfinished work. Then Cashlin, placing his hands on his daughter's shoulders, exclaimed, "You are pregnant, aren't you?" She stammered, "Yes, I think so. 2 months." Before she had finished speaking, he bounded with joy, then began to dance the can-can around her, an old recollection of his garrison days. He lifted his leg and leaped like a young kid in spite of his great paunch, and made the whole apartment shake with his gambols. The furniture jostled, the glasses on the buffet rattled, and the chandelier oscillated like the lamp of a ship. He took his beloved daughter in his arms and embraced her frantically. Then tapping her lightly on the shoulder he cried, "Ah, it is done, then, at last. Have you told your husband?" She murmured, suddenly intimidated, "No, not yet, I was waiting." But Cashlin exclaimed, "Good, very good. You find it awkward. I will run and tell him myself." And he rushed to the apartment of his son-in-law. On seeing him enter, Laceable, who was doing nothing, rose and looked inquiringly at Cashlin, who left him no time for conjecture, but cried, "Do you know your wife is in the family way?" The husband was stricken speechless, his countenance changed, and the blood surged to the roots of his hair. "What? How? Cora? You say," he faltered when he recovered his voice. "I say that she is pregnant, do you understand? Now is our chance." In his joy he took Laceable's hands and pressed and shook them, as if to felicitate him, to thank him, and cried, "Ah, at last it is true, it is true. It is true. Think of the fortune we shall have." And unable to contain himself longer, he caught his son-in-law in his arms and embraced him, crying, "More than 1,000,000. Think of it. More than 1,000,000. And he began to dance more violently than ever. "But come, she is waiting for you, come and embrace her, at least," and taking him by the shoulders he pushed Laceable before him, and threw him like a ball into the apartment where Cora stood anxiously waiting and listening. The moment she saw her husband, she recoiled, stifled with a sudden emotion. He stood before her, pale and severe. He had the air of a judge, and she of a culprit. At last he said, "It seems that you are pregnant." She stammered in a trembling voice, "Yes, that seems to be the case." But Cashlin seized each of them by the neck, and, bringing them face to face, cried, "Now kiss each other, by George. It is a fitting occasion." And after releasing them, he capered about like a schoolboy, shouting, "Victory, victory, we have won our case. I say, Leopold, we must purchase a country house. There, at least, you will certainly recover your health." At this idea Laceable trembled. His father-in-law continued, "We will invite M. Torchebeuf and his wife to visit us, and as the under-chief is at the end of his term you may take his place. That is the way to bring it about." Laceable was now beginning to regard things from Cashlin's standpoint, and he saw himself receiving his chief at a beautiful country place on the banks of the river, dressed in coat of white twill, with a Panama hat on his head. Something sweet entered into his heart with this hope, something warm and good seemed to melt within him, rendering him light of heart and healthier in feeling. He smiled, still without speaking. Cashlin, intoxicated with joy, transported at the thought of his fine prospects, continued. Who knows, we may gain some political influence. Perhaps you will be deputy. At all events, we can see the society of the neighborhood, and enjoy some luxuries. And you shall have a little pony to convey you every morning to the station. These images of luxury, of elegance and prosperity aroused the drooping spirits of Laceable. The thought that he could be driven in his own carriage, like the rich people he had so often envied, filled him with satisfaction, and he could not refrain from exclaiming, "Ah! That will be delightful indeed." Cora, seeing him won over, smiled tenderly and gratefully, and Cashlin, who saw no obstacles now in the way of indulgence, declared, "We will dine at the restaurant, to celebrate the happy event." When they reached home, the two men were a little tipsy, and Laceable, who saw double and whose ideas were all topsy-turvy, could not find his bedroom. He made his way by mistake, or forgetfulness, into the long vacant bed of his wife. And all night long it seemed to him that the bed oscillated like a boat, rolling and pitching as though it would upset. He was even a little seasick. He was surprised on awaking to find Cora in his arms. She opened her eyes with a smile and kissed him with a sudden effusion of gratitude and affection. Then she said to him, in that caressing voice which women employ in their cajoleries, "If you wish to be very nice, you will not go to your office today. There is no need to be so punctual now that we are going to be rich, and we will make a little visit to the country, all by ourselves." Laceable was content to remain quiet, with the feeling for self-indulgence which follows an evening of excess, and the warmth of the bed was grateful. He felt the drowsy wish to lie a long time, to do nothing more but to live in tranquil idleness. An unusual sloth paralyzed his soul and subdued his body, and one vague, happy, and continuous thought never left him: he was going to be rich, independent. But suddenly a fear seized him, and he whispered softly, as if he thought the walls might hear him, "Are you very sure you are pregnant, after all?" She reassured him at once. "Oh, yes. I am certain of it. I could not be mistaken." And, as if still doubting, he traced the outline of her figure with his hand, and feeling convinced declared, "Yes, it is true, but you will not be brought to bed before the date. They will contest our right on that account, perhaps." At this supposition she grew angry. "Oh, no indeed, they are not going to trick us now after so much misery, so much trouble, and so many efforts. Oh, no, indeed." She was overwhelmed with indignation. "Let us go at once to the notary," she said. But his advice was to get a physician's certificate first, and they presented themselves again to Dr. La Filial. He recognized them immediately, and exclaimed, "Ah well, have you succeeded?" They both blushed up to their ears, and Cora a little shamefacedly stammered, "I believe we have, doctor." The doctor rubbed his hands, crying, "I expected it, I expected it. The means I recommended to you never fail, at least, only from some radical incapacity of one of the parties." When he had made an examination of the young wife, he declared, "It is true, bravo." And he wrote on a sheet of paper, "I, the undersigned, Doctor of Medicine, of the Faculty of Paris, certify that Madame Leopold Laceable, née Cashlin, presents all the symptoms of pregnancy, dating from over 3 months. Then, turning toward Laceable, "And you," he said, "how is that chest and that heart?" And having made an auscultation, he declared that the patient was entirely cured. They set out happy and joyous, arm in arm, with elastic steps. But on the route Leopold had an idea. "We had better go home before we see the lawyer, and rearrange your dress. You'll put 2 or 3 towels under your belt, it will draw attention to it and that will be better. He will not believe then that we are trying to gain time." They returned home, and he himself undressed his wife in order to adjust the deception. 10 consecutive times Laceable changed the position of the towels, and stepped back some paces to get the proper effect, wishing to obtain an absolutely perfect resemblance. Satisfied with the result at last, they set out again, and walked proudly through the streets, Laceable carrying himself with the air of one whose virility was established and patent to all the world. The notary received them kindly. Then he listened to their explanation, ran his eye over the certificate, and, as Laceable insisted, for the rest, monsieur, it is only necessary to glance for a second. He threw a convinced look on the telltale figure of the young woman. There was a moment of anxious suspense, when the man of law declared, assuredly, whether the infant is born or to be born, it exists, it lives. So we will suspend the execution of the testament till the confinement of Madame. After leaving the office of the notary, they embraced each other on the stairway, so exuberant was their joy. Chapter 7. From the moment of this happy discovery, the three relatives lived in the most perfect accord. They were good-humored, reasonable, and kind. Cashlin had recovered all his old gaiety, and Cora loaded her husband with attentions. Laceable also seemed like another man, and more gay than he had ever been in his life. Mays came less often, and seemed ill at ease in the family circle. They received him kindly, but with less warmth than formerly, for happiness is egotistical and excludes strangers. Cashlin himself seemed to feel a certain secret hostility against the handsome clerk whom some months before he had introduced so eagerly into his household. It was he who announced to this friend the pregnancy of Cora. He said to him brusquely, "You know my daughter is pregnant." Mays, feigning surprise, replied, "Ah, indeed. You ought to be very happy." Cashlin responded with a humph, for he perceived that his colleague, on the contrary, did not appear to be delighted. Men care but little to see in this state, whether or not the cause lies with them, women in whom they are interested. Every Sunday, however, Mays continued to dine with the family, but it was no longer pleasant to spend the evenings with them, albeit no serious difference had arisen. And this strange embarrassment increased from week to week. One evening, just after Mays had gone, Cashlin cried with an air of annoyance, "That fellow is beginning to weary me to death." Laceable replied, "The fact is, he does not improve on acquaintance." Cora lowered her eyes. She did not give her opinion. She always seemed embarrassed in the presence of the handsome Mays, who, on his side, appeared almost ashamed when he found himself near her. He no longer smiled on looking at her as formerly, no longer asked her and her husband to accompany him to the theatre, and the intimacy, which till lately had been so cordial, seemed to have become but an irksome burden. One Thursday, when her husband came home to dinner, Cora kissed him with more coquetry than usual and whispered in his ear. "Perhaps you are going to scold me now?" "Why should I?" he inquired. "Well, because, Mays came to see me a little while ago, and, as I do not wish to be gossiped about on his account, I begged him never to come when you were not at home." He seemed a little hurt. Laceable, very much surprised, demanded, "Very well, what did he say to that?" "Oh. He did not say much, but it did not please me all the same, and then I asked him to cease his visits entirely. You know very well that it is you and Papa who brought him here. I was not consulted at all about it, and I feared you would be displeased because I had dismissed him." A grateful joy beamed from the face of her husband. "You did right, perfectly right, and I even thank you for it." She went on, in order to establish the understanding between the two men, which she had arranged in advance. "At the office you must conduct yourself as though nothing had happened. And speak to him as you have been in the habit of doing. But he is not to come here any more." Taking his wife tenderly in his arms, Laceable impressed long kisses on her eyelids and on her cheeks. "You are an angel. You are an angel," he repeated, and he felt pressing against his stomach the already lusty child. Chapter 8. Nothing of importance happened up to the date of Cora's confinement, which occurred on the last day of September. The child, being a daughter, was called Desiree. As they wished to make the christening an imposing event, it was decided to postpone the ceremony until they were settled in the new country house which they were going to buy. They chose a beautiful estate at Asnières, on the hills that overlook the Seine. Great changes had taken place during the winter. As soon as the legacy was secured, Cashlin asked for his pension, which was granted, and he left the office. He employed his leisure moments in cutting, with the aid of a little scroll saw, the covers of cigar boxes. He made clocks, caskets, jardinières, and all sorts of odd little pieces of furniture. He had a passion for this work, the taste for which had come to him on seeing a peripatetic merchant working thus with sheets of wood on the Avenue de l'Opéra. And each day he obliged everybody to admire some new design both complicated and puerile. He was amazed at his own work, and kept on saying, "It is astonishing what one can accomplish." The assistant chief, M. Rabbit, being dead at last, Laceable fulfilled the duties of his place, although he did not receive the title, for sufficient time had not elapsed since his last promotion. Cora had become a wholly different woman, more refined, more elegant, instinctively divining all the transformations that wealth imposes. On New Year's Day she made a visit to the wife of her husband's chief, a commonplace person, who remained a provincial, notwithstanding a residence of 35 years in Paris. And she put so much grace and seductiveness into her prayer that Madame Torchebœuf should stand godmother to her child that the good woman consented. Grandpapa Cashlin was the godfather. The ceremony took place on a brilliant Sunday in June. All the employees of the office were invited to witness it, except the handsome Mays, who was seen no more in the Cashlin circle. At 9 o'clock Laceable waited at the railway station for the train from Paris, while a groom, in livery covered with great gilt buttons, held by the bridle a plump pony hitched to a brand-new phaeton. The engine whistled, then appeared, dragging its train of cars, which soon discharged their freight of passengers. M. Torchebœuf descended from a first-class carriage with his wife, in a magnificent toilette, while Pitelet and Boissel got out of a second-class carriage. They had not dared to invite old Savon, but it was understood that they were to meet him by chance in the afternoon and bring him to dinner with the consent of the chief. Laceable hurried to meet his superior, who advanced slowly, the lapel of his frock-coat ornamented with a decoration that resembled a full-blown red rose. His enormous head, surmounted by a large hat that seemed to crush his small body, gave him the appearance of a phenomenon, and his wife, if she had stood on tiptoe, could have looked over his head without any trouble. Leopold, radiant, bowed and thanked his guests. He seated them in the phaeton, then running toward his two colleagues, who were walking modestly behind, he pressed their hands, regretting that his phaeton was too small to accommodate them also. "Follow the quay," he directed, "and you will reach my door, Villa Désirée, the fourth one after the turn. Make haste." And mounting the phaeton, he took the reins and drove off, while the groom leaped lightly to the little seat behind. The ceremony was very brilliant, and afterwards they returned for luncheon. Each one found under his napkin a present proportioned to his station. The godmother received a bracelet of solid gold, her husband a scarf pin of rubies, Boissel a pocket-book of Russian leather, and Pitelet a superb meerschaum pipe. It was Désirée, they said, who offered these presents to her new friends. Madame Torchebœuf, blushing with confusion and pleasure, placed on her fat arm the brilliant circle, and, as the chief wore a narrow black cravat, which would not receive the pin, he stuck the jewel in the lapel of his frock-coat, under the Legion of Honor, as if it had been another decoration of an inferior order. Outside the window the shining band of the river was seen, curving toward Chourisons, its banks shaded with trees. The sun fell in a rain on the water, making it seem a river of fire. The beginning of the repast was rather solemn, being made formal by the presence of M. and Madame Torchebœuf. After a while, however, things began to go better. Cashlin threw out some heavy jokes, which he felt would be permitted him since he was rich, and everyone laughed at them. If Pitelet or Boissel had uttered them, the guests would certainly have been shocked. At dessert, the infant was brought in and received a kiss from each of the company. Smothered in a cloud of snowy lace, the baby looked at the guests with its blue eyes void of intelligence or expression, and rolled its bald head from side to side with an air of newly awakened interest. Pitelet, amid the confusion of voices, whispered in the ear of Boissel, it looks like a little mazette. The joke went round the ministry next day. At 2 o'clock the health of the newly christened baby was drunk, and Cashlin proposed to show his guests over the property, and then to take them for a walk on the banks of the Seine. They moved in a slow procession from room to room, from the cellar to the garret, then they examined the garden tree by tree, plant by plant. After which, separating into 2 parties, they set out for a walk. Cashlin, who did not feel at home in the company of ladies, drew Boissel and Pitelet into a café on the bank of the river, while Mesdames Torchebeuf and Laceable, with their husbands, walked in the opposite direction, these refined ladies not being able to mingle with the common Sunday herd. They walked slowly along the path, followed by the 2 men, who talked gravely of the affairs of the office. On the river the boats were continually passing, propelled by long strokes of the oars in the hands of jolly fellows, the muscles of whose bare arms rolled under the sunburned skin. Women, reclining on black or white fur rugs, managed the tillers, drowsing under the hot sun, holding open over their heads, like enormous flowers floating on the surface of the water, umbrellas of red, yellow, and blue silk. Cries from one boat to the other, calls, and shouts, and a remote murmur of human voices lower down, confused and continuous, indicated where the swarming crowds were enjoying a holiday. Long files of fishermen stood motionless all along the river, while the swimmers, almost naked, standing in heavy fishing boats, plunged in head foremost, climbed back upon the boats and leaped into the water again. Madame Torchebeuf looked on in surprise. Cora said to her, "It is like this every Sunday, it spoils this charming country for me." A canoe moved softly by. 2 women rowed, while 2 men were stretched in the bottom of the boat. One of the women, turning her head towards the shore, cried, "Hello! Hello! You respectable women! I have a man for sale, very cheap. Do you want him?" Cora turned away contemptuously and taking the arm of her companion said, "We cannot remain here, let us go." What infamous creatures! They moved away as M. Torchebeuf was saying to Laceable, "It is settled for the 1st of January. The head of the department has positively promised me." "I don't know how to thank you, dear master," Laceable replied. When they reached home they found Cashlin, Pitelet, and Boissel laughing immoderately and almost carrying old Savon, whom they jokingly declared they had found on the beach in the company of a girl. The frightened old man was crying, "It is not true, no, it is not true. It is not right to say that, M. Cashlin, it is not kind." And Cashlin, choking with laughter, cried, "Ah, you old rogue, did you not call her your sweet goose quill? We caught you, you rascal." Then the ladies, too, began to laugh at the dismay of the poor old man. Cashlin continued, "With M. Torchebeuf's permission, we will keep him prisoner as a punishment and make him dine with us." The chief good-humoredly consented, and they continued to laugh about the lady abandoned by the old man, who protested all the time, annoyed at this mischievous farce. The subject was the occasion of inexhaustible wit throughout the evening, which sometimes even bordered on the obscene. Cora and Madame Torchebeuf, seated under a tent on the lawn, watched the reflections of the setting sun, which threw upon the leaves a purple glow. Not a breath stirred the branches, a serene and infinite peace fell from the calm and flaming heavens. Some boats still passed, more slowly, drifting with the tide. Cora remarked, "It appears that poor M. Savon married a bad woman." Madame Torchebeuf, who was familiar with everything of the office, replied, "Yes, she was an orphan, very much too young for him, and deceived him with a worthless fellow. And she ended in running away with him." Then the fat lady added, "I say he was a worthless fellow, but I know nothing about it. It is reported that they loved one another very much. In any case, old Savon is not very seductive." Madame Laceable replied gravely, "That is no excuse, the poor man is much to be pitied. Our next-door neighbor, M. Barbu, has had the same experience." His wife fell in love with a sort of painter who passed his summers here, and she has gone abroad with him. I do not understand how women can fall so low. To my mind it seems a special chastisement should be meted out to those wicked creatures who bring shame upon their families. At the end of the alley the nurse appeared, carrying the little Desiree wrapped in her laces. The child, all rosy in the red gold of the evening light, was coming towards the two women. She stared at the fiery sky with the same pale and astonished eyes with which she regarded their faces. All the men who were talking at a distance drew near, and Cashlin, seizing his little granddaughter, tossed her aloft in his arms as if he would carry her to the skies. Her figure was outlined against the brilliant line of the horizon, while her long white robe almost touched the ground, and the grandfather cried, "Look! Isn't this the best thing in the world, after all, Father Savon?" But the old man made no reply, having nothing to say, or perhaps thinking too many things. A servant opened the door and announced, "Madam is served." Happiness. It was tea time, just before the lamps were brought in. The villa overlooked the sea, the vanished sun had left the sky rose-tipped in its passing, and powdered with golden dust. And the Mediterranean, without ripple or faintest movement, smooth, still gleaming with the light of the dying day, spread out a vast shield of burnished metal. Far to the right, the jagged mountains lifted their black sharp-cut bulk against the dim purple of the west. They were speaking of love, retelling an ancient tale, saying over again things already said many, many times before. The soft melancholy dusk pressed upon their speech, so that a feeling of tenderness welled up in their hearts, and the word love, constantly repeated, now in a man's strong voice, now in the high, clear tones of a woman, seemed to fill the little room, flitting about it like a bird, hovering like a spirit over them. Can one love for years without end? Yes, claimed some. No, declared others. They drew a distinction between various cases, made clear the qualities that divided them from others, quoted examples. And all, both men and women, filled with rushing, disquieting memories which they could not reveal and which hovered on their lips, seemed profoundly moved. They spoke of this commonplace yet supreme thing, this mysterious concord between two beings, with the deepest emotion and burning interest. Suddenly one among them, whose eyes were fixed on the distant scene, exclaimed, "Oh! Look! What's that, over there?" Across the sea, on the rim of haze, rose a huge, grey, shapeless mass. The women had risen and were staring uncomprehendingly at this amazing object, which none of them had ever seen before. "It's Corsica," said someone. "It can be seen 2 or 3 times a year under exceptional atmospheric conditions. When the air is so perfectly clear as not to conceal it with those mists of water vapor in which distant prospects are always wrapped." They could distinguish vaguely the mountain peaks, and fancied that they could see the snow on the summits. And everyone was surprised, disturbed, almost frightened at this abrupt appearance of a world, at this phantom risen from the sea. Such, perhaps, were the perilous visions of those who set out like Columbus across strange seas. Then an old gentleman, who had not spoken, remarked, "Oddly enough, in that island which has just swum into our sight, at the very moment when it would give force to what we have been saying and awaken one of my strangest memories, I came across a perfect instance of faithful love. Miraculously happy love. 5 years ago I made a tour in Corsica. That wild island is farther away from us, and less known to us, than America, although it is sometimes to be seen from the coasts of France, even as today. Imagine a world still in chaos, a maelstrom of mountains separated by narrow ravines down which rush foaming torrents. Not a single level space, but only immense billows of granite and gigantic undulations in the ground covered with thickets or with lofty forests of chestnut and pine. It is virgin soil, uncultivated, deserted, although an occasional village may be descried, like a pile of rocks perched on the top of a mountain. There is no culture, no industry, no art. Never does one meet with a piece of carved wood, a block of sculptured stone, with any reminder of hereditary taste, rudimentary or refined, for gracious and beautiful things. That is the most striking thing in this superb, harsh country, its inherited indifference to that search for magical loveliness which is called art. Italy, where every palace, full of masterpieces, is itself a masterpiece, where marble, wood, bronze, iron, in fact all metals and stones, bear witness to the genius of man. Where the tiniest heirlooms in old houses reveal a divine care for beauty, is to each one of us a sacred and beloved land, because she displays and proves to us the strong impulse, the grandeur, the power, and the triumph of the creative intelligence. Facing her, wild Corsica has remained just as she was in her earliest days. Their man lives in his rude house, indifferent to all that does not affect his mere existence or his family quarrels. He has survived with the defects and qualities of all uncivilized races, violent, strong to hate, instinctively bloodthirsty, but also hospitable, generous, full of true piety, simple-hearted. Opening his door to the passer-by and bestowing a loyal friendship in return for the smallest token of sympathy. For a month I had been wandering over this magnificent island, feeling as though I were at the end of the world. There are no inns, no taverns, no roads. Mule paths lead to the villages that cling to the flanks of the mountains and overlook the twisting gulfs from whose depths the heavy, muffled, deep roar of the torrent rises ceaselessly in the silence of evening. The traveler knocks at the house doors and asks for shelter for the night and food until next day. He sits down at the humble table and sleeps beneath the humble roof, and in the morning shakes the outstretched hand of his host, who leads him to the edge of the village. One evening, after walking for 10 hours, I came to a little house standing by itself in the depths of a narrow valley that fell into the sea a league farther on. The two steep slopes of the hillside, covered with thickets, boulders, and tall trees, were like two gloomy walls enclosing this unutterably mournful abyss. Round the hovel were a few vines, a small garden, and, further on, some large chestnut trees, enough, actually, for a bare existence, a fortune in that poor country. The woman who opened the door was old, hard-featured, and clean, which was unusual. The man, seated on a cane chair, got up to greet me and then sat down without saying a word. "Please excuse him," said his wife to me. "He's deaf now. He's 82. She spoke perfect French. I was surprised. "You are not Corsicans?" I asked her. "No," she replied, "we come from the mainland. But we have lived here for 50 years. A feeling of anguish and terror overwhelmed me at the thought of the 50 years that had rolled by in this dark hole, so far from towns and the life of men. An old shepherd came in, and we began to eat the only course of the dinner, a thick soup in which potatoes, bacon, and cabbage were all boiled together. When the short meal was over, I went out and sat before the door, my heart oppressed with the melancholy of that somber landscape. In the grip of that feeling of wretchedness which sometimes lays hold on the traveler, on sad evenings, in desolate places. It seems as though all things were coming to an end, life itself, and the universe. The dreadful misery of life is revealed in one blinding flash, and the isolation of all things, the nothingness of all things. And the black loneliness of our hearts which soothe and deceive themselves with dreams until the coming of death itself. The old woman joined me, and tormented by the curiosity which lives on in the hearts of even the most resigned of mortals, said to me, "So you come from France?" "Yes, I am traveling for pleasure." "You are from Paris, perhaps?" "No, I come from Nancy." At that it seemed to me that an extraordinary excitement was agitating her. How I saw this, or rather felt it, I do not know. "You are from Nancy?" she repeated slowly. The husband appeared in the doorway, impassive, as are all deaf people. "It does not matter," she continued. "He cannot hear." Then, after a few seconds, "Then you know people in Nancy?" "Why, yes, almost everybody." "The St. Alais family?" "Yes, very well, they were friends of my father's." "What is your name?" I told her. She stared intently at me, then said in that soft voice evoked by wakening memories. Yes, yes, I remember quite well. And the Brisnaves, what has become of them? They are all dead. Ah. And the Sermonts, do you know them? Yes, the youngest is a general. At that she replied, shaking with excitement, with anguish, with I know not what confused powerful and intimate emotion, with I know not how pressing a need to confess, to tell everything. To speak of things she had until this moment kept locked in the secret places of her heart, and of the people whose name troubled the very depths of her soul. Yes, Henri de Sermont. I know him well. He is my brother. I lifted my eyes to her, quite dumbfounded with surprise. And suddenly I remembered. It had been a great scandal, long ago, in aristocratic Lorraine. As a young girl, beautiful, wealthy, Suzanne de Sermont had run off with a non-commissioned officer in the hussar regiment of which her father was commander. He was a handsome lad. His parents were peasants, but he wore the blue dolman with a gallant air, this soldier who seduced his colonel's daughter. Doubtless she had seen him, noticed him, fallen in love with him as she watched the squadrons march past. But how had she spoken to him, how had they been able to meet and come to an understanding? How had she dared to make him realize that she loved him? This no one ever knew. Nothing had been guessed or foreseen. One evening, when the soldier had just completed his term of service, he disappeared with her. A search was made, but they were not found. No news of them was heard, and she was thought of as dead. And thus I had found her in this sinister valley. Then in my turn I answered. Yes, I remember well. You are Mademoiselle Suzanne. She nodded, yes. Tears poured from her eyes. Then, glancing towards the old man, standing motionless on the threshold of his dwelling, she said to me. That is he. And I realized that she still loved him, still saw him with eyes blinded by love. But at least you have been happy? I asked. She answered, in a voice that came from her heart. Oh, yes, very happy. He has made me very happy. I have never had any regrets. I gazed at her, a little sad, surprised, marveling at the power of love. This rich girl had followed this man, this peasant. She had stooped herself to a life without charm, luxury, or refinement of any sort. She had accustomed herself to an entirely simple existence. And she still loved him. She had become the wife of a country clodhopper, with a bonnet and a canvas skirt. She sat on a cane chair, she ate broth made of potatoes, cabbage, and bacon, out of an earthen platter set on a deal table. She slept on straw at his side. She had never a thought for anything but him. She had regretted neither jewels, nor fine clothes, nor fashion, nor the comfort of armchairs, nor the perfumed warmth of tapestry-hung rooms, nor the softness of down whereon the body sinks to rest. She had never needed anything but him, so only that he was there, she wanted nothing. In early youth she had forsaken life and the world and those who had loved and nurtured her. She had come, alone with him, to this wild ravine. And he had been everything to her, all that a woman desires, all that she dreams of, all that she ceaselessly awaits, all for which she never ceases to hope. He had filled her existence with happiness from its beginning to its close. She could not have been happier. And all night long, as I listened to the hoarse breathing of the old soldier lying on his pallet beside the woman who had followed him so far, I thought of this strange and simple adventure. Of her happiness, so complete, built of so little. I left next morning, after shaking hands with the old couple. The teller of the tale was silent. A woman said. All the same, her ideal was too easy of attainment, her needs too primitive, her demands on life too simple. She must have been a stupid girl. Another woman said slowly. What does it matter? She was happy. In the distance, on the rim of the world, Corsica receded into the night, sinking slowly back into the sea. Withdrawing the vast shadow that had appeared as though itself would tell the story of the two humble lovers sheltered by its shores. Farewell. The two friends were finishing dinner. From the café window they saw the boulevard, covered with people. They felt the caress of the warm airs that drift through Paris on calm summer nights, making a man raise his eyes towards the passers-by, rousing in him a desire to get away. Far away to some distant place, no one knows where, under green leaves. Making him dream of moonlit rivers and glowworms and nightingales. One of the two, Henri Simon, sighing deeply, said, "Ah. I'm getting old. It's sad. Once, on nights like this, I felt the devil in my bones. Today I feel nothing but regrets. Life goes so fast." He was already somewhat fat, aged perhaps 45, and very bald. The other, Pierre Carnier, infinitesimally older, but slimmer and more lively, replied, "As for me, my dear chap, I've grown old without noticing it in the least. I was always a gay dog, a jolly fellow, vigorous and all that. But when a man looks in his mirror every day, he does not see old age doing its work, for it is slow and regular, and changes the face so gradually that the transitions are imperceptible. That is the only reason why we do not die of grief after only 2 or 3 years of its ravages. For we cannot appreciate them. In order to realize them, we should have to go without looking at our faces for 6 months on end, then what a blow it would be. And women, my dear chap, how sorry I am for the poor things. The whole of their happiness, the whole of their power, the whole of their lives, lies in their beauty, which lasts 10 years. Well, I have grown old without suspecting it, and thought myself almost an adolescent when I was nearly 50. Not feeling within myself any infirmity of any sort, I went on my way, happy and carefree. The revelation of decay came to me in a simple but terrible manner, and prostrated me for nearly 6 months, then I resigned myself to my lot. I have often been in love, like all men, but once more than usual. I met her at the seaside, at Étretat, about 12 years ago now, shortly after the war. There is nothing so charming as the beach there, in the morning, at the bathing hour. It is small, curved like a horseshoe, framed in the high white cliffs pierced with those curious holes known as the gates, one very large, stretching its gigantic limb into the sea. The other opposite it, low and round. The crowd of women gathers together within the frame of high rocks, thronging the narrow tongue of shingle, covering it with a brilliant garden of bright frocks. The sun falls full upon the slopes, on sunshades of every hue, on the greenish-blue sea, everything is gay and charming, a smiling scene. You go and sit right at the edge of the water, and watch the ladies bathing. They come down the beach draped in a flannel wrap which they cast off with a pretty gesture as they reach the foamy fringe of the small waves. And go into the sea with swift little steps, sometimes interrupted by a shiver of delicious cold, a brief catching of the breath. Very few stand this bathing test. There they can be judged, from the calf to the throat. Above all, when they leave the water, their weaknesses are plain to see, although the seawater is a powerful stimulant to flabby bodies. The first time that I saw this young woman under these conditions, I was ravished and seduced. She stood the test triumphantly. There are faces, too, whose charm comes home to us instantaneously, conquers us at sight. We think we have found the woman we were born to love. I suffered that sensation, that shock of emotion. I had myself introduced to her, and was soon caught as I had never been. She played havoc with my heart. It is a dreadful and glorious experience thus to submit oneself to a woman's power. It is almost a torture, and, at the same time, an incredible happiness. Her look, her smile, the hair on the nape of her neck lifted by the breeze, all the tiniest lines of her face, the faintest movements of her features, ravished me, overwhelmed me, and maddened me. She possessed me with the whole of herself, her gestures, her attitudes, even the clothes she wore, which acquired magical powers. I thrilled at the sight of her veil on a piece of furniture, or her glove thrown down on an armchair. Her dresses seemed to me inimitable. No woman's hats were as delightful as hers. She was married, but the husband came down every Saturday and went away again on the Monday. In other respects he left me quite indifferent. I was not in the least jealous, I do not know why. Never has any human being seemed to me of less importance in life, or occupied less of my attention, than that man. How I loved her! And how beautiful she was, how graceful and young. She was youth, elegance, and freshness personified. I had never really felt what a pretty creature a woman is, how fine, distinguished, and delicate, fashioned of charm and grace. I had never realized the seductive beauty that lies in the curve of a cheek, in the quiver of a lip, in the round folds of a little ear, in the shape of the absurd organ we call a nose. It lasted 3 months, and then I went off to America, my heart crushed with despair. But the thought of her dwelt with me, persistent, triumphant. She possessed me from the distance as she had possessed me close at hand. Years passed. I never forgot her. The charming image of her remained before my eyes and in my heart. And my affection for her remained faithful, a calm affection now, a feeling like the loved remembrance of all that was most beautiful and seductive in my experience of life. 12 years are so little in the life of a man. He never feels them pass. They go by one after the other, gently and swiftly, slow and hurried, each so long, and yet so soon finished. And they add up together so promptly, leave so little trace behind them, fade so utterly that when he turns to look at the time that has run by he sees nothing. And cannot understand how it has come about that he is old. It really seemed to me as though a mere few months separated me from that charming season on the beach at Etretat. Last spring I went to dine with some friends of mine at Maisons Laffitte. Just as the train was starting, a stout lady got into my compartment, escorted by 4 little girls. I scarcely troubled to glance at this mother hen with her brood, very wide and very round, her full moon face framed in a ribbon-decked hat. She breathed hard, out of breath after walking fast. The children began to chatter. I opened my paper and began to read. We had just gone through Asnières when my neighbor suddenly said to me, "Excuse me, monsieur, but are you not Monsieur Carnier?" "Yes, madame." Then she began to laugh, with the happy laughter of a contented woman, yet with a touch of sadness in it. "You do not recognize me?" I hesitated. I certainly thought I had seen that face somewhere, but where? When? "Yes, and no," I replied. "I certainly know you, but I can't think of your name." She blushed slightly, and said, "Madame Julie Lefebvre." I had never had such a shock. In a single instant I felt as though all were over with me. I felt that a veil had been torn from before my eyes, and that I was on the point of making frightful and heartrending discoveries. This was she. This fat, ordinary woman, she. And she had hatched out these 4 daughters since I had last seen her. The little creatures caused me more astonishment than their mother herself. They had come from her body, they were already big. They had taken their place in life. While she no longer counted, she, that marvel of fascinating exquisite grace. I had seen her only yesterday, it seemed, and now had found her thus. Was it possible? Violent grief oppressed my heart, and a protest, too, against nature herself, an unreasoning exasperation at this brutal, infamous work of destruction. I looked at her in awe. Then I took her hand, and tears came into my eyes. I wept for her youth, I wept for her death. For I did not know this fat woman. She, also affected, faltered. "I am greatly changed, am I not? But time goes by, doesn't it? You see, I have become a mother, just a mother, a good mother. Farewell to the rest, it is all over." "Oh! I thought you would not recognize me if we ever met. And you have changed also, it took me some time to be sure that I was not making a mistake. You've gone quite white. Think of it, it is 12 years ago. 12 years. My eldest girl is already 10. I looked at the child. And I found in her something of her mother's old charm, but as yet a sense of immaturity, of something early and unformed. And life seemed to me swift as a passing train. We arrived at Maisons Laffitte. I kissed my old friend's hand. I had found nothing to say to her but the most appalling commonplaces. I was too overcome to speak. That evening, when all alone in my house, I looked for a long time into the mirror, a long, long time, and I ended by recalling myself as I had been, by seeing again, in my mind's eye, my brown mustache and my black hair, and the youthful outlines of my face. Now I was old. Farewell. Solitude. It was just after a male dinner party. The evening had been hilarious. One of the guests, an old friend of mine, said to me, "Would you like to walk up the Avenue de Champs-Élysées?" So we set off, walking slowly up the long sidewalk, under trees that showed their first sparse leaves. There was no sound but the confused ceaseless murmuring of Paris. A fresh wind blew across our faces, and the dark sky was sown with a golden dust by the myriad stars. My companion said to me, "I don't know why, but I breathe better here at night than anywhere else in the world. At these times my spirit seems freed. For a moment, I have one of those sudden inward gleams of light that for a fraction of time deceive us with the thought that we have penetrated the divine secret of the universe. Then the window closes again. The moment is gone. From time to time we see two shadows slipping along under the walls. We walk past a bench where, pressed close together, two human beings are merged into one dark blur. The man at my side murmured, 'Poor wretches. They rouse in me no disgust, but only a profound pity. Of all the mysteries of human life, I have pierced one. The terrible unhappiness of mortal life has its roots in the lifelong loneliness of every one of us, all our strivings. All our acts have one end only, escape from this loneliness. Those poor creatures, making love on public benches in the open air, are trying, as we try, as all mortal wretches try, to end their isolation, if only for a moment or less. But they will always remain solitary, and so shall we also. Some days we realize it more sharply, some less, that's all. For some time now I have been suffering the unspeakable torment born of my realization, my vision of the frightful solitude in which I spend my life, and I know that nothing can end it, nothing. I tell you. Whatever our strivings, whatever our deeds, whatever the wild desire of our hearts, the demands of our lips and the clutch of our arms, we are always solitary. I persuaded you to walk along here with me this evening because I suffer horribly, these days, from the loneliness of my apartment. What good will this do me? I talk to you, you listen to me, and we are alone together, side by side, but alone. Do you understand? Blessed are the poor in heart, says the scripture. They keep the illusion of happiness. Such as they do not endure a solitary bitterness, they do not, as I do, drift through life and never touch it but to jostle elbows with it. With no joy but a self-centered satisfaction in understanding, observing, guessing, and enduring without end the knowledge of our eternal isolation. You think me a little mad, don't you? Listen to me. Since I have been conscious of the solitude of my spirit, I have felt that day by day I penetrate a little further into a subterranean darkness, whose bounds I cannot find, whose end I do not know. Which perhaps has no end. I go my way through it without any companion, without anyone near me, and no living soul is walking along the same shadowy road. This subterranean passage is life. Sometimes I hear sounds, voices, cries. I grope towards these confused murmurs. But I never know exactly whence they come. I never meet any other person, I never touch another hand in the darkness that surrounds me. Do you understand? At times men have caught a glimpse of this frightful anguish. Musset wrote, "Que vint? Que m'appelle? Personne. Je suis seul, c'est lourd que son. O solitude, o pauvrete." 16. But, for him, it was only a fleeting uneasiness, and not, as for me, a hard certainty. He was a poet, he peopled life with phantoms and dreams. He was never truly alone. I am alone. Did not Gustave Flaubert, one of the great seers and therefore one of the great tragic figures of this world, write to a friend these despairing words, "We are all of us in a wilderness. No man understands any other. No man understands any other, whatever he thinks, whatever he says, whatever he tries to do. Does the earth know what is happening in those stars we see, flung out in space like a seed of fire? So distant that we see the light only of a few while the innumerable company of the others is lost in infinity, so near that they are perhaps one whole like the molecules of a body? Even so, man has no more knowledge of what is taking place in another man. We are farther from each other than these stars, and even more isolated, since thought is an impassable barrier. Do you know anything more dreadful than the swift and endless passing by of human beings whose minds we cannot reach? We love each other as if we were chained fast, close together, with outstretched arms that just cannot touch. We are torn with a desire for union, but all our efforts are barren, our moments of passionate abandon futile, our caresses vain. We reach out towards an intimate union, we strain towards each other, and achieve no more than the violent impact of our bodies. I never feel more solitary than when I open my heart to a friend, because it is then that I realize most sharply the impassable barrier. He is beside me, this man. I see his clear eyes fixed on me, but of his soul, behind them, I know nothing at all. He listens to me. What is he thinking? You don't understand this agony of mind? Perhaps he hates me? Or despises me? Or is jeering at me? He thinks over what I am saying, he judges me, he rails at me, he condemns me, considers me commonplace or a fool. How do I know what he is thinking? How do I know whether he loves me as I love him? And what is passing through that small round head? What a mysterious thing are the secret thoughts of a human being, these thoughts that are at once hidden and free, that we can neither know, nor direct, nor rule, nor vanquish. And I, even I, who have all the will in the world to give my whole being, to fling open all the doors of my soul, cannot surrender myself. In the deepest recesses of my being, I guard the secret hiding place of this I where no man can enter in. No man can discover it, nor enter therein, because no other man is made in my likeness, because no man understands any other. Even now, as I speak, do you at least understand me? No, you think me mad. You watch me curiously, you guard yourself from me. You say to yourself, what is the matter with him this evening? But if ever there comes to you a moment of insight, and you feel in all its horror the subtle and unbearable suffering I endure, come to me and say only, I understand you. And you will give me perhaps 1 second of happiness. There are women who make me realize my solitude even more vividly. Wretched. Most wretched. How I have suffered through them, because more often than men do, they have deluded me into thinking that I do not live alone. When we enter the dominion of love we feel a sudden sense of freedom. An unearthly happiness pervades us. Do you know why? Do you know whence comes this sense of profound well-being? It is born of nothing more than a dream that we are no longer solitary. The isolation, the forsaken loneliness of the human spirit seems ended. What folly! Even more cruelly driven are we by the undying craving for love which gnaws at our lonely hearts. Woman is the dream's supremest cheat. You know those glorious hours spent in the company of this long-haired creature whose form enchants us and whose glance inflames us. What ecstasy it is that confounds our minds! What false dream that sweeps us away! Can it be that any moment now she and I will be one whole? But this any moment now never comes, and after weeks of waiting, of hope and deceitful joy, one day I find myself suddenly more alone than I have ever been before. After each kiss, after each embrace, the isolation grows. And how overwhelming, how monstrous it is. Sully Prudhomme, the poet, wrote, Les caresses n'y sont que d'inquiets transports. Infructueux essays du pauvre amour que tente. L'impossible union de aimes par les corps. 17. And then, goodbye. It is the end. You hardly recognize this woman who for an instant of time has been everything to you, and whose inmost, and probably quite commonplace, soul has remained a mystery to you. In the very hours when it seemed that, in a mysterious harmony of spirit, a perfect mingling of your desires and all your longings, you had reached down to the very depths of her soul, a word. Sometimes only one word, reveals your error and, like a bright light in darkness, shows you the black pit opened between you. Nevertheless, the dearest thing in the world still is to spend an evening in the presence of a beloved woman, without words, almost entirely content in the mere sense of her nearness. Ask for nothing more, for never will your soul meet another's. As for me, I have shut up the gates of my spirit. I no longer talk to anyone of what I believe, what I think, and what I love. Knowing myself condemned to a frightful solitude, I look out on life as a spectator, and make no comments. Of what account are opinions, quarrels, pleasures, beliefs? Unable to share my life with any other creature, I stand apart from all. My spirit, unseen, keeps its undiscovered house. I have conventional phrases with which to reply to the day's questions, and a smile that signifies yes when I do not want even to take the trouble to speak. Do you understand? We had walked up the long avenue as far as the Arc de Triomphe at the Idyll end, and now come back to the Place de la Concorde. For he had delivered himself of all this without haste and added to it a great deal more that now I do not remember. He halted. And flinging out his arm in an abrupt gesture towards the tall granite obelisk that rears itself from the stones of Paris and loses its lofty Egyptian profile in the stars. An exiled monument bearing the history of its country written in strange signs on its flank, my friend cried, "Look, we are all as that stone." And left me on the instant without another word. Was he drunk? Was he mad? Was he inspired? Even now I do not know. Sometimes I think that he was right, sometimes I think that he had lost his mind. My landlady. At that time, said George Kervelin, I was living in furnished lodgings in the Rue de Saints-Pérez. When my parents decided that I should go to Paris to continue my law studies, there had been a long discussion about settling everything. My allowance had been fixed at first at 2,500 francs, but my poor mother was so anxious, that she said to my father that if I spent my money rashly I might not have enough to eat. And then my health would suffer, and so it was settled that a comfortable boarding house should be found for me, and that the amount should be paid to the proprietor himself, or herself, every month. I had never left Quimper. I wanted everything that one desires at that age and I was prepared to have a good time in every way. Some of our neighbors told us of a certain Madame Kerguelen, a native of Brittany, who took in boarders, and so my father arranged matters by letter with this respectable person, at whose house I and my luggage arrived one evening. Madame Kerguelen was a woman of about 40. She was very stout, had a voice like a drill sergeant, and decided everything in a very abrupt and decisive manner. Her house was narrow, with only one window opening onto the street on each story, which rather gave it the appearance of a ladder of windows, or better, perhaps, of a slice of a house sandwiched in between two others. The landlady lived on the first floor with her servant, the kitchen and dining room were on the second, and 4 boarders from Brittany lived on the third and fourth. And I had 2 rooms on the fifth. A little dark corkscrew staircase led up to these attics. All day long Madame Kerguelen was up and down these stairs like a captain on board ship. 10 times a day she would go into each room, noisily superintending everything, seeing that the beds were properly made, the clothes well brushed, that the attendance was all that it should be. In a word, she looked after her boarders like a mother, and better than a mother. I soon made the acquaintance of my 4 fellow countrymen. 2 were medical and 2 were law students, but all impartially endured the landlady's despotic yoke. They were as frightened of her as a boy robbing an orchard is of a rural policeman. I, however, immediately felt that I wished to be independent. It is my nature to rebel. I declared at once that I meant to come in at whatever time I liked, for Madame Kerguelen had fixed 12 o'clock at night as the limit. On hearing this she looked at me for a few moments, and then said, "It is quite impossible. I cannot have Annette called up at any hour of the night. You can have nothing to do out of doors at such a time." I replied firmly that, according to the law, she was obliged to open the door for me at any time. "If you refuse," I said, "I shall get a policeman to witness the fact, and go and get a bed at some hotel, at your expense, in which I shall be fully justified. You will, therefore, be obliged either to open the door for me or to get rid of me. Do whatever you please." I laughed in her face as I told her my conditions. She could not speak for a moment for surprise, then she tried to negotiate, but I was firm, and she was obliged to yield. It was agreed that I should have a latchkey, on my solemn undertaking that no one else should know it. My energy made such a wholesome impression on her that from that time she treated me with marked favor. She was most attentive, and even showed me a sort of rough tenderness which was not at all unpleasing. Sometimes when I was in a jovial mood I would kiss her by surprise, if only for the sake of getting the box on the ears which she gave me immediately afterward. When I managed to duck my head quickly enough, her hand would pass over me as swiftly as a ball, and I would run away laughing, while she would call after me, "Oh, you wretch, I will pay you out for that." However, we soon became real friends. It was not long before I made the acquaintance of a girl who was employed in a shop, and whom I constantly met. You know what that sort of love affair is in Paris. One fine day, going to a lecture, you meet a girl going to work arm in arm with a friend. You look at her and feel that pleasant little shock which the eyes of some women give you. It is one of the charming things of life, those sudden physical attractions aroused by a chance meeting, that gentle seduction induced by contact with a woman born to please and to be loved. Whether she is greatly loved or not makes no difference. It is in her nature to respond to one's secret desire for love. The first time you see her face, her mouth, her hair, her smile, their charm penetrates you with a sweet joy, you are pervaded by a sense of well-being, and a tenderness, as yet undefined, impels you towards this woman whom you do not know. There seems to be in her some appeal which you answer, an attraction that draws you, as if you knew her for a long time, had already seen her, and knew what she is thinking. The next day at the same time, going through the same street, you meet her again, and the next, and the succeeding days. At last you speak, and the love affair follows its course just like an illness. Well, by the end of 3 weeks I was on that footing with Emma which precedes intimacy. The fall would indeed have taken place much sooner had I known where to bring it about. The girl lived at home, and utterly refused to go to an hotel. I did not know how to manage, but at last I made the desperate resolve to take her to my room some night at about 11 o'clock, under the pretense of giving her a cup of tea. Madame Kerguelen always went to bed at 10, so that we could get in by means of my latchkey without exciting any attention, and go down again in an hour or two in the same way. After a good deal of entreaty on my part, Emma accepted my invitation. I did not spend a very pleasant day, for I was by no means easy in my mind. I was afraid of complications, of a catastrophe, of some scandal. At night I went into a café, and drank 2 cups of coffee and 3 or 4 glasses of cognac, to give me courage, and when I heard the clock strike 10:30, I went slowly to the place of meeting, where she was already waiting for me. She took my arm in a coaxing manner, and we set off slowly toward my lodgings. The nearer we got to the door the more nervous I got, and I thought to myself, if only Madame Kerguelen is in bed already. I said to Emma 2 or 3 times, "Above all things, don't make any noise on the stairs," to which she replied, laughing, "Are you afraid of being heard?" "No," I said, "but I am afraid of waking the man who sleeps in the room next to me, who is not at all well." When I got near the house I felt as frightened as a man does who is going to the dentist's. All the windows were dark, so no doubt everybody was asleep, and I breathed again. I opened the door as carefully as a thief, let my fair companion in, shut it behind me, and went upstairs on tiptoe, holding my breath, and striking wax matches lest the girl should make a false step. As we passed the landlady's door I felt my heart beating very quickly. But we reached the second floor, then the third, and at last the fifth, and got into my room. Victory! However, I only dared to speak in a whisper, and took off my boots so as not to make any noise. The tea, which I made over a spirit lamp, was soon drunk, and then I became pressing, till little by little, as if in play, I, one by one, took off my companion's garments. She yielded while resisting, blushing, confused. She had absolutely nothing on except a short white petticoat when my door suddenly opened, and Madame Kerguelen appeared with a candle in her hand, in exactly the same costume as Emma. I jumped away from her and remained standing, looking at the two women, who were looking at each other. What was going to happen? My landlady said, in a lofty tone of voice which I had never heard from her before. Monsieur Kerguelen, I will not have prostitutes in my house. But, Madame Kerguelen, I stammered, the young lady is a friend of mine. She just came in to have a cup of tea. People don't take tea in their chemises. You will please make this person go directly. Emma, in a natural state of consternation, began to cry, and hid her face in her petticoat, and I lost my head, not knowing what to do or say. My landlady added, with irresistible authority, help her to dress, and take her out at once. It was certainly the only thing I could do, so I picked up her dress from the floor where it had collapsed in a heap like a deflated balloon, put it over her head, and began to fasten it as best I could. She helped me, crying all the time, hurrying and making all sorts of mistakes and unable to find either buttonholes or laces, while Madame Kerguelen stood by motionless, with the candle in her hand, looking at us with the severity of a judge. Emma now began to hurry feverishly, throwing her things on at random, tying, pinning, lacing and fastening in a frenzy, goaded on by the irresistible desire for flight. And without even stopping to button her boots, she rushed past the landlady and ran downstairs. I followed her in my slippers and half undressed, and kept repeating, Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle. I felt that I ought to say something to her, but I could not find anything. I overtook her just by the street door, and tried to take her into my arms, but she pushed me violently away, saying in a low, nervous voice, leave me alone, and so ran out into the street, closing the door behind her. When I went upstairs again I found that Madame Kerguelen was waiting on the first landing. I went up slowly, expecting, and ready for, anything. Her door was open, and she called me in, saying in severe voice, I want to speak to you, M. Kerguelen. I went in, with my head bent. She put her candle on the mantelpiece, and then, folding her arms over her expansive bosom, which a fine white dressing jacket hardly covered, she said, so, Monsieur Kerguelen, you think my house is a house of ill fame? I was not at all proud. I murmured, oh dear, no. But, Madame Kerguelen, you must not be angry, you know what young men are. I know, was her answer, that I will not have such creatures here, so you will understand that. I expect to have my house respected, and I will not have it lose its reputation, you understand me? I know. She went on thus for at least 20 minutes, overwhelming me with the good name of her house, with reasons for her indignation, and loading me with severe reproofs. Men are curious creatures. Instead of listening to her, I was looking at her, and did not hear a word, not a word she said. She had a superb bosom, firm, white and plump, perhaps a little too plump, but tempting enough to send shivers down one's spine. I should never have dreamed that anything so charming was concealed beneath the woolen dress of my landlady. She looked 10 years younger when undressed. I began to feel queer, shall I say, moved? I suddenly found myself picking up with her the threads of the situation she had disturbed 15 minutes previously in my bedroom. Behind her, in the alcove, I could see her bed, with the sheets rolled down, tossed, showing a hollow place where her body had pressed. And I thought it must be very nice, very warm there, much warmer than in any other bed, no doubt because of the opulent charms that rested there. What could be more charming, more disturbing, than an unmade bed? This one, even from a distance, intoxicated me, and made my flesh tingle. She was still talking, but now more gently, like a gruff but well-meaning friend, who is willing to make up and be friends. "Madame Kerguelen," I stammered, I. And as she had stopped to hear my reply, I seized her in my arms and began to kiss her, to devour her. Like a famished man who has been waiting for a long time. She struggled, turning away her head, but without becoming really angry, and repeated mechanically, as was her habit, "Oh, the brute, the brute, the brew." She did not finish the word. For I had lifted her with an effort, and was carrying her clasped to my heart. Under certain circumstances, one acquires remarkable vigor. I stumbled against the edge of the bed, and I fell on it still holding her in my arms. It was nice and warm in her bed. An hour later, the candle having gone out, my landlady got up to light another. As she returned and slipped in by my side, her great, round leg crushing the sheets, she said in a coaxing, satisfied, perhaps grateful tone, "Oh, the brute, the brute." The Little Cask. Maitre Chiquet, the innkeeper, who lived at Eperville, pulled up his tilbury in front of Mother Magloire's farmhouse. He was a tall man of about 40, fat and with a red face, who was generally said to be very malicious. He hitched his horse up to the gatepost and went in the yard. He owned some land adjoining that of the old woman. He had been coveting her plot for a long while, and had tried in vain to buy it a score of times, but she had always obstinately refused to part with it. "I was born here, and here I mean to die," was all she said. He found her peeling potatoes outside the farmhouse door. She was a woman of about 72, very thin, shriveled and wrinkled, almost dried up, in fact, and much bent, but as active and untiring as a girl. Chiquet patted her on the back in a very friendly fashion, and then sat down by her on a stool. "Well, mother, you are always pretty well and hearty, I am glad to see. Nothing to complain of, considering, thank you. And how are you, Maître Prosper?" "Oh. Pretty well, thank you, except a few rheumatic pains occasionally. Otherwise, I should have nothing to complain of." "Well, I am glad of that." And she said no more, while Chiquet watched her going on with her work. Her crooked, knotty fingers, hard as a lobster's claws, seized the tubers, which were lying in a pail, as if they had been a pair of pincers, and peeled them rapidly. Cutting off long strips of skin with an old knife which she held in the other hand, throwing the potatoes into the water as they were done. 3 daring fowls jumped one after the other into her lap, seized a bit of peel, and then ran away as fast as their legs would carry them with it in their beaks. Chiquet seemed embarrassed, anxious, with something on the tip of his tongue which he could not get out. At last he said hurriedly, "I say, Mother Magloire." "Well, what is it? You are quite sure that you do not want to sell your farm?" "Certainly not, you may make up your mind to that. What I have said, so don't bring it up again." "Very well. Only I fancy I have thought of an arrangement that might suit us both very well." "What is it?" "Here you are, you shall sell it to me, and keep it all the same." "You don't understand?" "Very well, just listen to my idea." The old woman left off peeling her potatoes, and her bright eyes looked at the innkeeper attentively from under her wrinkled eyelids. As he went on, "Let me explain myself, every month I will give you 150 francs. You understand me, I suppose? Every month I will come and bring you 30 crowns, and it will not make the slightest difference in your life, not the very slightest. You will have your own home just as you have now, will not trouble yourself about me, and will owe me nothing. All you will have to do will be to take my money. Will that arrangement suit you?" He looked at her good-humoredly, one might almost have said benevolently, and the old woman returned his looks distrustfully, as if she suspected a trap, and said, "It seems all right. As far as I am concerned, but it will not give you the farm." "Never mind about that," he said, "you will remain here as long as it pleases God Almighty to let you live, it will be your home. Only you will sign a deed before a lawyer making it over to me after your death. You have no children, only nephews and nieces for whom you don't care a straw. Will that suit you? You will keep everything during your life, and I will give you the 30 crowns a month. It is pure gain as far as you are concerned." The old woman was surprised, rather uneasy, but, nevertheless, very much tempted to agree, and answered, "I don't say that I will not agree to it, but I must think about it. Come back in a week and we will talk it over again, and I will then give you my definite answer." And Maître Chiquet went off, as happy as a king who had conquered an empire. Mother Magloire was thoughtful, and did not sleep at all that night. In fact, for 4 days she was in a fever of hesitation. She felt instinctively that there was something underneath the offer which was not to her advantage. But then the thought of 30 crowns a month, of all those coins chinking in her apron, falling to her, as it were, from the skies, without her doing anything for it, filled her with covetousness. She went to the notary and told him about it. He advised her to accept Chiquet's offer, but said she ought to ask for a monthly payment of 50 crowns instead of 30, as her farm was worth 60,000 francs at the lowest calculation. "If you live for 15 years longer," he said, "even then he will only have paid 45,000 francs for it." The old woman trembled with joy at this prospect of getting 50 crowns a month. But she was still suspicious, fearing some trick, and she remained a long time with the lawyer asking questions without being able to make up her mind to go. At last she gave him instructions to draw up the deed, and returned home with her head in a whirl, just as if she had drunk 4 jugs of new cider. When Chiquet came again to receive her answer she took a lot of persuading, and declared that she could not make up her mind to agree to his proposal. Though she was all the time on tenterhooks lest he should not consent to give the 50 crowns. At last, when he grew urgent, she told him what she expected for her farm. He looked surprised and disappointed, and refused. Then, in order to convince him, she began to talk about the probable duration of her life. "I am certainly not likely to live for more than 5 or 6 years longer. I am nearly 73, and far from strong, even considering my age. The other evening I thought I was going to die, and I had to be carried to bed." But Chiquet was not going to be taken in. "Come, come, old lady, you are as strong as the church tower, and will live till you are 100 at least, you will be sure to see me put underground first." The whole day was spent in discussing the money, and as the old woman would not give way, the landlord consented to give the 50 crowns. And she insisted upon having 10 crowns over and above to strike the bargain. 3 years passed by, and the old dame did not seem to have grown a day older. Chiquet was in despair. It seemed to him as if he had been paying that annuity for 50 years, that he had been taken in, outwitted, and ruined. From time to time he went to see his annuitant, just as one goes in July to see when the harvest is likely to begin. She always met him with a cunning look, and one would have thought that she was congratulating herself on the trick she had played him. Seeing how well and hearty she seemed, he very soon got into his tilbury again, growling to himself, "Will you never die, you old brute?" He did not know what to do, and felt inclined to strangle her when he saw her. He hated her with a ferocious, cunning hatred, the hatred of a peasant who has been robbed, and he began to cast about for means of getting rid of her. One day he came to see her again, rubbing his hands as he did the first time when he proposed the bargain, and, after having chatted for a few minutes, he said, "Why do you never come and have a bit of dinner at my place when you are in Eperville? The people are talking about it and saying that we are not on friendly terms, and that pains me. You know it will cost you nothing if you come, for I don't look at the price of a dinner. Come whenever you feel inclined, I shall be very glad to see you." Old Mother Magloire did not need to be told twice, and the next day but one, she was going to the town in any case, it being market day, in her gig, driven by her man. She, without any demur, put her trap up in Maître Chicot's stable, and went in search of her promised dinner. The innkeeper was delighted, and treated her like a princess, giving her roast fowl, black pudding, leg of mutton, and bacon and cabbage. But she ate next to nothing. She had always been a small eater and had generally lived on a little soup and a crust of bread and butter. Chicot was disappointed, and pressed her to eat more, but she refused. She would drink next to nothing either, and declined any coffee, so he asked her. "But surely, you will take a little drop of brandy?" "Well, as to that, I don't know that I will refuse." Whereupon he shouted out, "Rosalie, bring the superfine brandy, the special, you know." The servant appeared, carrying a long bottle ornamented with a paper vine leaf, and he filled 2 liquor glasses. "Just try that, you will find it first rate." The good woman drank it slowly in sips, so as to make the pleasure last all the longer, and when she had finished her glass, draining the last drops so as to make sure of all, she said, "Yes. That is first rate." Almost before she had said it, Chicot had poured her out another glassful. She wished to refuse, but it was too late, and she drank it very slowly, as she had done the first, and he asked her to have a third. She objected, but he persisted. "It is as mild as milk, you know. I can drink 10 or a dozen without any ill effect. It goes down like sugar, and leaves no headache behind. One would think that it evaporated on the tongue. It is the most wholesome thing you can drink." She took it, for she really wanted it, but she left half the glass. Then Chicot, in an excess of generosity, said, "Look here, as it is so much to your taste, I will give you a small keg of it, just to show that you and I are still excellent friends." Then she took her leave, feeling slightly overcome by the effects of what she had drunk. The next day the innkeeper drove into her yard, and took a little iron-hooped keg out of his gig. He insisted on her tasting the contents, to make sure it was the same delicious article, and, when they had each of them drunk 3 more glasses, he said, as he was going away, "Well, you know, when it is all gone, there is more left. Don't be modest, for I shall not mind. The sooner it is finished the better pleased I shall be." 4 days later he came again. The old woman was outside her door cutting up the bread for her soup. He went up to her, and put his face close to hers, so that he might smell her breath, and when he smelled the alcohol he felt pleased. "I suppose you will give me a glass of the special," he said. And 2 or 3 times they drank each other's health. Soon, however, it began to be whispered abroad that Mother Magloire was in the habit of getting drunk all by herself. She was picked up, sometimes in her kitchen, sometimes in her yard, sometimes on the roads in the neighborhood, and was often brought home dead to the world. Chicot did not go near her any more, and, when people spoke to him about her, he used to say, putting on a distressed look, "It is a great pity that she should have taken to drink at her age. But when people get old there is no remedy. It will be the death of her in the long run." And it certainly was the death of her. She died the next winter, about Christmas time, having fallen down drunk in the snow. And when Maître Chicot inherited the farm he said, "It was very stupid of her. If she had not taken to drink she might very well have lived for 10 years longer." Châli. Admiral de la Valle, who seemed to be half asleep in his armchair, said in a voice which sounded like an old woman's, "I had a very singular little love adventure once. Would you like to hear it?" He spoke from the depths of his great armchair, with that everlasting dry, wrinkled smile on his lips, that Voltairian smile which made people take him for a terrible skeptic. Chapter 1. I was 30 years of age and a first lieutenant in the Navy, when I was entrusted with an astronomical expedition to Central India. The English government provided me with all the necessary means for carrying out my enterprise, and I was soon busied with a few followers in that vast, strange, surprising country. It would take me 20 volumes to relate that journey. I went through wonderfully magnificent regions, was received by strangely handsome princes, and was entertained with incredible magnificence. For 2 months it seemed to me as if I were walking in a poem, that I was going about in a fairy kingdom, on the back of imaginary elephants. In the midst of wild forests I discovered extraordinary ruins, delicate and chiseled like jewels, fine as lace and enormous as mountains, those fabulous divine monuments which are so graceful that one falls in love with their form as with a woman, feeling a physical and sensual pleasure in looking at them. As Victor Hugo says, whilst wide awake, I was walking in a dream. Toward the end of my journey I reached Gandhara, which was formerly one of the most prosperous towns in central India, but is now much decayed. It is governed by a wealthy, arbitrary, violent, generous, and cruel prince. His name is Raja Mad Dan, a true oriental potentate, delicate and barbarous, affable and sanguinary, combining feminine grace with pitiless ferocity. The city lies at the bottom of a valley, on the banks of a little lake surrounded by pagodas, which bathe their walls in the water. At a distance the city looks like a white spot, which grows larger as one approaches it, and by degrees you discover the domes and spires, the slender and graceful summits of Indian monuments. At about an hour's distance from the gates, I met a superbly caparisoned elephant, surrounded by a guard of honor which the sovereign had sent me. And I was conducted to the palace with great ceremony. I should have liked to have taken the time to put on my gala uniform, but royal impatience would not permit me to do it. He was anxious to make my acquaintance, to know what he might expect from me. I was ushered into a great hall surrounded by galleries, in the midst of bronze-colored soldiers in splendid uniforms, while all about were standing men dressed in striking robes, studded with precious stones. On a bench like our garden benches, without a back, I saw a shining mass, a kind of setting sun reposing. It was the Raja who was waiting for me, motionless, in a robe of the purest canary color. He had some 10 or 15 million francs worth of diamonds on him, and by itself, on his forehead, glistened the famous star of Delhi, which has always belonged to the illustrious dynasty of the Pariharas of Mundor, from whom my host was descended. He was a man of about 25, who seemed to have some Negro blood in his veins, although he belonged to the purest Hindu race. He had large, almost motionless, rather vague eyes, fat lips, a curly beard, low forehead, and dazzling sharp white teeth, which he frequently showed with a mechanical smile. He got up and gave me his hand in the English fashion, and then made me sit down beside him on a bench which was so high that my feet hardly touched the ground, and on which I was very uncomfortable. He immediately proposed a tiger hunt for the next day. War and hunting were his chief occupations, and he could hardly understand how one could care for anything else. He was evidently fully persuaded that I had only come all that distance to amuse him a little, and to be the companion of his pleasures. As I stood greatly in need of his assistance, I tried to flatter his tastes, and he was so pleased with me that he immediately wished to show me how his trained boxers fought, and led the way into a kind of arena situated within the palace. At his command 2 naked men appeared, their hands covered with steel claws. They immediately began to attack each other, trying to strike one another with these sharp weapons, which left long cuts, from which the blood flowed freely down their dark skins. It lasted for a long time, till their bodies were a mass of wounds, and the combatants were tearing each other's flesh with these pointed blades. One of them had his jaw smashed, while the ear of the other was split into 3 pieces. The prince looked on with ferocious pleasure, uttered grunts of delight, and imitated all their movements with careless gestures, crying out constantly, "Strike, strike hard!" One fell down unconscious and had to be carried out of the arena, covered with blood, while the Raja uttered a sigh of regret because it was over so soon. He turned to me to know my opinion. I was indignant, but I congratulated him loudly. He then gave orders that I was to be conducted to Couch Mahal, the palace of pleasure, where I was to be lodged. This palace, this jewel, was situated at the extremity of the royal park, and one of its walls was built into the sacred lake of Vihara. It was square, its four sides showing rows of galleries with colonnades of most beautiful workmanship. At each angle there were light, lofty, or low towers, standing either singly or in pairs. No two were alike, and they looked like flowers growing out of that graceful plant of Oriental architecture. All were surmounted by fantastic roofs, like coquettish ladies' caps. In the middle of the edifice a large dome raised its round cupola, like a woman's bosom, up to a lovely slender belfry open to the sky. The whole building was covered with sculpture from top to bottom, with exquisite arabesques which delighted the eye. Motionless processions of delicate figures whose attitudes and gestures in stone told the story of Indian manners and customs. The rooms were lighted by windows with dentelated arches, looking on to the gardens. On the marble floor were designs of graceful bouquets in onyx, lapis lazuli, and agate. I had scarcely had time to finish my toilette when Harabadata, a court dignitary who was specially charged to communicate between the prince and me, announced his sovereign's visit. The saffron-colored Raja appeared, again shook hands with me, and began to tell me 1,000 different things, constantly asking me for my opinion, which I had great difficulty in giving him. Then he wished to show me the ruins of the former palace at the other extremity of the gardens. It was a real forest of stones inhabited by a large tribe of apes. On our approach the males began to run along the walls, making the most hideous faces at us, while the females ran away, carrying off their young in their arms. The Raja shouted with laughter and pinched my shoulder to draw my attention, and to testify his own delight, and sat down in the midst of the ruins, while around us, squatting on the top of the walls, perching on every eminence, a number of animals with white whiskers put out their tongues and shook their fists at us. When he had seen enough of this, the yellow Raja rose and began to walk sedately on, keeping me always at his side, happy at having shown me such things on the very day of my arrival, and reminding me that a grand tiger hunt was to take place the next day, in my honor. I was present at it, at a second, a third, at 10, 20 in succession. We hunted all the animals which the country produces in turn, the panther, the bear, elephant, antelope, the hippopotamus, and the crocodile, half the beasts in creation I should say. I was disgusted at seeing so much blood flow, and tired of this monotonous pleasure. At length the prince's ardor abated and, at my urgent request, he left me a little leisure for work, contenting himself by loading me with costly presents. He sent me jewels, magnificent stuffs, and well-broken animals of all sorts, which Harabadata presented to me with apparently as grave respect as if I had been the sun himself, although he heartily despised me at the bottom of his heart. Every day a procession of servants brought me, in covered dishes, a portion of each course that was served at the royal table. Every day he seemed to take an extreme pleasure in getting up some new entertainment for me, dances by the bayadirs, jugglers, reviews of the troops. And I was obliged to pretend to be most delighted with it, so as not to hurt his feelings when he wished to show me his wonderful country in all its charm and splendor. As soon as I was left alone for a few moments I either worked or went to see the monkeys, whose company pleased me a great deal better than that of their royal master. One evening, however, on coming back from a walk, I found Harabadata outside the gate of my palace. He told me in mysterious tones that a gift from the king was waiting for me in my abode. And he said that his master begged me to excuse him for not having sooner thought of offering me that of which I had been deprived for such a long time. After these obscure remarks the ambassador bowed and withdrew. When I went in I saw 6 little girls standing against the wall, motionless, side by side, like smelts on a skewer. The eldest was perhaps 10 and the youngest 8 years old. For the first moment I could not understand why this girls' school had taken up its abode in my rooms. Then, however, I divined the prince's delicate attention. He had made me a present of a harem, and had chosen it very young from an excess of generosity. There, the more unripe the fruit is, in the higher estimation it is held. For some time I remained confused, embarrassed, and ashamed in the presence of these children, who looked at me with great grave eyes which seemed already to divine what I might want of them. I did not know what to say to them. I felt inclined to send them back, but I could not return the presents of a prince, it would have been a mortal insult. I was obliged, therefore, to install this troop of children in my palace. They stood motionless, looking at me, waiting for my orders, trying to read my thoughts in my eyes. Confound such a present! How absurdly it was in my way! At last, thinking that I must be looking rather ridiculous, I asked the eldest her name. Châli, she replied. This little creature, with her beautiful skin, which was lightly yellow, like old ivory, was a marvel, a perfect statue, with her face and its long and severe lines. I then asked, in order to see what she would reply, and also, perhaps, to embarrass her. What have you come here for? She replied in her soft, harmonious voice, I have come to do whatever my lord wishes. She was evidently quite resigned. I put the same question to the youngest, who answered immediately in her shrill voice. I am here to do whatever you ask me, my master. This one was like a little mouse, and was very taking, just as they all were, so I took her in my arms and kissed her. The others made a movement to go away, thinking, no doubt, that I had made my choice. But I ordered them to stay, and sitting down in the Indian fashion, I made them all sit round me and began to tell them fairy tales, for I spoke their language tolerably well. They listened very attentively, and trembled, wringing their hands in agony. Poor little things, they were not thinking any longer of the reason why they were sent to me. When I had finished my story, I called Lachman, my confidential servant, and made him bring sweetmeats and cakes, of which they ate enough to make themselves ill. Then, as I began to find the adventure rather funny, I organized games to amuse my wives. One of these diversions had an enormous success. I made a bridge of my legs and the 6 children ran underneath, the smallest beginning and the tallest always knocking against them a little, because she did not stoop enough. It made them shout with laughter, and these young voices sounding through the low vaults of my sumptuous palace seemed to wake it up and to people it with childlike gaiety and life. Next I took great interest in seeing to the sleeping apartments of my innocent concubines, and in the end I saw them safely locked up under the surveillance of 4 female servants, whom the prince had sent me at the same time in order to take care of my sultanas. For a week I took the greatest pleasure in acting the part of a father toward these living dolls. We had capital games of hide-and-seek and puss in the corner, which gave them the greatest pleasure. Every day I taught them a new game, to their intense delight. My house now seemed to be one classroom, and my little friends, dressed in beautiful silk stuffs, and in materials embroidered with gold and silver, ran up and down the long galleries and the quiet rooms feebly lighted by the day coming in through the arched windows, like little human animals. Then one evening, I know not how, the eldest, who was called Châli, and who looked like an old ivory statuette, really became my wife. She was an adorable little creature, timid and gentle, who soon got to love me ardently and whom I loved strongly with some degree of shame, with hesitation as if afraid of European morality, with reserve and scruples, and yet with passionate tenderness. I cherished her as if I had been her father and I caressed her like a lover. Excuse me ladies, I am going a little bit too far. The others continued to play in the palace like a lot of happy kittens, but Châli never left me except when I went to the prince. We passed delicious hours together in the ruins of the old castle, among the monkeys, who had become our friends. She used to lie on my knees, and remain there, turning all sorts of things over in her little sphinx's head, or perhaps not thinking of anything, retaining that beautiful, charming, hereditary pose of that noble and dreamy people, the hieratic pose of the sacred statues. In a large brass dish I had one day brought provisions, cakes, fruits. The apes came nearer and nearer, followed by their young ones, who were more timid. At last they sat down round us in a circle, without daring to come any nearer, waiting for me to distribute my delicacies. Then, almost invariably, a male more daring than the rest would come to me with outstretched hand, like a beggar, and I would give him something, which he would take to his wife. All the others immediately began to utter furious cries, cries of rage and jealousy, and I could not make the terrible racket cease except by throwing each one his share. As I was very comfortable in the ruins, I had my instruments brought there, so that I might be able to work. As soon, however, as they saw the copper fittings on my scientific instruments, the monkeys, no doubt taking them for some deadly engines, fled on all sides, uttering the most piercing cries. I often spent my evenings with Châli on one of the outside galleries that looked onto the lake of Vihara. One night in silence we were looking at the bright moon gliding over the sky, throwing a mantle of trembling silver over the water, and, on the further shore, upon the row of small pagodas like carved mushrooms with their stalks in the water. Taking the thoughtful face of my little mistress between my hands, I printed a long, soft kiss on her polished brow, on her great eyes, which were full of the secret of that ancient and fabulous land, and on her calm lips which opened to my caress. I felt a confused, powerful, above all a poetical, sensation, the sensation that I possessed a whole race in this little girl. That mysterious race from which all the others seemed to have taken their origin. The prince, however, continued to load me with presents. One day he sent me a very unexpected object, which excited a passionate admiration in Châli. It was merely one of those cardboard boxes covered with shells stuck on outside. In France it would have been worth 40 cents, at the most. But there it was, a jewel beyond price, and no doubt was the first that had found its way into the kingdom. I put it on a table and left it there, wondering at the value which was set upon this trumpery article out of a bazaar. But Châli never got tired of looking at it, of admiring it ecstatically. From time to time she would say to me, "May I touch it?" And when I had given her permission she raised the lid, closed it again with the greatest precaution, touched the shells very gently, and the contact seemed to give her real physical pleasure. However, I had finished my scientific work, and it was time for me to return. I was a long time in making up my mind, held by my tenderness for my little friend, but at last I was obliged to fix the day of my departure. The prince got up fresh hunting excursions and fresh wrestling matches, and after a fortnight of these pleasures I declared that I could stay no longer, and he gave me my liberty. My farewell from Châli was heartrending. She wept, lying beside me, with her head on my breast, shaken with sobs. I did not know how to console her, my kisses were no good. All at once an idea struck me, and getting up I went and got the shell box, and putting it into her hands, I said, "That is for you, it is yours." Then I saw her smile at first. Her whole face was lighted up with internal joy, with that profound joy which comes when impossible dreams are suddenly realized, and she embraced me ardently. All the same, she wept bitterly when I bade her a last farewell. I gave fatherly kisses and cakes to all the rest of my wives, and then I left for home. Chapter 2. 2 years had passed when the chance of my duties again called me to Bombay. Because I knew the country and the language well, I was left there to undertake another mission, by a sequence of unforeseen circumstances. I finished what I had to do as quickly as possible. And as I had a considerable amount of spare time on my hands I determined to go and see my friend Raja Maddan and my dear little Châli once more, though I expected to find her much changed. The Raja received me with every demonstration of pleasure, and hardly left me for a moment during the first day of my visit. At night, however, when I was alone, I sent for Haribadada, and after several misleading questions I said to him, "Do you know what has become of little Châli, whom the Raja gave me?" He immediately assumed a sad and troubled look, and said, in evident embarrassment, "We had better not speak of her." "Why?" "She was a dear little woman." "She turned out badly, sir." "What, Châli? Where is she? What has become of her?" "I mean to say that she came to a bad end." "A bad end? Is she dead?" "Yes. She committed a very dreadful action." I was very much distressed. I felt my heart beat, my breast was oppressed with grief, and I insisted on knowing what she had done and what had happened to her. The man became more and more embarrassed, and murmured, "You had better not ask about it." "But I want to know." "She stole." Who, Châli? What did she steal? Something that belonged to you. To me? What do you mean? The day you left she stole that little box which the prince had given you. It was found in her hands. What box are you talking about? The box covered with shells. But I gave it to her. The Hindu looked at me with stupefaction, and then replied, well, she declared with the most sacred oaths that you had given it to her. But nobody could believe that you could have given a king's present to a slave, and so the Raja had her punished. How was she punished? What was done to her? She was tied up in a sack and thrown into the lake from this window, from the window of the room in which we are, where she had committed the theft. I felt the most terrible grief that I ever experienced, and made a sign to Haribadad to go away so that he might not see my tears. I spent the night on the gallery which looked on to the lake, on the gallery where I had so often held the poor child on my knees, and pictured to myself her pretty little body lying decomposed in a sack in the dark waters beneath me. The next day I left again, in spite of the Raja's entreaties and evident vexation, and I now still feel as if I had never loved any woman but Châli. The Drunkard. Chapter 1. A northerly gale was blowing, sweeping across the sky vast wintry clouds, black and heavy, which in their passage flung furious showers of rain upon the earth. The raging sea roared and shook the coast, hurling shorewards great slow-moving, frothing waves, which were shattered with the noise of a cannon. They came on quite quietly, one after another, mountain-high. At each squall they flung in the air the white foam of their crests like the sweat from monstrous heads. The hurricane was sucked into the little valley of Yport. It whistled and moaned, tearing the slates from the roofs, smashing the shutters, throwing down chimneys, hurling such violent gusts along the streets that it was impossible to walk without clinging to the walls. And children would have been swept away like leaves and whisked over the houses into the fields. The fishing boats had been hauled up on dry land, for fear of the sea that at high tide would strip the beach clean, and some sailors, sheltered behind the round bellies of the vessels lying on their sides, were watching the fury of sky and sea. Gradually they went away, for night was falling on the storm, wrapping in darkness the raging ocean and all the strife of angry elements. 2 men still remained, their hands in their pockets, their backs stooped under the squalls, their woolen caps crammed down to their eyes, 2 tall Norman fishermen. Their necks fringed with bristling beards, their skins burnt by the salt gusts of the open sea, their eyes blue, with a black speck in the center. The piercing eyes of sailors who see to the edge of the horizon, like birds of prey. "Come along, Jeremy," said one of them. "We'll pass away the time playing dominoes. I'll pay." But the other still hesitated, tempted by the game and the brandy, knowing well that he would get drunk again if he went into Parmel's, and held back, too, by the thought of his wife left all alone in the cottage. "Anyone would say you'd made a bet to fuddle me every night. Tell me, now, what good does it do you, for you always pay?" he asked. He laughed none the less at the idea of all the brandy he had drunk at another's expense. He laughed the happy laugh of a Norman getting something for nothing. His friend Mathilde still held him by the arm. "Come along, Jeremy. It's no night to go home with nothing warm in your belly. What are you afraid of? Won't your old woman warm your bed for you?" "Only the other night I couldn't find the door at all," replied Jeremy. "They pretty well fished me out of the brook in front of our place." The old scoundrel laughed again at the thought of it, and went quietly towards Parmel's café, where the lighted windows gleamed. He went forward, dragged by Mathilde and pushed by the wind, incapable of resisting the double force. The low room was full of sailors, smoke, and clamor. All the men, clad in woolen jerseys, their elbows on the tables, were shouting to make themselves heard. The more drinkers that came in, the louder it was necessary to yell through the din of voices and the click of dominoes on marble, with the inevitable result that the uproar grew worse and worse. Jeremy and Mathilde went and sat down in a corner and began a game. One after another the glasses of brandy disappeared in the depths of their throats. Then they played more games, drank more brandy. Mathilde went on pouring it out, winking at the proprietor, a stout man with a face as red as fire, who was chuckling delightedly as if he were enjoying an interminable joke. And Jeremy went on swallowing the brandy, nodding his head, giving vent to a laughter like the roaring of a wild beast, staring at his comrade with a besotted, happy air. All the company were going home. Each time that one of them opened the outer door in order to leave, a gust of wind entered the café, driving the thick smoke from the pipes into mad swirls, swinging the lamps at the end of their chains until the flames flickered. And then suddenly they would hear the heavy shock of a breaking wave and the howling of the gale. Jeremy, his collar unfastened, was lolling drunkenly, one leg thrust out and one arm hanging down. In the other hand he held his dominoes. They were by now left alone with the proprietor, who had come up to them with the sharpest interest. "Well, Jeremy," he asked, "does it feel good, inside? Has all the stuff you've poured down freshened you up, eh?" "The more goes down," spluttered Jeremy, "the drier it gets, in there." The innkeeper cast a sly glance at Mathilde. "And what about your brother, Mathilde?" he said. "Where is he at the moment?" "He's warm all right, don't you worry," replied the sailor, shaking with silent laughter. And the two of them looked at Jeremy, who triumphantly put down the 6, announcing, "There's the boss." When they had finished their game, the proprietor announced, "Well, boys, I'm going to pack up. I'll leave you the lamp and the bottle, there's a franc's worth of stuff still left in it. Lock the street door, Mathilde, won't you, and slip the key under the shutter like you did the other night?" "Right you are, don't worry," replied Mathilde. Parmel shook hands with his two belated customers, and stumped up the wooden stairs. For several minutes his heavy step resounded through the little house. Then a loud bump announced that he had just got into bed. The two men went on playing. From time to time the fury of the gale momentarily increased in violence. It shook the door and made the walls tremble. The two tipplers would raise their heads as though someone were coming in, then Mathilde would take the bottle and fill up Jeremy's glass. But suddenly the clock over the counter struck 12. Its husky chime resembled the clashing of saucepans, and the strokes resounded for a long time, jingling like old iron. Promptly Mathilde rose, like a sailor whose watch is finished. "Come along, Jeremy, we must vamos." The other set himself in motion with more difficulty, got his balance by leaning on the table. Then reached the door and opened it while his companion was turning out the lamp. When they were in the street Mathilde locked up the tavern and said, "Well, good night, see you tomorrow." And he vanished in the darkness. Chapter 2. Jeremy advanced 3 steps, then wavered, thrust out his hands, found a wall to hold him upright, and went on again with tottering steps. Now and then a squall, rushing up the narrow street, hurled him forward into a run for several paces. Then, when the violence of the swirling blast died down, he halted abruptly, his forward impulse lost, and began to waver drunkenly again upon his wayward legs. Instinctively he went towards his own home, as birds towards their nest. He recognized his door at last and began to fumble at it in order to find the lock and put his key in it. He could not find the hole, and began to swear in a low voice. Then he knocked upon the door with his fists, calling to his wife to come and help him. "Melina! Hi! Melina!" As he leant against the door to keep himself from falling, it yielded and swung open, and Jeremy, losing his support, collapsed into his house. And rolled on to his nose in the middle of his own dwelling place. He felt something heavy pass over his body and escape into the night. He did not move, overwhelmed with fright, bewildered, in terror of the devil, of ghosts, of all the mysterious works of darkness. For a long time he waited without daring to stir. But as he saw there were no further signs of movement, he recovered a little of his wits, the muddled wits of a hard drinker. He sat up very softly. Again he waited for a long time, and at last, plucking up courage, murmured, "Melina." His wife did not answer. A sudden misgiving crossed his darkened brain, an undefined misgiving, a vague suspicion. He did not move, he stayed there sitting on the ground, in the dark, ransacking his thoughts, brooding over unfinished speculations as unsteady as his feet. Again he asked. "Tell me who it was, Melina. Tell me who it was. I won't do anything to you." He waited. No voice rose in the darkness. He was thinking aloud, now. "I've had a drop to drink, I have. I've had a drop to drink. It was him that treated me, the lubber, he did it, so as I wouldn't go home. I've had a drop to drink." And then he went on in his former manner. "Tell me who it was, Melina, or I'll do you a mischief." After another pause of waiting, he went on with the slow, obstinate logic of a drunken man. "It was him that kept me at that swab Parmel's place, and all the other nights too, so as I mightn't go home. He's plotting with someone. Oh, the stinking swine." Slowly he rose to his knees. Blind rage was taking possession of him, mingling with the fumes of the liquor. "Tell me who it was, Melina," he repeated, "or I'll bash your head in, I give you fair warning." He was standing upright now, shaking all over in a blaze of fury, as though the alcohol in his body had caught fire in his veins. He made a step forward, bumped into a chair, snatched it up, walked on, reached the bed, fumbled at it, and felt under the clothes the warm body of his wife. Then, mad with rage, he snarled. "Oh! So you were there all the time, you slut," and wouldn't answer. And, raising the chair he grasped in his strong fist, the sailor dashed it down in front of him with exasperated fury. A scream came wildly from the bed, a mad piercing scream. Then he began to beat at it like a thresher in a barn. Soon nothing stirred. The chair broke to pieces, but one leg remained in his hand, and he went on, panting. Suddenly he stopped and asked. "Now will you say who it was?" Melina did not answer. At that, worn out with fatigue, besotted by his own violence, he sat down again on the ground, stretched himself to his full length, and went to sleep. When dawn appeared, a neighbor, noticing that the door was open, came in. He found Jeremy snoring on the floor, where lay the remains of a chair, and, in the bed, a mess of blood and flesh. A woman's hair. The walls of the cell were bare and whitewashed. A narrow, barred window, so high that it could not easily be reached, lighted this bright, sinister little room. The madman, seated on a straw chair, looked at us with a fixed eye, vague and troubled. He was very thin, with wrinkled cheeks and almost white hair that had evidently grown white in a few months. His clothes seemed too large for his dried-up limbs, his shrunken chest, and hollow body. One felt that this man had been ravaged by his thoughts, by a thought, as fruit is by a worm. His madness, his idea, was there in his head, obstinate, harassing, devouring. It was eating his body, little by little. It, the invisible, the impalpable, the unseizable, the immaterial idea gnawed his flesh, drank his blood, and extinguished his life. What a mystery, this man killed by a thought. He is an object of fear and pity, this madman. What strange dream, frightful and deadly, can dwell in his forehead, to fold such profound and ever-changing wrinkles in it? The doctor said to me, he has terrible paroxysms of rage, and is one of the strangest lunatics I have ever seen. His madness is of an erotic, macabre kind. He is a sort of necrophile. He has written a journal which shows as plainly as daylight the malady of his mind. His madness is visible, so to speak. If you are interested, you may run through this document. I followed the doctor into his office and he gave me the journal of this miserable man. "Read it," said he, "and give me your opinion about it." Here is what the little book contained. Up to the age of 32 years I lived quietly, without love. Life appeared to me very simple, very good, and very easy. I was rich. I had a taste for so many things that I had never felt a passion for anything. It was good to live. I awoke happy each day, to do things which it pleased me to do, and I went to bed satisfied, with a calm hope for the next day and a future without care. I had had some mistresses without ever having my heart torn by desire or my soul bruised by love after the possession. It is good to live thus. It is better to love, but it is terrible. Still, those who love like everybody else should find happiness, less than mine, perhaps, for love has come to me in an unbelievable manner. Being rich, I collected ancient furniture and antiques. Often I thought of the unknown hands which had touched these things, of the eyes that had admired them, and the hearts that had loved them, for one does love such things. I often remained for hours and hours looking at a little watch of the last century. It was so dainty, so pretty with its enamel and gold embossing. And it still went, as on the day when some woman had bought it, delighted in the possession of so fine a jewel. It had not ceased to palpitate, to live its mechanical life, but had ever continued its regular tic-tac, although a century had passed. Who then had first carried it upon her breast, in the warmth of the dress, the heart of the watch beating against the heart of the woman? What hand had held it at the ends of its warm fingers, then wiped the enameled shepherds, tarnished a little by the moisture of the skin? What eyes had looked upon this flowered dial awaiting the hour, the dear hour, the divine hour? How I should have liked to see her, to know her, the woman who had chosen this rare and exquisite object. But she is dead. I am possessed by a desire for women of former times. From a distance I love all those who loved long ago. The story of past tenderness fills my heart with regrets. Oh! The beauty, the smiles, the caresses of youth, the hopes. Should not these things be eternal? How I have wept, during whole nights, over the women of old, so beautiful, so tender, so sweet, whose arms opened to love, and who are now dead. The kiss is immortal. It goes from lip to lip, from century to century, from age to age. Men take it and give it and die. The past attracts me, the present frightens me, because the future is death. I regret all that which is gone, I weep for those who have lived, I wish to stop the hour, to arrest time. But it goes on, it passes away, and it takes me, from second to second, a little of me for the annihilation of tomorrow. And I shall never live again. Farewell, women of yesterday, I love you. And yet I have nothing to complain of. I have found her whom I awaited, and I have tasted through her of inconceivable pleasure. I was roaming around Paris on a sunny morning, with joyous foot and happy soul, looking in the shops with the vague interest of a stroller. All at once I saw in an antique shop an Italian piece of furniture of the 17th century. It was very beautiful, very rare. I decided it must be by a Venetian artist, named Vitelli, who belonged to that epoch. Then I passed on. Why did the remembrance of this piece of furniture follow me with so much force that I retraced my steps? I stopped again before the shop to look at it, and felt that it tempted me. What a singular thing is temptation! One looks at an object, and, little by little, it seduces you, troubles you, takes possession of you like the face of a woman. Its charm enters into you, a strange charm which comes from its form, its color, and its physiognomy. Already one loves it, wishes it, desires it. A need of possession seizes you, a pleasant need at first, because timid, but increasing, becoming violent and irresistible. And the dealers seem to suspect, from the look of the eye, this secret, increasing desire. I bought that piece of furniture and had it carried to my house immediately. I placed it in my room. Oh! I pity those who do not know this honeymoon of the collector with the object which he has just acquired. He caresses it with his eye and hand as if it were flesh. He returns every moment to it, thinks of it continually, wherever he goes and whatever he may be doing. The thought of it follows him into the street, into the world, everywhere. And when he re-enters his house, before even removing his gloves or his hat, he goes to look at it with the tenderness of a lover. Truly, for 8 days I adored that piece of furniture. I kept opening its doors and drawers, I handled it with delight and experienced all the intimate joys of possession. One evening, in feeling the thickness of a panel, I perceived that there might be a hiding place there. My heart began to beat and I passed the night in searching out the secret, without being able to discover it. I came upon it the next day by forcing a piece of metal into a crevice in the paneling. A shelf slipped, and I saw, exposed upon a lining of black velvet, a marvelous head of woman's hair. Yes, a head of hair, an enormous twist of blonde hair, almost red, which had been cut off near the skin and tied together with a golden cord. I stood there stupefied, trembling and disturbed. An almost insensible perfume, so old that it seemed like the soul of an odor, arose from this mysterious drawer and this most surprising relic. I took it gently, almost religiously, and lifted it from its resting place. Immediately it unwound, spreading out its golden billows upon the floor, where it fell, thick and light, supple and brilliant, like the fiery tail of a comet. A strange emotion seized me. To whom had this belonged? When? Under what circumstances? Why had this hair been shut up in this piece of furniture? What adventure, what drama was hidden beneath this souvenir? Who had cut it off? Some lover, on a day of parting? Some husband, on a day of vengeance? Or, perhaps, the woman herself, whose hair it was, on a day of despair? Was it at the hour of entering the cloister that she had thrown there this fortune of love, as a token left to the world of the living? Was it the hour of closing the tomb upon the young and beautiful dead, that he who adored her took this diadem of her head, the only thing he could preserve of her? The only living part of her body that would not perish, the only thing that he could still love and caress and kiss, in the transport of his grief? Was it not strange that this hair should remain there thus, when there was no longer any vestige of the body with which it was born? It curled about my fingers and touched my skin with a singular caress, the caress of death. I felt myself affected, as if I were going to weep. I kept it a long time in my hands, then it seemed to me that it had some effect upon me, as if something of the soul still remained in it. And I laid it upon the velvet again, the velvet blemished by time, then pushed in the drawer, shut the doors of the closet, and betook myself to the street to dream. I walked straight ahead, full of sadness, and full of trouble, of the kind of trouble that remains in the heart after the kiss of love. It seemed to me I had lived in former times, and that I had known this woman. And Villon's lines rose to my lips, like a sob. Dicts moi o, nen quel pays. Est flora, la belle romaine. Archipiata, any face. Que fut sa cousine germaine? Echo parlant quand brut en main. Decis rivière, ous estin. Que but ut plus que humaine? Mais au sont les neige d'antan. Vertical ellipsis. La roine blanche comme un lys. Que chantoit à voix de Suran. Baird au grand pied, Beatrice, Aulis. Harambuges que tint le main. Itigihan la bonne Lorraine. Que anglais bruslerant à Rouen. O sont ils, vierge souveraine. Mais o sont les neige d'antan, 18. When I returned to my house I felt an irresistible desire to see my strange treasure again. I took it up and felt it, and in touching it a prolonged thrill ran through my body. For some days, however, I remained in my ordinary state, although the thought of this hair never left me. Whenever I came in, it was my first desire to look at it and handle it. I would turn the key of the desk with the same trembling that one has in opening the door of one's mistress, for I felt in my hands and in my heart a confused, singular, continual, sensual desire to bury my fingers in this charming rivulet of dead hair. Then, when I had finished caressing it, when I had returned it to its resting place, I always felt that it was there, as if it were something alive, concealed, imprisoned. I felt it and I still desired it. Again I felt the imperious need of touching it, of feeling it, of enervating myself to the point of weakness, by contact with this cold, smooth, irritating, exciting, delicious hair. I lived thus for a month or two, I no longer know how long, with this thing possessing me, haunting me. I was happy and tortured, as in the expectation of love, as one is after the avowal which precedes the embrace. I would shut myself up alone with it in order to feel it upon my skin, to bury my lips in it, to kiss it, and bite it. I would roll it around my face, drink it in, drown my eyes in its golden waves, in order to see life golden through it. I loved it. Yes, I loved it. I could no longer live away from it, nor be contented an hour without seeing it. I expected, what? I know not, her. One night I was suddenly awakened with a feeling that I was not alone in my room. I was alone, however. But I could not go to sleep again. And, as I was tossing in the fever of insomnia, I rose and went to look at the twist of hair. It appeared to me sweeter than usual, and more animated. Could the dead return? The kisses with which I warmed it made me swoon with happiness, and I carried it to my bed and lay down with it, pressing it to my lips, as one does a mistress he hopes to enjoy. The dead returned. She came. Yes, I saw her, touched her, possessed her as she was when alive in former times, large, blonde, plump, with cool breasts, and with hips in the form of a lyre. And I followed that divine, undulating line from the throat to the feet, in all the curves of the flesh, with my caresses. Yes, I possessed her, every day and every night. The dead woman had returned, the beautiful dead woman, the adorable, the mysterious, the unknown, and she returned every night. My happiness was so great that I could not conceal it. I found in her a superhuman delight, the profound, inexplicable joy of possessing the impalpable, the invisible, the dead. No lover ever tasted joys more ardent or more terrible. I knew not how to conceal my happiness. I loved it so much that I could not bear to leave it. I carried it with me always, everywhere. I walked with it through the city, as if it were my wife, conducting it to the theater and to restaurants as one would a mistress. But they saw it, and guessed, they took me, and threw me into prison, like a malefactor. They took it away, oh! Misery! The manuscript stopped there. And suddenly, as I raised my wondering eyes to the doctor, a frightful cry, a howl of fury and exasperated desire filled the asylum. Listen, said the doctor, it is necessary to douse that obscene maniac with water 5 times a day. Sergeant Bertrand is not the only man who fell in love with the dead. I stammered, moved with astonishment, horror, and pity, but that hair, did it really exist? The doctor got up, opened a closet full of vials and instruments, and threw me, across his office, a long thick rope of blonde hair, which flew towards me like a golden bird. I trembled as I felt upon my hands its caressing, light touch. And I stood there, my heart beating with disgust and desire, the disgust we have in coming in contact with objects connected with crimes. And the desire which comes with the temptation to test some infamous and mysterious thing. Shrugging his shoulders, the doctor added, the mind of man is capable of anything. The horrible. The warm night was closing in. The women had remained in the drawing room while the men sat smoking on the garden chairs in front of the door, round a table laden with cups and liqueur glasses. Their lighted cigars shone like eyes in the growing darkness. They had been discussing a frightful accident that had happened the previous evening, when 2 men and 3 women had been drowned in the river before the eyes of the guests. General de G. remarked, yes, these things do affect one, but they are not horrible. The hackneyed word horrible carries much more meaning than the word terrible does. A frightful accident like this distresses, upsets, and alarms one, but it does not horrify. In order to experience horror, something more is needed than mental emotion, something more than witnessing a frightful death. There must be either a shuddering sense of mystery, or a feeling of abnormal, unnatural terror. A man who dies even in the most dramatic circumstances does not inspire horror. A battlefield is not horrible, blood is not horrible, the vilest crimes are rarely horrible. Listen, I will give you 2 instances which have made me realize the meaning of horror. During the War of 1870 we were retreating towards Pontarlier after having passed through Rouen. The army consisted of about 20,000 men. 20,000 men in retreat, disbanded, demoralized, exhausted, were going to reform at Havre. The ground was covered with snow, and night was falling. No one had had any food since the evening before, the Prussians were not far away, and the men had to retire quickly. The ghastly Norman country, speckled with the shadows of the trees round the farms, lay still, under a black heavy threatening sky. Nothing could be heard in the wan twilight but the sound, muddled, confused, and yet overloud, of the troops on the march. An endless tramping mingled with the faint clink of their mess tins or their swords. The men, bent, round-shouldered, dirty, many of them in rags, dragged themselves along, toiled through the snow with long exhausted strides. Their hands sticking to the steel on the butt ends of their muskets, for it was freezing hard. I frequently saw a poor devil marching barefooted, so painful were his boots, leaving blood-stained footprints at every step. After a while he would sit down for a few minutes, but he never rose again. Every man who sat down was a dead man. How many of these poor exhausted soldiers we left behind expected to start again as soon as they had rested their stiffened legs. But the moment they stopped, their sluggish blood ceased to circulate in their frozen veins, and an irresistible numbness chilled them to the marrow, chained them to the ground, closed their eyes, and in 1 second paralyzed the overwrought human machine. They gradually sank down, their heads on their knees, not falling over altogether. For their backs and their limbs become as hard and rigid as a piece of wood, it was impossible either to bend the bodies or place them upright. The rest of us, more robust, kept on going, chilled to the bone, going forward by mere inertia, through the night, the snow, the cold death-like country, crushed by grief, defeat, and despair, but above all, in the grip of the appalling sense of abandonment, the end of all things, death, nothing left. I saw 2 gendarmes holding the arms of a strange-looking little man, old, beardless, quite amazing in appearance. They were searching for an officer, believing that they had caught a spy. The word spy spread rapidly through the crowd of stragglers, who gathered around the prisoner. A voice shouted, "He must be shot." And through the group of soldiers falling over with fatigue and only able to stand upright by leaning on their guns, there suddenly passed that wave of infuriated and bestial anger which drives a mob to bloodshed. I tried to speak, because I was in command of a battalion at the time, but the authority of officers was no longer recognized and they would even have shot me. One of the gendarmes said, "He has been following us for 3 days. He asks everybody for information about the artillery." I tried to question the man. "What are you doing? What do you want? Why are you following the army?" He muttered a few words in unintelligible dialect. He was indeed a strange being, with narrow shoulders and a sullen look. He was so ill at ease in my presence that I had no further doubt as to his being a spy. He seemed very old and feeble, and kept looking at me furtively, in a humble, stupid, sly way. The men around us shouted, "To the wall! To the wall!" I said to the gendarmes, "You will be responsible for the prisoner?" I was still speaking when the surging crowd knocked me off my feet and I saw in a flash the man seized by the angry soldiers, thrown down, beaten, dragged along the road and flung against a tree. Half dead, he fell in the snow. They shot him immediately. The soldiers fired at him, reloaded their guns, and fired again with the rage of brutes. They fought with each other for their turn to shoot, and, still firing, they filed past the corpse as you file past a coffin to sprinkle it with holy water. Then suddenly the cry arose, "The Prussians! The Prussians!" And from every side I heard the tremendous uproar of the panic-stricken army in full flight. The panic due to the firing at the vagabond had maddened the executioners themselves, who, not understanding that they were responsible for the terror they felt, fled and disappeared into the darkness. I was left alone with the body and the 2 gendarmes whose duty compelled them to stay with me. They lifted up the battered mass of bruised and bleeding flesh. "He must be searched," I said, handing them a box of candle matches which I had in my pocket. One of the gendarmes held the light for the other. I stood between the two. The gendarme who was examining the body declared. Clothed in a blue workman's blouse, a white shirt, trousers, and a pair of shoes. The first match went out, and a second was lighted. The man, turning out the pockets, continued, a horn-handled knife, check handkerchief, snuff-box, piece of string, and piece of bread. The second match went out, a third was lighted. After having carefully felt the corpse, the gendarme said, "That's all." I said, "Strip him. We may find something next his skin," and to enable the two gendarmes to work together, I held the match for them. By its fugitive light I saw them gradually strip the body and expose to view the bleeding mass of flesh, still warm in death. Suddenly one of them stammered, "Damn it all, Major, it's a woman." I cannot describe my strange, poignant feeling of anguish. I could not believe it, and knelt down in the snow beside the shapeless pulp to see for myself. It was a woman. The two gendarmes, speechless and demoralized, waited for me to express an opinion on the matter. But I didn't know what to think, I had no idea what could have happened. Then the brigadier drawled out, perhaps she had come to look for her son in the artillery, because she had not heard from him. And the other replied, "That may well be so." And I, who had seen so many terrible things, began to shed tears. And beside the dead woman, in the icy cold night, in the middle of the dark plain, in the presence of this mystery, this unknown victim, I knew exactly what the word horror meant. I had the same feeling last year when interrogating one of the survivors of the Flatters mission, an Algerian sharpshooter. You know most of the details of that appalling drama, but there is still another of which you are probably ignorant. The colonel was going to the Sudan through the desert, crossing the immense territory of the Tuaregs, who in that ocean of sand which stretches from the Atlantic to Egypt, and from the Sudan to Algeria, are pirates of a sort comparable to those who formerly plundered the high seas. The guides conducting the column belonged to the tribe of Shamba from Wargla. Well, one day they pitched their camp in the middle of the desert, and the Arabs declared that as the spring was a little farther on they would go with all the camels to fetch water. One man only warned the colonel that he had been betrayed. Flatters refused to believe him and accompanied the convoy with his engineers, doctors, and most of the officers. They were massacred by the spring, and all the camels were captured. The captain of the Arabian department of Wargla, who had stayed behind in the camp, took command of the survivors, Spahis, and sharpshooters, and began to retreat, abandoning all supplies and provisions, because there were no camels. So they started off through the shadeless, boundless solitude, beneath the fierce sun that scorched them from early morning till night. One tribe surrendered, bringing dates as a peace offering. These dates were poisoned, and nearly all the Frenchmen perished, the only remaining officer being of the number. Only a few Spahis were left with their quartermaster, Pobegin, besides the native sharpshooters of the Shamba tribe, with 2 camels, but these disappeared one night with 2 Arabs. Then the survivors realized that they would be obliged to eat each other, and as soon as the flight of the 2 Arabs with the 2 camels was discovered, they separated and proceeded to march one by one through the soft sand, under the fierce blaze of the sun, out of gunshot range of each other. They kept on like this all day, and when they reached a spring each one in turn went up to drink as soon as his nearest neighbor had reached the distance decided upon. So they kept on the whole day, raising in their track across that level, burnt-up expanse those little columns of dust which in the distance show the track of travelers in the desert. But, one morning, one of the men swerved round and approached his neighbor, and the other stopped to look. The man whom the famished soldier was approaching made no attempt to run away, but lay flat on the ground and aimed at him. When he thought he was within gunshot he fired, but did not hit the other, who still advanced and, firing in his turn, shot his comrade dead. The others rushed up from every direction for their share of the dead body. He who had been the slaughterer cut it up and distributed the pieces. Then the irreconcilable allies spaced themselves as before, until the next murder should bring them together again. For 2 days they lived upon their share of human flesh. Then, as hunger seized them again, he who had killed the first man killed a second. Again he cut up the corpse like a butcher, and offered portions to his companions, only keeping his own share. And so this retreat of cannibals continued. The only surviving Frenchman, Pobigin, was killed at a well side the very night before help arrived. Do you understand now what I mean by the horrible? This is the story that was told by General de G. the other night. A memory. How many memories of my youth came to me under the gentle caress of the earliest summer sun. It is an age wherein all is good, glad, charming, and intoxicating. How exquisite are the memories of lost springs. Do you recall, my old friends, my brothers, those years of gladness in which life was but triumph and laughter? Do you recall the days when we roamed disreputably about Paris, our radiant poverty, our walks in the woods newly clad in green? Our revels under the open sky outside the taverns on the banks of the Seine, and our love adventures, so commonplace and so delicious? I should like to relate one of those adventures. It dates from 12 years ago, and already feels so old, that it seems now at the other end of my life, before the ugly turning when suddenly I saw the end of the journey. I was 25 in those days. I had just come to Paris. I worked in a government office, and Sundays seemed to me extraordinary festivals, full of exuberant happiness, although nothing remarkable ever happened on them. Every day is Sunday now. But I regret the times when I had only one a week. How good it was! I had 6 francs to spend. I awoke early, that particular morning, with that feeling of freedom well known to clerks, the feeling of deliverance, rest, tranquility, and independence. I opened my window. The weather was glorious. The clear blue sky was spread above the city, full of sunshine and swallows. I dressed very quickly and went out, eager to spend the day in the woods, to breathe the odor of the leaves, for I came of country stock and spent my childhood on the grass and under the trees. Paris was waking joyfully, in the warmth and the light. The fronts of the houses shone, the concierge's canaries sang furiously in their cages, and gaiety ran down the street, lighting up faces and stirring laughter everywhere. As though a mysterious happiness filled all animate and inanimate life in that radiant dawn. I reached the Seine, to catch the Swallow, which was to take me to St. Cloud. How I loved waiting for the boat upon the landing stage. I felt as though I were off to the end of the world, to new and wonderful countries. I watched the boat come into sight, away in the distance under the arch of the second bridge, very small, with its plume of smoke, then larger, always growing. And to my mind it took on the airs and graces of a liner. It came alongside the stage, and I embarked. A crowd of people in their Sunday clothes were already on board, with gay dresses, brilliantly colored ribbons, and fat scarlet faces. I placed myself right in the bows, and stood there watching quays, trees, houses, and bridges go by. And suddenly I saw the great viaduct of Point du Jour barring the stream. It was the end of Paris, the beginning of the country, and at once beyond the double line of arches the Seine widened out, as though space and liberty had been granted to it. Becoming suddenly the lovely peaceful river that flows on across the plains, at the foot of the wooded hills, through the meadows, and along the edge of the forest. After passing between 2 islands, the Swallow followed the curve of a slope whose green expanse was covered with white houses. A voice announced, Baumuten. Then, farther on, Sèvres, and, still farther on, St. Cloud. I disembarked. And I hurried through the little town along the road to the woods. I had brought a map of the suburbs of Paris, lest I lost myself on the paths which run in every direction across the woods where the people of Paris go for their expeditions. As soon as I was in the shade, I studied my route, which seemed perfectly simple. I was to turn to the right, then to the left again, and I should arrive at Versailles by nightfall, for dinner. And I began to walk slowly, beneath the fresh leaves, drinking in the fragrant air, perfumed with the odor of buds and sap. I walked with short steps, unmindful of the stacks of old paper, of the office, of my chief and my colleagues, and of files. And dreaming of the happy adventures that must assuredly be waiting for me in the stretches of that veiled, unknown future. I was filled with 1,000 memories of childhood awakened in me by the sense of the country, and I went on, sunk in the fragrant, living, throbbing loveliness of the woods. Warmed by the powerful June sun. Sometimes I sat down by a bank and looked at the little flowers of every kind, whose names I had long known. I knew them all again, just as though they were the very ones I had once seen in my own country. They were yellow, red, and violet, delicate and dainty, lifted on high stalks or huddled close to the earth. Insects of every color and shape, short and squat or long and thin, extraordinary in their construction, frightful microscopic monsters, peacefully mounted the blades of grass, which bent under their weight. Then I slept for some hours in a ditch, and went on again, rested and strengthened by my sleep. In front of me opened a delightful alley, whose rather sparse leafage allowed drops of sunlight to shower everywhere upon the soil, and gleamed on the white daisies. It ran on endlessly, calm and empty. A solitary great hornet buzzed down it, pausing at times to sip a flower that stooped beneath it, and flying off again almost at once to come to rest again a little farther on. Its fat body looked like brown velvet striped with yellow, borne on wings that were transparent and inordinately small. Suddenly I saw at the end of the path 2 people, a man and a woman, coming towards me. Annoyed at being disturbed in my quiet walk, I was on the point of plunging into the undergrowth when I fancied I heard them calling to me. The woman was actually waving her sunshade, and the man, in his shirt sleeves, his frock coat over one arm, was raising the other as a signal of distress. I went towards them. They were walking hurriedly, both very red, she with little rapid steps, he with long strides. Ill humor and weariness was visible on their faces. The woman asked me at once, "Monsieur, can you tell me where we are? My idiotic husband has lost us," after saying that he knew this district perfectly. "Madam," I replied confidently, "you are going toward St. Cloud, and Versailles is behind you." "What?" she continued, glancing with angry pity towards her husband. "Versailles is behind us? But that is precisely where we mean to have dinner." "So do I, madam, I am going there." "Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear," she repeated, in the tone of overwhelming contempt with which women express their exasperation. She was quite young, pretty, and dark, with a shadow of a mustache on her lip. As for the man, he was perspiring and mopping his brow. Without doubt they were Parisian shopkeepers. The man looked overcome, tired out and miserable. "But, my dear girl," he murmured, "it was you." She did not permit him to finish the sentence. "It was I." "Ah. It is I now. Was it I who wanted to go off without inquiries, declaring that I could always find my way? Was it I who wanted to turn to the right at the top of the hill, declaring that I remembered the way? Was it I who undertook to look after Cachou?" She had not finished speaking when her husband, as though he had suddenly gone out of his mind, uttered a piercing cry, a long, wild cry, which cannot be written in any language, but which was something like teet-teet. The young woman seemed neither surprised nor excited, and continued. "No, upon my word, some people are too silly, always pretending to know everything. Was it I who took the Dieppe train last year instead of the Havre train? Tell me, was it I? Was it I who bet that Monsieur Latournier lived in the Rue des Martyrs? Was it I who wouldn't believe that Celeste was a thief?" And she continued furiously, with amazing rapidity of speech, piling up the most heterogeneous, unexpected, and grievous charges, furnished by all the intimate situations in their existence together, blaming her husband for all his actions, ideas, manners, experiments, and efforts, his whole life, in fact. From their wedding day up to the present moment. He tried to stop her, to calm her, and faltered. "But, my dear girl, it's no use, in front of the gentleman, we're making an exhibition of ourselves. It is of no interest to the gentleman. And he turned his melancholy eyes upon the thickets, as though eager to explore their peaceful and mysterious depths, to rush into them, escape and hide from every eye. From time to time he again uttered his cry, a prolonged, very shrill teet-teet. I imagined this habit was a nervous disorder. The young woman abruptly turned to me and, changing her tone with remarkable rapidity, remarked, "If monsieur will be good enough to permit us, we will go with him. In order not to lose ourselves again and risk having to sleep in the wood." I bowed. She took my arm and began to talk of 1,000 things, of herself, her life, her family, and her business. They kept a glove shop in the Rue Saint-Lazare. Her husband walked beside her, continually throwing wild glances into the thick of the trees, and every now and then shouting teet-teet. At last I asked him, "Why do you shout like that?" "It's my poor dog that I've lost," he replied with an air of consternation and despair. "What? You have lost your dog?" "Yes. He was barely a year old. He had never gone out of the shop. I wanted to take him for a walk in the woods. He had never seen grass or leaves before, and it pretty well sent him off his head. He began to run about, barking, and has disappeared in the forest. I should also tell you that he was very frightened of the railway. It may have made him lose his senses. I have called and called in vain, he has not come back. He will die of hunger in there." Without turning towards her husband, the woman remarked, "If you had kept him on the lead, it wouldn't have happened. People as silly as you have no business to have dogs. But, my dear girl, it was you." She stopped short, and looking into his eyes as though she were going to tear them out, she began once more her innumerable reproaches. Night was falling. The veil of mist which covers the countryside at twilight was slowly unfolding. Romance hovered around, born of the strange, delightful coolness that fills the woods at the approach of night. Suddenly the young man stopped, and, feeling about himself frantically, exclaimed, "Oh! I believe I have." "Well, what?" she asked, looking at him. I did not realize that I was carrying my frock coat on my arm. "Well? I have lost my letter case, my money is in it." She quivered with rage and choked with indignation. "That is the last straw. How idiotic you are, how perfectly idiotic. How can I have married such a fool? Well, go and look for it, and take care that you find it. I will go on to Versailles with this gentleman. I don't want to spend the night in the woods." "Yes, dear," he replied meekly, "where shall I find you?" A restaurant had been recommended to me. I told him of it. The husband turned back and, bending down towards the ground, scanning it with anxious eyes, he walked away, continually shouting teet-teet. It was a long time before he disappeared. The shades of evening, thicker now, obscured him at the far end of the path. Soon the outline of his body was seen no more, but for a long time we heard his melancholy teet-teet, teet-teet, becoming shriller as the night grew darker. As for me, I walked on with lively, happy steps through the sweetness of the twilight, with the unknown woman leaning on my arm. I racked my brain in vain for compliments. I remained silent, excited and enraptured. But suddenly a high road cut across our path. I saw that on the right, in a valley, there was quite a town. What was this place? A man was passing. I questioned him. "Bougival," he replied. I was thunderstruck. "Bougival. Are you sure?" "Damn it all, I live there." The little woman laughed uproariously. I suggested taking a cab to Versailles. "Certainly not," she replied. "This is too funny, and I'm so hungry." "I'm not a bit anxious, my husband will always find his way all right. It's a pleasure for me to be relieved of him for a few hours." We accordingly entered a restaurant by the waterside, and I was bold enough to engage a private room. She got thoroughly tipsy, I can assure you, sang, drank champagne, and did all sorts of crazy things, even the craziest of all. That was my first adultery. A walk. When old Leves, bookkeeper in the service of Messrs. Lebeus and Company, left the shop, he stood for some moments dazzled by the brilliance of the setting sun. All day long he had worked in the yellow light of a gas jet, in the depths of the back part of the shop, which looked on to a courtyard as narrow and deep as a well. So dark was the little room in which he had spent his days for the past 40 years that, even in the height of summer, artificial light was rarely to be dispensed with between the hours of 12 and 3. It was always damp and cold there, and the smell from the ditch under the window came into the gloomy room, filling it with an odor of decay and drains. For 40 years Monsieur Leves had been arriving at this prison at 8 o'clock each morning, and staying there till 7 at night, bent over his ledgers, writing with the savage concentration of a good workman. He was now making 3,000 francs a year, having begun at 1,500 francs. He had remained a bachelor, his means not permitting him to take a wife. And, never having had anything, he did not desire much. From time to time, however, wearying of his monotonous and endless task, he would formulate a platonic wish: Lord, if I had 5,000 pounds, I'd have an easy time of it. But he never had had an easy time, having never had anything but his monthly salary. His life had gone by without adventures, without passions, almost without hopes. The facility of dreaming, planted in every man, had never blossomed in the narrow bed of his ambitions. At the age of 21 he had gone into Lebeus and Company. And he had never come out. In 1856 his father died, and in 1859 his mother. Since then the only event had been a change of lodgings in 1860, his landlord having proposed to raise the rent. Every day, at 6 o'clock precisely, his alarm clock made him leap out of bed with its fearful clatter, like a chain being unwound. Twice, however, once in 1866 and once in 1874, the mechanism had gone wrong, without his ever having found out why. He dressed, made his bed, swept out his room, and dusted his armchair and the top of his chest of drawers. These tasks took an hour and a half. Then he went out, bought a roll at Lahour's bakery, where he had known 11 different proprietors without the shop ever changing its name, and started off, eating his bread. His entire existence had therefore taken place in the dark, narrow office, always covered with the same wallpaper. He had come into it in his youth as assistant to Monsieur Brument and with the ambition to take his place. He had taken his place, and hoped for nothing more. All the harvest of memories which other men gather in the course of life, the unexpected happenings, the happy or tragic loves, the adventurous journeys, all the chances of a free existence, had passed him by. Days, weeks, months, seasons, years, were all alike. At the same hour each day he rose, went out, arrived at the office, lunched, left the office, dined, and went to bed, without anything having ever interrupted the regular monotony of the same actions, the same events, and the same thoughts. Once upon a time he had looked at his fair mustache and curly hair in the little round mirror left behind by his predecessor. Now, every evening, before going, he contemplated in the same mirror his white mustache and his bald forehead. 40 years had gone by, long and swift, empty as a day of sorrow, alike as the hours of a sleepless night. 40 years of which nothing remained, not even a memory, not even a grief since the death of his parents. Nothing. On this day Monsieur Leves stood dazzled, at the street door, by the brilliance of the setting sun. Instead of returning home, he thought of taking a little walk before dinner, as he did 4 or 5 times a year. He reached the boulevards, where a flood of people streamed past under the budding trees. It was a spring evening, one of those first evenings of generous warmth which thrill the heart with a madness of life. Monsieur Leves walked on with the rickety gait of old age. There was a gleam of gaiety in his eye. He was happy because the rest of the world was merry and the air was warm. He reached the Champs-Élysées and continued to walk, freshened by the gusts of youth with which the wind caressed him. The whole sky was aflame, and the Arc de Triomphe was a dark bulk silhouetted against the brilliant background of the horizon, like a giant straddling over a house on fire. When he drew near the huge monument, the old bookkeeper realized that he was hungry, and entered a restaurant for dinner. He dined in front of the shop, on the pavement, off sheep's trotters, a salad, and asparagus, and Monsieur Leves had the best meal he had eaten for a long time. He washed down his brie cheese with half a bottle of good claret, then he took a cup of coffee, which was unusual with him, and after that a small glass of liqueur brandy. When he had paid, he felt quite lively and merry, even a little excited. He said to himself, "What a glorious night! I'll go on as far as the entrance to the Bois de Boulogne, it will do me good." He started off again. An old song, which a girl who had been his neighbor used once upon a time to sing, recurred obstinately into his head. Quand le bois revertit. Mon amour me dit. Viens respirer, ma belle. Sous la tonnelle. He hummed it endlessly, beginning again and again. Night had fallen over Paris, an airless night, as close as an oven. Monsieur Leves walked along the avenue of the Bois de Boulogne and watched the carriages go by. They came on with their gleaming eyes, one after another, allowing a glimpse of an embracing couple, the woman in a light dress, the man in black. It was one long procession of lovers, driving under the warm and starry sky. Continually they came, went by, side by side in the carriages, silent, clasped to each other, lost in the illusion and fever of their desires. In the shuddering longing for the next embrace. The warm air seemed filled with swift, wandering kisses. They spread a strange tenderness through the air, making it more stifling than ever. A mad excitement eddied through the air, created by these intertwined couples, these people inflamed with the same expectation, the same thought. All these carriages filled with lovemaking brought with them their own atmosphere, subtle and disturbing. Monsieur Leves, a little tired at the end of his walk, sat down on a bench to watch the passage of these cabs heavy with love. Almost at once a woman drew near and sat down beside him. "Hello, darling," she said. He made no answer. She continued. "Let me love you, dearie, you'll find me so kind." "You are making a mistake, madam," he said. She put her arm through his. "Come on, don't be a silly boy, listen." He had risen, and walked away, a feeling of tightness round his heart. 100 yards further on another woman accosted him. "Come and sit beside me for a while, dearie." "Why do you follow this trade?" he said to her. She stood in his way, and her voice was changed, hoarse and bitter. "God, I don't do it for fun." "Then what drives you to it?" he insisted gently. "One must live, worse luck." And she went off with a little song on her lips. Monsieur Leves was bewildered. Other women passed him, called to him, invited him. He felt as though something black and oppressive hung above his head. He sat down on a bench. The carriages were still rolling past. "I should have done better not to come," he thought, "I'm quite put out." And he began to think of all this love, venal or passionate, all these kisses, bought or free, which were passing before his eyes. Love. He hardly knew aught of it. In all his life he had known but 2 or 3 women, chance meetings, unsought, his means had allowed him no more. And he thought of the life he had led, so different from everyone else's, so somber, so gloomy, so dull, so empty. There are some people who have no luck. And suddenly, as though a thick veil had been torn aside, he saw clearly the misery, the infinite, monotonous misery of his life, past, present, and to come. The last days like the first, nothing before him, nothing behind him, nothing round him, nothing in his heart, nothing anywhere. Still the line of carriages went by. Always he saw, appearing and disappearing with the swift passage of the open vehicle, the 2 inside, silently embracing. It seemed to him as though the whole human race was passing by, drunk with joy, pleasure, and happiness. And he watched them alone, alone, all alone. He would still be alone tomorrow, always alone, alone, as no other creature in the world is alone. He got up, walked a few steps, and, quickly tired, as though he had just finished a long walk, sat down on the next bench. What was he waiting for? What was he hoping for? Nothing. He thought how good it must seem, in old age, to hear the chatter of little children as you come home at night. It must be sweet to grow old surrounded with those who owe their lives to you, love you, caress you, tell you those ridiculous, delightful things that warm your heart and console you for everything. And thinking of his empty room, the clean sad little room into which no one but himself had ever gone, a feeling of distress oppressed his soul. It seemed to him even more melancholy than his little office. No one ever came to it, no one ever spoke in it. It was dead, dumb, it lacked even an echo of a human voice. It seemed as though walls must hold something of the people who live between them, something of their ways, their faces, their speech. Houses lived in by happy families are more cheerful than the houses of the miserable. His room was empty of memories, like his life. And the thought of returning to it alone, of getting into bed, of going through all the movements and duties of every evening, was horrible to him. And, as though to get further away from this sinister dwelling-place and from the moment when he must return to it, he rose, and, suddenly reaching the first path in the bois, he turned into a little copse, to sit down on the grass. He heard, around him, above him, everywhere, a confused, immense, continuous roar, made up of innumerable different noises, a dull roar, near and distant. A vast vague quivering of life, the breath of Paris, breathing like a colossal being. The sun, already high in the heavens, threw a flood of light upon the Bois de Boulogne. A few carriages were driving up and down, and groups of riders were trotting gaily past. A young couple walked along a lonely path. Suddenly the woman, lifting her eyes, caught sight of something brown in the branches. She pointed to it, surprised and uneasy. "Look! What is that?" Then with a cry she collapsed into the arms of her companion, who was forced to lower her onto the ground. The keepers, promptly summoned, let down from the tree the body of an old man, hanged by his braces. It was discovered that death had taken place the previous evening. Papers found on the man showed that he was a bookkeeper at Messrs. Labuse and Company, and that his name was Leves. Death was attributed to suicide from a cause unknown. Possibly temporary insanity,